This young man was originally a transmigrator, but before transmigrating to the current cultivation world, Yi Fan had already transmigrated 99 times. Moreover, each time he transmigrated, he obtained a system, but in none of those lives did he survive to the end. Instead, he always died in an extremely lame way. So, in this 100th transmigration, Yi Fan transmigrated into the cultivation world, becoming an extraordinary figure by possessing an innate Tao body, and was also the personal disciple of the beautiful sect master of Purple Cloud sect, who had previously only accepted female disciples. He alone occupied an entire mountain as his residence, becoming the idol of all the disciples in the sect. However, instead of diligently cultivating and becoming a powerful figure in the sect, Yi Fan was too fed up, so he chose to live like a lazy good-for-nothing, having resources but refusing to cultivate. 2 months have passed since he transmigrated and entered the sect, but he has never cultivated. Currently, his cultivation level is no different from that of a mortal. That afternoon, the sky was clear, and a gentle breeze blew. Yi Fan was sleeping in when suddenly the 100th system popped out. This time, it was called the Strongest Cultivator Creation System. According to its introduction, this system could do its best to turn Yi Fan into the continent's #1 strong cultivator. It sounded appealing, but for someone who had tasted bitterness 99 times like Yi Fan, it wasn't worth paying attention to at all. He wouldn't let a system fool him again. So, Yi Fan continued to cover his head with his pillow, feigning deafness, even as the Strongest Cultivator Creation System kept nagging in his ear. This was already his 100th transmigration. He absolutely wouldn't listen to any system. What child of destiny? He didn't need it, he just wanted to be a lazy slacker for the rest of his life. Get up and cultivate, host. If you don't cultivate, life will pass by in a flash. The system kept begging Yi Fan, but he ignored it, fearing that if he were to get up and cultivate, his life might pass by even faster, and more tragically. Moreover, he had already worked hard for 99 lives. What's wrong with just lying down and enjoying this life? Seeing Yi Fan's indifference, the Strongest Cultivator Creation System proactively gave him an incredibly extravagant newbie gift package, increasing his cultivation speed by 10,000 times. Furthermore, this speed would continue to increase each time Yi Fan broke through a minor realm. However, the appealing things the system offered to entice him did not move Yi Fan even a little. The system went from begging to scolding, but he just scratched his butt and continued to ignore it. After a period of ineffective sales pitching, the Strongest Cultivator Creation System discovered that its host had a psychological resistance to cultivation, so it recompiled its module and restarted. After that, from being the Strongest Cultivator Creation System, it transformed into the check-in system. This system was even more brain-dead, as its host only needed to go to a pre-designated location to check in and receive rewards. And the first location it designated was right in front of Yi Fan's bedroom door. The check-in process was also very simple. He just needed to walk into the glowing circle and stand inside it, and he would automatically check in. The check-in location was only 5 meters from the host, and the time required was only 10 seconds. Come on, my host, move it. Just sleeping without activity isn't good for your health at all. The system incessantly pleaded, but its only reply was Yi Fan's steady snoring. He really had fallen asleep. It wasn't until sunset that Yi Fan woke up, stretching comfortably. Contrary to his relaxed mood, the system beside him was gloomy to the point of despair. Host, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to sleep for an eternity. Yi Fan didn't answer it but got out of bed. Seeing this, the system was extremely excited. Yes, that's right. Keep going, host. Just one more small step to the check-in location. However, this most miserable system in the world was disappointed again, because Yi Fan had no intention of stepping into the check-in circle. Instead, he veered towards the kitchen. Having slept enough, he was now a bit hungry, so he decided to cook a pot of fish soup. And that determined system, seeing Yi Fan resist checking in, refreshed itself again, moving the check-in location directly to where he was standing, thereby helping him successfully check in. Immediately, it presented Yi Fan with something called Purity Body Holy Water as a reward. This item, once consumed, could eliminate all mundane impurities in his body, transforming it into the most suitable physique for cultivation. It had strong destructive power against demon cultivators and ghost cultivators. After using it, one could no longer follow these two paths. However, once again, Yi Fan showed his ruthlessness by decisively using the purity body holy water to wash vegetables, then just as decisively pouring it all away, under the system's bewildered and flabbergasted gaze. He then focused on cooking fish soup, while the system kept wondering why there was someone like Yi Fan in this world. A moment later, the living room door suddenly opened. A young man with disheveled hair timidly peeked his head in. "Hello." As soon as Yi Fan saw the person, even though he didn't know who it was, his eyes lit up, given his unbridled personality. "A newcomer? Come in, let's eat together." The dishes were just finished, so he brought them to the table and pulled the young man to sit down with him. "Come on, eat up. Make yourself at home, don't be shy." Last month, a disciple who had just joined the sect got lost and ended up at Yi Fan's place. So he thought the same thing was happening today. Yi Fan planned to take him to the personnel elder to inquire about his residence after they finished eating. But just then, disciples from the patrol team came looking for him. He stood up and went out to ask them what was happening. The patrol team leader reported that a very skilled ghost cultivator had infiltrated the sect earlier, so they were searching for him. But when they stood in front of Yi Fan's residence, the 8 trigram mirror showed no reaction. So both he and the patrol team believed the ghost cultivator wasn't there. After that, they gradually left. Yi Fan returned to the house and smelled something slightly burnt, immediately becoming panicked. "Oh dear, my fish soup." The young man, who was devouring his food at the table, now looked at Yi Fan and then showed a sinister smile. In fact, he was the fugitive ghost cultivator that the patrol team disciples had just been looking for. Although he didn't know why Yi Fan's residence could block his demonic aura, it had allowed him to escape a calamity. This guy had also noticed that Yi Fan had no cultivation, so he planned to devour him to replenish his own vital energy. Looking at Yi Fan's unsuspecting back, this guy couldn't help but smile smugly. However, before he could even approach him, his chest and abdomen felt a sharp pain, which then rapidly spread throughout his entire body. The purity body holy water truly has miraculous effects. Yi Fan had only used it to wash vegetables for a moment, but now it was already taking effect on that demon cultivator. He only had time to let out a scream before disappearing. So by the time Yi Fan returned with the plate of fish, he was nowhere to be seen. Even so, he didn't think much of it, because Sister An in the sect was very kind, and he believed nothing bad would happen to him. It's just that the system had just recorded his accidental elimination of a ghost cultivator, so it rewarded Yi Fan with a divine-grade cultivation technique called Myriad Ancient Immortal Resolution. According to its marketing, this technique contained the will of the heavenly Tao, and cultivating it to perfection could grant an immortal body with a lifespan as long as heaven and earth. However, Yi Fan merely picked up the technique, glanced at it, and then threw it to the ground to prop up a wobbly table leg. My vision is indeed extraordinary. With this cultivation technique, the dining table is much more stable. After eating, I'll take a nap and then go fishing, to make up for this badly cooked fish. The system saw this and was so furious that it steamed with anger. It never expected to be so unlucky as to choose a carefree host like Yi Fan. But having committed to it, there was no turning back. It had no other way to fix this than to continuously restart its program to keep persuading him. The next morning, when the sun was directly overhead, Yi Fan leisurely went out to fish. The disciples in the sect saw him and began to whisper softly, "Look, Senior Brother Yi is going fishing again. What a waste of his God-given talent. Wouldn't it be better if it were given to me? Train properly, don't space out." A loud shout pulled them back to reality. But among them, no one was upset when scolded by this person. Because she is the famous beauty of the sect, named Ziyan, the third disciple of sect master Ziyun Jinren. As usual, today Ziyan was fulfilling her duty of teaching her junior disciples. Just when they thought another peaceful day would pass, the sect suddenly became chaotic because someone suddenly rushed in to report that they were attacked by the Wenxiang sect. Specifically, the second elder of the Wenxiang sect. After terrifying the disciples of the Ziyun sect, the Wenxiang sect's second elder appeared in the middle of the Ziyun sect, looking calm and composed as if he were in his own home. Young friend, please don't misunderstand. My Wenxiang sect doesn't want to kick down your door and barge into your mountain gate. It's just that when we went up the mountain to search, we were stopped, so we had no choice. Go up the mountain to search? Ziyin found this unacceptable and immediately drew her sword. Is the territory of our Ziyun sect a place your Wenxiang sect can just search as you please? If you don't allow me to search, then please hand over the nine-tailed fox, Ziyun sect. As he spoke these words, the disciples behind Ziyin simultaneously burst into an uproar. Because the nine-tailed spirit fox is a creature that only exists in legends, a treasure among treasures. If they had one, their Ziyun sect would definitely rise rapidly. The Wenxiang sect's second elder, however, insisted that he had been chasing that nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time, but it was snatched by someone from the Ziyun sect along the way. So he came all the way here to demand an explanation. This matter is serious, and Ziyin dared not decide on her own. She told him to wait until her master, Ziyun Jinren, came out of seclusion to make a decision. Before that, they were not allowed to step half a pace into the sect. But the people of the Wenxiang sect were naturally not so easily persuaded. Based on Ziyun's reaction, they even thought that the Ziyun sect intended to steal the nine-tailed spirit fox. So, under the direction of the second elder, the Wenxiang disciples rushed forward in unison. Ziyin snorted coldly and entered battle with surging momentum to protect her sect. You dare to show off your might in the Ziyun sect with just a few people like yourselves? The Wenxiang sect sure has a lot of nerve. The two sides quickly engaged in a fierce battle. And while busy dealing with the people in front of her, Ziyin completely failed to notice a Wenxiang sect disciple hiding in the bushes behind her. In fact, the second elder and the Wenxiang sect disciples causing trouble were merely a diversion. This disciple, as the one with the best spiritual beast sensing ability in the sect, would take advantage of the chaos to search the Ziyun sect for the nine-tailed spirit fox. Not long after searching, he came across Yifan fishing by Jingming Lake. At first, this person thought he was a Ziyun sect disciple, but after checking and seeing that Yifan had no cultivation, he was sure he was just a mortal. Meanwhile, for Yifan, before he had even warmed his seat fishing, the system started bouncing around in front of him, announcing that there was a supreme nine-tailed spirit fox nearby and wanting him to catch it. It even thoughtfully prepared a spiritual beast contract orb for him. Yifan just needed to throw it at the nine-tailed spirit fox to forcefully sign a contract with it and make it his pet. But Yifan remained unmoved, as he was focused on fishing. Not long after, he suddenly sat up straight. The system even thought he had finally decided to act. But it turned out to be just a fish biting the bait. Even the legendary nine-tailed spirit fox couldn't excite Yifan as much as this ordinary fish. Seeing this, the system became so angry that it threw the spiritual beast contract orb it was holding. And coincidentally, it landed right on the nine-tailed spirit fox, which was sleeping soundly nearby. The spiritual beast, having its peaceful sleep interrupted and getting hit on the head, was furious and flared all its tails. But by the time it realized it was a forced contract orb, it was already too late. As a nine-tailed spirit fox, it refused to lose its freedom and become a human's pet. But the effect of that spiritual beast orb was too powerful, so after a while, the nine-tailed spirit fox had to give in and become Yifan's pet, even though he hadn't paid any attention to the matter until now. The Wenxiang sect disciple, with his keen spiritual beast sensing ability, quickly realized that the nine-tailed spirit fox had already been contracted by someone else. And he suspected that Yifan was the one behind this dirty trick. Although he wasn't entirely sure, this guy decided to eliminate him before dealing with the nine-tailed spirit fox issue. So he immediately used his sect's ultimate skill, Wenxiang One Finger, aimed at him. The system, seeing this scene, was scared out of its wits. It quickly issued a danger warning, But it also knew very well that Yi Fan wouldn't bother paying attention to it, so it had no choice but to automatically activate a 100-fold damage reflection. That Wenxiang one-finger attack was reflected back, and its damage was even amplified, heading straight for the sneak attacker. Then, with a boom, a terrifyingly large explosion occurred. This explosion startled even the second elder of the Wenxiang sect. He sensed that something bad had happened, so he unleashed a full-power strike into Ziyan's chest and told his disciples to retreat. After being hit, Ziyan immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The Ziyun sect disciples were extremely panicked at this sight. Meanwhile, the second elder on the other side was also a bit tense, thinking to himself, "Surely that palm strike of mine wasn't enough to seriously injure her, right? Could she be faking it?" Just as he thought this, Ziyun Jinren, along with her senior and second disciples, slowly flew over. "The Wenxiang sect has grown too bold, haven't they? Do you think my Ziyun sect is that easy to bully?" Seeing the sect master appear, the second elder of the Wenxiang sect and his disciples hastily knelt down. The Wenxiang sect is just a small sect and never dared to provoke the Ziyun sect. This time, they came to cause trouble, having carefully timed it during their sect master's seclusion. Who would have thought she would appear so early? We have offended you today. Please accept these as compensation and forgive us. With that, the second elder of the Wenxiang sect took out several cultivation techniques and some precious elixirs to apologize. Before Ziyun Jinren could understand what was happening, the Wenxiang sect people had already fled. She wasn't in the mood to bicker with them, as saving Ziyan was more important. However, upon seeing her injuries, Ziyun Jinren's expression immediately turned grim. Immediately after, Yi Fan, who was fishing not far away, also received a message from his master. "Something's happened, hurry here." Though he was lazy with cultivation, he still couldn't disobey his master's words. As soon as Yi Fan received this message, he dropped his fishing rod and ran back as fast as he could. As soon as he turned around, he saw the Wenxiang sect disciple lying flat on the grass, not knowing if he was still alive. Unaware of what had just happened, Yi Fan assumed this was a trap set by the dam system. As long as he paid attention to this guy, a chain of events would unfold due to the butterfly effect, causing him to inadvertently become a slave to the system. Therefore, Yi Fan deliberately ignored that guy, directly jumped over him, and returned to Ziyan. "Master, what happened?" Yi Fan anxiously burst through the door. What met his eyes was Ziyun Jinren's grave face, and Ziyan, looking frail, lying flat on the bed. "Your senior sister is about to pass away. I called you back to see her one last time." Ziyun Jinren replied, and Yi Fan's eyes immediately widened, his ears ringing. "What did you say?" "Senior sister was fine this morning." "How did she end up like this now?" "It's all because of Wenxiang sect." Ziyun Jinren replied. "That's because Ziyan cultivated a cultivation technique that transforms the demonic energy of demonic beasts as its foundation. Half a year ago, by accident, the demonic power in her body ran into problems. This caused Ziyan's condition to remain unstable for the past half year. But today, Wenxiang sect came here to cause trouble. Ziyan's forceful counterattack agitated her cultivation technique, and unfortunately, the second elder on their side struck her exactly where the demonic energy was stagnant in her body, leading to chaotic demonic energy, which ultimately backfired on her body. According to Ziyun Jinren, she might not be able to survive today." Yi Fan's heart felt heavy listening to her explain it all at once. When he joined the sect, Ziyan was the first person he got to know. After being accepted as a disciple by Ziyun Jinren, Yi Fan was lazy and didn't want to cultivate, but Ziyan never criticized him. She even promised that from then on, she would do her best to protect him. Therefore, Yi Fan both loved and respected this senior sister. In the current situation, he was so heartbroken that he blamed the entire system, thinking that if it weren't for it, Ziyan wouldn't be lying here, and he wouldn't be facing the situation of losing his senior sister. The system, being unjustly accused, protested with an innocent voice. "Hey, I didn't do this." Of course, Yi Fan didn't bother to listen to it. Just then, a female disciple walked in, carrying a basin of spirit water as requested by Ziyun Jinren. This water had the effect of reducing pain, and she only wanted her third disciple not to suffer too much before passing away. However, the system, having been unjustly accused by Yi Fan, wanted to redeem itself a little, so it took out a precious vial of medicine. But just as it cautiously approached to offer the medicine, he loudly yelled at it to shut up. The system was so scared it recoiled backward, and the vial of medicine in its hand fell into the basin of spirit water that the female disciple was carrying, quickly dissolving in the water. "Master, let me do it. You've been taking care of senior sister for a while now, you should rest a bit," Yi Fan said, then took the basin of water himself, washed the towel, and placed it on Xian's forehead. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Ziyun Jinren suddenly felt that the spiritual power in the spirit water was stronger than usual. Yi Fan had no ability to change the quality of spirit water, so she naturally didn't attribute this to him. As for Xian, after the towel soaked in spirit water was placed on her forehead, her complexion quickly became more radiant. At first, Ziyun Jinren thought she was mistaken. But when she checked her pulse, she was surprised to discover that her disciple's injuries had completely healed. This was truly too miraculous. Just moments ago, she was clearly in an unrecoverable state. Yet now, the demonic energy in her body had stabilized, her external injuries were completely healed, and her cultivation realm had even broken through directly to the 10th level of foundation establishment. Seeing Ziyun Jinren's expression constantly changing, Yi Fan guessed that his third senior sister's injuries must have been very severe. Not wanting to agitate her, he asked to leave first. That evening, an urgent meeting was held between the sect master of Ziyun's sect and the elders, and the content of the meeting naturally revolved around Xian's condition. When Ziyun Jinren announced that she was safe and sound, everyone was astonished. Of course, it was a good thing that Xian had escaped death, but no one thought there was a cure for her problem. Ziyun Jinren also couldn't explain this matter, so she temporarily set it aside to move on to the next main issue, Wenxiang sect. Although our two sects have had a long-standing feud and occasional clashes, trespassing into our sect's mountain gate like this is a first. Moreover, when I arrived, they immediately knelt down and apologized so fluently and seamlessly that I couldn't understand why. At this moment, an elder spoke up, saying that he had discovered the corpse of a Wenxiang sect disciple by Tin Min Lake. After several examinations, he discovered that this person was killed by the Wenxiang sect's own cultivation technique, so he guessed that he had taken his own life. Ziyun Jinren felt this matter wasn't very logical. Why would this person sneak all the way into Ziyun's sect to commit suicide? Is there something wrong with his mind? Additionally, she suddenly remembered that during that period, the only person near Jingming Lake was Yi Fan. Could it be that he did this? Ziyun Jinren thought to herself. But I've never seen Yi Fan cultivate anything, how could he be capable of doing this? After that, Ziyun Jinren thought of Yi Fan's innate Tao body, which had been lost for 10,000 years, and felt that even if he didn't cultivate, he might possess some abilities that even she, his master, didn't know about. Seeing Ziyun's expression constantly changing, the elders then asked, "Sect Master, do you have any clues?" "Indeed, I have some clues, but I need to confirm them further." Ziyun estimated that Yi Fan was probably asleep by now, so she decided to ask him about this tomorrow to get to the bottom of it. Afterward, she shifted the topic to the nine-tailed spirit fox that the Wenxiang sect was searching for. After the morning's events, Ziyun's sect disciples were mobilized to search for this spirit beast, but there was still no trace of it. However, seeing how fiercely the Wenxiang sect was pursuing it, they guessed that the nine-tailed spirit fox truly existed, so they vowed to put all their effort into finding it. However, the sect master and the elders never expected that the precious nine-tailed fox they were looking for was currently so hungry its stomach was growling in Yi Fan's room. Meanwhile, its owner, he, was lying on the bed, snoring loudly. The system was extremely anxious. If the pet remained hungry like this for a little longer, its life might be in danger. The nine-tailed spirit fox lay down, then sat up, then moved closer to the bed and looked at Yi Fan with desperate eyes. "I haven't even settled the score for the forced contract yet, but at least you should give me something to eat." After a period of hopeful waiting, seeing Yi Fan still snoring soundly, it knew it couldn't rely on him, so it went into the kitchen on its own to fend for itself. A spirit beast supposedly only existing in legends, yet now it had to scavenge for leftovers in a human's kitchen. However, Yi Fan was a person with OCD. After the meal, all the dishes and bowls were clean, there was absolutely no leftover food. The nine-tailed spirit fox walked around the kitchen, confirming that there was nothing edible except for the basket of raw vegetables and fruits. But it was a nine-tailed spirit fox. How could it eat vegetarian like a cow? At first, its soaring pride wouldn't allow it to eat these things, but in the end, the nine-tailed fox succumbed to hunger, ravenously ate the entire basket of vegetables and fruits, and then fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, when everything was quiet, someone suddenly shouted loudly in Isekai'd. "Thief! Catch the thief quickly!" All the disciples were awakened by this shout, forming a crowd and gathering towards the source of the sound. But no one expected that it was still a trap set by the Isekai'd. They used the same old trick, intentionally creating a diversion to cause chaos, and then used another route to approach the nine-tailed spirit fox. However, this time, it was the Isekai'd's own sect master who took action. He carried a spirit fox tracking device, which glowed brighter the closer he got to the target. Until he reached Yi Fan's dwelling, the device glowed brilliantly. It seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is here," the Isekai'd master said smugly. "I can't believe Jinren didn't discover the nine-tailed fox. It seems heaven is truly helping our Isekai'd." The Grand Elder who followed him began to flatter. But these words not only had no effect but also infuriated the Isekai'd master. "Heaven help my ass. I gave the second elder so many resources, yet he not only failed to capture the nine-tailed spirit fox but also got Great Stone killed. And I had to compensate the Isekai'd with a pile of good stuff, and now they even make me personally enter the fray. It's truly shameful. Yes, it's all thanks to the sect master protecting our Isekai'd single-handedly. This sect cannot do without you." The sycophant continued to use all sorts of flowery words to appease the Isekai'd master's rage, and it had some effect. Moreover, to smoothly steal the nine-tailed fox this time, he also spent a large sum of money to invite the three most notorious thieves in the eastern wilderness to create a diversion outside. The shouting about a thief earlier was their handiwork. He did this to ensure that even if Jinren came, he would still be able to return alive. However, even though they thought the Isekai'd disciples had all been lured away, the two thieves from the Isekai'd still saw Yi Fan deeply asleep on the bed when they entered the room, and wondered, "Why is there still someone here? Weren't they all lured away by my thieves? Sect master, he seems to be just a mortal, he probably didn't hear anything." The Isekai'd master then broke into a sinister smile. He had spent so much money this time, he absolutely could not tolerate any mistakes. Therefore, even if it was a mortal, he wouldn't spare them. Thinking this, he lunged towards the sleeping Yi Fan. As fast as an arrow, he unleashed his ultimate move, the Isekai'd heaven-splitting palm, with all his might. As expected of the mighty sect master, even when dealing with a mortal, he put in all his effort. Behind him, the Grand Elder of the Isekai'd was still diligently carrying out his task of flattery. Unfortunately, his sect master couldn't achieve his goal. Because the resilience system, despite being abandoned by Yi Fan, was absolutely devoted to its profession, so it exerted all its strength to protect him. As a result, before the Isekai'd master could even touch a single hair on Yi Fan, he was sent flying by a palm strike from the system. He fell backward, landing heavily on the ground, also crushing his subordinate, making both of them scream in agony. At this moment, due to the excessive noise, Yi Fan finally woke up. "Host, you're finally awake," the system said happily. After being ignored by him for the past 2 days, it gradually understood Yi Fan's personality. If it directly forced him to get out of bed, Yi Fan would not only ignore it but might also drive it to despair and collapse. So it came up with a plan, deal with problems itself and then let Yi Fan take the credit in the end. The more it thought, the smarter the system felt. As long as it could help Yi Fan achieve success, it wouldn't mind working overtime day or night. He had just woken up, and the first thing he saw was the Wenxiang sect master and his subordinate sprawled on the floor. "What the heck is this?" Yi Fan exclaimed. His expression was exactly what the system wanted, it thought to itself. Yes, this is the chance to claim credit. Tell everyone that you were the one who took down these two scoundrel thieves. However, after that, Yi Fan's reaction did not follow the path the system desired. Why are there two people lost in my house? And they fell asleep as soon as they came in. It looks like they're too tired from cultivation, huh? The system was dumbfounded. What kind of plot is this? Is Yi Fan really stupid, or is he pretending to be stupid? It grew even more anxious when it saw him even intending to give those two old men medicinal pills to restore their bodies, genuinely believing they were too tired from cultivation, got lost, and fell asleep. Host, they just tried to take your life. The system shrieked. Do you think I'm stupid? Yi Fan yelled back. Firstly, the Purple Cloud sect strictly forbids disciples from slaughtering each other. Just insulting one another carries a punishment more terrifying than being sent to sell salt. Secondly, I have neither cultivation techniques nor treasures. Why would they come here to take my life? Is it just because of my status as the sect master's personal disciple? The system was truly speechless. The Purple Cloud sect strictly forbids disciples from slaughtering each other, but these are people from the Wenxiang sect, you idiot. Yi Fan could believe in such an absurd thing rather than believe it. Its mood collapsed once again when it saw him actually pour the precious medicine given by the second elder into the mouth of the Wenxiang sect master. After taking the medicine, he and his subordinate immediately opened their eyes wide, both joyful and panicked to realize they were still alive. "Oh, you're awake?" Yi Fan offered a beauty queen smile as a greeting. But in the eyes of those two guilt-ridden individuals, his smile was the smile of an Asura from hell. Therefore, without needing to be told, both of them simultaneously sprinted out the door. Yi Fan didn't find it strange at all, instead, he was delighted to see them in such good spirits. But right after that, his expression turned to worry. "Oh no, I forgot that the second elder previously warned that this medicine is very potent and shouldn't be taken orally." But then, because the drowsiness hadn't disappeared, Yi Fan quickly dismissed the matter and went back to bed for another nap. While he was so leisurely, the Wenxiang sect master and his subordinate fled for their lives, completely devoid of any sect master's bearing. After sprinting for about 500 miles, finally out of the Purple Cloud sect's territory, they dared to stop and catch their breath. It's terrifying, truly terrifying. That mortal, he not only easily defused my full power strike but also saved us right at death's door. The sect master muttered repeatedly. Did you see his expression? Especially his smile, that was the confidence of someone who held our life and death in his hands. His subordinate also nodded vigorously. I can't believe there exists someone in the Purple Cloud sect with a cultivation far surpassing even true person Ziyun. It turns out the reason we couldn't sense his cultivation wasn't because he was a mortal, but because our cultivation was too low compared to his. Indeed, an ignorant person met an overthinker. Yi Fan was truly a person with no cultivation, but now he had transformed into an incredibly terrifying, awe-inspiring figure in the eyes of the Wenxiang sect master. Now, he no longer dared to dream of the nine-tailed spirit fox, as he felt that merely being alive was a great mercy from the heavens. He planned that after returning to the sect, he would immediately prepare a grand ceremony, then personally go to apologize. Even if it meant losing everything, they had to make the Purple Cloud sect forgive them, otherwise, the Wenxiang sect would have a hard time surviving. Understood, sect master. As the sycophantic subordinate responded, he abruptly stopped, and his whole body began to writhe and contort as if new skin were growing all over him. What are you doing? The Wenxiang sect master exclaimed in surprise. I don't know either, I just suddenly want to dance. It seems the side effects of the life-saving medicine Yi Fan gave them had begun to take effect. Immediately after him, the Wenxiang sect master also began to show similar symptoms. Because the medicine's effect was too strong, the two of them were like two madmen with excess dopamine, wildly dancing in the forest in the middle of the night. Because of the huge commotion they created, the two of them unintentionally disturbed the sleep of a wild boar. However, just as the boar was about to go wild and charge, those two madmen actively approached it with extremely unusual expressions. "Little brother, I think you're not bad. Why don't you join us?" That wild boar, encountering such strange humans for the first time, momentarily forgot that it should have charged and attacked them next. When the sect master of Wenxiang's sect grabbed it, it let out a roar that startled an entire corner of the forest. And the Purple Cloud sect disciples who were patrolling at the time clearly heard this sound, immediately heading to where it came from to investigate. And then, upon arriving, they witnessed an utterly terrifying scene. At that moment, the sect master of Wenxiang's sect was desperately holding onto the wild boar, refusing to let go, and forcing it to dance with him. Meanwhile, his subordinate was tightly hugging a monkey, incessantly calling out, "Father, I miss you so much." The two of them were clearly so high on the medicine that they were hallucinating. The two Purple Cloud sect disciples were also so scared by this sight that they nearly soiled themselves, hastily running back to report to their sect master. And so, those two madmen danced all night. The next morning, the people of Wenxiang's sect, worried that their sect master and grand elder hadn't returned, sent people to look for them. Then, after a search, they finally found them at the edge of the forest bordering the two sects. Only, by this time, the sect master and grand elder of Wenxiang's sect had long since perished, with the monkey and the wild boar still wildly dancing beside them. It's likely that they died from exhaustion after dancing all night. This was a major incident, so Purple Cloud True Person and the elders of the sect quickly received the information. But she didn't understand why, first a lowly disciple, then even the sect master and grand elder of Wenxiang's sect, all died right next to Purple Cloud sect. And the people of Wenxiang's sect, upon receiving this news, immediately asserted that the incident was Purple Cloud sect's doing. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the main cause of all these problems, was completely unaware. He only knew that after going back to sleep last night, he had slept very soundly. Just like any other day, Yi Fan yawned and got out of bed when it was bright morning, and the first thing he did was head to the kitchen. But what made his jaw drop at the start of the new day was the empty kitchen. An entire large basket of vegetables had completely vanished overnight. And at the bottom of the basket, the nine-tailed spirit fox was sound asleep. It was very clear that it was the culprit. Yi Fan then grabbed the nine-tailed spirit fox by the scruff of its neck and lifted it up. "You beast, that pile of vegetables was painstakingly brought up from the foot of the mountain by junior brother Xingxin for me. It's very precious, you know that?" Seeing Yi Fan touch the nine-tailed spirit fox himself, the system was so delighted that if it had legs, it would have already jumped for joy. It incessantly nagged in his ear, introducing it as a rare spirit beast only found in legends. If cultivated well, it would bring him immense benefits in the future. On the other hand, the nine-tailed spirit fox was giving him a sparkling, watery gaze, looking incredibly adorable. It felt that this reluctant owner, though dirt poor, didn't beat it just because it ate all the food in the house, so it seemed like a good person. The nine-tailed spirit fox had always been prejudiced against humans, believing them to be cruel and inhuman. But now, looking at Yi Fan like this, it began to reconsider, wanting to follow him. The system was even happier when it saw the nine-tailed spirit fox's reaction. Hearts are connected, both sides' hearts are connected. The host must be like this. As long as you cultivate it well, it will surely help you achieve success in the future. However, right after that, Yi Fan made a statement that left both the system and the nine-tailed spirit fox speechless. "Should I make steamed fox or braised fox?" "Or fried, that works too." The system immediately groaned. "Host, don't joke around. This is an extremely rare nine-tailed spirit fox. Please immediately retract that dangerous thought. Show it some respect, please show it some respect." Yi Fan looked at the nine-tailed fox for a long time, then sighed, saying he couldn't just eat it like that. Both the spirit beast and the system simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. However, next, Yi Fan continued. Fox meat is very pungent. I'll probably have to use some herbs to cover the smell. But to prevent it from escaping, it's best to bleed it right away. Yi Fan truly had a talent for making people's hearts go on a roller coaster. The nine-tailed spirit fox cried until no tears came out when it saw him reach for the kitchen knife. Fortunately, at this very moment, its true savior arrived. True immortal Zi Yun personally came to visit her youngest disciple, coincidentally just as he was putting it on the chopping block. At first, she thought he was just joking. But when she saw Yi Fan's kitchen knife descend without hesitation, true immortal Zi Yun quickly rushed forward to stop him. "You fool, weren't you just joking with me?" With that, true immortal Zi Yun quickly hugged the nine-tailed spirit fox tightly. "Master, that's my breakfast." Yi Fan still insisted on getting his breakfast back from her. Of course, true immortal Zi Yun would not let him have his way. She truly felt that her youngest disciple had lost his mind, daring to use this once-in-a-millennium treasure as food. Given that he was born with an innate Tao physique, otherwise, she would have certainly given Yi Fan a good beating. She decided to take the nine-tailed fox back and raise it herself, and return it to Yi Fan later when needed. As for him, he still didn't realize how valuable that spirit beast was, and even felt that his master was overreacting. "Master, did you come to find me for something? It can't be just for this fox, can it?" Yi Fan asked. Only then did true immortal Zi Yun remember the main issue, and told him to go into the room and take off his clothes. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes immediately turned red like tomatoes, and he subconsciously covered his chest. "Master, no matter how starved you are for a man, you don't have to do this." True immortal Zi Yun was speechless. Although she looked young, she was actually an old woman over 1,000 years old. How could she be interested in a brat like Yi Fan? Telling him to take off his clothes was merely to check something and clarify her doubts. But Yi Fan was still uneasy. People often say 30 is like a wolf, 40 is like a tiger. True immortal Zi Yun was an old woman who hadn't known the smell of a man for 1,000 years. How could he be sure there weren't any inappropriate thoughts in her mind? But on second thought, even if he was young in this life, Yi Fan had lived for a total of 99 lifetimes, so why should he be afraid? So he resolutely stripped off his clothes and obediently sat on the bed. True immortal Zi Yun checked him carefully for a while, confirming that Yi Fan had no cultivation whatsoever. But if he has no cultivation, how could he deal with the Grand Rock disciple of Wenxiang sect and save Sui Yin? This was too unrealistic, so she immediately assumed that Yi Fan must be hiding his true strength, and whispered into his ear. "My good disciple, since there's no one around, can you tell your master the truth about your cultivation? Your master promises to definitely keep your secret." Immortal Zi Yun's voice brushing against his ear made Yi Fan feel a tickle. His face grew redder, and his thoughts began to wander further and further. Wow, that gaze, that tone, and yet she says she has no intentions towards me. He thought to himself, then spoke again. "Master, my strength, to everyone else, is merely like that of a child. I'm just an ordinary mortal, not hiding anything at all." The two words on Nhi that Yi Fan said mean child. However, to Zi Yun's ears, she thought he was implying that he had broken through to the nascent soul realm, which surprised her even more. Because she herself had cultivated for 1,000 years and only reached the 5th level of nascent soul, yet Yi Fan, so young and lazy in cultivation, could break through so easily. It seems it's thanks to the effects of his congenital Tao body. The more Zi Yun thought about it, the happier she became, thinking that the Zi Yun sect seemed to have hope of rising again. "I understand, disciple. Cultivate well. Oh no, play well. Your master thinks highly of you." Zi Yun couldn't hide her ear-to-ear grin, continuously patting Yi Fan's shoulder to encourage him, while he had no idea what on earth she thought she understood. After confirming what she had been worrying about all night, immortal Zi Yun finally rode the wind and flew away contentedly. Yi Fan watched her go, not thinking much, only planning to go fishing at Quiet Mirror Lake again later. Meanwhile, immortal Zi Yun was still engrossed in her own train of thought. She felt that if Yi Fan had already broken through to nascent soul, then in about half a month, he could surpass her, and she even considered ceding the sect master position to him. Of course, immortal Ziyun also brought back the nine-tailed spirit fox. For its own safety, she temporarily didn't want others to know, so she had to lock this legendary spiritual beast in a dog cage. Just then, the Grand Elder descended from who knows where. Junior Sister Ziyun, how is your disciple Yi Fan doing at Immortal Jade Peak? He's been in the sect for 2 months, still eating, drinking, and having fun, refusing to cultivate. Even if he has the congenital Tao body, he can't just waste the sect's resources like this. Senior Sister, wasting resources? Don't be scared to death when I tell you this, my good disciple is already in the nascent soul realm. After Ziyun finished speaking, the Grand Elder was stunned for 3 seconds, then burst into uncontrollable laughter. Junior Sister, I know you want to protect your disciple, but you can't make up such an absurd story. You're killing me with laughter. Ziyun snorted coldly, then gave her a resentful look, thinking to herself. If it weren't for my good disciple wanting to hide his strength, I would have long since brought out the nine-tailed spirit fox to scare you. The two of them were about to exchange a few more words. But just then, a disciple ran over from a distance, out of breath, bringing news that their second elder was in trouble again. On his way to the fishing spot, Yi Fan accidentally overheard whispers, truly pitiful, it's happening again. He couldn't help but look in wonder, what are they looking at? The men in the distance were still chuckling, saying to each other, who knows how long it'll last this time. Ahead, the second elder of Ziyun's sect was clutching the skirt of a beautiful woman, wailing, my wife, I know I was wrong, please don't leave me. And she shrieked in great panic, who's your wife? Help! Indecency! Come and see this. Seeing that scene, Yi Fan was also a bit surprised, what is this? So it's the second elder. Just then, 2 men were talking to each other. One said disappointedly, the second elder is truly a pity, clearly he's our Ziyun sect's strongest alchemist. The other replied, who told him to suddenly want to refine strange elixirs and test them on himself. Hearing that, he was startled and asked himself, no way, is it true that the second elder's elixirs have side effects? Then Yi Fan remembered the 2 guys from Wenxiang's sect and secretly wondered, taking the medicine from these 2 should be fine, right? They floated in midair and replied, we've ascended to the heavens, thanks for your concern. Suddenly, the second elder rushed over and embraced him, crying, Yuner, you've come to visit father. Yuner, this time I won't let them harm you again. Come on, let's go home with your mother. The senior brothers behind chuckled teasingly upon seeing this, with someone as backward thinking as senior brother Yi here to hold back the second elder, we can leave with peace of mind. Ziyun, unable to sit still, immediately rushed over with an extremely hurried expression, my precious disciple can't be in trouble. Ziyu then walked over and said, Junior Sister, what's the rush? She curled her lips into a smile, implying that if Yi Fan was already in the nascent soul stage, he could naturally handle such a situation. She secretly thought to herself. Hearing that, Ziyun also stopped, confidently looking forward and replying, Senior Elder is right, I lost my composure. At this moment, the system appeared and warned Yi Fan, host, this guy is very dangerous, please, it didn't finish its sentence. He asked back, puzzled, just a heartbroken old man, what's so dangerous about that? He felt a bit uncomfortable inside, but I truly don't like being intimate with men like that. The system then became gruff, yelling back at him, when men go out, why don't they protect themselves well? There have been so many tragic cases, haven't you seen them? As soon as it finished speaking, a violent burst of energy suddenly erupted from Yi Fan, throwing the second elder far away. He was sent flying to where Ziyun and Ziyu were secretly observing. Upon seeing the second elder, Ziyu gasped in shock, while Xiaoyun joyfully whispered, this brat, he said he had no cultivation, but it turns out he was really hiding his strength. At this moment, the dizzy second elder sat up, wondering, strange, why am I here? Seeing this, the system felt guilty and thought to itself, oh no, I got excited and increased the host's power. The 2 senior brothers nearby asked each other in shock, how is this possible? Senior brother Yi actually pushed the second elder away. Even though the second elder's cultivation is low, he's still at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. How could senior brother Yi do that? At this moment, Xiao Yun landed in front of Yi Fan and happily said, "My good disciple, are you preparing to go fishing?" He calmly replied, The weather is nice today, perfect for fishing." He thought to himself. She happily gestured towards the fishing spot, smiling, "Go ahead, fish for as long as you want." Inside, she was sure of one thing, okay, using playing as an excuse to cultivate again, right? Yi Fan respectfully clasped his hands and replied, "As Master Su commands." Then he thought, I didn't expect Master to be so wise after all. Just then, the 4 senior brothers in the distance couldn't help but feel envious of Yi Fan and started discussing animatedly among themselves. Damn it, this attitude from the sect master. Senior brother Yi is truly formidable, able to push the second elder away. No matter what, he's still at Foundation Establishment. Yi Fan reaching Foundation Establishment in 2 months is simply monstrous. One of them secretly calculated, before, senior brother Yi was a good for nothing, but if I had known he was such a monster, I would have definitely built a good relationship. In front, the system was praising him effusively. Host, since you need to walk anyway, why not try going to the martial arts arena? You could get a supreme reward. The West Garden Alchemy Peak is also good, or how about the Scripture Depository? Going to the Scripture Depository is also fine. One senior brother was so happy he cried, telling himself, clinging to a powerful patron, I'll save 100 years of struggle. Very quickly, one man went to deliver a message to his junior brother, stop cultivating. Junior brother Yu wants to go to Jingming Lake to cultivate. Hurry and go see. Then that junior brother went to inform another junior brother, I heard that senior brother Yu wants to give us guidance at Jingming Lake. Don't miss it. Next, the junior brother just now went to inform a junior sister, senior brother Yu wants to impart peerless cultivation techniques at Jingming Lake, let's go together. The junior sister quickly spread the word to a senior brother, I heard that senior brother Yu wants to undergo tribulation at Jingming Lake, come with me. That senior brother also followed suit and reported to Ziyu, Elder, Senior Master Yi is truly powerful, I heard that he has brought forth heavenly and earthly phenomena at Jingming Lake. When she heard this, she gaped in surprise and asked, really? From afar, Ziyun couldn't help but say vaguely with pride, but this disciple really is something, even though the rumors are so clear, they're still spreading them all over the place. Then she happily ran off, excitedly saying, I must go and instruct them very carefully. Seeing her actions, Ziyu grumbled to herself, if you want to go watch, just say so. Why act so mighty and majestic? At Jingming Lake, as Yi Fam was leisurely fishing, the junior sisters and junior brothers behind him secretly probed, Senior brother Yi, your fishing posture is really handsome. All of them looked at him with admiration, sharing the same thought, perfect movements, unrestrained demeanor, but why do I not feel any spiritual power fluctuations? It must be that my cultivation level is too low, I need to learn more. Soon after, Ziyun also appeared from behind the bushes, excitedly asking, well, has my disciple brought forth heavenly and earthly phenomena yet? Ziyu wearily reminded her, Sect Master, please mind your image. The multitude of gazes from behind made Yi Fam can't help but ask worriedly, strange, why is the summer weather suddenly so cold? It felt like being stared at by many perverted eyes. The system, at this moment, was collapsing because it had been missed once again. Feeling uneasy, he immediately picked up his fishing rod and left, intending, it's so cold, I should go back early so I don't catch a cold. A moment later, Ziyun angrily yelled at those junior brothers and sisters, what are you all doing? Go back and cultivate. The group immediately ran off, shouting yes, in unison, though clearly puzzled. Seeing her actions, Ziyu wondered to herself, do you even have the face to say that? As night gradually fell, on Yi Fam's way home, he happily held up his fish basket and said, today's catch is quite good, I'll make fish soup. Just then, the system appeared with a cheerful expression and loudly declared, "No matter how many times I collapse, I will not give up." Host, a check-in point has appeared at the entrance of your residence. Go there to receive a supreme reward. Very quickly, Yi Fam's foot stepped on the preset point, and a ray of light shone from it. Tick-tock, the system appeared, blowing a trumpet, and joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, host! You have successfully checked in." It cried tears of joy, handed him an item, and explained, "This super experience potion can help you directly advance to Nascent Soul Stage 1. At the same time, you will receive an opportunity to comprehend the Heavenly Tao." Internally, it was shouting with joy, it worked. This time, the host finally checked in successfully. As the system handed over the potion, it said, "Host, now you should." It hadn't finished speaking. Yi Fam innocently exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to water the flowers." Then he snatched the potion bottle and calmly continued, "Good thing the flower vase is here." Immediately after, Yi Fam calmly poured the entire bottle into the flower pot, disregarding the system's anguish. Is it really that hard to get the host to complete a mission just once? The space was gradually enveloped by gloomy darkness. Everything was now only illuminated by the peaking moonlight. At this moment, the flower pot in Yi Fam's house suddenly stirred strangely. Then a leaf unexpectedly fell from the pot. In the next second, a series of energy ribbons appeared around the flower plant, turning it into a sentient being. It cried out in confusion, "What's happening? A plant like me has actually gained cultivation and become a demon cultivator." With that, it stretched itself majestically towards the sky, a place filled with vibrant colors, and loudly declared, "It was Master Yi Fam who bestowed this grace. I will surely remember Master's kindness." It grew so tall it reached the swirling celestial maidens in the sky. Gradually, the demonic energy in this immortal realm was absorbed by the flower plant. The sight of swirling lights appearing in the high heavens made everyone excitedly say to each other, "Look! Heavenly and earthly phenomena! Senior Brother Yi has manifested." Then, they all knelt down together, kowtowing reverently with the conclusion, "So Senior Brother Yi was worried that we wouldn't see the phenomena, which is why he displayed it at night. Senior Brother Yi, you're so considerate. You are my idol. I feel it. I feel the true essence of cultivation." At this moment, Ziyu was also dazzled by the bright streaks of light, muttering, "This is too exaggerated." Ziyun proudly said, "So, the rumors about Yi Fam bringing forth heavenly and earthly phenomena weren't just rumors after all." Then she jumped up joyfully and shouted, "Our Ziyun sect is about to revive." Ziyu hastily waved her hand and reminded, "Your image, sect master, your image." Early the next morning in the forest, Li Mingbai, with 2 baskets of vegetables on his sides, happily thought to himself, "Today I get to deliver vegetables to Senior Brother Yi again, this is great." On his way back, someone suddenly shouted from behind, "Stop right there." Mingbai looked back at the group of people behind him, puzzled, and stammered, "Senior brothers, what do you all want?" One of them aggressively said, "Hand over all the vegetables obediently and get lost, otherwise, don't blame us." He fearfully refused, "I'm sorry, I can't do that, and the sect strictly forbids disciples from private duels." The other person didn't negotiate further and rudely said, "As long as we don't use Jin Qi when we hit you, it won't be a private duel, get him." When a hand touched the vegetable basket in Mingbai's hand, he immediately cried out. Then he wrestled the basket back towards himself, fearfully shouting, "No one is allowed to touch these vegetables." So Mingbai got into a fight with that group of people, making them scream in fright. "What the heck, are you a beast in human skin? What kind of monstrous strength does this kid have? Damn, that hurts." Not long after, Mingbai walked on excitedly with bruises on his face, muttering, "Senior Brother Yi, I'm coming." In the distance, the men were lying flat on the ground, their heads spinning. At the same time, on a high cliff, a demonic eagle flew from somewhere to Ziyun. As soon as she saw it, she grumpily said, "The Cloud Sect and Fire Feather Mountain have always kept to themselves, why are you here today?" It quickly replied, "Don't worry, our Fire Feather Mountain doesn't even care about your broken down place, I'm here for the 9-tailed spirit fox." Zi Yun immediately retorted, "I've never seen a nine-tailed spirit fox." Instantly, the demonic eagle angrily flapped its wings repeatedly and flew forward. It unleashed fierce demonic energy and its feathers, then threatened, "If you don't cooperate honestly, then we'll fight until you listen." Zi Yun was a little surprised by its actions. Just then, intense rays of light suddenly erupted from its body, tearing through space like a gradually exploding bomb. A short while later, the demonic eagle reappeared with its body covered in blood, now without any strength left to continue. Zi Yun slowly asked, "So, do you want to keep fighting?" It immediately turned its head to look at her, secretly realizing one thing: it seems the news that Zi Yun's sect has the nine-tailed spirit fox is true. After that, Zi Yun and her junior disciples looked at the demonic eagle, puzzled. It hastily turned to leave, determined in its heart, "Wait until I report to the great king, we'll immediately annihilate the Zi Yun sect." However, she absolutely refused to give up, immediately rushed forward, grabbed its wing tightly, and shouted, "Don't even think about running." A second later, the demonic eagle, its head spinning, slowly fell into the deep abyss. Watching its body gradually fall, Zi Yun murmured, "This time I'll have to go straight to the source." Scene shifts to Yi Fam's house. At this moment, he was bringing 2 full plates of food to the table and said, "Junior brotherly, stop working, wash your hands and let's eat." Ming Bai sat down at the table with a joyful expression, couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Senior brother Ye's food smells so good." And he eagerly looked at the meal on the table, then muttered to himself, "In my previous life, all I thought about was cultivation, now I'll be a salted fish and treat myself well, enjoying delicious food." Suddenly, the meal was overturned by strange auras. Ming Bai was a little confused as he realized, this is demonic energy. Just then, a beast's leg lunged from outside straight towards him. An instant later, the demonic eagle flew to Zi Yun with its feet clamping Yi Fam and Ming Bai, and it arrogantly uttered a threat. "If you dare to come any closer, I'll kill these two," Zi Yun angrily thought to herself, "don't even think about touching my precious disciples." Then, she hastily waved her hand to stop the disciples behind her, and then began to negotiate with it, "Release them, and we'll let you go." The demonic eagle opened its mouth wide and continued to issue a warning, "Do you think I'll believe that? I'll take them away. If you dare to pursue even half a step, I'll kill them immediately." Seeing Yi Fam's irritated expression, Ming Bai was a little scared and stammered, "Yi, senior brother Yi." Suddenly, he looked at Yi Fam with sparkling eyes and thought to himself, "Senior brother Yi isn't scared at all. He's truly my idol." Meanwhile, in his heart, he was regretting, how could the delicious food I painstakingly researched just be destroyed like this? At this moment, a system notification appeared above Yi Fam's head, saying, "Great Might Heavenly Dragon is ready." A second later, a fierce surge of energy erupted from him, making even the demonic eagle wary. This is. That dazzling energy shot straight towards the demonic eagle, causing it to lose its balance. In just a moment, it fell flat on the ground, surprising Zi Yun. "Yi Fam, as formidable as I expected." Then she enthusiastically approached Yi Fam and asked, "My precious disciple, do you want to be the sect master for fun?" He coldly and briefly replied, "No, thank you." Soon after, Yi Fam returned home, while Zi Yun still followed him, nagging incessantly. "Come on, I'll even replace your furniture set with a new one for you." Just as he was wearily raising his hand to wave goodbye, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh right, my good disciple." Zi Yun clasped her hands together excitedly, immediately suggesting, "The exchange gathering in half a month, do you think you should?" Before she could finish, Yi Fam delightedly pointed at the demonic eagle and stated a brutal intention, "Master, coincidentally, we have demon beast meat here. Tonight, may I invite you over for dinner?" She replied fearfully, "I'll come back tonight then." Not long after, Yi Fam had a pot of boiling water ready on the stove. He slowly plucked the demonic eagle's feathers. It didn't move at all. As Yi Fam was busy by the stove, the system displayed a notification, "Host, go to other sects check-in locations. There's a chance to obtain divine weapons and treasures." He looked at the sharp blade in his hand. Next to it was its description: cutting demon beast meat is as easy as flipping your hand. As Yi Fam began to chop with each stroke of the knife, the system spoke again. Congratulations, host, you've received. Never mind, you don't care anyway. A short while later, Ming Bai brought a basin of water to Yi Fam. As he placed the basin on the table, he began, Senior Brother Yi, there's something I don't understand. Yi Fam replied, go on. Hearing this, Ming Bai comfortably recounted, previously, Master arranged a blind date for me. At first, we got along very well. His expression visibly darkened as he continued, but then, she asked some questions and suddenly said she wanted to leave. Yi Fam immediately turned to look, curiously asking, what kind of questions? He sadly recounted, basically, what my family does, how many properties we have, do we have spirit beasts or carriages, their specifications, and so on. Of course, I told her the truth, that my family is in agriculture. We don't have any properties in the city, so of course, we don't have spirit beasts or carriages. Yi Fam heard this and replied with boredom, as expected, but it's not your fault. Then he put his arm around Ming Bai's shoulder and suggested, Junior Brotherly, stay for dinner tonight. Master won't say anything. Hearing those words, he was once again filled with admiration. Senior Brother Yi is gentle and caring. If possible, I would definitely repay him with my life. Afterward, Ming Bai was a little confused, secretly speculating, speaking of which, Senior Brother Yi, no matter how beautiful the female disciples he sees, always maintains an unperturbed demeanor. But towards me. Guessing this far, he put his hands over his body, extremely shy at the thought, could it be that you know I am? Not long after, Ziyun and Ziyin arrived in front of Yi Fam's house. Ziyin saw him and cheerfully greeted, Junior Brother Yi, long time no see. He smiled back and replied, hello, third senior sister, please eat, please eat. Sitting at the table, watching the two of them laugh and chat, Ziyun couldn't help but feel envious. The atmosphere among young people is so nice, so sweet. When they finished eating, Yi Fam unexpectedly went over and handed Ziyun a bag of fruits, saying, these are all for you. Receiving the item, she couldn't help but exclaim joyfully in her heart, perverted talent, diligent cultivation, and such filial piety. Having such a good disciple, I'm truly too happy. At this moment, Ming Bai emerged carrying a large bag over his shoulder, then informed Yi Fam, Senior Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll head down the mountain first. He looked at him and simply replied, okay. Then he didn't forget to instruct, watch out for trash. As soon as he finished speaking, Ziyin came to his side and said, thanks to your help earlier, Junior Brother, I was able to preserve my life. Then she very confidently assured him, from now on, Ziyin will not refuse to go anywhere that's possible. Yi Fam replied with a bright smile, Senior sister, you're being too kind. We're all fellow disciples, no need to be so formal. She still watched his carefree and relaxed demeanor. Her heart couldn't help but ask, is Junior Brother already at the nascent soul realm? And I'm only at Foundation Establishment Stage 10. How can I possibly repay him? A short while later, Min Bak also carried the huge bag to the dump site. As soon as he put the trash bag down, a blue book immediately caught his eye. Min Bak then picked up the book and wondered, this is... Afterwards, he silently recalled what Yi Fam had instructed him earlier, pay attention to the trash. Immediately, Min Bak opened the book, extremely excited by the thought, if Senior Brother Yi wants me to pay attention to the trash, then it should be fine if I take a look. Then he slowly read the words that appeared inside the book. Soon after, he was a little surprised to suddenly realize, this is the Myriad Age's undying art. Knowing this, Min Bak hugged the book tightly to his chest, exclaiming joyfully, such a terrifying cultivation technique. Senior Brother Yi couldn't have carelessly thrown it away as trash. He must have used the excuse of taking out the trash to bestow this peerless divine art upon me. Then he looked up at the sky and declared, Father, Mother, your son can finally make a name for himself. The scene shifts to Min Bak's bedroom that evening. He burrowed under the covers, reading the words within the Myriad Age's undying art, and secretly thought, this precious cultivation technique cannot be discovered by others. Next, Min Bak poked his head out from under the blanket, looking around with the thought, I must find an absolutely safe place to hide it. Not under the bed, not in the basement. The closet isn't safe, and drawers are even less safe. Suddenly, his eyes stopped in midair, a look of joy clearly visible on his face. Placing the book between his body, Min Bak was delighted with the thought, that's right, this place is absolutely safe. After completing the hiding, he joyfully shouted in his mind, others definitely won't find it. A short while later, Min Bak began his cultivation, starting at 1%. He murmured seriously. Step 1. First circulate true qi throughout the body for 1 cycle. Half a month later, a magnificent flying ship appeared in the sky. The junior disciples below watched it. One person exclaimed, the heavenly sage sect's flying ship is truly huge. The other person continued dejectedly, heavenly sage Taoist has a cultivation of nascent soul stage 7, other sect masters can't keep up, and that naturally includes our sect master. The man from earlier secretly posed a question. I heard it's true that the Purple Cloud sect managed to obtain a 9-tailed spirit fox. What will the Heavenly Sage sect do? If they can't get it, they won't just break into their homes, will they? The scene shifts to Ziyun's residence. At this moment, someone called out, Sect Master. Inside the room, Ziyu was asking, how about you go ask Yifam if he can participate in this competition? The matron replied, I already asked earlier, but the precious disciple refused to go. So, it is what it is. At least tomorrow Ziyan can draw 1 round. Then she softly looked out at the distant sky, thinking to herself, as long as Yifam can grow up successfully, the Purple Cloud sect will surely become the leading sect among the 9 great sects, and even have a chance to become the #1 power in the eastern wilderness. Returning to Min Bak's room, sunlight now filled every corner of the room. He had cultivated to 50%, a look of surprise evident on his face. As expected of senior brother Ye's favor, I've successfully cleared half of my meridians. Then he jumped up and tucked the book into his pants, grinning widely and saying, give me 2 more months, and I'll definitely clear all my meridians. Senior brother Ye, wait for me. Just then, someone entered and informed Min Bak, Wen Qing was injured during training 2 days ago. You'll take his place in tomorrow's exchange competition. He worriedly pointed to himself and asked, Senior brother Wen Qing is at Qi refining stage 5, and I'm only at stage 4. If I take his place, won't I just get beaten to death? The other person waved goodbye and walked out, calmly replying, you won't die. Just fight as you please. Hearing that, he could only cry internally, I've only cultivated for half a month, I haven't even officially started yet. 1 day later, at the exchange competition, everyone was currently buzzing with discussion. The Golden Core Group's matches were a bit better, each side had wins and losses, but the Foundation Establishment Group was too tragic. Except for Ziyan, everyone else was completely beaten down. Just then, Ziyun, standing high above, announced, next round, Qi Refining Group, Blackwood of Heavenly Sage Sect vs. Lai Min Bak of Purple Cloud Sect. Even before stepping onto the arena, he was filled with extreme fear as he listened to the whispers of the people around him about those from other sects who had previously competed against Taimu. Afterward, they all had to lie in bed for half a month before they could barely get up. Haimu was at the 5th level of Qi refining, while Li Mingbai was only at the 4th level. It was no different from being knocked out in an instant. Mingbai's face darkened with fear, his heart was filled with unease. Why was Haimu his opponent? I'm going to be beaten into a vegetable. Then he clenched his palm, telling himself one thing, as soon as I step onto the stage, I'll immediately lie on the ground. Being ashamed is better than being injured. At this moment, on the arena, Haimu stood arrogantly with his hands on his hips and said, don't worry, I'll go easy on you. At most, you'll be bedridden for half a month, that's all. Below, people cheered him on, Senior Brother Haimu, beat him to death. Looking at the two below, Ziyun could only shake her head in resignation. Just then, Mingbai raised his hand to stroke his chin and muttered, later, I should pretend to fall naturally, so it won't be noticed, right? Without further delay, Haima raised his two fiery fists and shouted, "Let's end this quickly." With that, he unleashed a powerful punch straight at Ming-Bai, who remained standing still. At this moment, Haimu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked ahead, secretly wondering, this punch should be enough to knock down a 4th-level chi refining cultivator. What's happening? Ming-Bai calmly took the fierce punch to his chest. He also wondered, why does Haimu's punch feel so slow, so soft, and utterly lacking power? Suddenly, an invisible shield seemed to emanate from his body, shaking off the previous move. His face turned pale, and he asked in confusion, "You brat, what's going on here?" Ming-Bai whispered into his ear with a touch of concern, "Senior brother Haimu, though you say you went easy, I'm very touched. But isn't it too obvious that you're faking the fight?" Hearing this, he flew into a rage, shamelessly cursing, "Do you people from Ziyun's sect only know how to take a beating? Do you dare to exchange moves with me?" Those words enlightened Ming-Bai. Senior brother Haimu has a point. If I just keep taking hits, it's a waste of time. I'll provoke him, then conveniently fall down. Thinking this, he stepped back a bit and loudly declared, "All right." Then he leaped forward with a streak of lightning in his hand, boldly adding, "As senior brother says." In an instant, a devastating slap was unleashed by Ming-Bai. Haimu was immediately sent flying, and the arena floor shook considerably. After that blow, Ming-Bai looked at his hands with a hint of awkwardness. I didn't even use much strength." High above, Ziyun was also extremely excited, screaming in her heart, "I knew it. My precious disciple only pretended not to enter the arena. To save my face, he had already arranged this Li Ming-Bai." A little later, several men couldn't help but be curious when they saw Haimu being carried away. What happened? Haimu was hit so hard he collapsed? Did that guy cheat? How can anyone not even withstand one blow? Suddenly, Shang Mo stepped forward and asked, "Are you doubting the judgment of us 7 great sect masters, that we would favor Ziyun sect?" The man replied in embarrassment, "Indeed, that's impossible." While everyone was laughing in the distance, Ming-Bai suddenly realized, "I understand now. This must be the effect of the 10,000 ancient indestructible art." Immediately after, he clenched his fist and resolutely said, "I feel like I can still keep fighting." The scene shifts to Fire Feather Mountain. At this moment, a demon eagle bowed its head to report, "That's all the intelligence." The other demon beast that received the news was the Silver-Eyed Eagle King, the ruler of Fire Feather Mountain. It replied in annoyance, "Ziyun sect recklessly sought mutual destruction, yet they still killed my junior brother. It seems the 9-tailed spirit fox is indeed in their hands." Saying that, it began to spread its enormous wings. The Silver-Eyed King's eyes now gleamed with a sharp glint. It snarled, "Go! What time is it now to still tell cultivators to remember who said what in that area? Once I seize the 9-tailed spirit fox's demon core, the title of the Eastern Barrens #1 Demon King will belong to me." With that, it led a massive flock of demon eagles flying through the gloomy sky. The scene shifts back to the exchange arena, where continuous thudding sounds echoed. On the arena, Ming-Bai was gently tossing an opponent away. The old man presiding over the match immediately announced, "Li Ming-Bai is victorious. Does anyone else want to challenge him on stage? Any takers?" Someone fearfully replied, "I'm not going. It's too embarrassing to lose, and I'd be bedridden for half a month. Whoever wants to go, go ahead." On the arena, Ming-Bai was bored, thinking to himself, "I really want to shout, 'Is there anyone else?' but wouldn't that bring shame to the sect?" At the same time, at the sect leader's table, Tianxing spoke, "Taoist Ziyun, I didn't expect your sect to be hiding such a master." Hearing this, she immediately denied it. "Taoist Tianxing flatters me too much. After all, he's still just a chi refining disciple." He looked at Ziyun suspiciously, then continued, "Oh, is that so? Right, I heard that a few days ago, a 9-tailed spirit fox ran to your place." The two elders of the Profound Ain sect looked at them gleefully, sharing the same thought. Here it comes, Taoist Tianxing is starting to probe. Ziyun tried to avoid the conversation. Taoist Tianxing is overthinking it. It's just a fabricated rumor. My Ziyun sect doesn't have such luck. Internally, she was cursing, damn Wen Chang's sect, always doing things that harm others without benefiting themselves. He slowly set down his teacup, and wisps of demonic energy gradually appeared as he said, "Everyone understands, stop doing useless things." Then Tianxing looked at her with murderous eyes and threatened, "If you don't hand over the nine-tailed spirit fox today, I'm sure you know the consequences, don't you?" Ziyun looked straight ahead with her eyes half closed. Then she immediately rushed forward with a furious expression, her disciples behind her trying to stop her, sect leader. At this moment, Tianxing raised 3 fingers, beginning his provocation, "I'll give you 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, there will be no Ziyun sect." Then he started counting, As the count of 2 rang out, a wave of hesitation rose in Ziyun's heart, "If I have to hand it over, my precious disciple won't be able to improve, but what about the lives of the entire sect?" Seeing that she still hadn't moved, Tianxing said, bored, "It seems like true person Ziyun is a stubborn one." Just as he counted 1, he began to raise his powerful fist. Immediately, Tianxing charged furiously towards Ziyun and roared, "Time's up. Die!" Suddenly, someone's voice echoed, making him stop, "Cultivators fighting amongst yourselves." Then he slowly turned his eyes towards where the voice came from. As soon as he saw the scene before him, Tianxing gasped in horror, half-step soul transformation. High in the sky, Silvereye and its flock of demon eagles swooped in with flickering flames. Everyone was scared as they realized, it's the Silvereye Eagle King. Tianxing couldn't take his eyes off them, a question rising in his heart, they're all nascent soul demonic beasts. I'm afraid they all came out of Firefeather Mountain. The Silvereye Eagle King is on its last leg. Coming here this time, could it be for the nine-tailed spirit fox's blood? At this moment, Silvereye's detection rays shot towards Ziyun's room. It immediately looked over and said, "So it's over there." At the same time, at Immortal Jade Peak, Yi Fan's kitchen. He was leisurely reading lines from a cookbook, Yellow Flower Pine Chicken. It would have been great if I had kept some demon eagle meat, but using earth pig meat is also fine, the taste isn't much worse. Just as he placed a piece of fresh red pork on the chopping board, the system unexpectedly notified, host's pet, the nine-tailed spirit fox, is about to face danger. Please quickly go to its rescue. In contrast to its urgency, Yi Fan seemed very happy as he washed each tomato. The system's emotions plummeted. It bitterly asked itself, what exactly was I expecting? Activating emergency recall function. System is depressed, unwilling to restart. At this moment, the nine-tailed fox suddenly plunged into a deep lake. Immediately after, it fell into Yi Fan's basin of water. Then the nine-tailed fox began to struggle in the small basin of water. Until Yi Fan reached out and patted its head, it calmly asked, "Master, did you save me?" "You don't know, there's a lot of terrifying demonic energy outside, it almost scared this baby to death." Suddenly, he pushed the nine-tailed fox's head down and said something that made its face stiffen, "You've gained quite a bit of weight compared to half a month ago, haven't you?" Seeing Yi Fan's sinister expression, it broke out in a cold sweat. The nine-tailed fox fearfully darted out of the water basin and muttered, "Why did I delude myself into thinking he'd become kind? Help," while he still clung to it. He kept spouting words, "Its vitality is abundant, the meat quality of this thing is definitely better than pork. Welcome back." Back outside, a white-furred demonic eagle had already noticed something unusual. "It seems the aura has changed location. I didn't expect the cub of a nine-tailed spirit fox could still teleport." Silvereye heard this and grumpily said, "So what if it can teleport? How many times can it use its divine ability? Follow me." Very quickly, it soared towards where the nine-tailed fox's aura was emanating from. A disciple of the Purple Cloud sect pointed at it and announced, "Sect leader, they've changed direction." The person next to him turned pale, it seems that direction is. Ziyun didn't take her eyes off Silvereye, and she was also surprised to realize, Immortal Jade Peak. Without waiting another second, she flew after the demonic eagles and shouted, "This is not good. My precious disciple. At this moment, Heavenly Saint turned to Ziyu and asked, your sect leader is also chasing them, why aren't you acting? She calmly replied, we're not a match for Silver-Eyed Eagle King, so how should we act? On the contrary, didn't you want to snatch the nine-tailed spirit fox? Using your power to overpower fellow cultivators, why not snatch it from the Silver-Eyed Eagle King? Saying this, Ziyu's sparkling eyes looked ahead, her heart filled with worry. Although Yi Fan showed great strength earlier, but Silver-Eyed Eagle King is also a half-step nascent soul. The two of them can't fight him. We should still follow, at least we can protect the sect leader and Yi Fan. The scene shifted to Yi Fan's kitchen, where everything was still very peaceful. Inside, he excitedly looked at the nine-tailed fox placed in a large pot and leisurely said, the most delicious ingredients often need to be cooked over low heat. First, mash green onions, ginger, garlic, and water, then add 1 spoon of salt, 2 spoons of soy sauce, and an appropriate amount of cooking wine. Then Yi Fan closed the pot lid and happily continued, that's it, I have to taste it first. Later, when the furry thing is ready, it'll be less work. I also need to go prepare some shredded ham. Just then, the system frantically reported, host is about to face a brutal battle. Please quickly go to the house's entrance to sign in and receive your reward. But before he could do anything, a giant set of claws appeared from nowhere, snatching directly at Yi Fan. He was caught off guard and immediately grabbed by it. Silver-Eye dragged Yi Fan out from a door in midair, gleefully shouting, got him. Its smile quickly faded when it realized it wasn't the nine-tailed spirit fox. Never mind, I'll catch again. Just then, Ziyun also approached Silver-Eye's location, hastily crying out, my precious disciple. At this moment, demon eagles were circling high in the sky, with Silver-Eye in the middle, tightly gripping Yi Fan. Heavenly Saint angrily looked at it, a question arising in his mind, the nine-tailed spirit fox was hidden inside? And who's that guy? In the tense atmosphere, Yi Fan calmly let out a long yawn. Ziyun asked with great fear, precious disciple, where's the nine-tailed spirit fox? You didn't kill it, did you? Ziyu heard that and muttered dejectedly, so that's what she's worried about. In Silver-Eye's sharp claws, Yi Fan showed no fear, instead, he looked incredibly sleepy. Seeing this, Heavenly Saint grew even more curious, why isn't that Junior afraid of Silver-Eye, the Eagle King, at all? True person Ziyun also didn't look worried at all. Could that guy be very strong? Just then, Silver-Eye irritably spoke up, isn't it just catching a kid? These human cultivators are so annoying. Just crush him and throw him to them. As it finished speaking, the system displayed numerous notifications, warning. Warning! Host, never mind, I'd better do it myself. At this very moment, a violent surge of energy erupted from behind Silver-Eye, piercing straight into the sky. As soon as it was hit by that intense energy, it panicked and screamed, what kind of attack is this? Did he transcend to the God transformation stage? In just an instant, an earth-shattering explosion erupted violently. A little later, the smoke and dust from the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene of the demon eagles and Silver-Eye flattened on the ground. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was still casually sleeping soundly. The recent sight made a disciple exclaim in shock, he killed them all. A half-step God transformation, and hundreds of nascent soul-stage demon eagles, all killed in an instant. Old Man Heavenly Saint also said in confusion, this Junior. No, this must be some old monster in disguise. Inwardly, he wondered, I just insulted the Ziyun sect, was he deliberately giving me a reminder? Immediately after, he clasped his hands towards Ziyun and respectfully said, as expected of the Ziyun sect, with a complete lineage. With such a powerful cultivator, it will surely reach the peak of the Eastern Emperor in the future. Unfortunately, I was in too much of a hurry today and couldn't be more formal. This humble Taoist will take his leave. My sect has other matters, I will visit again another day. She clearly announced, you cannot leave. Immediately after, both Ziyin and Ziyu glanced at Heavenly Saint, startling him. Ziyun turned her head, looked, and continued her unfinished words, "The exchange conference isn't over yet. What's the rush?" He turned pale and nervously refused the idea. "No, no, we forfeit. And we'll forfeit all future ones too." Hearing that, she curled her lips into a sarcastic smile. "Forfeit what? You've come all this way. If you just leave like that, others will say our Ziyun sect bullies people." At this moment, Ziyun suddenly remembered something and made a request to Heavenly Saint. "Oh, right, we had some unpleasant incidents earlier. But as the host of Ziyun, I can't possibly oppress you over such small matters, can I? On the contrary, perhaps I should offer compensation and apologize." An old man and a young man froze upon hearing this and silently wondered, are these her true feelings? They must be her true feelings, right? Not holding back at all. Is this a cultivator upholding their dignity? We've known each other for 10,000 years. Does this wicked woman really need to say such gentle words? At this, Ziyun looked at Ziyu and instructed, "Elder sister, take these friends to the back courtyard to rest for a few days. They must have been frightened by all the demon beasts today. Keep them close, don't let them escape." She asked in confusion, "You want me to perform those hospitality tricks?" Suddenly, Ziyun grinned triumphantly and continued, "That's right, elder sister, everyone meets frequently, so a sincere gesture is enough. Don't go overboard. Just smash them to death, then peel their skin and extract their marrow." Ziyu clasped her hands and replied succinctly, "Understood, I know what to do." At this point, Ziyun turned to the old man and said, "Fellow Taoist Heavenly Saint, your grand birthday celebration is in a few days, isn't it?" He immediately refused. "No, it's not. Please don't arrange any grand birthday celebration for me." She walked forward, disregarding his words, and said, "At that time, our Ziyun sect will definitely prepare a grand gift, a bill." In her heart, she was secretly delighted. The Tianqing sect is finished, it's about to go bankrupt. They can't even keep their pots and pans anymore. As soon as she saw Yifan approaching, she couldn't help but exclaim, "My precious disciple is so strong." In just 2 months, he managed to cultivate from a mortal to the deity transformation realm. It seems heaven is blessing our Ziyun sect. An elder standing behind spoke up, "I'm afraid Yifan isn't simply an innate Tao physique, he might be a reincarnated mighty figure." The junior brother next to him also had an opinion. Even if a reborn mighty figure loses their memories from the previous life, their cultivation methods can still be inherited. If he can resonate with other disciples, our Ziyun sect will prosper. He immediately stepped into the house, not forgetting to wave and say, "Master, elders, I feel unclean, I'm going to wash up a bit." Ziyun immediately instructed, "Precious disciple, take your time, no need to rush. We still have to deal with the demonic beasts." An elder walked over to observe the flattened silver-eyed vulture and said, "So many vulture demons, it seems we'll be very busy. If you pluck the feathers of the silver-eyed vulture king, you can make an excellent magic weapon." Ziyun strongly agreed with this idea. The elder was right, I want to use the fur of that beast to make warm clothes for my precious disciple. 10 minutes later, the vulture demons were completely plucked clean, leaving only their pale skin. At this moment, Ziyun had another concern, this much should be enough. Indeed, a half-step deity transformation demonic beast isn't easy to deal with. She mused over everything again, and a new curiosity arose, and it seems he came here because of something very important. Just then, the fragrant smell of food filled the air, making everyone excitedly exclaim, "It smells so good! Is it dinner time? I've smelled this aroma in Senior Brother Yifan's kitchen before. It's demonic beast meat." Hearing those words, Ziyun immediately rushed forward, shouting, "Demonic beast meat! Nine-tailed spirit fox!" Without hesitation, she flew into Yifan's house. Then she went straight to the bubbling pot on the stove. As soon as she opened the lid and saw the nine-tailed fox lying flat inside, Ziyun hurriedly cried out, "My little darling." Hearing the call, it vaguely opened its eyes. Seeing that it was safe, she said with relief, "Luckily, I found it in time. You really scared me to death." The nine-tailed fox was initially a bit surprised to see Ziyun. Then, it cried tragically like a child, its eyes glistening with tears. Then the nine-tailed fox rushed to embrace Ziyun, crying out in fear, "You finally came. I almost went to meet my ancestors." She quickly comforted it, "Little darling, don't cry. My precious disciple doesn't pity you, but I do." Just then, Yi Fan appeared with a kitchen knife in hand, uttering venomous words. "I was wondering why that little guy managed to open the pot lid." "So Master opened it? I thought demonic beast blood would be very nourishing. If I had known, I would have taken the blood first." He advanced sinisterly, not hesitating to say, "Master, you don't need to rush. I'm about to make you a pot of braised fox meat." The nine-tailed fox shrieked in terror, "Save me!" Ziyun clutched it tightly to herself, exclaiming in horror, "Disciple, are you perhaps a five-element water wielder? Otherwise, why is your brain so full of water? You'd even kill a spirit beast?" He calmly replied, "In my eyes, my spirit beast is just a piece of meat. If I kill it, I kill it." Then she cradled it in her arms, gently repeating, "Like before, you agreed to give it to me." Seeing Ziyun's expression, Yi Fan had to abandon his previous intention. "I admit, Master is indeed a beautiful and lovely maiden." Thinking that Master was over 1,000 years old, he still felt it was very strange, Huang Yu's iron son-in-law. He turned to his broth pot and said, "Never mind, Master. When I braise the Vulture King's meat, I still need a few other ingredients." Ziyun immediately ran out, saying, "I'll go prepare them right away." He looked towards the door in confusion, wondering, "I haven't finished speaking yet." That evening, the entire Ziyun sect smelled the fragrant aroma of meat. Not long after, the dark night enveloped the entire sky. The disciples of Ziyun's sect walked down the steps together, their mouths kept saying, "Drink, drink, drink." At this moment, Min Bak put his arm around a junior disciple's shoulder and said, "That's why I say your vision is too narrow. This morning, you only saw Senior Brother Deep make his move, but you completely didn't understand his deeper meaning." The other person heard this and wondered, "Senior Brother Lai, what do you mean?" He turned around, looked at everyone, and asked, "You all saw Senior Brother Deep defeat the Golden Dragons, right? I'm asking you. At that time, if the Vulture King had appeared when Senior Brother Deep made his move, what would have happened?" The junior disciple became even more curious. Could there be a deeper meaning? Min Bak turned his head away in exasperation and said, "A bunch of fools, you can't even see such a simple thing." His words made a junior disciple suddenly realize, "Senior Brother Lai, do you mean that Senior Brother Deep directly making his move was to accidentally injure us?" He nodded in satisfaction, praising, "That's right, you also have potential." Behind them, a drunken junior disciple asked the person next to him, "Old brother, are you drinking again?" The other person loudly denied, "No, I haven't had a single bowl of meat soup tonight." Just then, Min Bak lowered his voice and asked, "So do you know why Senior Brother Yi, who could clearly have won the exchange competition, threw the match? He didn't appear, and then the Vulture King suddenly brought out a whole group of demons. Was it a coincidence?" The junior disciple next to him quickly realized, could that have been Senior Brother Deep's plan? Just then, he raised both hands high, resolutely declaring, "That's right." Senior Brother Deep waited for the Vulture King to arrive, then waited at Xian Yu Peak like waiting by the stump for a rabbit. That way, he eliminated the Demon King and his demons, and didn't injure us on the martial arts arena. It was all Senior Brother Deep's plan. Upon hearing this, those brothers shouted loudly, "So that's it. Senior Brother Deep is invincible. Senior Brother Deep is amazing. Senior Brother Deep is amazing." The next morning, at the main hall of Ziyun sect, Yin Tu was desperately running away from her brothers, continuously shouting, "Help! My brothers have all gone crazy." The brothers behind her lunged at her crazily, uttering perverted words, "Senior sister, be my companion. Senior sister Yin Tu, how can I live without you?" In an instant, she was caught by the group of brothers, who delightedly said, "Senior sister Yin, my lifelong happiness is in your hands. Senior sister, I want to propose to you." Yin Tu screamed in fright, I'm single-mindedly cultivating immortality. I truly don't want to. Go find someone else. This scene was clearly witnessed by Tsunoyet. She then coincidentally spotted a pair of men entangled in a corner, one saying, "Brother, you smell so good, I love you." The other enthusiastically replied, "Brother, I will satisfy you." When she looked to another side, Tsunoyet was so embarrassed she covered her mouth. At this moment, a senior sister was pressing down on her junior sister, softly saying, "Little sister is so beautiful, her skin is so soft. I really want to consummate our marriage with you." The junior sister shyly replied, "Senior sister, don't touch me anymore, I feel like I'm about to ascend to immortality." Not long before this, Tsunoyet had brought out a giant, steaming bowl of soup. She looked into the bowl of soup, making a silent judgment, "Good. I used to think that the meat of a nascent soul-stage demonic beast was priceless and should be reserved for the sect disciples to enjoy. I forgot that the meat of a nascent soul beast is extremely mild. Firefeather Mountain has developed quite a bit. Why wouldn't the demonic beasts living there be edible?" Suddenly, her eyes widened as she realized something. "Wait, this bowl of soup seems to have something extra. No, I must inform the sect master immediately." The scene shifts to the sect master's residence. At this moment, she was extremely annoyed and shouted, "Let go, Tu Yin. My clothes are about to tear." However, Tu Yin chuckled. "Master, I won't let go. I truly like you, please marry me." Tu Van then agreed. "All right." Hearing this, she asked joyfully, "Master, really?" However, she held out a pill and loudly declared, "Fake." Very quickly, the pill was put into Tu Yin's mouth. Once she regained her composure, she looked around in confusion and asked, "Master, what's wrong with me? Oh, wait, what happened to your clothes?" She tidied her attire, then held out a bottle of water and instructed, "Tu Yin, you were affected by the demon beast just now. Quickly go to the main hall to help the Grand Elder and bring the tin and hone for the disciples to use." She quickly replied with a clear understood. Under the suppression of the sect master and the Grand Elder, the Tu Van sect was brought back under control, almost becoming the Hop Hone sect. From then on, the sect had more rules. Chefs are no longer allowed to use alcohol and demon meat as rewards. At this moment, Tu Van couldn't help but say dejectedly, "I can't believe that today's incident happened because of Li Min Bak and the others drinking alcohol. Only after sobering up did I realize the true strength of my precious disciple. Divination like a god, able to know things 5,000 years into the past and future, the innate Tao body is truly abnormal." Saying this, she flipped open the book in her hand, thinking to herself, "That year, I accidentally found an ancient text and learned that the innate Tao body is very powerful. Perhaps there are many things I still don't know." Since then, the Ngao High Kingdom had an innate Tao body cultivator with formidable cultivation. At 20, he slayed a god transformation realm Si Jiao, and at 30, he became the king of Ngao High Kingdom. He only started learning divination at 40, and in 2 years, he had mastered the art of divination, becoming unmatched ever since. Upon learning this information, Tu Van abruptly closed the book. Wondering with suspicion, could it be that my precious disciple should also learn divination? If Li Min Bak and the others were right, then that kiss was indeed his plan. She paced around the room, her mind filled with speculation. Thinking carefully, apart from being dazed by the hot soup, the brat really wasn't harmed that day. The various herbs used in it could also conceal his aura. So, how could ordinary hot water injure a demon beast? So that's how it is, everything is clear now. Thinking this, Tu Van confidently came to a conclusion. It seems my precious disciple is impacting the God transformation realm. Pressed for time, he couldn't hide his spiritual energy, so he used this method to resolve it. And fearing he might accidentally harm others, he used his spirit beast, the Diao King, and its demon kin to lure them in. I can't believe my precious disciple, who usually talks nonsense, also has such a meticulous mind. As her line of reasoning concluded, she flung open the door to her room. and loudly announced, "Today's rest period is cancelled. All elders prepare to accompany me to the Isekai'd sect for the birthday celebration." 3 days later in Yi Fan's kitchen, he rested his chin on his hand, looking at the steaming pot in front of him. Then he let out a long, bored yawn, wondering, the Tian Peak is too quiet. Master went to the Isekai'd sect 3 days ago and still hasn't returned? At this moment, the system joyfully appeared and offered an idea. "Host, why don't you try to check around, or go chat with your brothers for a bit?" Yi Fan said in annoyance, "This damn system is so noisy. It still resorts to any means necessary. First, it makes others fantasize that I have power. Then, it uses the praise of those around me to make me lower my guard, forces me to cultivate, and finally, feeds me to the sons of destiny, resulting in chaos." Hearing this, the system came up with another idea. "Maybe in a few days, I'll go learn from the neighbor's spendthrift system. Who knows, maybe it can also change this person." Not long after, it confidently returned to announce something. "The login reward for the host has arrived. Host, please step forward to claim the best reward. The system has successfully claimed it for you. Congratulations, host, you have received a mysterious pet egg." Yi Fan curiously looked at the egg-like object glowing nearby. He immediately picked it up and gasped, which made the system overjoyed. "Host, you're finally happy again." With a smile, it gleefully explained about the pet. "This mysterious egg, once hatched, will be a gamble, but at worst, it will be a 9-tailed spirit fox, even a high-grade or peak-grade one." Based on the shiny outer shell, the system predicted it could potentially be an azure dragon or a phoenix immortal beast. Suddenly, Yi Fan placed the egg into the steamer and calmly said, "Not bad, it's quite clean." Seeing this, the system immediately intervened. "Host, quickly stop that dangerous behavior. Host, a 9-tailed spirit fox is a peak-grade being, only found in the cultivation world. This egg might even hatch an immortal beast, an immortal beast. No, I have to break it." An hour later, Yi Fan flung open the lid of the steamer, looking inside with full anticipation. However, the egg remained intact, making him exclaim in confusion, "Huh?" Yi Fan dejectedly asked, "Why isn't this egg cooked?" "That's not right, it's even angry." The system quickly explained to him. The mysterious pet egg underwent an anomaly, but it's possible that the inside was not damaged at all. Just then, a dog's paw unexpectedly broke through the eggshell and emerged. The recent situation startled Yi Fan a bit. Immediately after, the eggshell gradually cracked into pieces, and the dog's 4 paws also emerged. In an instant, a pet beast of the canine species appeared right inside the steamer. Yi Fan looked at it in confusion and asked, "A house-destroying husky?" The dog barked woof woof and rushed towards Yi Fan. While he was still dumbfounded, asking, "Damn, an egg hatched a husky?" as it calmly climbed onto him and licked continuously. He cried out in horror, "Damn it, don't lick my clothes, your slobber is dirty." The system gleefully informed Yi Fan, "Congratulations, host, you have received a mutated immortal beast, a mutated husky species." He placed the dog back into the steamer, muttering, "Peak-grade immortal beast." The system announced in astonishment, "Infinite defense power." As Yi Fan closed the lid, the pot suddenly shook violently. A second later, the dog burst out of the pot, along with the system's introduction, "Zero attack power." Not stopping there, the dog crashed straight through the ceiling, leaving a large hole. Yi Fan stared after it, bewildered and shocked. He painfully looked at the hole in the kitchen ceiling and said sorrowfully, "Even though I don't eat dog meat, it's still quite a lot of meat. I'll just cook it." However, a voice cried stop, which completely deflated Yi Fan's emotions. The scene shifts to late at night at the Violet Cloud sect. Yi Fan was still awake, holding the dog in his arms. It excitedly barked, "Woof." Then Yi Fan quickly walked to the bed placed beside him. Muttering a few words, the first rule of the Heavenly Joy Immortal Scroll states that the first thing a newborn dog needs to do is tear down the ceiling. Then he and that dog sat on the bed, and from behind, flickering lights were watching. The bed suddenly flew up into the sky. The brothers, secretly hiding behind, immediately said to each other, "This dog is indeed not bad. All right, if you don't have it, at least give me a nine-tailed spirit fox, right? And hurry up and take this dog away." Not long after, Yi Fan teleported to a certain neighborhood far from the sect. He placed the dog on a steamer pot with a sign asking for foster care. He looked around, thinking to himself, "This place is 3,000 dam from the sect. If I leave it here, I won't be afraid of it coming back." Then he sat on his bed, and as he was about to teleport away, he didn't forget to wave at it, "Goodbye, dog." With no one else present, the puppy looked forward and was silent for a moment. Immediately after, it looked towards where Yi Fan had left, slowly speaking each word: "Master, disappeared, go find, play." The dog barked twice, woof woof, full of excitement at the thought, hide and seek. At the same time, high in the sky, a woman named Fei Yi was sitting on a flying sword, circling around. As she raised the wine bottle in her hand, she exclaimed, "Tonight's wind is truly cool." Just then, Yi Fan's dog flew parallel to Fei Yi. She was still admiring the night scene. "The cold wind is like a sweet drizzle, a magnificent and true cultivation, falling stars over mountains and rivers, a flying dog playing without care." After the dog had flown past her face, Fei Yi exclaimed in surprise, "What, a flying dog?" Then she stood up abruptly, overjoyed at the thought, "A dog that can fly must be at the golden core stage. If I could catch it as a spirit beast, that would be amazing." Just then, a sharp flying sword suddenly flew through the air. The sword tip pierced through Fei Yi, so fast that she couldn't react in time. After being hit, she cried out in pain, "Damn it, I've been ambushed again." On the opposite side, the large flying ship of the Heavenly Clear sect gradually appeared in midair. Fei Yi's body was slowly falling downwards. At this moment, the fifth elder, holding a flying sword in his hand, said sarcastically, "Every rogue cultivator wants to eat us. They really don't know their own limits." The seventh elder agreed, adding, "That woman Ziyun is truly crazy. She even dared to steal spirit stones from our disciples. If we can bring back this nascent soul stage cub today, it can compensate for our Heavenly Clear sect's losses." The fifth elder suddenly paused for a moment and exclaimed loudly, "Wait, I feel something." The seventh elder asked doubtfully, "Really? Then I'll immediately unleash my beast-catching rope." Not long after, the two old elders appeared by a pond, where the small dog was fiercely struggling with its head submerged. It turned out that its face underneath was showing an expression of extreme excitement. At this moment, the seventh elder frowned, thinking, "Why do I feel like this demon beast isn't very intelligent?" In contrast, the fifth elder confidently said, "It's just a cub, let's see." Saying that, he walked over and grabbed the dog by its two hind legs. Then he quickly lifted it out of the water. The fifth elder met the dog's eyes, the two looking at each other affectionately. He observed it more closely, while the dog remained bewildered, not understanding anything. At this moment, the fifth elder smiled delightedly. Muttering a few words, in its eyes, "I met someone. The path in my eyes is her reincarnation, and she and I originally shared a deep and meaningful love." Thinking this, he lifted it high, excitedly laughing and saying, "That's right, it's the one who will revive our Tianqing sect." The seventh elder anxiously reminded, "Please turn it back around quickly." A short while later, the two elders of the Tianqing sect had arrived back, not forgetting to bring along the dog they had caught earlier. Tianqing observed it for a while, then asked, "Fifth elder, where did you pick up this treasure? Didn't anyone see it?" He loudly replied, "On the way, a rogue cultivator crashed into my flying ship. I found his soul and turned him into an idiot. To conceal the information, I annihilated all the cultivators on that path. No second sect will know about it." Hearing this, Tianqing turned to admonish, "Seventh elder, I'll have to rely on you from now on." He happily replied, "I guarantee I will raise it carefully." At this moment, everyone turned their eyes towards the dog, while it smirked strangely. Tianqing and the seventh elder both smiled contentedly, having the same thought. This kind of young beast, there's no data on it. Is it fiery red or lightning blue? Well, any color will do. Suddenly, the dog stared intently at the glowing Zuian lamp nearby. Next, it began to open its mouth wide, revealing sharp, sword-like teeth. Seeing its action, the seventh elder was so astonished he couldn't utter a word. The fifth elder also reached out his hand in shock. While everyone was still bewildered, the dog bit the Zuian lamp and leaped away. The people of the Tianqing sect panicked, and Tiansheng, eyes blazing, shouted, "Stinky dog, give back the Zuian lamp now!" Very quickly, Tiansheng managed to grab the dog. He immediately commanded, "Finally caught you, stinky dog, let go now." He grabbed its head and held it high, pulling out the Zuian lamp while muttering, "This dog has such powerful strength." The seventh elder gnashed his teeth and threatened, "Stinky dog, don't let your saliva touch the Zuian lamp." As soon as he saw the stinky dog's saliva on the Zuian lamp, he angrily said, "Look, saliva has dripped onto it." Just then, strange streaks of light unexpectedly emanated from it. Tianqing stared blankly at it and asked, "Multicolored light? Why is it multicolored light?" The seventh elder immediately noticed something amiss. "No, look at the Zuian lamp. Each time the color changes it becomes clearer." At this moment, the color on the Zuian lamp had clearly changed, and cracks gradually appeared. A second later, thanks to the stinky dog's bite force, the stone shattered into pieces and fell down with a clatter. The fifth elder couldn't help but say in dismay, "The Zuian lamp, not even attacks from God transformation stage cultivators could damage it, yet this dog bit it to pieces." The seventh elder's face went blank as he said, "No, if a spirit beast's innate talent reaches a certain level, it will surpass normal known knowledge." Seeing this, Tiansheng happily embraced the stinky dog and laughed loudly, "My Tianqing sect will flourish again." The two elders behind him were also extremely pleased. Once this treasure grows up, unifying the Eastern Desolation will be easy. Next time, that old woman Ziyun will definitely pay the price. Just then, a fierce knocking sound echoed at the door. Tianqing handed the stinky dog back to the seventh elder and said, "I'll go open the door." Then he flung the door open, asking with a frown, "What's going on outside?" "We were discussing something, so it wasn't convenient to open." Outside the door, a hurried voice replied, "Sect Master, something's happened in the Back Mountain Forbidden Area." Very quickly, the people of Tianqing sect arrived at the Back Mountain Forbidden Area, a place peeking out from behind towering trees. The disciples around were pale with fear, but Tianqing calmly asked, "What's wrong? Which demon is it? Could another sect be spying on us?" Immediately after, he gave the order, "First and second elders, go gather the disciples. Other elders, hold your positions and prepare to face the enemy." No sooner had he finished speaking than a hoarse voice from space suddenly echoed, "No need, it's me. Hurry and welcome your old ancestor." Tianqing immediately took a defensive stance and asked, "Who are you, daring to impersonate a god or ghost? You say you're the old ancestor, but are you really?" The people of Tianqing sect were pushed into a formation, and that voice still echoed, speaking very well. Just then, Tianqing announced something to everyone, "This is the celestial star grand formation created by the old ancestor." No sooner had he finished speaking than Tianqing's old ancestor appeared before them, surrounded by deadly demonic energy, holding a miniature formation in his hand. Upon seeing the old ancestor, Tianqing joyfully exclaimed, "This appearance truly is the old ancestor, you're still alive?" He said, "It's been over 3,000 years, time truly flies." So all of them knelt down together, exclaiming in unison, "We welcome the old ancestor." He replied, "Rise quickly." Afterward, that old ancestor began to express his concern, "I still need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for one more day, only tomorrow will I be able to successfully emerge from seclusion. Seeing that none of you could even retrieve a magic treasure just now, it's truly disheartening. Unless the Tianqing sect is in trouble?" Hearing this, Tianqing felt a little guilty. He slowly recounted everything, reporting to the old ancestor. When he learned of the current situation, the old ancestor flew into a rage and shouted, "Just a nascent soul realm? and dares to lord over my Tianqing sect? Tomorrow, this old ancestor will help you destroy the Ziyun sect." The crowd responded loudly in unison, "We shall obey the old ancestor's command." When those people had left, the old ancestor began to meditate cross-legged. After a moment, he opened his eyes and observed his surroundings, secretly concluding, "The spiritual energy is too scarce. It feels like it will be difficult to reach the void refinement realm to emerge from seclusion today, won't it?" His face showed obvious displeasure as he realized, it is indeed still flesh and blood. It's likely that all the nascent soul juniors have gone to Ziyun sect. If I continue, I might be devoured by the cultivation method. Then the old ancestor secretly formed an intention, it's still better to kill the inner disciples in the chi refinement and core formation realms to replenish a bit. Just then, from behind, a disciple's voice rang out, "Ah Mao, have you seen the sect master's spiritual pet anywhere?" Ah Mao immediately replied, "No, the sect master and the others went to Ziyun sect this morning, so I haven't seen it." The old ancestor fixed his sharp gaze on the two, while they continued to chat innocently, "I hope it appears soon, or we're both done for. You didn't even watch it, yet you're talking." At this moment, the two disciples jumped in surprise when they suddenly realized he was standing behind them. Very quickly, the spiritual energy from their bodies was completely absorbed by the old ancestor. In just an instant, the skin of the two became shriveled, and their eyes turned black. After absorbing it, the old ancestor was still somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "It's still not enough. I wonder what spiritual pet they went to find." A flash of insight crossed his mind, and he immediately noticed something unusual. This kind of energy, even a 1,000-year-old snow lotus isn't as pure. Then Tianqing immediately turned his head sharply, and when he saw Stinky Dog relieving itself, his face froze. Immediately, he flew into a rage, summoning fierce demonic energy, and roared out each word, "This beast dares to scare me? Just when I'm lacking spiritual power, this venerable one sentences you, beast, to death." However, before he could do anything, Stinky Dog released a fierce bomb in his face. The smell from the bomb was so terrible that the old ancestor couldn't stand it. Tianqing's soul was quickly contained within a bomb released by Stinky Dog. He cried out in shock, "I was about to enter the void refinement realm, but this beast ruined it with a fart. What kind of beast is this?" A moment later, noisy sounds continued to echo without stop. The old ancestor, contained within the bomb, also gradually awoke due to those noises. When he saw the scene before him, he cried out in horror, "Hey, hey, beast, you can't dig, don't dig." At this moment, Stinky Dog was still diligently digging deep into the ground, secretly searching for something. A little while later, it sneered, looking at the thing right in front, and said proudly, "Awake now? The time for revenge has come." At this time, from where Stinky Dog was digging, 4 nails with green fiery spots appeared. Immediately after, it rushed over and used its mouth to pull out those nails. Seeing Stinky Dog's actions, Tianqing's jaw dropped in surprise as he said, "Why isn't the coffin ceiling formation working? Damn beast, stop pulling them out. If you pull them out anymore, the spiritual energy will dissipate." "No, this beast sensed me, but if my body is exposed now, it will dissipate. Those nascent soul cultivators are all gone, so I can only rely on those disciples." Without another second's delay, the old ancestor immediately clasped his hands together and mumbled the command, "All disciples of the Tianqing sect, gather at the back mountain immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, gloomy white smoke appeared in front of where Stinky Dog was digging. However, nothing changed, making that person anxiously ask, "Why is no one reacting? Why? How annoying. If I had known, I wouldn't have killed those two who were looking for this dog." Just as the last nail was bitten into Stinky Dog's mouth, a notification appeared, "Husky's passive talent, silent departure from the book, Sach Ra 10 Viotan." With tears streaming down his face, the old ancestor clasped his hands and pleaded, "Oh, little ancestor, the last nail has been pulled out. I beg you. Please stop digging, okay? All the nails are yours, but please don't flip open the coffin lid, little ancestor." As soon as he finished speaking, Stinky Dog pulled the last nail straight up into the sky. The coffin lid also lifted high up along with it. At this moment, it quickly lay down on the ground. Inside the coffin, the old ancestor's body was gradually being deformed by strange demonic energy currents. In just an instant, his entire body vanished into thin air. When Stinky Dog peeked its head up to look, it only saw a pinch of ashes slowly fading from where the old ancestor had been. The scene before it made its face fall, clearly showing sadness. Just then, a grave unexpectedly appeared near Stinky Dog. It smiled joyfully, its eyes squinting, thinking to itself, so much fun. Scene shifts to Yifan's room. At this time, Ziyun asked, "My dear disciple, I heard that a disciple saw you riding a flying magical artifact to cultivate outside." He immediately denied it. Cultivating? There's no such thing. However, she didn't believe him and insisted on asking again, "Don't lie to me. If you weren't cultivating, what were you doing outside?" Yifan hesitantly said, "There really was an urgent matter I needed to attend to." She immediately asked back, "What matter?" Before he could answer, a junior disciple rushed over to announce, "Sect Master, it's not good, Taoist Tian Sheng has brought people here." Hearing this, Ziyun was a little puzzled. They dare to come? Why do they have such courage today? I'll go right away. She quickly stepped outside, not forgetting to say, "My dear disciple, I'm going for a bit." He happily waved his hand and replied, "Master, come back soon." Hearing those words, Ziyun paused, her heart beginning to wonder, "Come back soon, huh? This brat still cares about me." The scene shifts outside. At this moment, the Tiantan sect members were proudly standing on the flying ship. Below, some disciples of the Ziyun sect were whispering, "Are you Tiantan sect people insane? You keep coming and going." This time, the aura is truly immense, it can be felt even from 1,000 miles away. Yeah, I think they definitely came prepared. At this moment, Tiantan picked up a loudspeaker and shouted, "You women of the Ziyun sect, get out here now, so I can send you a gift." Hearing that, Ziyun was furious, but still calmly asked, "Fellow Taoist Tiantan, what do you want today?" He glanced at her and rudely retorted, "What do I want? Our old ancestor has revived, you all just wait to die." She asked in astonishment, "Old ancestor Tiantan?" Her face showed clear shock, her mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that their old ancestor used a secret art to feign death, then revived after 300 years? And today, he has revived? If so, we're in danger. Old ancestor Tiantan was at the 10th level of nascent soul back then. Even if his cultivation has regressed, I fear we're no match for him. After that, she used eye-to-eye sound transmission to Ziyu beside her, "Grand Elder, I'm afraid the Ziyun sect cannot be held. Quickly inform all disciples to run to the secret passage immediately." Ziyu replied in fear, "Sect Master, what about you?" She assured her, even if old ancestor Tiantan comes today, with that precious disciple, he surely wouldn't dare to strike at me. At this moment, Tiantan let out a sinister laugh, uttering perverse words, "Now that your Tao companion has been dead for a long time, and you are a woman after all, why don't you become my Tao companion?" Hearing that, Ziyun gnashed her teeth and threatened, "Do you believe I'll gouge out your eyes?" He continued to tease her, "I really like your eyes, they're quite captivating." Two Tiantan disciples shared a question, he dared to say that? What if he fails? Suddenly, he held up a token, grinning smugly, "It seems the old ancestor has arrived. I'll let you all witness the magnificent form of our old ancestor." Just then, an elder from the Tiantan sect blurted out the news, "Something's happened. The old ancestor is dead, and the sect is gone too. Sect Master, quickly go back and see that beast." It dug up the old ancestor's grave, then swallowed all the scriptures and treasures. They're all gone. No sooner had he finished speaking than Ugly Dog appeared right behind him. At the same time, cracks began to appear on the token in Tiantan's hand. Seeing this horrifying truth, he stared blankly, tears streaming down his face. He couldn't keep his balance and fell backward, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Tiantan's mind reeled in shock. He looked up at the sky and said, "It's over. The old ancestor is dead. Our foundation is destroyed. No one is a match for." Even the silver-eyed Eagle King was instantly killed by the golden dragon. Oh, golden dragon, golden dragon. As soon as he finished speaking, blood burst from his nose and mouth, making the junior disciples behind him cry out in panic, "Sect Master! The Sect Master is dead!" Below, Ziyu couldn't help but sneer, "What nonsense! How could he cultivate to the nascent soul stage with such talent?" Ziyun replied confidently, "It's because he used pills to forcefully advance his cultivation." She cast a sharp gaze upward, resolutely declaring, "However, if old ancestor Tiantan is dead, then today no one from the Tiantan sect is a match for me." Then she gestured upwards, pronouncing each word clearly, "Elders, heed my command, follow me to destroy the Tiantan sect." All of them simultaneously grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, replying, "Understood." Just then, on a nearby tall cliff, Yi Fan's majestic figure appeared. He intently observed the situation below, the scene of the two sects fiercely clashing with techniques that seemed to shake heaven and earth. Then, he muttered in exasperation, "It's really too noisy." Down below, Ziyun was fighting spiritedly, continuously unleashing destructive strikes gracefully. She swung her sword straight forward, and the arm of one foe immediately separated from their body. Next, Ziyun swiftly unleashed lightning-fast sword strikes, making it impossible for them to dodge. Once done, she instructed Zenoyet, "Grand Elder, deal with these corpses, take them far away and don't let them defile our Ziyun sect." Zenoyet looked at the people below and asked, "What about the rest of them?" Xiaoyun then explained that their disciples numbered 230,000, and killing too many would not benefit their Tao heart. Moreover, the Azure Sky sect no longer existed, so those disciples, without support, would automatically disperse. The Grand Elder happily replied, "The sect master is absolutely right." Just then, both of their gazes stopped in surprise. Ziyun immediately asked, "What is that?" Currently, a coffin enveloped by demonic energy was soaring through the air. Someone announced, "The coffin, it's heading towards Immortal Jade Peak." Seeing that, Ziyun hastily mounted her flying sword and followed, "Let's go take a look quickly." As they flew closer to the coffin, they saw the Sukao on it. Ziyun immediately wondered, "Isn't that the demonic beast that just destroyed the Azure Sky sect?" Ziyue also raised a question, "What's going on?" Even with a flying boat, it would take 12 hours, but it only took half an hour to fly here. Ziyun had an idea, "We must stop it. The Purple Cloud sect cannot let it destroy everything. Even the Grand Patriarch is dead, let alone my precious disciple who just reached the nascent soul stage." At this moment, the Suka's eye spotted Yi Fan standing below. It was extremely joyful and immediately changed its direction. The coffin shot forward like the wind. Ziyun exclaimed in surprise, "So fast! We can't catch up at all." She didn't take her eyes off it, feeling a bit worried as she thought, "It seems I'll have to use a secret speed-up technique." Shortly after, she landed near where the coffin lay. Seeing Yi Fan standing next to the coffin, Ziyun angrily said, "Damn it! It really came for my precious disciple. If you dare lay a hand on my disciple, I will definitely perish with you." Carrying her anger, she strode forward fiercely, making Yi Fan a little uneasy. At this moment, he grabbed the Sukao by the scruff of its neck, lifted it, and grumpily scolded it, "This dog is back, that's fine, but what's the idea of bringing a coffin along?" Hearing that, she paused and asked, "Back? So this demonic beast is yours? And you made me rush back here so fast." Yi Fan turned his head sharply and walked away, declaring, "This demonic beast should still be stewed until tender." Ziyun hastily reached out her hand and said anxiously, "Wait, let's think of another way." Yi Fan immediately explained, "Master, this type of dog is extremely ominous. Having it at home will leave nothing left." In his heart, he secretly thought, "This dog was given by the system, and it keeps giving me huskies." I can't feel at ease at all. At this moment, Ziyun put on a pitiful expression with glistening eyes, clasping her hands and pleading, "Really, please reconsider." Seeing her coquettish expression, Yi Fan reluctantly handed the suka to her and said, "Master, don't be like that, I can't handle it." "Forget it, if you like it, take it." Hugging the suka in her arms, Ziyun left in a very happy mood. Excellent. Upon arriving back, Ziyue and the other disciples came forward and asked, "Sect Master, did you subdue this demonic beast?" She confidently boasted, "Surprisingly, it belongs to my precious disciple." Ziyue exclaimed in surprise upon hearing that. While stroking the dog in her arms, Ziyun began to praise him. "My precious disciple is truly brilliant and calculating, knowing that the Azure Sky Grand Patriarch would revive. He brought it to the Azure Sky sect in the middle of the night, so he had already accounted for today's events." Ziyue stared at the suka and replied, "So that's how it is. This spirit beast is truly good at eating and drinking." A senior brother stepped forward and stated his guess, "Such a formidable spirit beast, I fear Yi Fan's cultivation will reach the void refinement stage." At this moment, Zian asked with some concern, "But master, I wonder if this little rascal will chew up our entire sect later?" She also hesitated a bit before replying, "Probably not." That ambiguous answer made everyone look at the suka with great apprehension. Just then, a junior sister, supporting a severely exhausted senior brother, rushed over to report, "Master, sect master, honored elders, this is bad. Senior brother Su Qiuming encountered an evil cultivator." Ziyun flew into a rage and asked, "What?" "There's an evil cultivator near our sect, and they dared to injure our golden core disciple?" Immediately after, she turned to Ziyue and commanded, "Grand Elder, reinforce the patrol. Second Elder, contact the other sects. If they encounter him, report it immediately." Ziyue and the others cupped their hands and replied in unison, "Understood." The scene shifts to a place surrounded by towering mountains. At this time, Fei Yi was wandering alone on a mountain path. She muttered, "Luckily, this old woman has a strong life. When I reach Nascent Soul, I'll go to the Azure Sky sect to see what's what." As she walked forward, Fei Yi suddenly heard someone's voice, "The world is truly heartless, giving me money and then stealing it away." She immediately turned to look. An old man with white hair, leaning on a cane, was walking alongside her, constantly complaining, "My old bones, the road is still too long. How will I get home?" Seeing this, kind-hearted Fei Yi approached him and offered, "Elder, how about I take my flying sword and give you a ride for a while?" Hearing this, the old man smirked sinisterly and said with satisfaction, "You can?" "Little girl, thank you very much." She replied proudly, "No need, cultivators do this to repay the heavens." However, the seemingly frail old man didn't care. Instead, he began to display his abilities. Before Fei Yi could realize what was happening, the old man quickly reached out his hand. In just an instant, a powerful surge of energy flashed across Fei Yi's eyes. She fell sprawling, a puddle of fresh red blood on the ground, and above her was the true form of the swindler. He dragged Fei Yi's body away, laughing loudly and excitedly, "Another fool." Not long after, he dragged her into a dilapidated cave, where a pre-prepared formation array awaited. At this moment, streaks of light began to emanate from the formation array. The scattered skulls were also illuminated with a brilliant red light. The swindler unceremoniously threw Fei Yi right into the middle of that formation array. Then he curled his lips into a gruesome smile, uttering vicious words, "As long as I sacrifice cultivators for the seventh disciple of the war demon to take their heart, Lord of Sins, I will definitely become the strongest cultivator in Donghong." The scene shifts to Yi Fan. He sat on a chair, eyes closed, meditating motionless. Beside him, the system incessantly babbled, "Host, I have successfully drawn a lot for you. Congratulations, host, you have received a talisman of evil warding. The talisman of evil warding has an extremely powerful purification effect on evil forces. It is the nemesis of all demonic paths." It handed the talisman of evil warding to Yi Fan, full of self-satisfaction. "See how good I am. Now I can draw lots automatically." He coldly crumpled the talisman of evil warding and then threw it straight into the trash can, which made the system's smile disappear. Host, please cherish me. Why do you have to crumple it up? At the same time, Min Bak was standing at the door, calling out, Is Senior Brother Yi here? I've brought today's vegetables. Yi Fan looked out and politely said, Junior Brother Lai, you've worked hard. He stepped in, placed a basket of fresh green vegetables down, and said, Senior Brother Yi, I'll put it here. Yi Fan then offered, Junior Brother, let me cook so we can eat together. Min Bak politely declined, No, I have something else to do, so I can't eat. Senior Brother Yi, if you have any trash, I can take it out for you on my way. He replied gratefully, Then I'll leave it to you. A long time later, under the scorching sun, Min Bak slowly walked down the road, carrying on his shoulder the bag of trash that Yi Fan had asked him to dispose of. He secretly rejoiced, There's no one around here, I can open it now. I wonder if Senior Brother threw away any treasures in this trash. Min Bak quickly emptied the trash bag onto the ground, but there were no useful treasures inside. He was disappointed and exclaimed, Why is there really nothing? Min Bak didn't give up, bending down to check and muttering, Could it be Senior Brother's warning to me? Could it be that if you have a peerless cultivation method, you shouldn't be too burdened by it? Amidst the chaotic trash, the crumpled talisman of evil warding strangely glowed. He exclaimed in shock, Wait, what is this? Min Bak curiously picked it up to examine it. He smiled brightly, excitedly pressing the talisman of evil warding to his face like a treasure, constantly chattering, I knew it, Senior Brother didn't disappoint me. Senior Brother is so good. Min Bak carefully put it away, telling himself, I shouldn't talk about this. I must take good care of this talisman. Time flew by, in a rather desolate inner city. Min Bak curiously inquired, Shopkeeper, where have my brothers gone? The other person anxiously said, Sir Lai, it seems something has happened. For some unknown reason, everyone has gone north. Hearing this, he mumbled to himself, North? Unless they received some kind of mission. If it's a mission, I should head back quickly. Min Bak respectfully bid farewell to the shopkeeper before leaving. Thank you, shopkeeper. An hour later, on his way back, he couldn't help but wonder, strange, there's not even a soul on the road, and I can't reach my brothers. What happened? Did they turn back? As he was walking, Min Bak accidentally came across an old white-bearded man slumped by the roadside. He kindly stopped to ask, Elder, what's wrong? Seeing that he didn't respond, Min Bak mused, he looks very sad. Maybe I should take the old man back to town first. Perhaps I might also find my brothers. With that, he didn't hesitate and took the swindler to an inn to rest. He suddenly jolted awake. Bewildered, he wondered, where is this place? An inn? Who brought me here? The swindler looked straight ahead, saw Min Bak focusing on his cultivation, and vaguely realized, so it's that kid. He frowned in annoyance, cursing under his breath, I originally planned to capture a dozen cultivators and transport them 3 times, but on the 3rd time, I encountered that bear demon. And then the elder from Ziyun's sect made me waste a substitute talisman and lose those 10 cultivators. The swindler stealthily approached him, activated his cultivation technique, and evil schemes arose in his heart. I'll trick this kid into taking me back to avoid being hunted down. First, I'll control him for a few days, then offer him as a sacrifice. He frowned deeply, his eyes wide open, and a mysterious aura appeared, blocking his approach. The swindler was immediately thrown far away. He struggled to get up, his heart filled with doubt and speculation. What's happening? Is there a powerful expert nearby? But if there was one, I'd be dead already. Or does this guy have a magical treasure? The swindler was a bit scared. The best option is to run. I shouldn't confront him head-on, running is better. He didn't forget to tiptoe away, calling out, Goodbye, never to meet again. After only a few steps, his face suddenly changed, and sweat poured down his forehead. Before he could escape, a powerful divine force tore through the air and struck him directly. Min Bak, meanwhile, was still sound asleep, completely unaware of what was happening. In his subconscious, amidst the quiet night, he stood before a steaming hot spring. Min Bak took off his clothes and exclaimed with delight, "What a huge hot spring!" He submerged himself in the warm water, enjoying the rare moment of relaxation, sighing, "This is so comfortable." Min Bak placed his hand on the rock wall, tilting his head and thought, "Oh, I miss my mother so much." Immediately after, his tightly closed eyes suddenly opened wide. Back in reality, Min Bak was startled and wondered, "What's going on?" He looked down in astonishment and blurted out, "How could this be?" Min Bak looked behind him and saw the swindler lying unconscious on the floor, momentarily stunned. His face was rigid, his eyes were white and lifeless, and his aura had dissipated. He anxiously approached and softly asked, "Elder, why are you lying on the ground like this?" The swindler's eyes slowly opened, revealing Min Bak's blurry image first. He immediately sat up with a fright and screamed, "You, don't come over here." Witnessing this scene, Min Bak approached and gently explained, "Old man, I'm not a bad person. I'm a disciple of the Ziyun sect." Hearing this, the swindler became even more frightened, quickly crawled away, his face distorted, "Don't you dare come over here." He quickly warned, "Danger." He ignored the warning and crashed into the wooden railing. As a result, the rotten railing couldn't withstand the impact, shattered, and sent him tumbling down below. He lay gasping below, uttering a few faint moans. Min Bak immediately jumped down to check the situation. Out of compassion, he didn't hesitate to use his vital energy to save him, anxiously reassuring him, "Elder, hang in there, I'll transmit true chi to you right now." Those words were like a bolt from the blue, terrifying him, and he hastily retreated to stop him. "No, I am a demonic cultivator. True chi clashes with the demonic energy in my body, and I will die." His condition worsened, and a strange demonic energy emanated from his entire body. Min Bak innocently asked, "Old man, why do you have demonic energy on you?" "Old man, could it be that you were attacked by an evil cultivator?" The swindler struggled for air, then passed away on the spot. He sat beside him, murmuring sympathetically, "He's out of breath, just like my second grandfather when he died." After that death, Min Bak felt even more remorseful, tormenting himself, "It's all my fault, I didn't even realize he was poisoned by an evil cultivator. And I presumptuously transmitted true chi to him. If I had known, I would have taken him to the sect for treatment, instead of calling a mortal doctor, he wouldn't have died." A fire of hatred surged, and he firmly promised himself, "Those evil cultivators do such heinous things, heaven and earth will not forgive them. I will definitely help him get revenge." Not long after, Min Bak finally returned to the sect. The other disciples, seeing him, anxiously asked, "Junior Brotherly, you're finally back. We thought something had happened to you." Min Bak asked blankly, "What's wrong with me?" They recounted, saying that they heard the patrolling elders say he discovered an evil cultivator frequenting North Town, taking the senior and junior brothers to eat and drink at the drunken immortal residence. The disciple standing nearby chimed in, that evil cultivator was extremely cunning. Unable to defeat the patrolling elder, he used a substitute talisman and escaped. The patrolling elder only managed to save 10 disciples. Only then did he vaguely realize, so, all the senior and junior brothers were deceived by the evil cultivator. Did the patrolling elder say what that person looked like? The other person said, "I heard that evil cultivator was an old man, with a pure white beard, and 3 locust wood staffs." Hearing this, Min Bak suspiciously asked himself, 3 locust wood staffs, isn't that the old man I carried back to town? He began to piece together the series of strange events in his mind. So when that old man was unconscious, it wasn't due to some strange illness, but because he was injured by the patrolling elder? No, that's not right either. Why didn't the evil cultivator attack a chi refining stage cultivator like me? The patrolling elder is at the nascent soul stage. So that evil cultivator wasn't nascent soul, at least a golden core. After the evil cultivator woke up, why was his complexion so bad, and why was he afraid of me? Min Bak recalled the evil cultivator's terrified expression, and he speculated doubtfully, could it be something on me that made him afraid? That talisman? Thinking of this, Min Bak suddenly remembered something. He rushed off in a hurry. That senior brother immediately asked curiously, "Junior brotherly, where are you going?" Min Bak looked back and replied, "I need to find senior brother Yi about something." On this side, Yi Fan was facing a bit of a problem. He turned pale, rubbing his chin and muttering to himself, "This is bad. If I had known earlier, I should have called Master and the others over. I can't solve this alone." Yi Fan stood with his arms crossed, looking at the huge pot of steaming rice. "I've made too much rice these past few days, I can't eat it all." The door suddenly swung open, and Min Bak rushed in, calling out, "Senior brother Yi." Seeing him, Yi Fan looked as if he'd found a lifeline, smiling and inviting, "Junior brotherly, you're here just in time. I've finished cooking, and I'm just missing someone to eat it." Min Bak was a little surprised. He quickly replied, "Senior brother Yi, I came to thank you. You prepared a meal for me." He answered vaguely, "Let's just say that." Min Bak exclaimed in admiration, "How can there be so many dishes?" He sat down at the table, watching Yi Fan sadly explain, "Lately, I've been obsessed with cooking. I tried making each dish once, and by the time I realized it, there was this much. I originally wanted to call Master and the others to come, but they're swamped because of the evil cultivator situation. Even I know, but unfortunately, I can't help. It's up to you guys." Min Bak ate while formulating his own profound theory. "Senior brother Yi has a point. Senior brother Yi gave me the talisman because he wanted me to deal with the evil cultivator. So, preparing the meal meant he expected me to return safely. The meal being too much means he's telling me that one person can't finish it, I have to save the other disciples so we can eat together." He put down his chopsticks and began to contemplate. Besides, didn't the evil cultivator already die? So the thing troubling the sect master and them, isn't it still other evil cultivators? Senior brother Yi wants me to help. To put it simply, Senior brother Yi gave me that talisman to deal with it. Seeing Min Bak eat so ravenously, Yi Fam worriedly reminded him, "Junior brother Lai, don't just eat rice, eat the dishes too, or you'll choke." After finishing his meal, he let out a sigh of relief. Then he quickly stood up and cheerfully bid farewell, "Senior brother Yi, no need, I still have something to find the sect master for, I'll be going now." Yi Fam advised him, "Junior brother Lai, be careful on your way." Min Bak smiled and replied, "I will be careful." Scene changes to Tu Van sect. Old Lu was recounting the incident. "That's what happened. We almost killed the evil cultivator, but he used a substitute talisman to escape." After hearing it, Tu Van seriously gave the order, "I understand. Tell all outer sect disciples not to go outside. Elder Lu, arrange for the inner sect disciples to expand the search in the surrounding area, prioritizing finding our disciples. Furthermore, we need to eliminate that malignant tumor." He urgently replied, "Yes." She immediately thought of Yi Fam, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Even if we seal off the sect, we can protect the outer sect disciples, but the common people at the foot of the mountain will likely suffer harm. If my precious disciple knew the art of deduction, why not let him calculate the evil cultivator's location? The very next second, Tu Van dismissed the thought, "No, my precious disciple will surely predict everything. I must go disturb his cultivation, perhaps the intelligence will be delivered right to my door." At the same time, Min Bak carelessly opened the door, rushed in, and loudly called out, "Sect Master, Senior brother Yi told me to come help." Seeing this, Old Lu sternly admonished, "Lai Min Bak, this is the main hall of the sect, such noise, what kind of decorum is that?" Tu Van calmly intervened, "Elder Lu, don't be angry, have a cup of tea. My precious disciple told you to come. Lai Min Bak, do you know if other disciples are missing, or do you know where the evil cultivator is, or do you know the evil cultivator's lair?" Faced with a barrage of questions, he scratched his head and naively replied, "I don't know." She asked, puzzled, "Then why are you here?" The next second, a senior disciple rushed in with news, "Something bad has happened." He lifted his teacup and sighed, "Again? These disciples truly give us no peace this time. What is it now?" The person quickly reported, the disciples brought back by the patrolling elders have become demonized and are now poisoning other disciples in the sect. Upon hearing this, old Lu broke out in a cold sweat, spitting out the tea he had just drunk. At that moment, outside the sect, most of the disciples had been controlled by the evil cultivator, losing consciousness, their eyes bloodshot. Their bodies exuded a thick aura of spiritual energy. Old Lu, Tu Van, and Min Bok stood high above, observing. He exclaimed excitedly, "They actually dared to come right to our door and deceive us. They came at just the right time. We were troubled about not finding the evil cultivator." She gently reassured him, "Elder Lu, don't get agitated. For the evil cultivator to act so audaciously, they must have prepared. I'm afraid this is a luring the tiger out of its den strategy." Elder Lu suggested, "So, are we just going to let the evil cultivator take the sect disciples?" Zi Yun sternly instructed, "This time, only bring half of the elders. Li Mingbai, you go too." He chuckled delightedly, "It's finally my turn to act." She silently mused, "With half of the elders and my disciple protecting, Zi Yun's sect will be fine. But I hope this isn't a trap for the evil cultivator to ambush us." Scene change, inside a small, dilapidated thatched hut. A mysterious figure stood amidst the formation, exuding an eerie demonic aura. He let out a sinister laugh, his tone full of triumph. "Finally, the big fish have taken the bait." At that moment, twilight stretched across the mountain slopes, and the pine forest was silent in the white mist. Zi Yun pushed open the large gate and asked, "Are the evil cultivators hiding inside?" She cautiously added, "Grand Elder, did you bring the staff magic weapon?" Zi Yu quickly replied, "To guard against evil assassins, everything has been brought." Zi Yun replied, satisfied, "All right." She began to instruct, "Second Elder, later lead a group of people to defend outside, don't let the evil cultivators escape." Yuan immediately obeyed, "Yes." Mingbai stood aside, wondering, "Sect leader, what about me?" Zi Yun turned to him and said, "If my precious disciple values you, then of course you'll come inside with us." Yi Fan in the picture frame winked mischievously, giving a thumbs up to show his approval. Mingbai eagerly replied, "All right then." Zi Yu crossed her arms, looked at him, and asked, "Li Mingbai, everyone here, except you, is a nascent soul elder. Aren't you afraid of what latent power the evil cultivator might possess?" Mingbai turned back and calmly replied, "With the sect leader and all the elders here, I'm sure we'll be able to deal with the evil cultivator smoothly." Hearing this, she was somewhat surprised. "Li Mingbai, I didn't expect you to trust us so much." He continued, "Besides, I've already thought about it on the way here." Mingbai naively believed, the evil cultivator uses blood essence and cultivation energy to refine into evil arts. The elder's energy is abundant and very powerful. At that time, he will definitely deal with everyone else first. Why would he care about me? At this point, he immediately seized the opportunity to make a request. "Oh right, do you have any escape treasures? Could you give me one? If something happens to everyone, I can transmit a message to the second elder to lead everyone to escape." Zi Yu secretly cursed in her heart, "I truly want to beat this brat to death." While the group was discussing outside, a surge of dark evil energy suddenly emanated from the dilapidated house. Elder Lu froze, his body reacting quickly. He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, "I'm so dizzy." Zi Yun immediately realized, there's a problem inside the house. She urgently shouted a warning, "This isn't good, this is ancient demonic energy. Quickly take the disaster-avoiding pill." Inside, the mastermind behind the events was extremely excited, grinning madly. "Disaster-avoiding pill, little disaster-avoiding pill, you think you can escape my demonic energy?" A blazing red formation was set up before them, with 4 motionless figures amidst the surging ancient demonic energy. Right now, each of them began to show signs of exhaustion, clearly suffering a great influence from the demonic energy. Zi Yun frowned uncomfortably and ordered. Zi Yu urgently reported. Elder Lu also cried out in distress. Amidst that suffering situation, Ming Bai was completely unharmed. He wondered in doubt. The mysterious man slowly stepped out, chuckled with amusement, and calmly replied, "After all, a nascent soul's flesh is tastier than those rubbish chi refinement stage cultivators." Ziyun thought in shock. And even stronger than the void refinement stage. She growled and demanded. He didn't hesitate to introduce himself. Hearing that name, everyone couldn't help but be confused, saying in unison. Ming Bai whispered curiously. Ziyu replied seriously. She began to recount the legend of long ago. 10,000 years ago, the demon race brazenly invaded the human realm. Heart Devourer Warlord and his 12 envoys bathed the entire Eastern Baron in blood. That battle took more than 100 years of fighting. Innumerable cultivators died at the hands of the demon race. The Eastern Baron cultivators were almost wiped out, tens of thousands of all-powerful tribulation transcenders gathered and self-destructed. Only then did they manage to perish together with the Heart Devourer Warlord. It was that battle that left the Eastern Baron without any tribulation transcender cultivators anymore. Regarding his reputation, Niezue was the 7th demonic envoy under the Heart Devourer Warlord, and he was the last one to fall. Even when he faced the siege of more than 300,000 Mahayana cultivators alone, he still killed them for 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, the Eastern Baron lost over 100,000 Mahayana cultivators. Back in reality, Ziyun weakly collapsed to the floor, asking in doubt, "How can you still be alive now?" Niezue arrogantly replied, "The demon race will not perish." He burst into insane laughter and declared loudly, "To become a part of me, for you, is a tremendous honor. And I will remember this day, the day my power is restored." Everyone from Ziyun's sect clearly felt the situation worsening, their vital energy growing weaker by the moment. Ziyun worriedly thought. She seemed to fall into despair, burying her face and regretfully lamenting. "If I had known this, I would have spent more time with my precious disciple today. There were so many things I still hadn't told him." While everyone's life force was being eroded to exhaustion by the demonic energy, Nam Du leaned on the ground, but Ming Bai was completely normal. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he had discovered the key. A dazzling golden light then appeared, and Ziyun glanced at it suspiciously. Ming Bai at this moment proudly held up the talisman for expelling evil, which made Ziyun gasp in surprise, thinking to herself, "Li Ming Bai." Niezue frowned in anger, gritting his teeth as he questioned, "Brat, what are you holding?" He aggressively rushed forward, clutching the talisman for expelling evil, and threatened loudly, "This is the talisman senior brother you gave me, whatever Nye you are, prepare to die." Witnessing that scene, she seemed to find a glimmer of hope, her eyes shining brightly as she joyfully exclaimed, "My disciple even gave you a magic treasure." Ming Bai took the opportunity to rush forward, "Die." Meanwhile, he still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation and underestimated them, a mere chi refining stage, just expelling demonic energy. "What are you pretending to do in front of me?" While Niezue was still being arrogant, Ming Bai seized the opportunity, leaped up and slapped the evil-expelling talisman onto him, leaving Niezue no time to react. "Ah!" Before his terrified expression, he decisively shouted out the technique, Mystic Ultimate Energy Light. The unfortunate Niezue took a powerful punch, while he himself hadn't even recovered. The bright light, like heavenly might, suddenly erupted, brilliantly covering the entire sky. At that time, Yi Fan, who was sound asleep on his soft bed, was woken up by the dazzling light from outside. He uttered in confusion, "It's too bright outside." However, Yi Fan didn't think much of it. He ignored it, turned his back, hugged his blanket, and went back to sleep. Scene change, Niezue staggered to his feet, a sneer on his lips, his whole body emanating a mesmerizing spiritual power. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and threatened, "Don't get complacent, 300,000 Mahayana cultivators couldn't kill me. What can a magic treasure from a chi-refining cultivator like you do?" Behind Ming Bai, countless golden tentacles grew out. He spread his arms, displaying a technique, "Even though I don't know what this technique is, just posing is enough." Niezue's eyes widened, utterly bewildered. "What the—" Ming Bai controlled the tentacles, sending them straight to attack him without hesitation. They wrapped around Yezwa, restraining his limbs and making him completely powerless. He covered his eyes as if it were nothing, his cheeks flushed, and awkwardly sighed, "This playstyle is too perverted." He roared in anger, and a golden bolt of lightning tore through space, dispelling the technique. With a bang, the lightning exploded violently, sweeping away all the tentacles in an instant. They shattered and fell to the ground. The senior brothers in the sect had now successfully escaped the evil magic. Where is this? Weren't we going drinking? My eyes hurt. Ziyun thought to herself with satisfaction, my precious disciple, Ziyun's sect was saved thanks to you this time. She approached him and praised, Li Ming Bai, you did very well. Ziyu, on the other hand, couldn't hide her gratitude. If it weren't for you, Ziyun's sect would probably have followed in Wenxiang's sect's footsteps. Ming Bai smiled and humbly replied, I'm just basking in the reflected glory of Senior Brother Yi. Just then, a small demon secretly appeared behind him. Time flew by, and Ziyun along with Ming Bai moved to Yi Fan's room. He called out loudly, Senior Brother Yi, the sect master and I are here to visit you. He stepped out, warmly greeting them, Junior Brother Li, you've been coming a lot lately. Also, Master, why are you coming to see me so early today? Lunch isn't even ready yet. Is something else going on? She shyly spoke up, my precious disciple, today I. Ziyun's eyes showed embarrassment, and she stammered, I've come to ask about cooking. Hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious, asking, cooking? Master, you're not thinking about cultivating, but want to cook? She awkwardly explained, after all, I am a woman. If I get married someday, I'll need to know how to cook. Besides, cultivators will also want to eat and drink sometimes, right? He leaned close to Ziyun, playfully teasing, did you fall for some old man and want to bring him back as our Grand Master, which made her face darken. Ziyun bluntly kicked Yi Fan, annoyed, every day it's Master, or that guy, why can't you just call me person? She muttered in her heart in frustration, why did this idiotic disciple mention cultivation? I truly wanted to ask about cultivation, after all, my cultivation has been stuck for 200 years. But still, can't you let me use cooking as an excuse? My idiotic disciple, are you treating me like a young maiden? After a moment of playful teasing, Yi Fan said seriously, Master, if you want to learn how to cook, let's go to the kitchen. Later, you'll have to listen to me. Ziyun replied without hesitation, of course, disciple, let's go. Ming Bai spoke up, Senior Brother Yi, I'll wait here for you to make lunch. The invisible ghost behind him cursed angrily, he's the one who gave the exorcism talisman, how can he be immortal without cultivation? It looked at Yi Fan's retreating figure and realized, wait, his physique is an innate Tao body. The ghost narrowed its eyes in a triumphant smile, quickly changing its target to approach him. Heaven is helping me. Once I possess your body, in less than 100 years, I can return to the tribulation transcending realm. No, even surpassing the Lord of Wounds won't be a problem. Just as it was being smug, preparing to invade Yi Fan's body, the system immediately sent a notification, detecting that the host is about to be possessed by a powerful demon envoy. This demon envoy is extremely dangerous. Host, please escape from this place. The host can sign in at designated locations within the sect. This system can help the host cheat one sign-in mission. After hearing this, he asked in confusion, Demon envoy? This old man has fought countless heavenly demon envoys back in the day. Even if there was one, why can't I feel it? The system continued dejectedly, detecting that the host's master wants a breakthrough method from the host. Host, please go to the designated location to receive corresponding rewards. Forget it, you're about to be possessed anyway. What's the point of me helping you? Just go directly. Immediately after, Ziyun suddenly asked curiously, Disciple, how do you make your golden house, hidden beauty dish? He quickly turned to answer, let me see. Yi Fan walked over to observe, then softly said, Master, this won't do. You're about to crush the tofu. She replied nonchalantly, how can I help it? I don't know how to cook. He didn't hesitate to wrap his arm around Ziyun's waist, his other hand reaching down to the stinky tofu, diligently instructing, "Master, relax. Follow my rhythm. You're holding on too tight, I can't put it in." Yi Fan gently held her hand, then softly showed her how. Squeeze slowly, then move it up and down rhythmically. The series of actions and words made Ziyun blush with embarrassment. He paid no mind and continued, "You can gently try with your index and middle fingers how deep the tofu's hole is, if it's reached the very bottom, and if it's torn the membrane." At this, she turned away shyly, putting a hand to her mouth. "Stop talking." Ziyun accidentally bit her fingertip, whimpering, "Ow, it hurts." Seeing this, Yi Fan teased playfully, "You're over 1,000 years old, yet still pouting like a little girl." She complained resentfully, "You're still laughing, this master is almost dying from pain." Ming Bai stood outside the door and shyly spoke up, "Senior brother Yi, your food." Before he could finish, he heard the two voices from inside. "It hurt at first, but once you get used to it, it won't hurt anymore." He peeked in curiously, then asked himself awkwardly, "What are Senior brother Yi and the sect master doing?" Yi Fan, still unaware, calmly continued, "I'll go a bit slower. There's plenty of time. Let Junior brotherly wait outside a little longer." Those easily misinterpreted words made Ming Bai feel uneasy, thinking, Senior brother Yi and the sect master have that kind of relationship, but a master-disciple romance. Moments later, he ran out, red-faced, "It's too embarrassing." Scene change. Yi Fan looked at Ziyun's cooking skills and forced a helpless smile. "Master, are you making dark cuisine?" The ghost lingering around him suddenly rubbed its chin, full of doubt. "Strange, my demonic energy clearly affected him, so why can't I possess his body?" Meanwhile, the system appeared out of nowhere and decisively struck, sending the ghost flying out of sight. "If you can't lay a hand on him, don't try it with my host again." At this time, in the Ziyun Sex Council Hall, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Ziyu proposed, "I suggest that after the evil cultivators are eradicated, inner disciples should take outer disciples out for training to avoid similar problems occurring again." However, Yuan bluntly rejected it. "Training sounds easy, doesn't it? Most inner disciples are still naive and foolish. Telling them to lead outer disciples is no different from sending them to their deaths, is it?" Ziyun impatiently stood up, slamming the table to cut off the argument. "Silence." As soon as they looked at her, the two of them were extremely surprised, shouting in unison, "Sect Master, have you broken through to the nascent soul 6th stage?" They couldn't help but be bewildered. "Sect Master, when did you break through?" Ziyun proudly puffed out her chest. "Oh, it's nothing much. Yesterday, my precious disciple made food, and I suddenly gained an insight." She placed her hand on her chest, excitedly boasting, "It was an ancient source of power, like warm water merging into my body, flowing smoothly through all my meridians. With its guidance, I vaguely guessed that a part of the Ziyun sex cultivation technique was wrong." Hearing this, Ziyu flared up and shrieked, "Wrong? Are you saying that the cultivation technique passed down in our sect for thousands of years has an error?" She confirmed that it was indeed so. "Later, I will write down this integrated cultivation technique for the entire sect to learn." Ziyu found it even harder to believe. She blurted out, "What does this have to do with cooking?" Ziyun placed her hand on her blushing cheek, her heart still pounding as she recounted, "Of course it's related. When my precious disciple hugged me, I felt his true chi constantly colliding with my dantian." Hearing this, Ziyu was startled again. "Colliding?" Recalling the sensation, Ziyun narrowed her eyes and smiled, her eyes sparkling with excitement, her voice urgent as she recounted each intoxicating moment. The collisions were extremely fast. Before the first wave subsided, the peak of the second wave arrived. And then, after nearly 2 hours of intense collisions, I suddenly felt the barrier within me had completely shattered. Yuan's eyes widened in awe. 2 hours? She honestly replied, 2 whole hours. What's wrong? Ziyu grumbled irritably to herself. The sect master has lived for thousands of years, yet how can she utter such wild words? Yuan was much the same. Can this be discussed in front of everyone now? When will these three elders finally stop? Just as things were calm, a sect disciple rushed in anxiously. Sect Master, something big has happened. A cave abode has appeared in Phoenix Mountain. The news struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving all three elders stunned. The scene shifted to Immortal Jade Peak. Yi Fan calmly spoke, Master, are you saying that Phoenix Mountain has the cave abode of Zhao Tingjin from the Righteous Yang sect? Ziyun, however, was extremely reserved, shyly replying, it's 8 or 9 parts certain. All the sects are gathering people. My precious disciple, even though I know you don't like it. Before she could finish, he seemed to understand, quickly replying, yes, then I'll go. Ziyun hadn't even fully collected herself. Don't refuse to the point of, oh, you're really going? Yi Fan smirked, excitedly saying, anyway, I've never seen how grand it is when a cave abode appears, so I also want to go join the fun. In his heart, he was secretly making calculations. Although this is the truth, I want to know more about this character Zhao Tingjin, to see if he's someone the 70 generations once knew. Zhao Tingjin wasn't bad, considered one of my few friends. Unfortunately, his life was too short, and I was also trapped by my senior sister. Oh well, it's all just troubles, I'm just here to see a wonder. Could this matter also concern me? While playing with Nine-Tailed Fox, Suka suddenly barked a few times. Master's about to go out and play, let's go with him. Nine-Tailed Fox was a bit hesitant and scared, can I not go? She/it, decisively refused, no. On the majestic high peaks of Phoenix Mountain, a flying ship was slowly descending below. Elder Thatch sent a message, Ziyun sect is here. Ni Bitch leisurely rested on the chair, indifferently replying, got it. All the sect masters had gathered, just as the people from Ziyun's sect appeared. One of them immediately spoke sarcastically, revered Ziyun, you've finally arrived. You've certainly made us wait a long time. Ziyun was no less sharp, uttering a sarcastic remark, looking at all these arrogant sect masters here, have you perhaps found some strong backing? Ni Bitch strode handsomely out of the crowd, his demeanor calm but exuding an aura no one dared to underestimate. Strong backing? I'll consider it that for now. Ziyun noticed a strange symbol on the hem of his robe. She thought suspiciously, this symbol. Ziyun immediately guessed Ni Bitch's identity, a first-tier sect from Donghua City, the Profound Yin sect. He glanced at her, then spoke contemptuously, this woman is from Ziyun? Her looks are decent, but it's a pity she's too old. Otherwise, this young master would have wanted to take her as a concubine. Elder Thatch immediately flattered, if young Master Lai finds her too old, we can find some younger ones for you. Ziyue was furious, you. Just as she was about to pounce on him to teach him a lesson, Ziyun stopped her. She calmly reassured, calm down, don't get agitated. Ziyun seriously analyzed, the Profound Yin sect's power is immense, they have dozens of soul transformation cultivators alone. We can't compete. After hearing her, she could only swallow her anger and meekly comply, yes. Ziyue, though resentful, respectfully bowed with clasped hands, so it's fellow Taoist from Profound Yin sect, it's truly an honor to meet you. Ni Bitch didn't bother to reply to Ziyue's greeting and went straight to the point, a little later, you all will go inside and scout the way for me. The great powerful one's inheritance belongs to me, you all can split the treasures among yourselves. If you dare to covet the inheritance later, then be careful of your nine-tailed spirit fox. He suddenly frowned, noticing something strange. Ni Bitch pointed his fan directly at Yi Fan and sternly questioned, who is he? Seeing this, Ziyun proudly introduced, this is my most treasured and accomplished disciple, Yi Fan. The young man humbly reminded her, Master, I'm just a mortal, what is there to be proud of? Ni Bitch's eyes showed hatred, grinding his teeth. He secretly thought, so he's Yi Fan? Didn't the intelligence say he doesn't like going out? Didn't he stay in Immortal Jade Peak all day? His previous words truly made him rack his brain. A series of questions arose, what's the meaning of him calling himself immortal? Is he really immortal? No, he's definitely concealing his aura. He dared, right in front of the 7 sects. To display his power, destroy the Silver Human Eagle King and hundreds of nascent soul stage demonic beasts. How could such a cultivation genius be immortal? Bitch was unwilling at this point, firmly believing, no, he's clearly trying to despise me on purpose. I've cultivated in an immortal family for over 10 years, yet I'm not as good as him, a mere mortal who started from scratch. A mortal, is it? Just wait until I cripple your Dantian, then you can be immortal in peace. Seeing him losing his composure, fearing he'd act recklessly in anger, Elder Thatch gently placed a hand on his shoulder, softly advising, "Young Master Lai, you must not act rashly." The elder then revealed a shocking piece of news. The spirit beast this person raised killed the patriarch of the Heavenly Azure sect, a peak soul transformation cultivator. He turned his head, asking incredulously, "Peak soul transformation? Isn't his spirit beast only at the void refinement stage?" Elder Thatch cast a sinister glance at Yi Fan and continued, "At the very least, this person has reached the void refinement stage, otherwise, he couldn't suppress the spirit beast under his command." Seeing the situation turning against him, Bitch could only grit his teeth, reluctantly bowing respectfully. "Junior Lai Bitch greets Senior Yi." However, he was met with a cold shoulder. Yi Fan didn't even glance at him, turning to Ziyun and asking, "Is there anywhere to sit and rest around here, or a cool spot?" Hearing this, he quickly seized the opportunity to curry favor. "Of course there is, Senior Yi, please sit." But in his mind, he was angrily cursing, "How dare you come here to contend with me for the great powerful one's inheritance? After the immortal cave opens, I'll use countless methods to punish you." Yi Fan leisurely leaned back in the chair, not forgetting to give a perfunctory thanks. "Thank you." The morning sun had climbed over the high peaks, pouring warm golden light onto the scenery of Phoenix Mountain. Suka now nibbled on the nine-tailed fox standing by the cliff, threatening it. Despite its sobbing pleas, "It's so high, let me down now." Suka remained firm, "No." Meanwhile, it noticed a cave emitting a brilliant stream of light. Sugo's eyes lit up. It let go of the nine-tailed fox and excitedly exclaimed, "A new toy." It enthusiastically rushed towards the cave, completely unaware that it had accidentally caused its friend, the nine-tailed fox, to fall down the deep, bottomless cliff. At that time, everyone had been waiting for half a day, yet the immortal cave remained completely silent and unresponsive. Yi Fan sat on the ground, looking dejected. He continuously sighed, "Master, it's been over half a day. How much longer until the immortal cave fully opens?" Ziyun calmly replied, "Just wait. If not half a day, then a year, sooner or later, it will open." He yawned and complained, "If we can't wait, we might as well return home." Suddenly, the ground shook violently, startling everyone. She immediately shouted, "The immortal cave has appeared." Beams of light erupted from the immortal cave, accompanied by surging spiritual pressure. Cracks appeared on the giant rock, and fiery red auspicious clouds emerged. The main hall of the sect finally fully manifested, its spiritual light illuminating the sky, making everyone unable to help but cheer and exclaim in admiration. The Zhengyang sect has finally fully appeared. This sect is truly grand. I never thought I'd live to see the Zhengyang sect manifest with my own eyes. Even Yi Fan's eyes widened in awe at its majestic splendor, thinking, "Is this the manifested immortal cave? It really is quite grand. Although its style isn't the court style I know, this is the first time I've seen it in 100 reincarnations. This return was truly worth it." Airbai smirked smugly, plotting mischievously in his heart. The Zhengyang Taoist sect protecting treasure controls the flow of time, the heaven and earth's limitless. As long as I obtain it, then my cultivation speed won't be inferior to an innate sacred body's, and once I get it, I won't have to worry about how others look at me in the sect anymore. He turned back to inform everyone, "Sect masters, the Zhengyang sect has opened. There must still be many layers of seals inside. Please, everyone, join me, Li, in breaking through the mountain-protecting array to fully open the Zhengyang sect." Shan Mo stepped forward and respectfully replied, "We agree." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man quickly changed his attitude, secretly thinking, "Are you trying to trick us into being your cannon fodder?" How could the inheritance fall into your hands? On the other side, Ziyun looked at Yi Fan and gently offered, "My precious disciple, the immortal cave is open. How about you come with me?" He crossed his arms and immediately refused the invitation. "No, master. This immortal cave has no value to me other than its scenery." She was at her wit's end. "All right then, we can only cooperate with other sections." Yi Fan said, "Master, I'll go back to the flying boat and wait for you." Scene change. Sugo was desperately trying to squeeze its head into a small cave. As it went, it looked back and called to the nine-tailed fox, who was peeking out of the cave entrance, "Come here quickly, there's good stuff here." The nine-tailed fox followed Sugo deeper into the cave, where a beam of blue light reflected onto its face. It turned out that the cave was the cultivation place of the tyrannical moon bear, and that beam of light was surging from its body. The moon bear seemed to have sensed the illegal intrusion. It frowned and threatened, "Little beasts, scram immediately, and this king might spare your lives." The nine-tailed fox thought in fear, "This place is too dangerous, let's go quickly." Meanwhile, Sugo was extremely excited and charged forward aggressively, "Big Bone, here I come." It quickly snatched the precious heaven and earth's limitless from the moon bear. The moon bear suddenly froze as its spiritual sense detected a strange movement from Sugo. It glared with fierce eyes and furiously roared, "Little beasts, how dare you steal my supreme treasure!" The terrifying roar startled the nine-tailed fox, making tears well up in its eyes from fear. The moon bear raised its sharp claws, roaring menacingly, "Daring to disturb my cultivation is harming me. You shall all die." It slammed its paw down, creating a thunderous tremor, but with its agile movements, Sugo skillfully dodged with great flexibility. Back at the immortal cave, Airbai, Eldershire, and Shanmo were currently working together to open the Bagua formation, which was the final formation of the sect. Ziyun wiped the sweat from her forehead, relieved, "Finally, the last formation is open." Ziyue also couldn't believe her eyes. "I can't believe that even after the Zhengyang sect was destroyed, it could still preserve these 100 formations that have existed for thousands of years." Airbai glanced at Eldershire. The two communicated silently, as if telepathically. "Eldershire, we will proceed with the plan later. After you injure these nascent soul wastes, immediately go in and take the heaven and earth's limitless. I will be responsible for stopping them." He quickly replied, "After I obtain the heaven and earth's limitless, we will retreat. Young Masterly, please don't make Yi Fan and Ziyun sect worry." Shang Mo stepped forward and spoke in a low voice to negotiate. "Oh, young Masterly, this is the last place in the sect. We have never seen the inheritance of the Zhengyang sect before. Could you let us take a look?" Hualing saw this and agreed, adding, "We still hope young Masterly will grant our wish." Eldershire walked closer, slowly raising his hand, his eyes sinister, the corner of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile. Then he said in a deep voice, "Grant your wish? Fine. This old man, will agree on behalf of the young master." "Really?" Hualing, naive, believed him and replied joyfully, "Then we truly thank Eldershire." At that moment, he glared, his brows furrowed tightly, one eye flashed with a brilliant red light, as if containing terrifying murderous intent. The very next moment, Eldershire suddenly cast a spell, aiming directly at the two of them, giving them no time to react. "But that's only if you can defeat me." Airbai quickly got into a fighting stance. Ziyun, stunned, questioned, "Fellow Taoistly, what do you mean by suddenly attacking us?" He sneered, replying disdainfully, "Attacking you? I haven't taken your lives yet, which is already quite merciful." Airbai quickly urged, "Eldershire, seize this opportunity, go quickly." He confidently asserted, "Young Masterly, please rest assured. I will definitely obtain the heaven and earth's limitless." Something unexpected shot from behind at lightning speed, startling Eldershire. "What's that?" He was stunned, his eyes wide, as he turned his head to look up. Before he could regain his composure, he was crushed by the enormous foot of the moon bear. Witnessing the scene, Airbai was terrified, his face turning pale, and he involuntarily blurted out, "Eldershire." It stood towering before Wuling and Shang Mo, angrily growling and questioning. So, it was you humans, collaborating to steal my treasure, was it? She exclaimed in horror. Is that the tyrannical moon bear? The moon bear roared furiously, its blood-red eyes gleaming with extreme hatred. You ants, die for me. A pillar of blue spiritual energy exploded, piercing through the sky, the ground cracked, and violent spiritual energy swept everything away. After observing the situation, Ziyun anxiously shouted a warning, scatter quickly. Rage consumed its reason, it ferociously leaped and attacked wildly. Don't run. Its brutal attacks had injured countless innocent people, and blood was spilled everywhere. A disciple anxiously turned back, shouting, Seventh Elder, Fourth Elder. The moon bear had by then shifted its target to Isekai'd. It chased him, roaring abuses, damned humans, give me back the heaven and earth's limitless. Isekai'd could only run for his life, trying in vain to explain, it wasn't us who took it, we just opened the door. But the moon bear adamantly refused to believe him. You scoundrels. He tried to defend himself. No, really. At the same time, running alongside Isekai'd was the stinky dog, carrying the nine-tailed fox on its back and holding the treasure the moon bear was frantically searching for in its mouth. The very next second, he was stunned when he saw what was in the stinky dog's mouth. Isekai'd was furious, overwhelmed by the great injustice, and thought bitterly, even if I jump into the Yellow River now, I can't wash away this injustice. On the other side, while fleeing, Yuan's face was full of worry as she spoke to Ziyun, her voice trembling uneasily. Sect Master, just running like this isn't a solution. Here's a 6th grade wind control pill. Take it first. Our Ziyun sect cannot develop without you. Live well for our sakes. Yuan unhesitatingly offered the 6th grade wind control pill. Ziyun was also deeply moved by her kindness, Second Elder. However, she waved her hand, flatly refusing. You should take it yourself instead. This made Yuan quite surprised. A mysterious shadow suddenly flashed past her, leaving her stunned for a moment. The two looked in astonishment towards the shadow. It turned out to be the sword-purifying Taoist. He snatched the 6th grade wind control pill. He grinned triumphantly, as expected of the Ziyun sect. Quite united, aren't we? Then this pill shall be received by I, the sword-purifying Taoist. Saying that, the sword-purifying Taoist immediately put it in his mouth. Ziyun glared angrily, shouting a warning, sword-purifying Taoist, spit it out quickly. He paid no mind, only focusing on feeling the surge of power from the pill vigorously rising in his body. As expected of the wind control pill, my whole body is filled with strength. His smile vanished abruptly. The sword-purifying Taoist looked in horror at his mutating hands and shrieked, Wait, scales! His whole body contracted, then abnormally swelled, soon transforming into a bizarre creature with ghastly green skin, struggling and howling, asking, What kind of poison is this, after all? Yu Xiong, who had appeared from behind at some point, looked at him thrashing about with extreme bewilderment. As soon as he spotted Yu Xiong, the sword-purifying Taoist nervously turned back and forth, confused about what to do. But it paid no attention, directly delivering a fatal blow, instantly crushing him to pieces. Witnessing that scene, Ziyun's worries grew even more. Oh no, another sect master has died. As expected of the second elder's biological granddaughter, the medicine she refines is indeed identical. Ziyu cried out gratefully, sword-purifying Taoist, I will never forget this long-lasting kindness. Yuan said tearfully, don't compare me to my retired grandfather anymore. Isekai'd, who was behind them, asked inquisitively, Are you the second elder? Is the position of elder in your Ziyun sect hereditary? Ziyun calmly stepped forward and replied, Fellow Taoistly, instead of worrying about my Ziyun sect's affairs, you should worry about the white bear tyrant behind you. He pointed forward and said, That bear is no longer chasing me. That heaven and earth infinite biting dog has flown towards you, Yifan. She exclaimed in astonishment, What? On this side, Stinky Dog flew towards Yifan, leaving a teasing remark for Yu Xiong, who was growling and chasing behind, You can't catch me. The system's loud notification sounds rang out simultaneously. Warning, the host is about to suffer a destructive attack. Please escape quickly. He questioned helplessly. I haven't even done anything and I'm already facing a destructive attack. Can't you be more creative? Saying that, Yi Fan turned around, looking down at the two spirit beasts and asking curiously, "Why are you two here? Did Master bring you?" But Stinky Dog spat a heaven and earth infinite into his hand and then ran off on all fours, leaving Yi Fan utterly bewildered. What is this? Why does it look like Taiji? It also looks like a toy bone. Is this supposed to be a game of fetch with me? Just as he was focused on observing the treasure in his hand, Yu Xiong lunged from behind, its claw swinging down to strike Yi Fan in the nick of time. The system urgently transmitted a warning, "Host, it's too late. Power is still being accumulated." Facing this development, Ziyun froze, exclaiming, "My dear disciple." It slyly launched a surprise attack towards him, but with his keen senses, he managed to narrowly dodge it. Taking advantage of Yu Xiong's exposed flank, Yi Fan spun around and decisively landed a kick directly on its side. In an instant, Yu Xiong seemed to feel a bone-piercing pain, its cracked belly glowing bright red. The wound rapidly spread, creating intense pressure that caused its upper body to explode, its smoke and dust dissolving into the void. Witnessing all this, Hualing truly couldn't believe his eyes. The defense of a void-roaming stage demon bear compared to a peak void-roaming human cultivator. Yi Fan completely killed it in an instant. Shan Yimou continued in shock, behind the tiger, the side of the bear. These are perhaps the hardest places to injure on them. What kind of strength does Yi Fan actually possess? Airbai's face turned pale, her jaw dropped in shock, thinking in disbelief, that move just now didn't seem to use spirit energy, meaning he fought barehanded. Yi Fan stood still at this moment, silently pondering. I unintentionally used the fatal technique I cultivated when I was a warrior in my 83rd life. Thinking of this, he suddenly realized everything. I almost fell for that damn system's trick again. Intentionally creating danger, harming myself and those important around me. Taking advantage of my instinctual reactions, making me use the abilities I once had and stirring up desires, until I started to adapt, then making me rely on the system. Too despicable. Yi Fan, annoyed, glared at the system, making it confused and bewildered. It could only awkwardly defend itself. Why are you looking at me? Protecting the host, that's what I should do. Stinky Dog and Nine-Tailed Fox frolicked over to him. Yi Fan's face darkened. He crossed his arms and questioned, "Oh, great. You guys still dare to show up?" Yi Fan, with an enraged expression, slowly approached them step by step. Stinky Dog and Nine-Tailed Fox couldn't help but feel bewildered and scared at this moment. They telepathically communicated, "Master, brother, why do I feel like Master wants to kill us?" It just turned around, intending to tell Nine-Tailed Fox, "What do we do?" Master is with us, but before it could finish, Yi Fan's hand had already reached for Stinky Dog. The last word was uttered, "Play," and at that moment, the two spirit beasts were coldly grabbed by their necks. They choked, their eyes welling up with tears. Yi Fan unceremoniously shoved the two of them into a sack, despite the system's continuous dissuasions. "Host. Although this time your spirit beasts caused trouble for you, they are also your future assistants. Don't do this." He slung the sack over his shoulder and coldly announced, "Master, let's return to the sect." Noticing that Yi Fan seemed to be in a fit of rage, Ziyun quickly agreed, "All right." Little Yuan stealthily raised a question. "The oppression is too strong. Sect Master, why do I feel like Yi Fan is becoming more and more like your master?" Scene change. Outside the alchemy room, the four of them, Yi Fan, Ziyun, Ziyu, and Yuan, had safely returned to the sect. She looked at his retreating back and quietly asked, "Disciple, do you want to use the spirit beasts for alchemy?" He turned his face back and coldly replied, "No." Ziyun and Ziyu were also startled by his anger. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't hesitate and insisted on putting the two spirit beasts into the alchemy furnace, she worried and continued to dissuade him, "My precious disciple, perhaps you should think about it a little more this time." Ziyun suddenly paused, her eyes gleaming as if she had just thought of something important. Now, not only did she not stop him, but she also eagerly supported him, her attitude changing incredibly. This time, Master supports you. He was a bit surprised, but still cautiously reminded her, then don't open the alchemy furnace later, otherwise it will be a waste of effort. She smiled helplessly, thinking to herself, a waste of effort? Indeed. Seeing this, Ziyu curiously asked quietly, Grand Elder, what's your idea this time? Ziyun calmly answered, Sect Master, what's your idea this time? Grand Elder, you wouldn't understand this. My precious disciple can even kill the tyrannical moon bear. If he really wanted to kill the spirit beasts, wouldn't that be normal? She then pointed to the alchemy furnace and added, furthermore, don't forget, my precious disciple didn't just throw spirit beasts into the alchemy furnace. Hearing this, Ziyu vaguely understood his intention. Could it be that he wants to use the remaining medicinal herbs in the alchemy furnace along with the Samadhi fire, combined with the power of time from heaven and earth without limits, to train his spirit beasts? Ziyun immediately confirmed, that's right, that's exactly it. The alchemy furnace was now vigorously emitting hot smoke, with brilliant light emanating from the flickering flames. Inside were two different extremes. Stinky Dog was running and jumping everywhere, enjoying a sauna, oven, and sunbath, while Nine-Tailed Fox was the complete opposite. It sobbed and cried, I'm so pathetic. I clearly didn't do anything wrong, yet all the cultivators want to capture me. Even though I fell into the hands of cultivators, Master still wants to kill me. Nine-Tailed Fox vaguely recalled the past, despairingly saying, Father, Mother, I still have so many delicious foods I haven't eaten. Stinky Dog noticed its troubled mood and approached to ask, Little Fox sister, what's bothering you? Stinky Dog lay down next to Nine-Tailed Fox, gently encouraging it, Master is heartless, not thinking about Little Fox sister's feelings at all. Little Fox sister, I will protect you. The surrounding flames continued to burn fiercely, becoming faster and more intense with each moment. Yi Fan was casually lounging in a chair, humming. The system suddenly appeared, loudly announcing, System breaking down, needs to restart again, disturbed during lunch break. He muttered irritably, so noisy. At this moment, it suddenly realized something and sent a notification. The host's spirit beasts are intensely preoccupied, undergoing mutation. Congratulations, host, along with a series of information. New skill, Mutated Husky evolved a new skill, Resonance Defense, Elementary Resonance Defense. The Mutated Husky can designate a target, causing the target and itself to resonate in defense. Duration, 1 hour, cooldown, 1 day. Congratulations, host, the Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox evolved a new skill, Softening, Material Softening, a passive skill. It can soften hard things into a more edible state. Special announcement, this skill only applies to physical objects, it has no effect on cultivators or monsters. Hearing everything clearly, he stared in astonishment, truly unable to believe it, and involuntarily exclaimed, they can all mutate. Inside the room, the alchemy furnace suddenly shook violently, its spiritual energy fluctuating strongly as if about to reach its limit. Ziyun saw it and was overjoyed. She excitedly exclaimed, look, it's exactly as I predicted. At that sight, Ziyu felt annoyed, finding it absurd, and said, can something like this really happen? Yuan smiled slightly, pointed a finger up, and said in a mysterious tone, next, it's time to witness a miracle. Outside the sect's main hall, a crowd jostled, waiting, when a voice suddenly announced, all of Ziyun's sect, listen up. Hand over the heaven and earth boundless and the spirit beasts. A disciple rushed over, his face tense, and urgently reported, Sect Master, it's bad. The people from Xian'an sect are here. Ziyun turned back, her eyes clearly showing dissatisfaction, and questioned, every time they come to our sect, they say such harsh words. She continued, and the result? They all died within a few days. On this side, Deshir exuded murderous intent, his eyes icy, gritting his teeth, and threatened in a low voice, otherwise, I'll make your Ziyun sect disappear completely. Scene change. Inside the alchemy furnace, Stinky Dog and Nine-Tailed Fox have completed their mutation process, clearly stepping up to a new level. Little Fox sister, look. I can talk now. The Nine-Tailed Fox also joyfully replied, me too. Is this considered evolution or mutation for us? Stinky Dog truly didn't know the answer. I don't know either, Little Fox sister. Can you check my back for me? Why does it feel so strangely itchy? The Nine-Tailed Fox then climbed onto its back. Let me see. At the same time, the door of the alchemy furnace suddenly opened. Yi Fan was slightly dazed by their actions. Before he could react, Stinky Dog excitedly boasted, Master, Little Fox, and I can talk now. The system simultaneously jumped up with a notification. Host, quickly look at these two spirit beasts after their mutation. Aren't they adorable? Just command them. And they'll understand. But he became annoyed, resolutely grabbing the two spirit beasts by the neck, leaving them confused. Yi Fan calmly stuffed Stinky Dog and Nine-Tailed Fox into a sack, then tied it tightly, muttering in complaint, Goodness! A dog being ridden by a female fox? This kind of mutation is too much. It's better to just get rid of it quickly. This action made the system chaotic. Get rid of them to whom, host? Could it be? If you forcibly cut ties with your spirit beasts, it will cause them to rebel. My head hurts, I have to restart again. At that moment, in front of Ziyun Sect's main gate, two sect forces were engaged in a fierce argument, making the atmosphere tense. Disher glared, clenched his fists, emanating furious rage, gritting his teeth as he threatened Ziyun Sect. I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand over those two spirit beasts and the heaven and earth boundless, I'll destroy your ancestral tombs. Ziyun tried to control her emotions, stepped forward, and gently advised, hoping to ease the tension, fellow Taoists. It seems you might have misunderstood us? Those two spirit beasts were originally raised by our sect, and other sects are aware of this. As for the heaven and earth boundless, after breaking through the secret realm, we never saw it again, but that tyrant, Moon Bear, ran towards Taoistly from the very beginning. Airby immediately jumped up, scowling, vehemently denying, how could I have the heaven and earth boundless? Elder Disher, she's lying. Disher frowned tightly and lunged forward, murderous intent soaring, his entire body enveloped in a crimson demonic aura, like a demon descending. Then don't blame me for taking it by force. Ziyun, feeling uneasy, secretly thought, 5 cultivators at the divine transformation stage. Why is it that every time an enemy arrives, they are always one realm higher? Even if the sect's grand formation is activated, it won't be able to subdue them. She didn't flinch, turned around, and coldly gave the order, Elders, form the array. At that very moment, from behind the imposing gate of the sect, a figure calmly walked out and said, Is this the spirit beast you all want? Hearing the familiar voice, Ziyun then let out a sigh of relief. That's great, my precious disciple, you've arrived. They want to steal your spirit beast and the boundless heaven and earth. The system frantically intervened, fearing Yi Fan would do something reckless. Host. Please, host, complete the mission and keep your spirit beast. As soon as the mission is complete, I'll increase your spiritual energy. Seeing Yi Fan appear, Airby frantically knelt down, clutching Disher's leg, and begged, Elder Disher. He's here. Let's retreat quickly. Just pretend I took the boundless heaven and earth. Please take me back to Jiu'in's sect quickly. The old man looked at the boy and thought doubtfully, why is that bratly Airby so scared? Could this person really kill the tyrant Yuxion with just one kick? Yi Fan then smirked, thinking triumphantly, finally, someone's come knocking for a spirit beast. His calm smile made Disher shiver involuntarily, and a vague fear arose in his heart. He's truly unfathomable. I'm seeing a tribulation transcendence realm expert with my own eyes again. Could he be a 10,000-year-old monster? Oh no, why can't I move my body? The old man, who was just arrogant and domineering, now trembled as he knelt on the ground, desperately pleading, Don't kill me. But Yi Fan didn't make a move. He simply calmly offered a sack to Disher, slowly saying, These two spirit beasts, they're for you. Hearing this, both the old man and the system were utterly shocked. It immediately cried out, "Host, what are you doing? It took me so much effort to deploy the spiritual domain aura." Yi Fan ignored it and kindly added, "As for the boundless heaven and earth you mentioned, I can't find it right now because these two dogs ate it." The sack opened. Ugly Dog glared at the old man, fiercely questioning, "What are you looking at?" Everything happened too easily. The old man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that Yi Fan had probably surrendered. "It seems he's still afraid of my Jiuyin sect. Getting these two spirit beasts is enough. There's no need to make things difficult for this old monster and cause him any anxiety." The old man picked up the sack, regaining his arrogant demeanor, and grandly declared, "It seems your Ziyun sect knows what's good for you. As for the boundless heaven and earth, forget about it. My Jiuyin sect will now consider becoming an ally of your Ziyun sect." Ziyun and Ziyu smirked knowingly, full of hidden meaning. Seeing how smoothly everything went, Airbai showed a hint of unease. A series of questions popped into his head. How strange. Why is it so easy? Could it be that Yi Fan is willing to give us his spirit beast? Since Yi Fan spoke, why haven't Master and the elders in the sect questioned or objected at all? He suddenly recalled Elder Shi's earlier warning, Yi Fan's spirit beast is the dog that killed ancestor Tianqing. It even destroyed the Tianqing sect. Li Erbai, you must be careful of the opponent's spirit beast. He told himself, be careful, extremely careful. The more he pondered, the more Erbai felt a chill run down his spine, his face turned pale, and sweat poured down. He cautiously stepped forward to warn, Elder Shi, don't accept it. This spirit beast, it's... Before he could finish, Erbai received a devastating punch from Shi, sending him flying backward and tumbling on the ground. He angrily warned, it's not for a good-for-nothing like you to run your mouth here. After dealing with him, Shi bowed respectfully and sincerely offered, fellow Taoist, if you understand the bigger picture like this. This old man, will make a decision for you just this once, leave Ziyun sect and become an elder in my Jiuyin sect. What do you think? As soon as she heard that, Ziyun couldn't help but angrily lunge forward in front of the old man and retort, what? You've already stolen my disciple's spirit beast. And now you dare to poach my precious disciple too? Shi proudly boasted, my Jiuyin sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City, with a solid foundation and experts as numerous as clouds. His words became increasingly unpleasant. You, originally the sect master of Ziyun sect, yet your cultivation level is not even as good as your own disciples. You don't even have a nascent soul realm expert to guard it. If you truly want what's best for him, you should let him come and develop in my Jiuyin sect, instead of using emotional ties to bind him to this small Ziyun sect. Though utterly enraged, Shi's words were indeed partly true, leaving her speechless. Yi Fan, seeing this, merely gave a faint smile and gently patted Ziyun's shoulder reassuringly. Master, it's all right. Why bother arguing with this kind of person? Being in Ziyun sect has always been the most comfortable time for me. Cooking at home is 1,000,000 times better than being an elder in Jiuyin sect. Ziyun was deeply touched by his words, her eyes reddening as she thought, my precious disciple, I never thought you held such strong feelings for our sect. Watching the two of them act out a scene of deep affection, Shi sighed, rubbing his forehead and giving up. It turns out this old monster is just obsessed with women. Forget it, no need to persuade further. Time flew by. At Jiuyin sect, it was sect master Li Tiango's birthday banquet. Tiango sat proudly on the high platform, smiling as he raised his cup and announced with a calm and unrestrained demeanor, welcome, everyone, to Donghua City. This alone gives me, Li Tiango, some face. I wonder what surprises you all have in store for me this year. Below, everyone respectfully offered their congratulations, presenting precious items one by one. Sect Master, I found 2 dancing girls. Cultivation vessels, they are for you. I hope the sect master will accept them. Shi interjected from a higher position, move aside. How can that compare to my grand gift? Sec Master, I have 2 top-grade spirit beasts. Tian Go exclaimed with interest, spirit beasts? Quickly, bring them in for me to see. He walked over to a large, cloth-covered cage, his face proud, and announced loudly, Sec Master, take a good look. With that, Dashir didn't hesitate, pulling the cloth down directly. But inside was Isekai'd, tightly bound by all 4 limbs, hanging upside down in the middle of the cage, struggling in panic, continuously screaming for help, Third Elder, please save me. Tian Go immediately roared in anger, Isekai'd. Elder Dashir, what kind of ghost did you bring? He glared at Isekai'd and questioned him with a growl, this isn't. I don't know. Isekai'd, where did you take my spirit beasts? The people below suddenly burst into discussion, looking at each other. Someone noticed something strange, what's happening on the roof? At that moment, on the roof, standing behind the cause of the commotion, were the 2 missing spirit beasts. They were gnawing away at the roof. Stinky Dog eagerly urged, Sister Fox, eat quickly. I think these things can boost our spiritual power. Nine-tailed Fox was slightly surprised, it's actually true. This is great. No more hunger from now on. So, both of them devoured the roof enthusiastically, eating and licking their lips, causing large sections of tiles to tear apart. Stinky Dog and Nine-tailed Fox also fell straight down as a result. Scene change, at Ziyun sect, in a small room, the master and disciple Ziyun and Yi Fan were leisurely eating, the atmosphere unusually peaceful. She gently closed her eyes, gracefully picking up a piece of food and putting it into her mouth, her movements elegant and unhurried. Seeing this, he curiously asked, Master, is it delicious? Ziyun ate and replied contentedly, it's very delicious. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan felt relieved. It seems bear paw isn't that hard to make after all. After eating for a while, she put down her chopsticks and inquired about the old matter. Disciple, did you just give away the spirit beasts like that? Aren't you worried about any unexpected events? He rested his chin on his hand, calmly replying as if unconcerned, unexpected events? Why would there be any unexpected events? Having someone else raise them, isn't that better? Isn't Jiu'in sect the #1 sect in Donghua City? How could it be that with so many rare treasures and resources, they're incapable of nurturing them? Ziyun smiled faintly, extremely pleased, saying, this way. Reflecting on everything, she happily thought to herself, it turns out the plan is to use Jiu'in sect's rare treasures and resources to nurture spirit beasts. This not only saves our sect's resources but also depletes their strength. I can't help but look forward to it. This is truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. I wonder what surprises the spirit pet will bring when it returns. Just then, a strange sound suddenly came from another room. Ziyun glanced over, then suspiciously murmured, what's that commotion? Disciple, it seems to be coming from your room. Yi Fan poked his head out curiously to see, let me go check it out. He cautiously approached to investigate the situation, his steps as light as silk. Ambiguous whispers echoed from the room. Sister, quickly, look for me, sister. Yi Fan quickly stood before the door, not rushing in noisily. He just stood there dumbfounded, eavesdropping, sister, do you know where this place is? Guess why I'm blindfolded like this? Anyway, we don't have anywhere to go for now, so we can only stay here. The system announced in surprise, host, it seems your spirit pet has returned. After a moment of hesitation, he kicked open the door, shouting angrily, well, you dog, you actually dared to come back. He saw 2 scantily clad girls in revealing dresses sitting on the bed in the room. He blushed in embarrassment, his eyes wide in shock, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word. The 2 girls then noticed Yi Fan's presence and exclaimed in alarm, who are you? Ugly Dog suddenly leaped out from beside the girl. It and the Nine-tailed Fox quickly appeared before him. Ugly Dog happily said, Master, we're back. Yi Fan knelt down, pinching its mouth, and asked in annoyance, you stinky dog, what did you bring back this time? Ugly Dog innocently replied, I felt that Master likes big balls, so I brought them back here. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be stunned, frowning as he began to ask, "How do you know? No, who said that?" In this situation, the system crossed its arms and spoke sarcastically, "Host, calm down. Don't always ask who said that. Like master, like spirit pet, after all." A sudden crash sounded. Yi Fan looked towards the door and saw Ziyun standing there, frozen. He instinctively called out softly, "Master." She then resentfully questioned him fiercely. "Yi Fan, is this why you let the spirit pet go? Is this the surprise you promised me?" He started, asking himself, his voice full of bewilderment. "A surprise? When did I ever promise that?" Ziyun turned away vexed, grumbling her complaint. "I see, you must be dissatisfied with this old master, always pretending to be a girl, but not as good as a real one, right?" Yi Fan stood motionless, not knowing what else to say, thinking suspiciously, "You even know you like to pretend to be a girl?" At that very moment, Fei Yi, in this life, stood behind, secretly eavesdropping on his conversation. She was momentarily stunned, then quietly pieced things together and made a judgment, "Yi Fan. He is also Yi Fan, his voice is like his soul, could it be that his master has reincarnated? My years of wandering in this world were not in vain." Thinking of this, Fei Yi also realized everything. It seems the master has a conflict with the master. I must find a way to stay here. The next second, she knelt prostrate on the floor without hesitation, kowtowing respectfully, "Immortal Venerable, it's truly a joy to meet my benefactor." Fei Yi hastily introduced herself and explained everything. "My name is Fei Yi, and the person next to me is Bai Tao. Originally, we were taken as songstresses to be offered to the sect master of the Profound Sound sect, to help him break through to the Void Cavern realm. If my benefactor hadn't sent a spirit to rescue us, I fear the Profound Sound sect would sooner or later seize control of the entire Bronze Emperor." Hearing the words "sent a spirit," Stinky Dog couldn't help but be stunned and confused. Afterwards, Ziyun regained her composure and slowly pondered. All misunderstandings vanished. If Li Tiango really broke through to the Void Cavern, it would indeed become difficult. Fortunately, her precious disciple is smart, once again eliminating trouble in its infancy. Yi Fan waved his hand, explaining dejectedly, "This was the idea of this naughty dog, not mine." He pointed at the two sisters and then turned to ask suspiciously, "Master, how will you arrange these two?" She calmly offered a solution, "In 2 more days, I will send someone to take them out of the sect." Fei Yi's face showed unconcealed fear. She clasped her hands and earnestly pleaded, "Immortal Venerable, please don't do that. What if we are abducted by the Profound Sound sect again one day?" Bai Tao placed a hand on her chest and softly spoke, "Immortal Venerable, save my life. I don't want to be defiled by that old man." At these earnest pleas, Ziyun hesitated, feeling awkward. Seeing her constantly hesitate, Yi Fan, standing beside her, had an idea and quietly suggested, "Master, if they are dancers, why not let them dance for a bit before deciding?" She immediately agreed, "All right." Seeing this, Bai Tao had no choice but to agree. She respectfully bowed her head and reported, "Then, this humble girl will perform." Bai Tao began to display seductive dances. From her eyes to every gesture, she was enchanting, making it impossible to look away. Not long into the dance, Ziyun hastily pushed Bai Tao lightly, stopping her. "That was a good dance. Don't dance again next time, okay?" These easily misunderstood words made Fei Yi worriedly ask, "Immortal Venerable, do you think junior sister's dancing isn't good?" She spread her hands, smiling as she explained, "No, I will let you become an outer disciple in the sect, but you will need to feed spirit beasts every day. Now, bring the soul beast and follow me." The two girls were unable to express their gratitude, kneeling and bowing their heads, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for taking us in." Observing everything from behind, Yi Fan smiled contentedly. He thought to himself, "Master truly has a kind heart." However, Yi Fan glanced towards the window frame where Ziyun had initially stood, and was surprised to see it slowly cracking. He froze in place, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I take back what I said earlier. On the dining table, simple dishes were neatly arranged. Ziyun brought her bowl to her mouth, curiously asking Yi Fan, "My good disciple, are you tired of cooking 3 meals a day?" He shook his head and replied, "Before, I only knew how to cultivate and never followed my heart, because I only wanted to live the life I desired." She tilted her head, agreeing and adding, "After all, my precious disciple has outstanding cultivation talent and can do whatever he likes on a daily basis." Suddenly, Ziyun's token trembled. She brought it close to her ear and asked, "First Elder, what's wrong?" On the other end, Zinoyet quickly reported, "Sect Master, the people from the Profound Sound sect are here again. Moreover, their sect leader, Li Tiango, is also here this time." Ziyun replied, "I know. I'll come after I finish eating with my disciple." Immediately after, Yi Fan cleared the dishes to wash them. Ziyun glanced at him, thinking to herself, "Now Li Tiango is here. 8 chances out of 10, he's here to pick a fight and question us. Why don't I bring my precious disciple along to wear them out?" Thinking this, she rested her hand and suggested, "Disciple, come with me to a place." Yi Fan tilted his head and said, "Wait until I finish washing the dishes first." On this side, Tiango was waiting for the two to arrive. He crossed his arms, frowning and thinking to himself, "That woman, true person Ziyun, is too arrogant. She just keeps eating and makes us wait, and she's still not here. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Ziyun raised her voice, making the two of them notice, "Fellow Taoists of the Profound Sound sect, I apologize for being late." Ziyun and Yi Fan, with confused expressions, calmly walked over. As soon as Tiango saw them, he asked, "Are you the owner of those 2 spirit beasts?" Ziyun provocatively replied, "My disciple raised them." He glared, muttering, "They were raised very well, indeed." Suddenly, Tiango swung his hand, hitting the big rock standing behind him. Unexpectedly, the elder lay on the ground, whimpering and complaining, "Sect Master, why?" Seeing this, both of them were bewildered, and Ziyun spoke up, "Fellow Taoist, what do you mean?" Suddenly, Tiango knelt on the ground. He bowed respectfully, holding up a bag of items, and shouted, "It is my fault for not disciplining them strictly, allowing the elder to cause trouble with your sect. I, Li Tiango, sect master of the Profound Sound sect, have brought all my treasures here to apologize to your sect." She took the bag of items from his hand, curiously asking, "What exactly are you trying to do like this?" He cried, recounting, "Oh, sect master, listen to me." The chaotic scene caused by the stinky dog destroying everything flashed. "Yesterday, it was not easy for me to celebrate my 2000th birthday. People from all sects came, and I was very happy to receive gifts, but as a result, they were all bitten to shreds by your disciple's spirit beast. It mischievously destroyed the entire sect, and I tried to stop it, but my face was covered in feces by your spirit beast. After that, my ribs were also broken by it, and all the treasures collected by the sect for hundreds of years were eaten clean by the spirit beast." Tiango cried as he recounted, "Even the ancestral graves from generations past couldn't be saved." In reality, the ancestral graves weren't important. What was important was that the spirit beast's power could kill him. After hearing the story, Ziyun gasped in admiration, "Is that really true?" Yi Fan tilted his head towards her and added, "See? I told you early on that this dog couldn't be controlled. Last time it even brought back a coffin." Ziyun gently bent down to help him up and said, "Fellow Taoist, I sympathize with you. As long as you agree to one condition, I will forgive your Profound Sound sect." Tiango respectfully replied, "As long as it can be done, I, Li, will not refuse." Her face darkened cunningly, and with a sneer, she made her demand, "Fellow Taoist Li Tiango, disband your sect, then cripple your meridians." Upon hearing this, his face turned purple, and he thought, "Damn it, I'm only 2,000 years old, still so young, yet she wants to cripple me. Isn't this making me wish I were dead?" Thinking this, Tiango summoned his blood soul to swear, "Esteemed sect master, I, Li, will absolutely not resist. I swear to the heavenly Tao, we, the Profound Sound sect, will follow the words of the Ziyun sect, and I offer my blood soul as proof." Zi Yun secretly felt smug, thinking to herself, a blood soul? Isn't this a part of Li Tiango's soul? As long as I accept this, his life and death will all depend on my will. She took the blood soul in her hand and reassured him, don't be afraid, fellow Taoist Li Tiango. I heard that after severing your meridians and cultivating anew, you will become stronger. I'm also afraid you won't have any cultivation or ability to manage the sect, which is why I'm telling you to disband it. If you don't want to, I certainly won't force you. Yi Fan, standing behind, raised a hand to his chin and muttered, severing one's own meridians and cultivating anew, this way one can reverse the meridians, and qi will flow through the spirit acupoints, indeed becoming stronger. But one will have to endure 100 times the pain of a normal cultivator. Hearing this, Zi Yun was startled and asked, is that really true? My disciple, you truly know a lot. He casually turned to Tiango and asked, by the way, do you have any better fishing rods? He replied, fishing rods? Of course, we do. Hearing this, Zi Yun asked in confusion, disciple, since when do you fish? Yi Fan replied, I suddenly felt today was a good day for fishing, so I just asked, saving me a trip back to Immortal Jade Peak. She was slightly startled, and another thought came to her mind, there's something wrong with my beloved disciple's words. Could he be implying that the Profound Sound sect becoming a branch of the Zi Yun sect will attract bigger fish? Immediately after, Tiango handed Yi Fan a high-quality 9-alloy fishing rod, politely saying, young Master Yi, this is the best fishing rod I have. I don't like fishing, so I've never used it. He took the fishing rod and happily said, the feel and hand is great, and it comes with a stand too, what an excellent rod. Hearing this, he replied, as long as young Master Yi likes it. New things must be used right away. Yi Fan turned and said, Master, I'm going fishing. My disciple, Zi Yun quickly agreed, happily reminding him, remember to catch big fish before you come back. He playfully replied, don't worry, I can't come back empty-handed. If I don't catch a big fish, I won't have the face to return until late. However, the system behind him felt uneasy. It held its head and thought, time is a bit short. Yi Fan's new fishing rod was already cast into the water, waiting for a bite. At this moment, the system brought a gun and hesitantly spoke, host, I have something I want to discuss. He lay comfortably on the wooden chair, curiously asking it, why are you bringing out such high-tech stuff this time? The system quickly explained, this is the small Ivan gun with unlimited ammunition, it'll never run out of bullets, for self-defense. I'm preparing you in advance for protecting the sect. Yi Fan asked, confused, self-defense? Why are you giving me this toy? The system flickered and wavered, sternly saying, host, I'm afraid I won't be able to return from this trip. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, what? Immediately after, the system disappeared. Yi Fan stretched out on the chair, enjoying himself, and said, that annoying system is finally gone. From now on, no one will be nagging in my ear. He thought to himself, thankfully it's gone for good, huh? While Yi Fan was enjoying the sun, waiting for a fish to bite. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew, making the grass and trees sway. He was startled by the wind, complaining annoyingly, damn it, what a strong wind. With that, Yi Fan looked up and saw that the culprit was a large military eagle, and he mumbled, scolding, what an ill-mannered beast. After it flew away, Yi Fan returned to his seat to enjoy himself, unaware that two people were watching him. Fei Yi removed the blindfold from her eyes and wondered curiously, which sect is this guy from? He doesn't even open his eyes wide, daring to insult my master. Bai Dao next to her looked at her and asked curiously, Senior sister, you've been secretly following your benefactor since yesterday, isn't that even more offensive? Ah, senior sister, aren't you blind? Fei Yi turned and replied as she walked, having severely damaged eyes is one thing, being blind is another. I won't tell you anymore, I must go help my benefactor get justice. Hearing this, Bai Dao sadly said, then, let's call our benefactor senior brother from now on, don't call him master anymore. High up in the sky, the military eagle was flying, waiting for three people. Liang Liang sat properly and said, Steward Lu, can I stay at the Myriad Beast sect? I don't want to get married yet. The steward was startled and said, Seventh young mistress, you can't do that. The seventh prince of Liang Kingdom has found a divine connection, and marrying him is the family master's idea, isn't it? The young girl discontentedly continued, then why didn't they marry my younger sister? After all, this is my father's injustice. Wang Qian, who was licking a bone in his hand, suddenly heard someone shout, Stop! He turned and spoke. Master, it seems there's a little guy at the Golden Core stage shouting at us up ahead. The steward turned his head, puzzled and wondering. Could it be that the seventh young mistress did something foolish just now, causing the military eagle to fly low and injure someone? Liang Liang let out a cold, annoyed snort. I am inherently kind-hearted, and I didn't see anyone injured. Wang Qian, go on, let that person die peacefully. He licked his lips, stood up, and quickly replied, All right. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wang Qian disappeared from the back of the military eagle. It turned out that Fei Yi was the one chasing them. Unable to catch up with the military eagle, she wondered curiously, what great spirit beast is that? How can it fly so fast? With quick reflexes, Fei Yi sensed a sharp claw attacking from behind. She immediately dodged and shouted, Who's attacking me? Very soon after, Wang Qian landed. Its sharp voice rang out, I didn't expect you to be so formidable. How is your soul a sword? Are you a sword spirit? Fei Yi raised an eyebrow and retorted, I've cultivated for over 10 years, even a half-step void-breaking realm cultivator wouldn't realize it, how do you know? Wang Qian pointed to its newly opened third eye and said, Because I'm a soul cultivator at the soul transformation stage, how could I not know? Sword spirits are much rarer than us spirit beasts. It seems I must deliver you intact to my master. She drew her sword, pointed it at Wang Qian, and shouted, So what? As long as I'm not ambushed, even if you are at the soul transformation stage, I can still. Before Fei Yi could finish speaking, Wang Qian's claws lashed out. The force was so immense that just one swipe broke the sword in her hand in half. It contemptuously said to her, You're just a broken sword, yet you still dream of fighting me? Why don't you reveal your true form? Seeing that she couldn't win, Fei Yi turned tail and ran. Wang Qian watched her, angrily thinking, Damn it, you're just going to run like that? Fei Yi, unable to fight back, fled while thinking, All my weapons are gone, what a waste of time. It's best to trick it back and hand it over to the master to solve the problem. On Yi Fan's side, his fishing rod still hadn't caught any fish. Wang Qian, led here by Fei Yi, saw him lying there, enjoying fishing. It looked around for a while and muttered to itself, Where is everyone? Tricking me to this place again, why is there only a mortal here? Fei Yi had quickly hidden in a nearby bush, observing. She secretly said, Master, quickly make your move and kill this soul cultivation spirit beast. Wang Qian approached Yi Fan and greeted him, Kid, have you seen any sword spirits around here? He quickly replied, I haven't seen any. It didn't believe him and threatened, Really? If you're lying, I'll kill you. After hearing that, Yi Fan thought, This again? Does the system really think I'd be scared without it? He smirked and said, You can try with your head. Wang Qian raised its claw and praised, Brave, kid. I'll grant your wish. Suddenly, its third eye glowed brightly as if it had discovered something. Wang Qian immediately noticed the gun the system had left on the ground. It picked up the gun and curiously asked, What is this thing? Yi Fan kindly advised it, I advise you to put it down. That's a weapon. It's very dangerous. Wang Qian scoffed in disbelief, ridiculous. How can this tiny inch-long thing cause harm? Seeing this, he smirked and said, Don't press the trigger in the middle, or it'll be very bad. It pointed the gun barrel at its head and asked, Like this, you chicken? As soon as Wang Qian pulled the trigger, it also ended its own life. Yi Fan let out a cold snort, propped his hand on his chin in annoyance, and thought, The system sends these idiots to scare me, and they end up self-destructing. He kept fishing but no fish bit, they all quickly avoided his rod. Yi Fan dragged Wang Qian away, pouting and muttering, "It's best to dispose of this idiot's body. He looks too human. I'm sure the masters won't dare to eat him. It's better to turn him into fish food or something." Fei Yi then emerged from the bush, watching his departing figure. She curiously approached the gun and muttered, "What kind of weapon is that? It has no spiritual energy, no suppression, yet it can instantly kill a soul transformation cultivator. It's much more powerful than me. No wonder the master didn't take me along at first." Fei Yi decided to take it with her, thinking to herself, "If I can refine this weapon into a part of my body, the master will definitely accept me." On this side, the steward suddenly realized, "My spirit pet died?" He worriedly turned and told Liang Liang, "Seventh mistress, let's go back for a trip. First, return to the old place with Wei Ying." The young girl nodded and replied, "Okay." Inside the kitchen, fresh bloodstains were on the floor. Ziyun saw this and wondered, "Why is there so much blood? Is the disciple who went fishing injured?" She pushed open the door and called out, "Disciple, are you all right?" What met Ziyun's eyes was Yi Fan processing wine can, right as he was dealing with its human-like leg. Her face turned pale, and she screamed in fright, "Oh my! The disciple isn't satisfied with eating spirit beasts, and now he's trying to eat people too?" The steward floated in the air, casting a shadow over the sun as he looked down. Holding an item in his hand, the steward muttered, "Wine Can died here. The aura below is too weak. How could it be Wine Can's opponent?" With that, he raised the staff in his hand, and flickering lightning bolts appeared. The steward summoned a magic orb on the wooden staff, then angrily looked down and yelled, "Since you used such despicable means to kill my spirit pet, then I don't need to be merciful. Go be buried with Wan Can." He swung his hand down to strike, simultaneously shouting, "Go die." On this side, the Ziyun sect was calm as if nothing had happened. Ziyun followed Yi Fan, scolding him with her hands on her hips, "Disciple, you're really wasteful. The skin of this wolf demon could have been made into good leather armor, but you burned it like this." He turned and replied with a smile, "Isn't it because this wolf looks human, so I was afraid of scaring everyone and did it this way?" Suddenly, both of them stopped, discovering a bolt of lightning descending from the sky. Seeing this, Yi Fan wondered, "Master, is it going to rain?" The steward in the air sent down a magic orb towards Ziyun's sect. Recognizing him, Ziyun exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, someone wants to destroy Ziyun's sect." That magic orb from the steward was twice the size of the sect's buildings, powerfully preparing to advance and destroy everything. She quickly hugged Yi Fan, calling out worriedly, "My precious disciple." He also startled, screaming, "Master!" As the steward's magic orb rushed forward, a rainbow barrier appeared. It reflected the external attack, preventing any harm to the sect. Seeing his attack reflected, the steward asked himself in confusion, "What's happening? Why is this?" Suddenly, he flinched, screaming in fear, "Don't come over here." The steward's own stick hit him back. He took the full force of his own released attack. A massive, earth-shattering explosion echoed everywhere in the air. At this moment, the system displayed a message, "The protection system is truly reliable." Yi Fan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the sky and muttering, "The system is too much. It's gone and caused even more trouble." Then he turned to Ziyun, reassuring her, "Master, you don't need to protect me. That lightning couldn't reach here." Hearing this, she opened her eyes and asked, "Is it over?" He softly replied, "Yes, it's over." Ziyun was so scared that her eyes welled up. She confessed, "I almost thought we would die here." Yi Fan reached out and patted her head, explaining, "Those are just tricks to fool people. How could they harm us?" His affectionate gesture made her blush. She reminded him, "Don't touch my head like that. After all, I'm your master." Hearing this, Yi Fan quickly withdrew his hand and said, "All right, no more touching." Suddenly, Ziyun grabbed his hand back, pouting playfully. "Why did you withdraw your hand so quickly? Don't you see my hair is all messy? Reach out and straighten it." On this side, plumes of smoke billowed up, and in the crater on the ground lay the steward who had just been hit by his own attack. He slowly struggled to his feet, muttering blankly, I didn't expect this sect to have such a powerful protective array. I must inform the Seventh Lady and the Patriarch to seize this array. Suddenly, a loud laugh made him pay attention. After thousands of practice sessions, I finally understand the reversal method in this cultivation technique. I've learned it. The steward flinched, thinking, there's someone nearby. Just when I need to absorb spiritual energy to heal my body. He walked with his staff towards the source of the laughter and spoke, little fellow, when you're about to die, reading books is useless. It turned out to be Ming Bai. Hearing a voice, he turned around cautiously and asked, who's there? How dare you secretly watch me cultivate? The steward softly explained, don't worry, I'm just a passing Taoist priest who saw your efforts. Actually, I just want to help you. Ming Bai asked defensively, but what reason do I have to believe you? Hearing this, the steward cursed inwardly, damn it, if I weren't so severely injured, I'd really want to slap this cute little idiot to death. He suddenly took out a purple elixir, saying, this is the Eye of Tong Bai, capable of seeing for 1,000 li. I bestow it upon you, old man. Ming Bai snatched it from the steward's hand, casually replying, thank you, Taoist master. It's not very safe here, please forgive my presumption, but I'll keep this treasure for now. He then offered another one, saying, don't rush, I have one more here. Ming Bai immediately took it from his hand, excitedly exclaiming, thank you, Taoist master. You're so generous. Do you have any more? Just bring them all out. Reaching his limit, the steward angrily shouted, I can't take it anymore. I want to drain your spiritual energy right now. Hearing this, he turned in shock to look at the old man. At this moment, the steward had placed his hand on Ming Bai's head, and a purple stream of spiritual energy flowed from his hand. Suddenly, Ming Bai felt a surge of abundant power within him, his face agape in confusion. He had activated the reversal technique, thereby absorbing the spiritual energy from the steward. Seeing this, he was extremely shocked and shouted loudly, why is my spiritual energy being absorbed by you? No, that's not right, my cultivation can't be retained, and I can't withdraw it either. Ming Bai said nothing, just stared at him as his spiritual energy gradually depleted, his whole body emitting streams of green light. The steward couldn't do anything, his face contorted in fear as he exclaimed, save me. Just a few seconds later, the system board announced that one more person had become friends with its celestial ambition in the high heavens. The war eagle was soaring high in the sky on this side. Liang Liang sat on its back, looking at the items in her hand, startled, and wondered, what happened? Why did Steward Lu also die? The little girl told her spirit beast, Eagle, something happened to Steward Lu, let's go back and check quickly. The war eagle immediately replied, understood. Suddenly, something pierced through its wings, causing blood to splatter into the air. Liang Liang unexpectedly screamed loudly at the sudden attack. The little girl looked down worriedly, saying with annoyance, who dares to harm my eagle? It turned out to be Fei Yi with a dog in her arms. She had just shot the war eagle with the gun in her hand. Fei Yi bent down and said to the dog, good dog, that's the one bullying my master, go on and bite it. It immediately replied, leave it to me, leave it to me. Liang Liang frowned, looking at the human and beast, and scornfully said, you're relying on that fellow? Am I really being underestimated like this? A moment later, Liang Liang fled into the deep forest. Fei Yi chased after the little girl and shouted, don't run. If you're so capable, keep fighting. Isn't that cool? I'm not using weapons, just sending my master's spirit beast to fight you. Liang Liang turned back in fear, thinking to herself, which reclusive sect do they come from, after all? The little girl clutched her head in distress, recalling that little dog was clearly adorable, yet in an instant it cut off all 4 legs of the eagle. That woman is clearly only at the core formation stage. Yet she possesses a heaven-defying artifact. Even if I use any defensive magic weapon, it will shatter after just one contact. After that, Liang Liang ran towards the purple cloud sect. The little girl tiptoed and hid in a room, secretly hoping, I can only temporarily hide in this sect. I hope they are not enemies of this sect. Fei Yi searched frantically for Liang Liang, exclaiming in wonder. That girl can run faster than a spirit beast? And yet there's something even faster than a spirit beast. Beneath her feet, the dog was sniffing, tracking the little girl. Liang Liang slightly opened the door and secretly observed them. She kept muttering, secretly hoping, "Don't find me." With its keen canine sense of smell, the dog quickly recognized the little girl and barked. Got her. Liang Liang clutched her head in panic. Oh no, I'm doomed. Suddenly, Yi Fan walked over, curiously asking them, "What are you doing in the courtyard?" Fei Yi heard his voice and turned around, calling out, "Master, senior brother." The dog also happily ran over, barking, "Master, come play with me." Yi Fan, annoyed, kicked it, driving them away. "Get out of here, I need to rest tonight." Luong Luong, hiding behind the door, anxiously realized, is he really the owner of the spirit beast? Oh no, this time I've entered a tiger's den. He raised an eyebrow and turned to Phi Deep, asking, "Junior sister, Master asked you to take care of the spirit beast, right?" She nodded and replied, "It's my responsibility." Hearing that, Yi Fan casually said, "If you can't take care of it, then don't." After hearing that, Phi Deep exclaimed in fear, "Senior brother, rest assured, I will definitely take good care of it. Please don't chase me away." He watched her running figure and wondered to himself, "I heard junior sister is blind, but she can see the path so clearly." He grumbled disdainfully, "What a stupid dog, always bringing people here." At that moment, Luong Luong, who was inside, began to think fearfully, "He already knows I'm here." Yi Fan casually pushed open his room door. He then discovered the little girl on the bed, trembling and secretly hiding, and wondered to himself, "What kind of prank is this? Why is there another person?" Yi Fan stepped forward and flipped open the blanket. At this, Luong Luong screamed in fear, hugging her head, which startled him too. Yi Fan looked at the little girl and awkwardly asked, "Little girl, who are you, and why did you hide under my bed? Who taught you this trick?" Luong Luong quickly knelt before him and pleaded, "Senior, please forgive my impudence. Before, I offended you, so you sent your spirit beast to kill the eagle and chase me all the way here. I know I was wrong, I won't be arrogant again." Hearing that, Yi Fan crossed his arms and explained to the little girl, "Little girl, I've never had any ill will towards you, it all happened on its own." Luong Luong was stunned, confused, thinking, "On its own? They could kill all my spirit beasts and attendants. No, this tone sounds like how elders often find excuses for their bad behavior." Thinking this, the little girl clenched her hands, smiled, and realized, wait, if his behavior is like an elder, then his spirit beasts and servants are even stronger than an elder's disciples. So, he must at least be a great power in the soul manifestation realm, right? If I can get close to him, won't I be able to escape my family and avoid marrying the Prince of Liang? Yi Fan tilted his head and said, "You can stay with me, and tomorrow morning I'll tell Master to compensate you according to the value." Luong Luong clutched his hand, awkwardly declining. "Compensation? No, senior, I don't need compensation." Yi Fan asked strangely, "Why?" The little girl stammered, unable to speak, "Because." She thought hard to herself, "I must find a reasonable explanation and stay with this powerful master." Finally coming up with a clever idea, Luong Luong struck a charming pose and said, "Because I like senior." In her heart, she was secretly screaming, "Sidu Luong Luong, you must endure. As long as you can win the favor of this powerful master, the senior brothers of the Myriad Beast sect won't be able to bully you anymore." Seeing this, Yi Fan suddenly froze for 5 seconds. The scene of him being handcuffed by the police appeared in his mind, and he kept explaining, "Comrade, listen to me, I really didn't do anything." Thinking this, Yi Fan quickly wrapped the blanket tightly around Luong Luong and shouted, "Take good care of yourself. Yi Mao doesn't want to go to the police station for reform through labor." At the same time, in the primordial black hole, it is rumored that the primordial black hole only opens once every million years. In order to snatch resources and good fortune, countless strong cultivators fought and fell here, with only a few becoming ancient kings. They could take away the treasures here. The systems fought fiercely. Yi Fan's system loudly declared, "I discovered this sword first." The black system defiantly retorted, "So what if you discovered it? I must bring victory back to my host." Failing to get what it wanted, Yi Fan's system immediately attacked it and cursed, "Go to hell." The black system cried out, "You actually destroyed my chip." After successfully snatching the item, it smugly said, "Finally, victory. If I just bring this sword back to my host." Behind it, the other systems scrambled away. One of them turned and yelled, "Don't let me see you again next time." But the system wasn't happy at all. It sighed gloomily, thinking, "The host doesn't want anything. Even if I die, the host won't be sad at all." Suddenly, a white-haired woman appeared, crossed her arms, and coldly snorted, "I can't believe I taught you so many tricks, and you still haven't conquered the host? Long time no see." It turned around, recognized her, and asked, "How's system by Jia?" Bai Jia extended her hand and softly said, "The killing is really intense. These things can't win the system's supplementary qualifiers, right?" Yi Fan's system, holding the holy sword, yelled in dissatisfaction, "System Bai Jia, do you want to deal with me? I won't let my guard down." She raised an eyebrow and replied, "I'm not your old six, who's both a snitch and a trap, burying landmines. You blaspheme my Star Monarch identity. I'm here to make a deal with you." After saying that, Bai Jia remembered earlier how Yi Fan's system had secretly taken advantage of the other systems fighting each other. It smirked maliciously and threw something at them. The other systems, seeing this thing, gathered around and exclaimed, "There are actually wild 900mm small cannons here." Yi Fan's system asked her, puzzled, "A deal?" Bai Jia summoned a small child in her hand and said, "That's right, a new system that's incredibly powerful and doesn't get discarded. The price is all the luck points you gained this time. I'll sell it to you." It cautiously asked, "What functions does she have?" Bai Jia smiled and replied, "No functions at all, but she has a passive ability. She can give the host a 5-fold boost of chicken blood without breaking the game." Without thinking much, Yi Fan's system handed Bai Jia a USB and eagerly agreed, "Okay." Taking the USB, she smiled and praised, "It truly is you, knowing how to pick the right deals. Now you can just wait for luck to come." Suddenly, the system panel in front of her reported, "Setup content empty, cannot read." Bai Jia's eyes widened in surprise. She angrily crushed the USB in her hand and cursed, "That damned number 2204, how dare he trick me? One day, I'll definitely send you to meet your ancestors." Meanwhile, at noon at Immortal Jade Peak, Ziyun sadly said, "Strange, it's almost noon, but before, the smell of food always wafted from Immortal Jade Peak. Why is there no smoke now?" Yuan smiled and added, "He's probably not meditating, is he? Or maybe he's sick." Ziyun frowned and said, "I have a bad feeling. Let's wait a bit and not alert him." Having said that, she felt uneasy and thought, "Alert him? Is using this idiom to describe my disciple a bit inappropriate?" Slender arms gently rested on the tall green tree canopy. Ziyun and Yuan climbed onto the roof and watched Yi Fan carving something. Yuan said, "It seems like there's no problem." Ziyun, beside her, still worried, replied, "The food's ruined. Has my maiden's intuition failed me?" She was speechless upon hearing that. "Oh, maiden." While Ziyun is currently 1,145 years old but appears 14, second elder Fan Yuan is exactly 24 years old. Lian placed her hand on the door and called out loudly, "Senior." The little girl casually wondered, "What's Senior doing?" Yi Fan didn't answer but retorted, "Am I disturbing you?" Seeing another girl appear beside Yi Fan, both Ziyun and Yuan were shocked as if struck by lightning. She sadly collapsed as if losing her soul, groaning, "It's over. My precious disciple has had a change of heart." Yuan quickly helped Ziyun up and reassured her, Sect Master, come on, get up, don't fall. She frowned, blaming herself, so he likes young and pretty people, huh? If I had known this, I wouldn't have let myself get scars. Yuan beside her looked puzzled and replied, that's a very rude way of thinking. I always feel like you're scolding me. She turned Ziyun around and emphasized, Sect Master, listen to me. Hearing that, Ziyun asked, Second Elder, do you have a way to make her leave? Yuan immediately replied, deadly advice. As the saying goes, rich soil doesn't flow to other fields. I believe that as long as Sect Master holds great love in your heart, Yi Fan will naturally understand your intentions. A seductive image of Ziyun appeared. She coquettishly extended her hand, inviting Yi Fan, my precious disciple, quickly come and throw yourself into my arms. Ziyun immediately waved her hand and shouted, stop talking nonsense. No matter what, I'm still the Sect Master. She thought of a way awkwardly and said, I've got it. How about asking senior disciple Zibing to come back? She'll know what to do. Yuan was speechless and thought to herself. She still wants Zibing to come back and eat dog food? Who in the sect doesn't know that she and Yi Fan have gone beyond a master-disciple relationship now, and she's still pretending to be shy? Meanwhile, Liang walked up curiously and asked him, Senior, are you carving words on the steel? Yi Fan looked at the finished product in his hand and smiled smugly, saying, you could say that. After all, I haven't been back for 2 days, so I probably won't be returning. But when she saw his scribbled handwriting, the little girl was disappointed and thought, terrible handwriting. Suddenly, Liang remembered something and asked, Senior, speaking of which, do you really like eating demon beast meat? Yesterday, I saw some animal fur in your kitchen. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and replied, indeed. After all, demon beast meat is delicious. Why do you ask? The little girl happily made a suggestion to him, Senior, let's make a deal. I guarantee you'll have demon beast meat at every meal. Yi Fan asked in confusion, a deal? Does your family specialize in butchering? Liang replied, kind of. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, catching both of their attention, Seventh Junior Sister, are you planning to betray our myriad beast sect? As soon as she saw him, Liang quickly recognized him and called out, Jia Tun. He and his dragon hovered high above, arrogantly looking down and saying, I thought you really wanted to marry a bald man in Liang country. Who knew you'd even dare to kill Steward Lu and Sex Junchen? You're quite bold and decisive. As expected of the woman I like most. Just follow me, and I'll handle the sex affairs for you. The original line at index 24 ended, and the next line at index 25 starts a new sentence. I will ensure the translation for 24 reflects the end of the original 24 content while maintaining flow. The original line actually seems to be 2 sentences joined. I'll separate them slightly in English for clarity without changing meaning. Liang retorted discontentedly, the deaths of the steward and Jun Chen were due to me being at my wit's end. When I return, I'll take responsibility myself. You don't need to interfere. The little girl calculated in her heart, I must leave a good impression on Senior. Maybe Senior will naturally step in. Seeing the little girl resist, Jia Tun angrily ordered his pet, this matter is not up to you. Fire Dragon, burn this sect down for me, then bring 7th Junior Sister back. It opened its mouth and cast a fireball, replying, yes, Master. Yi Fan, on this side, remained very calm. He glared at him, warning, I advise you not to touch the sect, or you'll have to bear the consequences. Jia Tun smirked triumphantly and shouted, bear the consequences? It's not a common person like you's place to wave your hands around here. Fire Dragon, attack! With that, the Fire Dragon unleashed a giant fireball towards the Ziyun sect. But as soon as the fireball touched the barrier, it vanished. Seeing this, Jia Tun and his pet were incredulous. He stared wide-eyed at the fireball flying back towards him and exclaimed, what's happening? Immediately after, fireworks suddenly erupted, and the dragon and Jia Tun disappeared instantly. At this moment, an announcement sounded, "System product must be a fine item. Please do not attempt to attack the sect." Yi Fan didn't even bother to look at them, while Liang Liang nervously clutched her sleeves, looking up. Jia Tun was sent flying to another location. He lay on the ground, thinking to himself, "This sect's great formation is really damn evil. I must report this to my grandpa." Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of Jia Thon Phi Deep, holding Suka in one arm, removed the blindfold from her eyes with the other hand, smiling evenly as she looked at him and asked, "Still want to smoothly report the news?" Phi Deep put Jia Thon into the coffin, then calmly sat on the lid, ignoring his frantic screams of "Let me out! Let me out!" Waving her hand due to the heat, she suddenly noticed below her. Suka sat neatly in one spot and spoke, "Sister Phi Deep, why did you let that person lie in my small bed?" She smiled and explained, "Of course, it's to save the dying and help the injured." It came closer and curiously asked, "So, after I get a small bed, if I just do a lot of good things, I can become a good dog that doesn't make its owner angry, right?" Phi Deep gently stroked Suka's head and replied, "Of course." On this side of the large mountain range, a beautiful young woman stretched comfortably. She was Zi Bing, Zi Van's direct senior disciple. Zi Bing blinked, then reached out to affectionately caress the thing in front of her. "After being in seclusion for so long, thank you for keeping me company." The orange cat enjoyed her gentleness, smiling brightly as it listened to its owner call its name, "Little fellow." Zi Bing curled up, one hand playfully teasing the orange cat. She muttered to herself, "I wonder how the sect is doing now. First, I should check my token to see if there are any messages." As soon as she opened her token, Zi Bing received a message from Zi Van, warning, "Senior disciple, return quickly." Seeing this, she exclaimed in alarm, "Master is in trouble." Zi Bing immediately flew back to the sect on her sword, silently praying with a worried heart, "Master, you are like a mother to me, nothing bad will happen to you." Meanwhile, at the Myriad Beasts sect, everything was unusually peaceful. Inside the room, after Liang Liang reported the entire incident, Zi Van finally understood and asked, "So, you're a high-ranking disciple of the Myriad Beasts sect?" The little girl clasped her hands and politely replied, "I am merely the 7th direct disciple of the sect, at the 2nd level of the Void Transformation Realm. Calling me a high-ranking disciple is still far from the truth." She looked at the little girl cautiously, asking in suspicion, "Then why are you coming to my second-rate sect? Are you trying to poach my beloved disciple?" Liang Liang laughed cheerfully and answered, "Old hag, you've misunderstood. I'm just here to invite Senior to be a guest of my Myriad Beasts sect." Hearing the name the little girl called her, Zi Van was so furious that the teacup in her hand cracked, wondering, "Old hag?" She narrowed her eyes in anger and retorted, "Why should I agree to you?" Liang Liang then stated, "Old hag, you're Senior's master, shouldn't you still ask Senior's opinion?" Zi Van frowned and shot back, "For someone who reached the Void Transformation Realm, how could their age be younger than mine? Who exactly is the old hag here?" The two glared at each other, as if in a silent battle. Liang Liang spoke, "Indeed, lacking in strength, and not even young. What makes you think you can be Senior's senior?" Zi Van calmly said, "It's just the charm of a mature woman, that's all." Unable to argue, the little girl turned to Yi Fan and complained, "This is..." He immediately turned his face away, avoiding her gaze and saying, "Don't glare at me, I'm innocent in this." Liang Liang turned to the two sparkling, supersized grapefruits in front of her and coldly snorted. The little girl raised her hand to feel her own wall and pondered. Then she slumped in utter disappointment, thinking, "No wonder Senior isn't interested in my body. To lose like this is too humiliating." Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke up, "All right, take me to the Myriad Beasts sect." Liang Liang's eyes lit up as she sat up and happily said, "Senior, I'll take you there immediately." Immediately after, they headed to the Myriad Beasts sect. Along the way, it grew dark, and the sky was filled with flying beasts. Liang Liang gestured, introducing to him, "Senior, this is the Myriad Beasts sect." Yi Fan placed a hand on his chin, marveling at the surroundings. "Not bad at all, no wonder it's called the Myriad Beasts sect." Suddenly, a large dark shadow enveloped them both, and an angry voice bellowed, "Thieves!" An older, muscular man landed with a thud in front of them. He was Jiazhua, Jiathan's father, who had come looking for his son. Jiazhua furiously growled, "Give me back my son's life." Liang placed her hand on her chest and quickly explained, "Elder Jiazhua, although fifth senior brother and I had some disagreements, he disappeared after he left." After hearing this, he not only didn't believe her but slammed the little girl's face to the ground and yelled, "Nonsense!" Liang struggled to avoid being choked, trying to speak, "Elder Jiazhua, I invited a guest here for the sect master and the sect. You can't kill me." Jiazhua stared down, his voice sharp, "My son is dead, so what if I kill you? Don't even talk about the sect master, not even the Grand Elder can stop me." Yi Fan, who hadn't moved this whole time, stood by and silently appraised him. Trouble. In the cultivation world, being bullied by powerful cultivators is normal. If this continues, I'll miss dinner. Unexpectedly, Jiazhua noticed him, turned and said, "You're the man this thief brought, aren't you?" "I know, you're also the culprit who murdered my son." With that, he immediately lunged to attack. Seeing this, Yi Fan unhappily asked, "Why are you attacking without a word?" He still stood there, waiting for Jiazhua's attack to reach him, secretly musing to himself, "If I use the gun that damned system gave me. No, even if I beat him to death, I can't fall into its trap. It's just that this guy doesn't look easy to deal with at first glance." Then, a spirit sword appeared before him. Yi Fan looked at it and happily exclaimed, "The blazing emperor sword." The subordinates accompanying Jiazhua looked awkwardly towards them. Yi Fan looked at the floating sword, emanating dense red spiritual energy, and realized, "Isn't this my spirit sword from my previous life? Why is it here?" It turned out this spirit sword was transformed from Fei Yi. Deep down, she was secretly thrilled. Master is indeed very surprised. What will it be like when I transform back into a human? As she thought, she recalled her many years of wandering. If Master knows that I've traveled to many worlds with the help of external forces, and even cultivated on my own, just to return to you, it will surely be very touching. Jiazhua, 3 times his size, clenched his fist and looked down disdainfully, asking, "Kid, you think you can stop me with just one sword?" Hearing this, Yi Fan was confused and bewildered. Without letting him speak, he immediately lunged to attack, shouting loudly, "Watch me turn you into minced meat." Yi Fan calmly watched him strike, while Fei Yi secretly realized in a panic, "Oh no, the force is too strong. I can't control it anymore. Master, quickly, use me to fight him back. Master, can you hear me? Can you hear me?" He had no idea what she was saying. He picked up the sword, hesitatingly thinking, "It seems if I don't act, this won't end well. Speaking of which, I currently don't have spiritual power, so I can't kill anyone, can I?" Thinking this, Yi Fan began to swing his sword in defense, his sword movements gracefully dancing around Jiazhua. Seeing this, Fei Yi excitedly cheered internally, "Yes, that's it." Finally, he stood looking at the sword in his hand. Behind him, Jiazhua stood, his entire body trembling, drops of fresh blood splattering onto the ground. He coughed up blood, clutching the wound on his body and muttering, "This is impossible." Jiazhua screamed in despair, "My son." His entire body then vanished, merging into nothingness. His subordinates suddenly turned pale, exclaiming in fear, "The Grand Elder is dead." "The Grand Elder is dead?" They hastily fled, telling each other, "Go quickly and inform the sect master." Liang approached Yi Fan, excitedly exclaiming, "Senior, you're too strong. You're even stronger than the sect master. You killed Elder Jiazhua with just one move." Yi Fan frowned, unhappily replying, "I didn't intend to kill anyone. Who knew he was so weak?" Meanwhile, the real murderer, Fei Yi, heard this and happily remarked, "It's because I was fast." Suddenly, he bent Fei Yi in his hand, angrily thinking, "I get it now. This must be that damned system's conspiracy." Meanwhile, Fei Yi was bent by him to the point of spurting fresh blood. After tormenting her, Yi Fan unceremoniously threw her spinning in the air, then let the sword plunge into the ground. Liang looked at the warped sword in confusion and asked, "Senior, why would you do that to the sword?" Yi Fan said coldly, "Why bother keeping a broken sword?" Immediately after, in the study of the myriad beast sect master. After hearing the report, Zhensu half turned her face and said, "You mean the Grand Elder was killed by a single sword strike, but the opponent didn't use any spiritual power?" The disciple replied, "That's right. My disciples saw it with their own eyes. Many outer disciples can also testify to that." Hearing this, she smiled happily and muttered to herself, "That fool, he's been fighting me for half his life. So what if your cultivation is higher than mine? People without wisdom can never become sect master." Then she turned to her disciple and instructed, "My dear disciple, go and make preparations. Tomorrow, I want to have a pleasant meeting with that outsider." He immediately replied, "Understood." A moment later, in the main hall of the Myriad Beast sect, Zhensu came out to greet Yi Fan warmly and cheerfully said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, we've been waiting for you for a long time." He merely asked coldly, "Is that so?" She tilted her head and softly said, "Why wouldn't it be? My beloved disciple has praised you highly." Hearing this, Liang was puzzled and wondered, "Beloved disciple?" Zhensu turned to the girl and replied, "I intend to take you as my disciple now. From now on, you will naturally be my disciple, won't you?" Yi Fan crossed his arms and unhappily said, "Sister, I don't want to say anything more. I came here simply to get a long-term meat ticket." She quickly interjected, "You can have as much demon beast meat as you want. Even abalone from the water is delicious." He glared at Zhensu, secretly annoyed, "Don't think I don't know what you're implying." Thinking this, Yi Fan took a crab in his hand and asked, "Are there giant crabs here? The kind as big as a wash basin?" Zhensu hesitated slightly and said, "There probably are. If not, I'll send people to catch them in the rivers and lakes." Having achieved his goal, Yi Fan smiled and replied, "Then I appreciate your effort." Zhensu smiled, generously handed him a box and said, "By the way, Taoist Yi, I have a treasure I want to give you." Yi Fan was puzzled, looking at it and wondering, "What is it?" She opened the box in her hand, and something bright sparkled. Zhensu introduced, "This is an item from the immortal realm." A refreshing scent wafted into Yi Fan's nose. He looked at the glowing item in the box and slowly said, "This is..." Yi Fan held the pouch up to his face, observing and assessing it, a fragrant sachet. "This scent is a bit familiar, it seems to be the immortal attracting flower." Zhensu quickly confirmed, "Taoist Yi, your knowledge is truly vast. This is a treasure our sect obtained by chance." He held a fish in his hand and joyfully exclaimed, "It really is a treasure. Animals love this scent, so fish must love it too." Seeing this, Zhensu reached out her hand, giving a forced smile as she reminded him, "Taoist Yi, quickly put it away. Don't let the immortal energy dissipate completely." Yi Fan triumphantly held the item in his hand and quickly agreed, "Then I'll take this." Luong on the side worriedly asked, "Senior is leaving already? Won't you stay at the 10,000 Beast sect for a while? Besides, it's already dark, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" He coldly replied, "My master likes the food I make. If I return quickly, I can still make breakfast." As he turned to leave, Yi Fan suddenly remembered and instructed, "Oh right, little sister, remember to deliver the demon beast meat ingredients to my sect every week. Do you know the location?" Zhensu stepped forward and reached out to Luong, replying with a question, "Doesn't my disciple know?" Hearing this, he felt relieved and left, calling back from the door, "Then I'm heading back now." Luong watched Yi Fan's departing figure fly away and shouted, "Senior, I'll come find you in a few days." But he didn't pay any attention at all. He was secretly overjoyed, thinking, "This is great. With this immortal attracting flower, I can definitely catch a big fish tomorrow." The little girl pouted, secretly envious, "Senior is too doting on his master. If only I could become Senior's master." Seeing that expression, Zhen Su immediately understood and raised her hand, secretly smiling. Finally, I've thrown that hot potato out. Solar Star Sect, if you want the treasure, go contend with Taoist Yi. It's best if both sides suffer losses. Having good stuff, Yi Fan immediately took out some fluff from the immortal attracting flower sachet. Then, he calmly lay on the wooden chair, resting while waiting for the fish to bite. He joyfully and expectantly exclaimed, "Brother Heavenly Tao, bless me. This time, give me a 30-pound fish." After his bait went into the water, a woman soaking in the water suddenly awoke, recognizing the scent of the immortal attracting flower. She smiled, immediately following Yi Fan's bait and thinking, "This is definitely the immortal flower sachet that mother left for me." She was immortal fairy Isekai'd, the beautiful woman who slept soundly beneath the deep waters. Suddenly, strands of seaweed stretched out and tightly clung to her legs, ominously calling, "Immortal." Looking down at the monsters at her feet, Isekai'd was startled and thought to herself, "After I was injured, how long did I sleep? Even seaweed has turned into evil creatures." The monsters surged forward, holding her tightly, their eerie voices rising, "Immortal, don't go. Let us take your immortal power again." Isekai'd was tightly entangled by the seaweed, struggling to break free, secretly encouraging herself, "These are just weak algae. I can definitely get out." Suddenly at this moment, Yi Fan's fishing hook arrived. Coincidentally, it hooked Isekai'd's clothing. Yi Fan, above, saw his rod bend and joyfully exclaimed, "I hooked it." He looked at the large ripples on the water and cheered even louder, "So heavy. This must be a big fish, perhaps even the king of fish." Meanwhile, Isekai'd underwater was confused, struggling to get away from it. "Where did this hook come from? Stop pulling my clothes." But Yi Fan above was determined to pull it up, using all his strength to bend the rod and retrieve whatever was below. He raised his hand with effort and shouted, betting on the pride of a fisherman. But then Yi Fan stared wide-eyed as Isekai'd was lifted high into the air by the hook. Two large, round, fair breasts slammed into his face. Yi Fan froze, wondering, this white float? Or a beauty? A moment later, he uncomfortably put tissue into his nose to stop the bleeding. Isekai'd looked at him and explained the story. "It happened like this. I secretly came down here to find my mother's sachet, and then I was attacked by the Heavenly General. If it weren't for Senyu's help, this little immortal might have to stay in the water forever." But Yi Fan, feeling annoyed and not wanting to listen, said, "No need to explain anymore. Here's your sachet back. Right now, I just want to know if there are any more big fish in the water." Isekai'd hesitated slightly, looking at him and saying, "The situation was complicated, so I wasn't paying attention." Yi Fan sighed dejectedly, dismissing her, "Go on, you can leave." Seeing this, she didn't stay long, bowing respectfully and thanking him, "Senyu's great kindness, this little immortal will never forget it. Farewell." Suddenly, at this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunderstruck, shaking the heavens, accompanied by someone's furious roar. "Fairy Isekai'd, you've been hiding alone in the mortal realm for so many years, I can't believe you've sought alliance with a mortal." She started, looked up, quickly recognized him, and exclaimed, "Heavenly General." The man with 4 arms appeared majestically on the dark clouds, raising his voice sharply and roaring, "You've violated 2 prohibitions. Execution." Isekai'd, terrified, ran to hug Yi Fan, pleading for help, "Senior, save me." He immediately looked confused and wondered, "I'm fighting a succubus. No, I'm fighting a heavenly general." Just then, the system appeared, speaking smugly, "Host, don't be afraid, I'm back." Seeing it, Yi Fan was stunned and asked, "Dog system, you're not dead yet?" About half an hour ago, Zi Bing and her cat were flying back to the sect on a sword, but she had no sense of direction. Currently still on her way, she mumbled to herself with difficulty, "I remember it was to the left, there were 2 mountains. Where did the mountains go?" Suddenly, Zi Bing noticed a powerful pillar of light striking a mountain and realized with surprise, this is a celestial phenomenon. On this side, the system pouted happily and called out to Yi Fan, "Host, I missed you so much." He dismissively shooed it away, don't start with that disgusting behavior the moment you're back. Ignoring own dad, who was being chased and attacked by the heavenly general behind them, the system on this side whined to Yi Fan, host, the days without me, you must have struggled a lot, right? Yi Fan angrily pointed at it and scolded, not here? You really know how to lie. You pretend not to be here and then pull off all these silly tricks, what's that about? The system held out an item, confidently stating, heaven has eyes. When have I ever pretended? That's right, this time I've brought an unparalleled treasure. It will absolutely satisfy you. Own dad behind them was crying out from the heavenly general's attacks. She looked at Yi Fan, complaining, Senior, why are you just standing there watching? He paid no attention to her. He looked at the item in the system's hand, confused, and asked, another spirit orb? You really aren't afraid of copyright infringement, are you? It cautiously replied, let's change it next time, okay? The system raised the item high in its hand and loudly commanded, here you go. Come out quickly, where's the chicken fighting system? Upon command, Hong Hong appeared, happily exclaiming, I finally get to appear. This is great. Does the host want me? The system turned to it, its face full of pride as it introduced, Chicken Blood System, you are now my subsystem. The one next to you is our host. I need you to give the host some motivation. Yi Fan was startled and wondered, what is this dog system trying to do now? Hong Hong quickly understood and replied, motivation? I get it. It rushed towards him, bursting with fiery energy, shouting, the temptation of red copper. Power increased 100-fold. Vidra indestructible body. Indomitable spirit triumphs. The system behind it raised its hand, very pleased, and praised, yes, that's right. You must make the host happy. Hong Hong flew into Yi Fan's chest, all right, father's technique. The system on this side clutched its head in panic, shouting, oh crap, what are you doing? Hong Hong flew into Chu Fan's chest, glowing brightly and merging with his body. Meanwhile, the heavenly general, who was fighting own debt, angrily scolded, it's because you immortals secretly descend to the mortal realm that we heavenly generals have our salaries docked every year. She struggled to explain, shrieking, I really just wanted to get my mother's sachet back. While she was whimpering and crying, a voice suddenly spoke up, distracting them, don't you understand what she's saying? Deep Pham quickly ran over and kicked the heavenly general in the chin, sending him sprawling backward. He gently helped own dad up and reminded her. Hearing that, she was overjoyed and said. The heavenly general coughed up blood from the kick. He muttered angrily. I can't believe there's an ant in the mortal realm who can injure me like this. The heavenly general pointed at Deep Pham and shouted. He rested his hands on his hips, scornfully replying. But I was just toying with you. I only used a bit of strength, and you're already injured like this. Those words were like a dagger stabbed directly into the heavenly general's pride. He flew up, his entire body erupting with an enormous surge of power as he roared. Deep Pham crossed his arms and sneered. The heavenly general angrily stomped his foot and attacked, gritting his teeth and hissing. Thanks to Hong Hong's power, he easily grabbed the heavenly general's leg, contemptuously saying. Deep Pham swung his arm and hurled the heavenly general straight to the ground, shouting. The heavenly general refused to give up, gritting his teeth and standing up, ready to counterattack. But he quickly stood in front of him. Then he unleashed a fierce tiger's mountain-shattering chaos punch into the heavenly general's stomach, making him vomit blood. That attack was so powerful it knocked the heavenly general far away until he disappeared from sight. Hong Hong achieved her goal, happily burrowing out of his body and exclaiming. Master, the system quickly came over, worriedly asking Deep Pham. He angrily pointed at it and reprimanded. Hearing that, it immediately pleaded for mercy. The heavenly general, on this side, struggled to clutch his stomach, trembling and muttering. Damn it, my dantian is shattered now, my cultivation is only at the chi refining stage. If not, I would definitely return to report to the commander and destroy this world. Suddenly, he was startled to notice many other human-shaped pits around him. The heavenly general's face turned purple as he thought to himself. Unexpectedly, a flash of light descended from the sky, startling him. Isekai'd arrived, glaring angrily and wondering. She aimed her gun at the heavenly general's head and muttered. Feeling weak, he quickly waved his hands and legs, begging. Isekai'd sat on the lid of the jade coffin and spoke. The nine-tailed fox sitting next to her added. Seeing the jade coffin, the heavenly general's face turned even paler as he exclaimed. If I enter in the chi refining stage, I'd emerge as a celestial immortal, or even after tens of thousands of years. This is a prison. If it's opened during my recovery period, then my bones will only crumble to dust. Please, don't put me in this coffin. I'm willing to use all the information I have to save my pathetic life. Isekai'd growled angrily, asking him. Isekai'd glared at him and said. The heavenly general held out his hand, gesturing like a true dragon, and began to recount. The heavenly general was immediately put into the jade coffin by her, crying and shouting from inside. Isekai'd sat calmly on the lid and replied. As she was walking, her eyes suddenly met with Zibing, who was returning. She awkwardly asked, Hello, does anyone know which way Isekai'd is? Isekai'd pointed and replied, Go that way. Then she thought to herself, purple hair? Just one look and I know she's from Isekai'd. After hearing the directions, Zibing sighed in relief and flew away with a smile, finally found it. Thank you very much. As soon as she arrived at the entrance of Isekai'd, Zibing happily exclaimed, Master. Recognizing the familiar voice, Ziyun turned around, startled, and recognized her. As soon as she saw her, she exclaimed in surprise, Zibing. She excitedly hugged Ziyun and said, Master, I'm glad you're okay. I was worried that the purple-haired one would have to bid farewell to the silver-haired one. She touched her cheek and playfully scolded, When did my hair turn silver? Which temple did you send the message from? Ziqing came back ages ago, why are you only just returning now? Zibing gave an awkward smile and explained, Master, please understand. I accidentally ran all the way to the northern region, that's why I'm back so late. Suddenly, Yi Fan noticed the small white cat accompanying Zibing. He crouched down and teased it. Ziyun extended her hand and introduced, Zibing, look, this is your junior brother. He's the prodigy of our Ziyun sect. Zibing looked at Yi Fan, assessing him, so he's junior brother Yi? He looks like a talented individual. Ziyun smiled smugly and said, That's right, Ziqing said the same thing. Hearing them both mention an unfamiliar name, Yi Fan stopped, looked up and asked, Senior sister, who is this Ziqing that Master just mentioned? Ziyin walked over and replied, Ziqing is our second senior sister. He raised an eyebrow, realizing then, so I have 3 senior sisters? Why have I never met them before? Ziyin placed a hand on her cheek and explained, You've only been back in the sect for 2 or 3 months, it's normal that you haven't met her. I've been in the sect for 18 years and I haven't even met the second senior sister either. Suddenly recalling old memories from when she was young, she recounted, That year, after you became a disciple, your family felt you were too young and regretted letting you go. So I could only follow Master back to the sect first, and I kept hearing Master talk about the 2 senior sisters, but until now, I've only seen the eldest senior sister. Yi Fan walked over, puzzled, what kind of aura envelopes FB? This sense of existence is too low. Even King Lanling has a stronger sense of presence than her. Ziyin didn't understand, a question mark appearing above her head, who is King Lanling? Suddenly, Zibing gently spoke up, Junior sister, junior brother, stop teasing me and come have some tea. Upon hearing this, both of them blankly held their teacups. Yi Fan politely thanked her, Thank you, senior sister. Suddenly, Ziyin looked around, wondering, where's second senior sister? While the two were catching up, outside, a female immortal ran over to report urgently, Sect Master, it's bad. The son of Sect Master Ma Bian of Wenxiang sect has suddenly broken through to the nascent soul stage. He's currently leading the entire sect to attack us. Ziyun exclaimed in shock, What? Ma Bian's son? Zibing continued, puzzled, and at the nascent soul stage? Ziyun found it strange and asked, bewildered, wait, I've known that scoundrel Ma Bian for hundreds of years. When did he have a son? Moreover, the child's cultivation is 2 or 3 stages higher than his elders. Isn't that too illogical? She led her disciples and said, I'm afraid someone might take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Disciples, follow me to take a look. Everyone replied, understood. Only Yi Fan was displeased at being dragged along. Over here at Van Thursday sect, after reading the paper in her hand, Luong gasped and exclaimed, what? The deputy sect master of Tai Duong Tin sect is attacking Ziyun sect under the pretext of Wen Tuong sect? Chan, who turned around and replied, that's right, I'm also surprised. If I had known, I wouldn't have given the treasure to Daoist Yi. She narrowed her eyes, smiled, and suggested, disciple, go prepare the mounts, we'll go to Ziyun sect to help them out. The young girl quickly replied, understood. Chan, who fiddled with the flower in her hand, smiling slyly and muttering to herself, whose hands will Hong eventually die by. Daoist Yi, don't disappoint me. Outside Ziyun sect, a group of disciples from another sect arrived, holding weapons and shouting, young master, please avenge the old sect master. Ziyun walked forward, her voice sharp as she said, avenge the old sect master? Where were you all when he died that day? The one sitting grandly on this chair is Ma Fan, the current sect master of Van Tuong sect and deputy sect master of Tai Duong Tin sect. He glanced towards Yi Fan of Ziyun sect. His face immediately became greedy and he thought to himself, is he the recently famous person causing all this commotion? But he looks more like a mortal. Could it be that he has a cultivation method to conceal his aura? But his physique and figure aren't bad, you know. Ziyun voiced her dissatisfaction, stating, the sect master of Van Tuong sect has no heir, and for hundreds of years, he hasn't boasted about anything. Did your young master jump out of his mother's womb or crack out of a stone? Therefore, your young sect master is a fake. Ma Fan sat up and explained to her, saying such things is not acceptable. How could I be a fake? My original surname is Ma, so why wouldn't Van Tuong sect be my property? Zi Bang raised her hand to retort, twisting logic, is that all you're basing this on? You merely want to attack our Ziyun sect. He arrogantly replied, your mouth is venomous, but it's fine. As long as you hand over the treasure of the immortal realm, I will let your Ziyun sect people go. Hearing this, Ziyun angrily shouted, you want to seize it? If you have the ability, break through my sect's grand formation and take it. Ma Fan rested his hands on his hips and slyly said, why would I need to break the formation? Or is there something suspicious about your grand formation? Mocked by him, Ziyun gritted her teeth and secretly pondered. Originally, she had thought of using the opponent's grand formation attack to trigger a counterattack, but even if he saw through it, he wouldn't dare to act so easily. Zi Bang, agitated, pointed her sword forward and yelled, Master, why waste words on this demonic fellow? Just fight him. She hurriedly stopped her, Zi Bang, wait. Ma Fan, unfazed, waved his hand to attack and coldly snorted with contempt, you don't know what's good for you. His attack flew towards them. Ziyun quickly covered her face, not daring to look, and called out, my eldest disciple. Yi Fan, standing nearby, quickly reassured her, Master, eldest senior sister is fine. It turned out she had blocked it with the sword in her hand. Ma Fan then became awkward and grumbled, you've also reached the spirit soul stage? Zi Bang mocked him, are you scared? Ziyun stood aside, watching the two fight, and secretly felt a pang of self-pity, my two disciples actually have higher cultivation than me. Saying these things in front of my disciples, I'm truly losing face. Ma Fan summoned a hairpin and retorted to Zi Bang, so what if your sect has 2 spirit soul stage cultivators? He raised the item in his hand and continued, in front of my immortal family's magical artifact. How could you possibly have a chance to win? As soon as he finished speaking, the hairpin rapidly enlarged, exuding a powerful aura as it hovered in midair. Zi Bang looked at the purple energy hurtling towards her, feeling a little flustered, and thought to herself, this person went straight for a big move. How am I supposed to defend against this now? She turned her head back to look at the two people behind her and muttered, I can't run, or else Master and the others will laugh at me. Jinsu and Liang Liang stood on their swords, floating in midair. She scoffed provocatively, Ziyun sect truly has hidden dragons and crouching tigers, huh? And there's even a spirit aperture stage cultivator, but soon there won't be anyone left. Master, let's quickly go help our sect senior, otherwise she'll die. Jinsu waved her hand and shook her head, reminding, we can't help. That's a hairpin made from the immortal breaking flower. Once the immortal breaking flower appears, any cultivator below the tribulation transcending stage who faces it will surely only face death. Although my magical artifact is also an immortal grade item, its damage isn't great enough, and at such a long distance, it won't be in time. She glanced down and mumbled two words, but in her bloodshot eyes was Yi Fan's figure. Jinsu anticipated, fellow Taoist Yi also has the scent of the immortal breaking flower on him. Let's see if he'll take it out and use it. Hearing this, he couldn't help but ask curiously, why the immortal breaking flower? Could it be that she dropped it? The system sighed and hesitantly said, after checking, it truly. It and Hong Hong analyzed it together, and by the way, you still have the mood to chat? Aren't you afraid the host's senior sister will die? Of course, what is there to be afraid of? You should know that during the explanation process, the surrounding environment seems to pause. So, can we save the host's senior sister? Of course we have to save her. Master, senior sister, what are you talking about? They're all considered part of the host's family. After a moment, Hong Hong raised one finger, then enthusiastically raised her other hand and declared, okay, I understand. Giving the host's senior sister a 100-layer silkworm silk shield. At the same time, Zi Bang raised her sword high, spinning it beautifully. A purple spiritual energy and a giant flower were now hurtling towards her. With a boom, it struck Zi Bang directly, pushing her back several meters. Ma Fan squinted, smiling smugly, and threatened, this is the fate of my enemies. Hand over your treasures quickly, or you'll die too. Ziyin on the opposite side couldn't help but call out anxiously, senior sister. Ziyun rushed over and hugged Yi Fan tightly, pleading, senior disciple. He immediately explained the situation, it'll be fine, but master, please let go a little, I'm really about to suffocate. However, Zi Bang was standing safely within the strange spiritual energy, looking around and wondering, I'm fine. Seeing this, Ma Fan scowled and yelled, why aren't you dead yet? Hearing her disciple's voice, she excitedly turned and shouted, senior disciple, don't be afraid. Use all your strength and kill that demon. My precious disciple said, it's protecting you. Yi Fan looked at Ziyun exasperatedly, thinking to himself, I didn't say that, but it's almost true. Zi Bang once again drew her sword, pointing two fingers forward with gratitude, thank you, junior brother Yi. Now I can fight without worry. He snorted coldly with obvious disdain, that was just the first attack. I don't believe you can withstand it 10 times, or even 100 times. Jinsu's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, this is impossible. He didn't use any spiritual energy or magical artifacts throughout the entire process. How could he possibly neutralize the attack of the immortal breaking flower? The system couldn't help but whisper, host, someone is secretly watching you. He looked up to observe and replied, I don't see anyone, do I? High above, she stiffened, wondering, why did he suddenly look in this direction? That's not right. With his current ability, how could he possibly detect me? How could he? Could it be that his true strength is even greater than I imagined? Jinsu shivered slightly at Yi Fan's amber eyes, those cold, lazy eyes. It felt as if he had seen through everything. What was he trying to convey? She lowered her face, pondering internally, no, that's not right. This is because he thinks I'm taking advantage of him. Will he be disappointed in an ally like me? After thinking it through, Jinsu pulled Liang Liang's hand and ordered, disciple, let's go help quickly. The little girl's eyes widened as she asked, oh, didn't you say you wouldn't help? Instantly, she transformed into several purple energy specks and flew down, calling out, "Old villain Ma, how dare you attack an ally of my myriad beast sect?" Mafan looked in the direction of the voice and questioned, "Who's there?" Jinsu reformed into human shape, raised her weapon high, and introduced herself. "I, Jinsu, sect master of myriad beast sect, am here to assist in battle." Immediately, ethereal red and blue spiritual energy emanated around Jinsu. Liang Liang, floating in midair, also contributed. "I, C2 Liang Liang, personal disciple of the myriad beast sect master, am also here to assist." He waved his hand, summoning a white flower, and scornfully said, "Jinsu, you're merely at the 8th layer of the Void Cavern realm, and you've come here to meddle?" Under Mafin's control, that flower flew directly towards the two girls, accompanied by his reminder, "Don't forget, your opponent is still here." After that, the four of them charged into a brawl. Ziyun, watching from the sidelines, cheered, "My precious disciple, you've really earned some respect. You even managed to get the Myriad Beast sect to join the fight." Yi Fan still had his back turned, yawning repeatedly as he said, "Master, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Ziyin asked curiously, "Junior brother Yi, where are you going?" He scratched his head and replied, "Where else can I go? I guess I'll go fishing. I still need to cook dinner later." The scene shifts to a large lake. Renhai looked at the scene before him and sighed. When the Ziyun sect was first established, the sect master was only at the God transformation realm, but now the disciples can fight against heavenly generals. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Who are you?" He jumped in surprise and turned around to explain, "I'm just a rogue cultivator who occasionally comes to the Ziyun sect to admire this lake." Yi Fan walked over to the chair with his fishing rod, wondering, a rogue cultivator? Master never seemed to object to this before. So I guess it's okay to come in here. You've only been here for 3 months, so you don't know the sect's rules very well. Before he could sit down, Yi Fan's spot was taken by Renhai, who also let out a smug laugh. He stubbornly held onto the chair and turned to ask, "I'm sitting in your spot. Little friend, don't you have anything to say?" Yi Fan indifferently uttered a sentence, "Just sit if you want to. It doesn't matter where I sit." Renhai narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. "It doesn't matter where I sit? That's quite profound. My brothers. They always care too much about their own position." He imagined the scene of two people fighting over the Feng Shui treasure hall. "This is my seat. Don't I come here every day? So what? I've been waiting here since 2 a.m. Then he thought, after all, everyone wants to achieve success and happiness. If you want to achieve more, you must fight for something, not just struggle or not struggle at all, while you're busy baiting the hook. With extremely skillful movements, Yi Fan cast out his fishing rod just as the earthworm cried out in pain. Renhai pointed at him, probing, "Are you still fishing? Has the crisis of the cloud soaring sect been resolved yet?" Yi Fan calmly sat on the rock and replied, "Not yet. It seems they're still fighting." He reminded him, a little confused, "How can you still be playing around? I observed them when I passed by and found that the opponent is at the nascent soul stage. They have an immortal artifact in their hand. Your senior sister will definitely die. You're convinced, I'm just a mortal, I'd be useless there. Besides, my senior sister can't possibly lose." Renhai suddenly shouted, "Your senior sister is just an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, how could she not lose? Could it be that young friend also possesses heaven-defying abilities?" Yi Fan tacitly admitted, "Let's just say it's related to me." He quickly stood up, contemplating, "I almost forgot, he was the one who defeated the celestial general. It seems he must have many tricks up his sleeve. If only I could tell him about my predicament." Renhai turned away, dismissing the thought, No matter what, I am a feathered immortal. It would be very embarrassing to ask a junior for help." He leaned in close to him again and said, "Young friend, I have a story I want to share. Do you have time to listen to it?" Yi Fan closed his eyes and agreed, "Go ahead. Fishing is just to pass the time." Renhai began his story. I have a friend who was once a prince. He propped his chin, glancing over, thinking, who doesn't have friends in life? He recounted in a low voice, when he was 13, he murdered his brother to ascend to the throne as emperor. At 15, he fought the northern invaders. At 20, he unified the land. At 22, he was enlightened by an immortal and abdicated the throne to his younger sister. At 100, he entered the nascent soul stage. At 1000, he entered tribulation transcension, but when he ascended, he was injured by a celestial general and could no longer break through. Renhai posed a question, young friend, do you think my friend is miserable? Yi Fan raised a finger, offering a solution. If there's nothing wrong with his body, then he probably has a mental illness. He should go see a psychologist. He exclaimed in surprise, a psychologist? Is that a petty person, or a legendary creature? He closed his eyes, feeling annoyed. I forgot to account for the fact that there are no such professions in this cultivation world. Yi Fan cleared his throat and proposed, do you want me to help your friend? I have a method, and it just so happens I want to practice this skill a bit. But I should warn you. It might not work. Come back in a few days. Renhai clasped his hands in a gesture of thanks, then I will visit you another day. Not long after, it gradually grew dark. He looked up at the falling raindrops, thinking, is it raining? I should head back. Just then, Ming Bai approached, holding an umbrella over Yi Fan, smiling, Senior Brother Yi, what a coincidence. I just came to deliver vegetables to you. He asked about the situation. What a coincidence. How's the sect battle going? How much longer will it last? I'll cook dinner a bit later, otherwise the food will get cold. He raised a finger and recounted, it's over. I heard something about a horse's ass running away, and not even a single strand of Senior Sister Zibang's hair was harmed. The two of them returned to the sect together, and Yi Fan couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Sister is really strong. The next morning, Zhen Su's voice echoed from within the sect, fellow Taoist Tu Van, do you know? The immortal needle that your eldest disciple obtained is one of the magical treasures left behind by the immortal ancestor. 50 years ago, Ma Fun and I once bid against each other for that immortal needle. The bidding went up to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Tu Van gaped and repeated, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones? How about I sell it to you? She chuckled, implying, fellow Taoist Tu Van is indeed pragmatic. That immortal left behind at least 5 immortal items, and your sect already possesses 2 of them. Why not strive to find the remaining 3 items to strengthen your sect? She clasped her hands, asking blankly, 2 already? Zhen Su continued, the immortal ancestor's sachet is currently with fellow Taoist Yi. At the same time, the other 2 also arrived. Ming Bai peered around, searching, Master, aren't Senior Sister and the others here? Tu Van walked up to Yi Fan and replied, they've gone to rest. Only I and Sect Master Zhen are here. By the way, my dear precious disciple, is the sachet truly in your hands? He flinched and said, oh, admitting, but I don't have it on me. She questioned, you don't? Or did you give it to someone? Yi Fan responded wearily, it was an immortal ancestor. Tu Van suddenly realized, the miracle that appeared that day, was it the immortal ancestor in person? Why didn't you tell me? He sighed and complained, you didn't ask. Tu Van frowned and admonished, important things must be told to your master, understand? That's common sense. Yi Fan could only give a wry smile and admit his fault, I know, master. I'll tell you next time. Behind them, Zhen Su, intending to tempt him, whispered, fellow Taoist Yi, I wonder if my performance today can be considered the best ally of the Tu Van sect. He clasped his hands behind his back, gazing intently at the wound, reminding her, this wound is quite deep, it needs to be treated immediately. She beamed with delight, thinking, it seems he's smitten. Indeed, no man can resist my beauty. But Yi Fan turned to instruct, Junior Brotherly, please take fellow Taoist Zhen to the guest room to rest and treat her injuries. Ming Bai cheerfully accepted, all right, leaving Zhen Su wide-eyed, uttering only 2 words, oh, Come on. She could only leave regretfully. Ming Bai led the way, instructing, the guest rooms are in that area. Your disciples are also staying there. If you need food delivered, just look for an outer disciple wearing clothes like mine. Zhen Su followed behind, thinking, I helped the Tu Van sect a lot this time, but fellow Taoist Yi showed no sympathy and even asked an outer disciple to take me to the guest room to rest. Wait, this outer disciple has actually reached the peak of the nascent soul stage? These two actually have stronger cultivation than true person Tu Van? She straightened her face, implicitly realizing, I understand now. This person is fellow Taoist Yi's sect guardian, and that sect master is both weak and foolish. She's probably just a puppet supported by fellow Taoist Yi. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and a dragon appeared with several bolts of lightning, as if preparing for a rebirth. Seeing it roar, the two couldn't help but cry out in fear, a true dragon. Ugly Dog immediately charged forward, wanting to bite it. The true dragon coiled around a few times, laughing wildly, you can't catch me. It circled, causing Ugly Dog to unexpectedly fall. The true dragon opened its mouth wide and cursed, go to hell. Just as it was about to swallow Ugly Dog, several red streams of spiritual energy shot towards it. In an instant, the mighty true dragon was beaten to a pulp, its whole body blackened like a dried fish. The nine-tailed fox, standing on the ground, excitedly cheered, Sister Fei Mie, its head has been knocked sideways. Fei Mie stood beside him, scoffing disdainfully, what dragon head? They're all treasures. Just bring them all back for Master to refine. It exclaimed as if enlightened, so that's how it is. The two of them didn't know the true dragon was secretly glancing and cursing silently, damn it, her magic weapon is too strong, I can't keep pretending to be down like this. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. It quickly soared straight into the sky, to the astonishment of Fei Mie and her two spirit beasts. Seeing this, Fei Mie summoned her weapon and ordered, oh no, it's trying to escape. Chase it quickly. The heavenly general took the opportunity to gently remind, hey, I told you, if you find the true dragon, you have to release me, okay? She didn't agree hastily, wait until I catch it, then we'll talk. He wailed resentfully, women are untrustworthy, you tricked me again. The true dragon circled high in the sky, its roar echoing like thunder, while lightning coiled around its body, forming dazzling streaks of light. Seeing the critical situation on this side, Zhen Su couldn't help but exclaim, oh no. After a struggle in the misty, cold wind, the true dragon plunged straight to the ground amidst thick smoke and dust. After the storm, the sky cleared. It humbly begged with teary eyes, human cultivator, please save my life. I am willing to form a contract with the Empress. She asked in surprise, with me? The true dragon confirmed with sparkling eyes, that's right. She clenched her hand, musing, no wonder there was suddenly heavy rain at Purple Cloud Sect. So, there's a true dragon that can summon wind and rain? This is one of the strongest spirit beasts in the world. If someone can bind it into a contract with a human, then perhaps that person is an immortal from the upper realm. This hot potato can't be taken. However, Zhen Su smiled brightly and suggested, sorry, I've already formed contracts with many spirit beasts, and my remaining spiritual power isn't enough to form another contract. How about I help you form a contract with this young man? The price is just one piece of heart-protecting scale. Ming Bai gaped and pointed at himself, asking again, what? I can actually take this big dragon as a spirit pet? Its face immediately fell, and it whispered, this. She moved closer and whispered to the true dragon, he's only at the nascent soul stage. Even if he can't overcome this crisis, you can still dissolve the contract yourself. It then realized, oh, so that's how it is. The true dragon stretched up and thanked, then I'm indebted to you. Zhen Su gave it a thumbs up and said, just leave it to me. At the same time, Fei Mie, the nine-tailed fox, and Ugly Dog were sitting on an unidentified flying object, searching everywhere for it. She held her weapon and wondered, where's the true dragon? Why did it suddenly disappear? Ugly Dog quickly pointed, it's right up ahead. Fei Mia looked at the two people in front of her suspiciously. Someone dared to steal Master's belongings? Truly despicable. And a nascent soul stage cultivator at that. Why would she force the true dragon to sign a contract with this person? Meanwhile, Zhensu also scrutinized them. Is this the person who was chasing my spirit pet? How infuriating. Then she chuckled to herself, never mind, I got the heart-protecting scale anyway, so it's not a loss. The nine-tailed fox, full of vigor, rushed towards Ming Bai, wondering, Sister Fei Mia, this person seems to be Master's junior brother. Ugly Dog also ran over and sniffed a few times. It quickly discovered a clue and reported, Sister Fox is right, there's something stuffed in his pants that belongs to Master. Ming Bai, embarrassed, shooed away. Are you senior brother Ye's spirit pet? Oh no, that's wrong, you're a stupid dog, stop sniffing around. Zhensu, behind her, blushed crimson, imagining things she shouldn't, and repeated, something stuffed on Master's person. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, chuckling softly, fellow Taoist Yi, and you are playing it so big, huh? He retorted shyly, it's not what you think. Fei Mia smiled as he approached to introduce himself, so your senior brother Yi is junior brother, huh? That was just a misunderstanding earlier. Ming Bai waved his hand, suggesting, sorry, this true dragon has a contract with me. How about I break the contract and return it to you? She immediately replied, no problem, no problem. I'll just refine the things in the coffin, that'll do. Seeing this, the heavenly general couldn't help but gape, while the true dragon pleaded, no, please. I don't want to see that woman again. The two kept whispering to each other, leaving Zhensu feeling out of place in this strange situation. She stood there blank-faced, lamenting, damn it, it seems I've lost a dragon. Not long after, night fell again, and a drizzling rain began. Yi Fan stood in the small courtyard, deep in thought, what can I do to help my big brother? Or, that's right. A friend in my past life gave me the recipe for mead and soda. I also drank a few cups, and it was truly amazing. He excitedly realized, when it comes to brewing, borrowing tools from the alchemy pavilion would be more suitable. There's a large quantity and a large space too. Raindrops fell incessantly, silently covering every corner of the place. No sooner said than done, Yi Fan walked in the rain, calling out, Second Elder, are you there? I'm here to borrow some tools. He felt something was off, but kept calling out. Second Elder. Unbeknownst to him, a pale hand reached out from behind. Yuan, with her pink hair, wrapped her arm around Yi Fan's neck, exclaiming, finally, I found my chance. She looked at him, laughing excitedly, and praised, so soft, so comfortable, I really like it. Yuan treated Yi Fan like Doraemon, whispering, a kitten like you was born to be played with by this big sister. He was speechless, a cat? Second Elder, what exactly do you think I look like? She cupped Yi Fan's cheeks and pouted, give me a kiss, let big sister give you a kiss. Yi Fan got goosebumps and stopped her, Second Elder, why are you acting like your grandfather, took the wrong medicine? He yelled, System, help. It immediately appeared, eagerly asking, what's wrong, host? This is the first time you've called me. Do you need my help with anything? Seeing that the system didn't bother to assess the situation, he said flatly, no, I've suddenly figured it out. If I die, just find another host to cause trouble for. The system clutched its head and wailed, at times like these, can you please not do that? Hong Hong, the famous demon, reminded, you idiot, why save the host? Who knows, next year there might be a little host. It covered its mouth, chuckling in agreement, a son inheriting his father's system is just too unprofessional. But I like it too, Yi Fan growled angrily, don't ruin it. The scene shifted to inside the sect. Su Yun's right eyelid twitched continuously, making her ponder. How strange, why is my right eyelid twitching? Left for wealth, right for disaster. According to the old saying, Su Yun panicked, slammed her hand on the table, and shouted, oh no, something has happened to my disciple. The scene shifted back to Yi Fan. Yuan was still hugging him tightly, refusing to let go, and coaxing, "Let big sister kiss you again, then I'll take you to eat dried fish." Just then, Su Yun, along with Jin Su and Liang Liang, pushed the door open. She cleared her throat and asked, "Second elder, have you seen my precious disciple anywhere?" Unexpectedly, the scene before her left Su Yun with wide eyes and an open mouth. She still clung to him, not letting go, and softly replied, "Sect Master, you're here?" Her anger flared, and she gritted her teeth, demanding, "Fang Yuan Yuan, what are you doing to my precious disciple?" Yuan Yuan shamelessly replied, "Of course, I'm just kissing, touching, and getting that place excited." Su Yun, furious, stepped forward and pushed the two apart. She scolded, "Kiss your head off." Yuan Yuan remained blank-faced, not understanding. "Sect Master, what happened?" Jin Su, watching this scene from behind, giggled and exclaimed, "No wonder fellow Taoist Yi doesn't want to leave Su Yun's sect. This time, I must behave myself well. I can't miss this opportunity. No, I should use this chance to turn fellow Taoist Yi from raw rice into cooked rice." Even Liang Liang, so close, had to peek through binoculars. Sure enough, Senior Yi only likes big chests. They're using this to force Senior Yi to become a spirit slave. Hearing that, she crossed her arms and asked, "Spirit slave? Where did you learn that strange word?" Jin Su ignored them and rushed forward, yelling, "No matter what, fellow Taoist Su Yun, I'm here to lend you a hand." The little girl also chimed in, "I can't let you continue to monopolize Senior Yi." Su Yun frowned, stopping them, "This is an internal matter of my sect. Outsiders, don't interfere." Yuan Yuan hugged Yi Fan and complained, "If you want to cuddle a cat, just say so. Why start a fight?" Soon after, it became a battle between beauties. "Stop fighting. I know I was wrong." Only he sat there, holding his head and sighing, "My head hurts so much. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have come to the alchemy pavilion alone." Suddenly, a fragrance spread throughout the room. Yi Fan sniffed a few times and mumbled, "Why does it smell like sauce?" At this moment, the indecisive battle finally ended. Things were still a mess, and everyone was exhausted. The ingredients were scattered all over the floor: dried kelp, spring pond water, proud dew, thousand-year honey flower, 9-day flower dew. He quickly ran over to pick them up, musing, "The taste is almost identical to the top-grade stuff I drank back then. If mixed correctly, it might even restore that excellent wine." After that, Yi Fan stood up and left. Seeing this, Liang Liang cried out in anguish, "Senior, save me." He replied indifferently, "You guys play among yourselves. I have something important to do." Liang Liang was crushed under the others, breathless as if about to log out. I'm suppressed. I'm not angry anymore." Half a month later, at Immortal Jade Peak, the moon had reached its zenith. Manhua secretly gloated outside, "The people from Myriad Beast sect have finally left. Finding the immortal needle will be much easier now." He snuck inside, holding up shorts and chicken legs, angrily thinking, "Strange, where did those girls from Su Yun's sect hide my immortal needle treasure? No, if I don't turn this place upside down today, I won't give up." Not far away, a ceramic jar stood conspicuously on the edge of a table. Seeing this, Manhua quickly ran over, picked it up, opened the lid, and mumbled, "They wouldn't hide things in a place like this, would they? Damn, it smells good. Maybe I should take a sip to try it." He couldn't resist, tipped it back, and chugged the entire thing. Meanwhile, outside, with a clear moon and gentle breeze, Renhai and Yi Fan were walking together. He spoke, "Little friend, can you tell me what your proposed solution is?" My friend is getting a bit impatient waiting. He reassured him, "Don't worry, wine gets better with age. It even needs to be aged for half a year." Renhai asked in surprise, "Wine? You mean, your solution is to drink wine?" Suddenly, a mad laugh echoed from behind, "I must stand on top of this world, making everyone submit to me." Yi Fan also exclaimed, "That's truly the typical villain's dream. Now, who's in my house?" The next second, the two disappeared, leaving an echo in the air. Let me go take a look. It turned out to be Ma Fun, looking up at the moon, laughing to himself. He rushed to the spot and immediately realized, Sun Star Sect? Why did he suddenly come to Su Yun Sect to strip? He turned around and impudently raised his hand, declaring, You stinky man, this is mine too. Renhai was provoked into a rage. He kicked Ma Fun to the ground, and Renhai's entire body immediately emitted a golden energy. He wasn't to be outdone, yelling, How dare you be so impudent with me? If I don't defeat you today, I'll change your name to Horse Dung. Instantly, purple spiritual energy gathered in his palm. Renhai frowned, judging, Tribulation Transcendence Realm? No, it's just his potential. Ma Fun growled, Become one of the people in my handbook. He also took the opportunity to aim his palm towards him, preparing to strike. In a flash, a blinding white explosion appeared right in front, moreover, leaving some fresh blood splattered on the wall. Renhai looked at the traces and exclaimed, Strange, he's only at the body separation stage, yet why does he emit the pressure of the Tribulation Transcendence Realm? And why does he reek of alcohol? Yi Fan immediately appeared, holding a wine bottle and muttering, No wonder that man was so shameless, it turns out he came to secretly drink the wine I brewed. Hearing this, he pointed at it and offered, Wine? Little friend, if there's still some wine left, why not give it to me? He refused instantly, That's impossible. The wine is still too strong, it's only been brewed for over 10 days, not enough time to achieve optimal flavor. Renhai pondered, imagining himself as a hero, this isn't even the best. After drinking it, Ma Fun's power was almost comparable to the Tribulation Transcendence Realm. If I drink it, can I gain the power of an immortal or a golden immortal in a short time? He immediately knelt down and bowed, saying, Little friend, I want to drink the wine you made. Yi Fan nodded and said, If you want to, just drink it. Good wine is never too late to drink. Just then, the system appeared, chatting, You clucky system, did you drink wine and do something again? Hom Hom shook her head, denying, No, I've been very honest this whole time. The system leaned into her face and asked, Then how come the host's wine has such a potent effect? Hom Hom whispered, Could it be that the effect of this wine isn't strong, but rather it stimulates the drinker's activity, like a stimulant? The system exclaimed in surprise, A stimulant? That's a good description, I need that too. At the same time, a dark shadow enveloped the two, making Hom Hom panic and question, Who are you? How can you see us? She turned around and pointed forward, demanding, How can you see this system? The system standing next to her broke out in a cold sweat, muttering, No, he is the wielder of another system. Suddenly, a mystical energy shot towards the system, sending it flying backward. The red system with the conical hat stood next to the stranger, pointing down and tattling, finally found it, Host. She's the one who, at the final settlement, boosts the growth system wielder's power by 75%. The system clutched its stomach, grimacing and refuting, Growth system? What nonsense are you talking about? She's. It turned out the red system was Jiao Tong. He sneered in disdain, No wonder it's a low-grade system, it doesn't even know the function of its own subsystem. They suddenly rushed towards Yi Fan together. The system growled loudly, That person is his host, die for me. It charged forward, creating several golden spots around itself, affirming, You cannot harm my host. The system turned around, forming several dazzling golden rings to protect its master, automatically activating, Time Bullet. Automatically activating, Chrysanthemum Shield Level 9. Seeing this, he called out with a hint of surprise, System. Renhai roared, Who dares to ambush my little friend? The stranger let out a cold snort, muttering to himself, Blocked. It turned to Yi Fan and suggested, Host, let's team up quickly. The other hosts want to kill you. He repeated blankly, No, other hosts? Aren't these actors you invited? The system roared, No. The other person stood in midair, praising, unafraid in the face of change, It seems he's a very courageous host. I should also show some of my strength. Seeing this, he stepped forward and warned, "Little friend, be careful, this person is very strong." Jiatong stood beside him, announcing, "Starfall Knight logging in, host, please prepare for battle." He lightly spun his wrist and chanted, "Transform." The stranger's entire body floated in mid-air, scarlet spiritual energy surrounding him as he counted, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, transform. This person was none other than Yifeng. It instructed him thoroughly, "Host, we are illegal immigrants, remember, we cannot kill the natives." He coldly uttered 2 words, "Got it." Deep Fam was not only unafraid but also marveled, "How wonderful." This made the system hold its head and complain, "Host, is this the time to watch a show? If we don't fight back, we'll die together." Nam Hai stomped his foot on the ground and shot up, reminding him, "Little friend, I'll test the opponent's skills for you first." Before he could do anything, he took a palm strike from Deep Fong and was sent flying into the nearby cliff, to the boy's bewilderment. Jia Thang seized the chance to brag, "See? Inferior system, this is my host's strength." The system angrily interrupted, questioning, "Get lost. It's just a thought and having an obedient host. Also, you just said we can't kill the natives, so you're an illegal resident, right?" Jia Thang swore, "Damn it. Don't call me an illegal resident. Host, quickly help me kill it. I'll give you a Haotian great hammer." He sneered and praised, "Sounds good." Deep Fong flew high up with his blazing purple shield and bravely challenged, "Then I'll make you and your host disappear from this world right now." He yelled, "Die," and simultaneously conjured identical clones to attack Deep Fam head-on. The system immediately created a small golden shield for itself, "Host, please be careful." The boy glanced and muttered, "If he's got the guts, let him kick me to death." Deep Fam turned to it and asked, "You're not going to hide, forget it." Before he finished speaking, the system cut him off, "Wait a moment, system is here." It finished speaking, stood in front of the boy, and pushed the shield towards Deep Fong, Starburst 7 chain attack. To their surprise, he created black and red circles that easily shattered the shield. In an instant, large and small fragments fell. The system scowled, enduring the blow. Deep Fong stood high up, full of arrogant momentum, declaring, "This is the consequence of opposing me." It was so damaged that it lay sprawled on the ground, crying out, "It hurts so much." The boy bent down and softly asked, "How much does it hurt?" The system grimaced and yelled. My more than 2 million HP was instantly wiped out by 300,000, 300,000. He pulled out his red talisman and angrily cursed, "Damn it. This system is truly strong, but what if you're durable? In front of me, you might last 7 or 8 times, but can you survive the 10th? Deep Fong raised 2 fingers and controlled the talisman forward, proudly stating, "I still have many attack methods. This moment is the last." Suddenly, a sharp weapon pierced through. It directly cut his talisman in half. Deep Fong was stunned and fell backward, exclaiming, "What?" He stared blankly at the weapon, Ice Frost. Byra quickly appeared, warning, "Where did this wild system come from, daring to bully a regular issue system?" She raised her chin and challenged, "And bullying my little brother too." Hong Hong stood beside her, agreeing with sharp eyes. The system teared up, spread its arms, and shouted, "System Byra, are you here to save me?" Byra harshly pushed him away, "Save your sister. Quickly return the luck points you owe me." She reminisced about the past. Device content empty and unreadable. It could only cower and chuckle, "I've spent it all." Byra gritted her teeth and reproached, "Really? You always cause me trouble, don't you? You even caused my previous host, Byra system, to almost get beaten to death. Living with you is as tiring as living with a mother." The system wasn't afraid and even extended its hand to introduce, "Host, subsidiary system. Do you hear that? From now on, she will be our mother." She warned, "Hey, call it correctly." Deep Fong felt ignored and muttered, "How dare you ignore me? She's a high-level system, her strength is unknown." The wild system beside him reported, "She can beat 10 guys like me, we can't escape." If she weren't bound by a host, then maybe we could ambush her. He raised his sword high and said, then let's strike first, attack her before she can react. It immediately agreed, okay, host. I will raise all your attributes to the limit, upgrading to supersonic speed. Phoenix Feather Gathering, high-level energy gauntlets, ice fusion intelligent armor, mastery of 10 types of weapons. With that done, Deep Fong took a run up and leaped high. He pointed his sword forward and didn't forget to remind, let's go, cover me. The wild system behind him shouted, there. Bayare now glanced at it from behind and thought, there's a tacit understanding between master and servant. Suddenly, a mystical vortex appeared behind her. Just then, Deep Fong and the wild system rushed straight inside. He yelled, oh no. He looked around at the strange surroundings, wondering. Where is this place, system? How do we get out now? Suddenly, a voice rang out, you can't get out. Superstar host, Calamity Confinement, sneered and explained, of course, it's because you wantonly wasted system resources. Deep Fong looked up suspiciously. A superstar host? A system even stronger than the central system? Why am I suddenly encountering this kind of system? You call that a reason? The giant Bayare reached out playfully and advised him, undo your transformation, burst Star Knight. Not long after, she got out, pulling Deep Fong's shirt with one hand and holding the wild system with the other, announcing, the trouble has been resolved. The system was full of admiration. No wonder she's a human-shaped system, her strength is far greater than ours. You are our god. Bayare said shyly, I like hearing that. Say a little more. Suddenly, she turned to Deep Fam and blurted out, you're Deep Fam, right? How are things progressing between you and your master? There's a host next door named Deep Fong, and he has 2 children with Master Lac Thien Tuet. He asked blankly, why are you interested in my affairs? My master and I are very pure. Bayare hinted, the host next door, Tu Noyet, is also pure with her master. She playfully winked, implying, do you want me to help you reach the peak of your life? As long as you're bound to me, I can even help you get the goddess of creation. The system frowned and interrupted, System Bayare, you are truly wicked. How dare you poach my host? My host is mine alone. Deep Fam didn't even bother to speak and waved them away, get lost, I don't need either of you. Bayare said with resignation, what a pity. She thought to herself. In this life, there's actually someone who rejects me. What a troublesome man. When I get back, I'll have to investigate thoroughly to find out what's going on. The wild system seized this opportunity to make a quick getaway. No one's paying attention to me now, this is a good chance to escape. Sorry, host, I don't want to be destroyed by the central system. Hong Hong saw it flying away and immediately called out, oh no, it's trying to run away. The wild system smugly turned its head back, showing disdain, you want to catch me? Too late. Bayare glanced in that direction, her pupils glowing with a mystical purple light. She summoned a clock ring and boldly commanded, time, stop, making it impossible for it to escape. The wild system was caught and angrily yelled. How did you do that? Why am I in your hand? The system, standing aside, exclaimed, how did you manage to do that? Just one glance, and it's already in your hand? Bayare held it in her hand and laughed, that's a secret. She playfully pulled the wild system closer to condemn it, aren't you good at escaping? And you even dared to abandon your host. It declared war loudly, you can't kill me. I want to file a complaint with the Great Arbitration System. Bayare retorted coldly, a complaint? My foot. With a snap, it was torn in half before Hong Hong and the system's eyes. She handed a chip to the system and said, this is for you. The system asked in surprise, a chip? Why are you being so good to me? Bayare advised. Receiving its data will help you and the host repay your debts in the future. It cried and lamented, don't even mention repaying debts anymore. Yi Fan was now suspicious. Systems are really unreliable. Even a secret host will be betrayed at the crucial moment. Afterward, she pulled Yifeng into the barrier gate, not forgetting to instruct, "I'll take this time traveler back first. If there are any problems, you can tell me." The system happily replied, "I understand, Mother." She angrily warned, "Don't call me Mother." A few minutes later, he went to Renhai and shook him, calling out, "Wake up. It's cold away from home, you'll catch a cold." He woke up and asked dejectedly, "What about that powerful expert? Where did he go?" Yi Fan reassured him, "The matter has been resolved and he won't be coming back." Renhai questioned in confusion, "Who was it? Who was it? Is it possible there's another powerful expert in Ziyun's sect?" Just then, a hole appeared in the ground. A glowing golden eye and sharp claws emerged from the hole. The scene shifts to the next day. Everyone gathered to chat. "Hey, have you guys heard? The Myriad Beast sect tampered with the demonic beast meat. For every 10 caddies of meat, there's actually only 4 or 5 caddies. Now, more than half of the meat in the storage has been used up. How can that be? Doesn't the Great Elder know? The kitchen must have a reason to make excuses." They thought of that terrifying beast and argued with each other. "This is all nonsense. Last night, I woke up to go to the bathroom. I personally saw a monster dozens of meters tall at the sex gate. You just make things up. If that's true, I'll cut off my own head for you. Such a huge monster sneaking into the sect to steal and eat meat, isn't that a joke?" A week later, at Immortal Jade Peak, Ziyun confirmed. "That's right, ever since the demonic beast meat reserves decreased." Yi Fan asked directly, "You mean the demonic beast meat reserves have hit rock bottom?" She replied, "Currently, disciples complain every day, saying they're unhappy without meat, and no meat to eat is like dying." Renhai leaned against the door and spoke. "Little friend, I've checked. In the past few days, absolutely no strangers have entered or exited the sect. The sudden disappearance of demonic beast meat is very likely a conspiracy by the Myriad Beast sect." Ziyun turned to look at the outsider, thinking to herself, "Who is this person? Why are there always people appearing out of nowhere next to my precious disciple?" He shrugged, thinking of the delicious dish, and could only say, "If there's not enough demonic beast meat, then the barbecue will have to be postponed for a few days." Moving on, today is the Myriad Beast sect's delivery day. Just then, the door opened slightly. Jin Su and Liang Liang entered to greet them. "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm here again. Senior, long time no see." Yi Fan looked at the two of them with resignation and finished the word, "day." Ziyun looked at her, frowned, and questioned, "Sect Master Zhen, are you in such a hurry? Why haven't you informed me, Ziyun sect, yet? Did you come here to deliver directly? Don't you have people working for you?" Jinsu forced a smile and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't joke. I am still a sect master, after all. Of course, I only visit when there's business." Liang Liang turned around and held out the treasure in her hand to Yi Fan. "Senior, I have something I want to give you." He picked it up and asked softly, "What is this?" The little girl proudly introduced, "This is a protective charm I made myself." Yi Fan nodded and said, She glanced at it and secretly admonished, "This rotten brat, still using such a poor way to give gifts." Ziyun crossed her arms and angrily waved them away. "Sect Master Zhen, what exactly is the matter? If this is just about following your disciple to deliver a protective charm, then please leave quickly." She smiled and got to the main point. "Actually, there is a little something, it's just related to the Great Liang Kingdom. My disciple, Situ Liang Liang, was originally meant to marry the 7th Prince of Great Liang, but she broke off the engagement. If that's the case, it's easy to resolve. Although the Great Liang Kingdom cultivates quite a few cultivators, it is essentially a mortal dynasty and wouldn't dare to touch our sect. Later, it was discovered that a former emperor of Great Liang had embarked on the path of cultivation, completed his tribulation, reached the peak, and even achieved enlightenment and ascended. Recently, he also returned to Dongwang." Seeing Renhai smile faintly, Yi Fan was puzzled and asked, "Old brother, what are you laughing at?" But he didn't know that he was the immortal cultivating emperor, the ancestor of great Liang, who had overcome the heavenly tribulation and just returned to Dongwang. Jinsu chuckled and made an assumption: if one day he comes to condemn our myriad beast sect, we'll be in big trouble. She pursed her lips, feeling it had nothing to do with her. Isn't this something your disciple brought upon herself? Why come to Ziyun sect? She turned her palm towards Yifan and said, of course, we're here to ask fellow Taoist Yi for help. He pointed at his face and exclaimed, oh. What can I help with? Jinsu explained, fellow Taoist Yi's strength can be said to be the strongest in the lower realm. As long as fellow Taoist Yi comes with me to Daliang, I believe everything will definitely be resolved easily. Yifan quickly refused, but I don't want to go out. Liang saw this and asked pitifully, Senior, how can you bear to let me be forced to marry a man who is 40 or 50 years old? The old woman standing next to him tilted her head and thought to herself, only 40 or 50 years old, isn't that still very young? Jinsu then tried hard to persuade, let fellow Taoist Yi go. If something happens to Liang, fellow Taoist Yi might incur a heart demon tribulation. Renhai also stepped forward, put his arm around his shoulder, and offered another reason, young friend, I'm quite familiar with Daliang. That place is truly wonderful, with many prosperous beautiful sights and cultural wonders. And many delicious foods too. A trip to Daliang isn't a bad idea. Yifan heard this and stroked his chin, thinking, it's true, I haven't gone out to play for a long time. She took the opportunity to say, fellow Taoist Yi, then it's decided. Ziyun could do nothing but secretly scold, darn it, trying to use a heart demon tribulation to tempt my precious disciple. But she couldn't refuse. There are too many trivial matters in the sect. I wouldn't be able to help much in Daliang anyway. What should I do? Just then, Zibing entered with tea and said, the people from Myriad Beast sect have arrived as well? The old woman pulled her sleeve without a word and ordered, eldest disciple, you've come at just the right time. Go to Daliang with your junior brother. Zibing stood stunned, only letting out a huff. After that, Tu Van gave her an angry look as if signaling her. She reminded her, eldest disciple, do you still remember the matter I've been waiting for? Tu Bang coughed and agreed immediately. Master, your disciple guarantees I will not fail the mission. Tu Van was satisfied and added, my precious disciple, if you can't endure it in Dai Luang, remember to come back soon. She nodded and replied, I know, master. That done, the few of them traveled together on a flying ship, flying forward. Yifan felt dizzy and complained, I want to go back to Tu Van's sect. Seeing that, everyone immediately gathered around and asked eagerly, junior disciple, why do you look so bad? You weren't poisoned, were you? Is fellow Taoist Yi unwell? Senior, is there anything I can help you with? The system and Hong Hong kept suggesting inappropriate things. Host, you are currently at a high altitude. This is high altitude sickness that only mortals experience. Host, I've already lightened the burden on your body. Do you want to use the system's special medicine? He scowled and yelled, get lost, get lost, get lost. I don't need anything you give me. The two had no choice but to exclaim, the host is still like this, the host is truly stubborn. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and several lightning bolts struck down. This looks like a demonic wind. Yifan, thinking simply, exclaimed, it's a storm. Chan, who quickly interjected, junior disciple, this isn't a storm. I feel. This is pressure from the upper realm. He looked at the brilliant golden energy ahead and murmured, this scene looks familiar. Could it be another immortal from the upper realm? The system quickly confirmed, host, that's right. Above is a sky immortal. No sooner had he spoken than a golden lightning bolt struck down. Yifan saw Ondat crying as she flew down and exclaimed in surprise, why is it her? The other three joyfully sighed, it's an immortal. It's really an immortal. When she saw him, she immediately stopped crying. Her amber eyes widened, looking adorable. Ondat hugged Yifan and said, Senior, please help me. The three beauties stared in awe and cried out, junior disciple, fellow Taoist Yi, you actually know an immortal. He could only sigh inwardly, I'm immortal, why do all of you want my help? The system proudly said, host, you still have us. Suddenly, several reincarnated sky generals pointed to Own Dat, found her, she's over there. The system and Hong Hong naively asked a series of questions, weren't they the sky generals defeated by the subsystem? Why do their faces look exactly alike? Yi Fan looked up suspiciously, isn't there another possibility that they're triplets? Own Dat took a deep breath and yelled, Senior. She knelt on the ground, shut her eyes tightly, and cried out, begging, save me. When Own Dat swung him towards the sky generals, he could only secretly complain. Don't your knees hurt? Own Dat turned Yi Fan around and pleaded, Senior, please help me just one more time. I'll be your servant for the rest of my life. Luong Luong came forward from behind and blurted out, being a buffalo and a horse, huh? My older sisters taught me that isn't that promising with your body? Having no other choice, he could only hug his waistband and agree, all right, I know, stop pulling my pants. The Sky General growled in a threatening tone, Hong Nu, you've escaped from the upper realms so many times, your crime is extremely serious. Furthermore, colluding with the lower realm is a crime deserving 1,000 deaths. Plotting to murder a Sky General is even more unforgivable. This time, you'll wish you were dead. She retorted from below, I really didn't kill the Sky General, I don't know anything at all. Hong Hong immediately clarified, I didn't either, you know. I even spared his life back then. The two Sky Generals raised their weapons, gritted their teeth, and called out, Hong Nu. A golden spiritual energy shot straight down onto them from high in the sky, accompanied by two terrifying words, deserving execution. At that moment, the place became a chaotic mess of pulling and dragging. Little junior brother, that's heavenly lightning, let's run. If we stay here, we'll die. Senior, don't go. You'll definitely defeat them. With a bang, the Sky General was suddenly caught off guard, and a terrifying explosion occurred instantly. It turned out that Hong Hong had used a cannon to shoot at them. Host, look. I've handled it. The system standing beside him looked displeased and said, Are you really a chicken beating system? You said it increased by 100-fold, but the result was increased strength, and also boxing, rocket launchers. The others stared wide-eyed and muttered, Handled it? Little junior brother, I can't believe you're so strong. He turned around and said, I have nothing to do with this. Luong Luong suddenly looked around, searching, oh right, where's my master? Tu Bang shrugged and said, it seems like he ran away. Then Yi Fan crossed his arms and questioned Own Dat, now that you mention it, didn't you run away at first? Why did you come back to the lower realm? She quickly explained, because the number of Sky Generals in the upper realm has increased too much compared to before. Moreover, my current power has also greatly diminished. So returning to the upper realm would mean death. The little girl on the other side worriedly called out, Master. Tu Bang poked her head in and repeated, power diminished, huh? Own Dat continued, when being pursued by the Sky Generals, I made a bold decision in that moment of despair. She rattled on, that is, I divided my soul and immortal power into 7 parts, hid them in magical artifacts, and dispersed those magical artifacts everywhere. Waiting until the day I die, I can be reborn just like the old man in the ring. I don't know if it's luck or not, but the Sky General's first attack didn't kill me. So I fell into the lake for hundreds of thousands of years, but my power is only 1/10 of what it used to be. He narrowed his eyes and compared. Why do I feel your situation is more like Voldemort and the Horcruxes? Or rather, the 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Yi Fan put his hand into his waistband, fumbling for something, and said, oh right. Seeing this, Own Dat became flustered and broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, do you want to take them off here? There are a lot of people here, it's not very good. He took out the green hairpin and asked, what are you talking about? This hairpin is yours, right? Own Dat took it in her hand and immediately recognized it. My hairpin is also in Senior's hand. Senior, how did you know? Yi Fan put his hands on his hips and replied, "They're all immortal flower branches, so guessing your item isn't hard." She closed her eyes, felt its spiritual energy, and exclaimed, "Thankfully, my soul and immortal power haven't been lost too much." Luong Luong saw this and exclaimed with delight, "The immortal lady has actually become stronger." Dat turned and humbly added, "You're joking, wait until I get a few more magic treasures, then that's when I'll truly be innate." He took the opportunity to ask again, "Speaking of which, did you make any mistakes in the upper realm? Why risk your life to descend to the lower realm?" She lowered her face, her tone dejected as she admitted her fault. "It's a long story, everything is due to our immortal emperor. In the past, our immortal emperor was a very kind person, rarely interfering in the affairs of the major immortal factions. He only put forth a concept to maintain resource balance in the upper realm: fewer births, no births, free and easy life. However, for some unknown reason, the immortal emperor's temperament changed. He began to frantically organize his army to attack the demon tribe. This war lasted hundreds of years, and all the young generation's prodigies in the upper realm fell because of it. Because of this, the population of the upper realm is very sparse. A large number of clones appeared on screen. The immortal emperor demanded that all immortals marry quickly, otherwise, arrangements would be forced. Dat knelt down, crying and lamenting, "I've been in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years, and I haven't liked anyone at all. If the immortal emperor arranges it, I don't know who I'll be married to." After much consideration, the only way to have a chance to survive was to escape to the lower realm. The little girl took her hand and consoled her, "Immortal sister, I understand you very well. I also don't want to marry a stranger without a reason." Dat looked puzzled. "Little friend, you too?" Yi Fan quickly continued to ask, "What happens if you don't have children after marriage?" She stood up and yelled, "Then the consequences will be even more severe." Suddenly, a pale hand gripped the side of the boat, accompanied by Dat's savage voice. "He will summon a group of heavenly generals to surround you and do everything to make you pregnant." It turned out to be Zhensu. She quickly ran over and covered her mouth. "Immortal lady, it's better not to talk about this. My disciple is still a child." Luong Luong saw Zhensu and excitedly said, "Master, you've climbed aboard?" Hearing that, he rubbed his chin and sighed. "This immortal emperor sounds like he's been possessed by a transmigrator." Someone interjected, "The heavenly general army looks exactly alike, it's no different from cloning." Just then, Renhai announced, "Little friend, fellow Taoists, we're almost at Dai Luong." Yi Fan turned and exclaimed, "Oh." Then everyone happily went to the side of the boat and looked down. Below was a vast land, with large and small houses built close to each other. The scene shifted to Dai Luong. Everyone marveled at the sight. What a prosperous nation! "So Dai Luong is a country like this?" Renhai pointed to the side and said, "Little friend, I have to leave first. You enjoy yourself here, okay?" Yi Fan asked blankly, "Where are you going?" He didn't say anything, just lowered his head and muttered to himself, "I'm going to prepare a gift for the little friend. I hope the little friend will like it." As everyone walked along the road, suddenly, he stopped at a small shop and asked, "Boss, how much are these steamed buns?" The vendor didn't even bother to look and immediately quoted a price. 600 spirit stones each. Bing wondered, that expensive? Besides, where would the mortal realm get spirit stones to buy them? Ingde retorted, "Aren't 600 spirit stones very cheap?" Hearing the murmuring, he removed the book from his head and observed with half-closed eyes. It turned out to be Isekai'd. He widened his eyes and shouted, "Yi Fan." The other person still couldn't recognize him. "You are." In an instant, Isekai'd abandoned his goods and fled. "Damn it, all the steamed buns are for you. See you." However, Zhensu easily grabbed him, threatening, "Looking at you, it seems you've offended little friend Yi before, haven't you? Then I can't let you go." He grimaced and apologized, "My lord, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Bing, standing behind, chuckled and advised, "Fellow Taoist Zhen, don't press him like that. Let's first ask what happened." Isekai'd painstakingly recounted, because the seventh prince was touched by an immortal. It means he is favored by an immortal, and in the future, he will definitely be ranked among the immortals. And someone revealed that this immortal might be the immortal Emperor of Liang, who has returned to the lower realm to bring benefits to his descendants. Yi Fan poked his head in and asked, "Is there such a thing?" "It's possible." Engda, stroking the kitten, chimed in, "But I've only touched cats and dogs, so they won't necessarily become immortals." He shrugged and continued, "To attract the attention of the immortals, a large number of cultivators have flocked to Daliang. Currently, most of the capital city is comprised of those cultivators." Zibing leaned in close and reproached, "Then your steamed buns shouldn't be so expensive." Erbai could only explain, "I also think it's too expensive, but this is an order from the Emperor of Daliang. I don't know which Heavenly Fiend sect or Heavenly Fiend female cultivator it is." He sighed dejectedly. Apparently, she wanted to marry the 7th prince, but the female cultivator regretted the marriage and ran away. Then the 7th prince went mad because of it. The Emperor of Daliang has taxed all those cultivators. Jinsu and Liang Liang frowned, thinking, "Is it the Heavenly Fiend sect?" He ate a steamed bun and questioned, "If you've already collected taxes, then why raise prices?" Erbai looked back and replied, "Because there's a nascent soul stage expert who cured the 7th prince and became his eunuch. He proposed raising prices to fill the national treasury. But everyone knows very well that the money has clearly gone into his own pockets. It's all because of that female cultivator. Without her, so many bad things wouldn't have happened." After speaking, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. "Strange, why is it so cold behind my back right now?" Suddenly, everyone fell silent, glancing at each other, unsure what to do. Jinsu spoke up, "Never mind. Anyway, my 10,000 Beast sect started this matter. So I will visit Daliang as the sect master. Fellow Taoist Yi, you are invited to the palace tomorrow." Liang Liang added, "Senior, only you can help me find it." Yu Fan crossed his arms and assessed, "I don't think I can help, but if I go into the palace, I'll probably learn a lot of delicious dishes from there." The little girl stepped forward and asked, "So, you've agreed?" Erbai also pointed at himself and suggested, "Can I come along?" Jinsu roared in anger, "No, you kneel down for me." "This damn kid," he just obeyed, whining softly, "All right, fine." So everyone decided to go into the palace together. Everyone looked around in awe, so many beautiful paintings, and such a strong scent of flowers. Is this 7th prince perhaps a narcissist? But why are all these paintings wearing face coverings and hats? "Master, where's the immortal fairy?" She went onto the flying boat to rest. Suddenly, the eunuch announced, "Emperor Liang, the 7th prince has arrived." The 7th prince of Daliang, in white attire and a face covering, immediately appeared. The little girl peeked out and silently praised, "He's the 7th prince, so handsome." Jinsu bowed and said, "Emperor Daliang, 7th prince. I am here because of the incident involving the 10,000 Beast sect earlier. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones, offered as an apology gift." He thoughtfully recalled Moffin's instructions, 7th prince. "Later, just do as I say." Back to reality, Liang Liang showed an adorable look and apologized, "I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I am willing to go to battle to compensate Liang Kingdom." 7th prince, the 7th prince softly replied, "Miss Situ, you don't need to blame yourself. This matter is because I was too self-conscious." Yi Fan turned sideways and wondered, "7th Highness, why are you wearing a face covering and a hood in your own palace?" He fabricated a reason, "This prince feels ugly and fears that my true appearance will terrify all the immortal elders." The little girl immediately comforted him, "7th prince, you're joking. Cultivators cultivate their state of mind, so how can they be scared just by someone's appearance? You should still take it off." The 7th prince then came up with a plan, "If the immortal fairy wants to see my true face, then you'll have to marry me." These words made Liang Liang freeze, thinking about the balance between refusing and agreeing, and she mumbled, "This." Hong Hong observed for a moment and then doubted, "Why are you so mysterious?" "I will represent the host and help everyone discover it." The system also frowned and requested, quickly, flip off the face covering. No sooner said than done. Hong Hong opened her mouth wide and blew a whooshing gust of wind. In just a blink, the face covering was swept away by the wind. Thought to be a handsome guy, who knew the seventh prince was bald with thick lips and a messy beard. He stammered, my face covering. Miss Situ, please wait while I find my face covering. The little girl's face turned pale. She was scared out of her wits, and was completely cured of her infatuation with handsome men. He seized the opportunity, approached and proposed, never mind, young lady, you'd best fulfill your promise and marry me. Liang felt disgusted, so she swung her leg and kicked the seventh prince, shouting, get lost. As soon as the kick was made, his whole body was shot onto the palace roof. Emperor Liang looked at his son above, could only anxiously reach out to catch him, calling, my imperial son. From nowhere, Ma Fan entered, shouting, how dare you? He pointed forward, ordering his subordinates, how dare you secretly attack the prince in Great Liang? Seize them for me. They obeyed the order, immediately pouncing like hungry tigers on prey. Jinsu glanced in confusion. Ma Fan, why are you here? And you're from the Taiyang Star sect. On what grounds do you dare to mobilize the cultivators of Wangqing? Yi Fan also wondered, I remember this kid was already dead, wasn't he? He smirked and replied, Sect Master Zhen, I am currently the imperial advisor of Great Liang. Isn't it normal for me to give orders to cultivators? You came to visit the seventh prince, yet you harmed him. If you don't give Great Liang an explanation today, no one will leave easily. This old man possesses the great soul revival technique, so I wouldn't die so easily. Ma Fan stood behind his subordinates and shouted, protective formation of the nation, activate. Immediately, they all clasped their hands together, creating a vibrant green energy source. In just a moment, an invisible vortex appeared outside, gradually engulfing the entire space. She followed it with her eyes and screamed, the protective formation of the nation? This is clearly your sect's six winds profound yin formation. He still didn't understand, muttering, what the hell are they doing? There's a dark cloud hovering over my head. Will it make me soaking wet? Ma Fan burst out laughing, showing his disdain, go on, keep being stubborn. Su Bing looked down at her palm, secretly surprised, my spiritual power has been sealed. Liang wasn't much better, why can't I use my spiritual power anymore? He walked over to the group of people aiming their bows, snorted coldly, and shouted, everyone has become immortal, haven't they? Archers, prepare your bows and arrows. As soon as he finished speaking, several arrows flew straight towards Yi Fan, when suddenly someone flashed past, blocking them, stop. At the same time, he shattered those arrows. That person was none other than Manhua. Ma Fan stared blankly and questioned, who are you? Wait, you look a bit familiar. It was also because he was drunk at the time, so how could he remember him? Renhai bluntly introduced himself, I am the fifth emperor of Great Liang, Yu Renhai, and I command you to stop. Ma Fan's jaw dropped as he shouted, a feathered immortal? That's incredible. Great Liang actually has an immortal? Isn't this just a lie I created to control the cultivators around Great Liang? I never thought he actually existed. Emperor Liang pointed straight at him suspiciously, you say you're an ancestor, on what basis should I believe you? The seventh prince pressed, who the hell are you? You want us to stop just by saying a word? Renhai raised his hand and offered a solution, if you want proof, then feel the ancestor's bloodline yourself. The bloodline is stirring. In an instant, a golden spiritual energy flowed towards them. It suddenly burned the clothes of two soldiers, who frowned and exclaimed, my clothes. I feel like they're melting. This made everyone wonder, why don't I feel anything? This must be a cultivation scam. He also looked bewildered, doubting life itself, strange, why are only two people feeling the bloodline? Could it be that the bloodline of the others is too thin? Yi Fan ran over and offered a small suggestion, or perhaps, it's possible that they're not your family members. Hong Hong and the system began a long analysis, after checking, this royal family basically has no blood relation to him. According to calculations, that emperor was cuckolded about 2,300 years ago, or the royal family's genes mutated, he said sadly. I'm very sorry. He slumped to the ground, lamenting, how can this be? My family's throne, stolen by someone else? Manhua became even more excited and ordered, this man is extremely dangerous, everyone quickly apprehend him. The subordinates immediately turned hostile, refuting, do you think we're stupid? He is a feathered immortal, even if not a true immortal. We are no match for him. Grand Preceptor, stop talking. If you're capable, go first. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered outside, and thunder echoed in the sky. A monster with sharp teeth and ominous red energy descended upon the place. Its spiritual energy gathered, forming a sharp arrow aimed at the barrier ahead. As soon as that energy touched it, the entire barrier began to crack. The palace walls also exploded, and that spiritual energy flooded in, sending everyone scattering. Damn it! Who the hell is that? Help! Someone, quickly come here and help me maintain the formation. Jinsu turned his head, surprised, the formation has been broken? Yi Fan looked up at the spatial crack and wondered, is that Dehei? At the same time, Manhua was desperately running from the pursuing ominous red flames. Help! Sect Master Zhen, help! I swear I'll never be your enemy again, please save me. Jinsu calmly said, I don't even know what kind of fire this is, so I can't save you. His body heated up, he pleaded endlessly, Sect Master Zhen, I truly know my mistake. Suddenly, Manhua disappeared mysteriously, leaving no trace, much to her astonishment. Emperor Liang's eyes widened, his mouth agape, he screamed, the Grand Preceptor is dead? He had no other choice but to kneel down and call out, Ancestor. Renhai started, reminding him, old brother, your descendant is calling you. He gritted his teeth and disavowed the relationship, I am not your ancestor. You are not of the same bloodline as our family, so I have no obligation to protect you, and even less obligation to protect Great Liang. From now on, whether Great Liang lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Having said that, Renhai turned to leave, patting Yi Fan's shoulder soothingly, little friend, I apologize for letting you see these terrible things. I'll treat you to a meal at the Immortal Pavilion. He just sighed exasperatedly, we can't eat imperial dishes today. Never mind, Emperor Liang stretched out his hand, struggling to call out, oh. Seeing this, the palace staff surrounded him and adopted a reproachful attitude, what's this about Great Liang daring to play dirty tricks? After all, you're just deceiving people, only telling us to do this and that. Do you really think you're superior to others? If your Liang kingdom has no connection to immortal destiny, then don't blame us for not showing respect. Emperor Liang's face turned ashen, crying out in his heart, it's over, this is completely over. The scene shifts to outside Great Liang, where a person riding on Great Black said with difficulty, Great Black, my wound is incurable. Go on without me. It turned its head to encourage him, Ji, we're very close friends, what are you saying? We just barely defeated that deceitful old Taoist, and now you're telling me to go alone? It turned out to be Yi Fan, blood constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. He coughed up a bright red pill and said, this world is about to be destroyed by him. Just then, several arrows were shot towards them. Yi Fan could only utter his last words, this world-destroying fire orb, I'm giving it back to you. Great Black frowned, looking at the pill in front of it and urgently called out, Gu. The only reply was a splash in the water. Great Black rushed down, searching frantically. It plunged into the river, shouting, Gu, even as a school of fish swam towards him, biting off chunks of flesh. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roared across the sky, and lightning struck fiercely. Beneath the water, ferocious fish with sharp teeth darted forward. Great Black's desperate shout echoed, where are you? Just at the critical moment, Yi Fan woke up, realizing it was just a dream. By then, the delicious aroma of steamed buns filled the air outside. Yi Fan hurried out and asked, hello, where is your master? Liang, holding a steamed bun, turned around and replied, Senior, you're awake? She said that an internal conflict occurred in Great Leon last night, and the cultivators established their own sections. As righteous people, we must collect taxes from them, but they didn't agree with us. So, of course, True Void is now standing on a mountain of spirit stones, happily crushing corrupt officials one by one. The little girl raised her hand and smiled, asking softly, "Senior, are you still seasick?" Yi Fan replied casually, "Oh, I'm over it." Yet, his face suddenly turned pale, leaving Liang bewildered. Yi Fan couldn't hold it in and rushed to the window, spewing, and weakly admitted, "All right. I am seasick. What happened outside? Brother Yu, this boat is too dangerous." At the same time, Renhai, who had turned into an island, asked in confusion, "Who's steering this boat?" Hearing this, he turned back and questioned, "Oh, Senior Yu, weren't you just in seclusion?" "Wait, if Brother Yu isn't steering, then who is?" It turned out to be Na and Su Bing eagerly steering the boat, chatting together. Steering a boat feels so interesting. "It seems I hit something again." "It's fine, it was probably just a slightly large bird, just keep steering." "Daoist Z, where do we go next?" Su Bing held the compass in her hand but still couldn't figure out which way to go. She crossed her arms and muttered, "I don't understand this at all, why does it keep spinning? Shouldn't we both apply Master's teachings? Grasping clarity as superior, brilliant light as inferior, embracing soldiers as left." Mengjiang 6. Dat cut in, asking, "Hold on. Where are we right now?" Su Bing, knowing nothing, still answered immediately, "It's northeast." She nodded, saying, "All right, one dares to speak, one dares to believe." Suddenly, there were several knocks at the door. Luong shouted from outside, "Two seniors, don't fly anymore, look outside, there are many enemies surrounding us out there." The two heard this, their eyes widened, and they both turned their heads back. Yi Fan, looking out from the room, saw they were surrounded by a group of people and complained, "Senior sister, where did you go? This is still the Eastern Wasteland." Su Bing smiled apologetically, "I'm really sorry, I just got us lost." Dat narrowed her eyes and pressed, "May I ask, fellow Taoists, what is the meaning of you blocking this flying ship?" Suddenly, a black tentacle shot out into the air. The monstrous creature with red eyes spoke in its own language. Su Bing relayed, "Mouth agape." He said that our flying ship went too fast and crashed into the wormhole they just opened. She envisioned the flying ship crashing directly into their center. She continued, "He said that our flying ship went straight into the Immortals' Path Army and crashed right into the center of their formation. As a result, their plan to ambush the northern region will be delayed by a few days." 1. The evil demon glared and shouted. Su Bing not only imitated the voice but also accurately conveyed the expression. "Righteous cultivators. I've put up with you for too long. Just translate it, don't mimic our voices." He asked curiously, "Senior sister, how do you understand their words?" She raised a finger and explained, "When I was cultivating back then, I got lost in the northern domain and fought these extraterrestrial evil demons every day. So I can hear their words very clearly, and because their individual strength is very weak, I just stayed there. I cultivated from Golden Core all the way to the soul manifestation stage." Yi Fan crossed his arms and praised, "Fighting every day and still having time to cultivate? Senior sister, you are truly skilled in both literary and martial arts." Su Bing smiled and modestly denied, "Not at all, not at all. How can I compare to a monstrous junior brother like you?" Suddenly, Dat interjected to remind them, "Be careful, they're making a move." Renhai outside had already managed to summon his spiritual energy. Line Gudadin. She also raised her emerald hairpin high, from which an emerald vortex emanated. Dat controlled it forward and shouted, "Disperse them." Yet, it gathered back into the evil spirits. She exclaimed in surprise, "How are they not dying when we hit them?" Dat looked up and muttered, "They can actually withstand my attack?" Su Bing suddenly realized from behind. It's useless. If the attacks are too scattered, no matter how powerful the martial arts, they won't be able to kill them. She continued. Therefore, we must cut them into even smaller pieces. Then she nimbly released her flower petals, transforming endlessly. Renhai saw the evil spirits flying everywhere, thought they had dispersed, and praised. Little friend, no wonder you can stand firm in the northern region. Dad also joined in. Fellow Taoist Su. This cultivation method must be self-created. Can you teach it to me another day? The evil spirits flew everywhere. Su Bing happily laughed and said, You two seniors flatter me too much. Suddenly, Yi Fan turned his head and discovered a round black hole, with a wormhole behind it. He determined. That's the northern region, the wormhole is about to close, we must leave here quickly. Just then, the evil spirit returned and commanded. Don't even think about leaving, stop them. Immediately, its terrifying energy accumulated and surrounded the spaceship. Su Bing panicked and shouted loudly. This quantity is simply too much. Dad also screamed. There's no way we can wipe them all out. They immediately attacked them one by one. Luong Luong waved out a few yellow talismans, shouting. Ah! Nam Hai reached out his hand and crushed them one by one. Dad frowned, raised the needle high, and commanded. Go! Her needle immediately transformed into a giant weapon, plunging into those red and black entities. Yet, the evil spirits were still unharmed. Moreover, more and more of them kept appearing. Tu Bang shouted loudly. They're really determined not to spare us like this. The little girl asked in a panic. What do we do now? I'm almost out of my explosion talismans. Nam Hai pulled down his conical hat, analyzing the situation. Because they are very difficult to deal with, we need to dismember them. But this is urgent, we must first leave this hellish place. Dad glanced over, asserting confidently. No. There must be another way. Look at them. The evil spirits dare not attack Senior because Senior has the power to kill heavenly generals, so these minor evil spirits will surely be annihilated. Meanwhile, Deep Pham remained safe and sound, casually observing. This was simply because the evil spirits didn't perceive him as a threat. Deep Pham propped his chin, immediately realizing that these evil spirits weren't hostile towards him at all. Moreover, the system had mysteriously disappeared. Could they be the work of those systems? Tu Bang couldn't help but turn to ask. Junior brother, how are you so calm? Or have you figured out a solution? He shook his head, denying it. I'm just a mortal, how could I have a solution? But, senior sister, don't worry too much. Just think a little more, and you'll surely figure it out. She put on an enlightened expression, thinking, as Master said, indeed. My junior brother likes to consider himself a mortal. If my junior brother said so, then there must be a way. Tu Bang clenched her fists, reminding him. Evil spirits have plagued the northern region for many years. Forget everything else. Anyway, it's time to exterminate demons and eradicate evil. Renhai also raised his hand, agreeing with that statement. Luong Luong took out a series of talismans to contribute. Then I'll bring out all my skills too. Dat still held the needle in her hand, glancing with a determined look. So they stood close together, forming a small circle to confront the evil spirits all around. Suddenly, their eyes turned towards each other. A second later, each of their eyes exploded from within. In an instant, the evil spirit's spiritual power gradually dissipated, making Tu Bang and Dat cry out in horror simultaneously. Are the evil spirits committing suicide again? Suddenly, they all shot up into the sky, leaving everyone confused. She asked in surprise, what are they doing? Tu Bang replied. I've never seen such behavior before. Deep Pham rubbed his chin and mumbled. Looking at this situation, I guess they're merging. He unexpectedly repeated those two words from behind. Merging? Absolutely spot on. The evil spirits returned with formidable bodies. Golden Core Stage. Nascent Soul Stage. Soul Transformation Stage. Out-of-Body Stage. Body Integration Stage. Mahayana Stage. Tribulation Transcending Stage. Heavenly Immortal. Profound Immortal. Renhai frowned and exclaimed, Innate Immortal? And they became innate immortals in just a short amount of time? Dat was startled. What kind of maneuver is this? I've never heard of this in the upper realm. Luong Luong took her hand and said, Senior Tu Bang. Ah, the evil spirit's strength is so heaven-defying? It feels like if just a few of them appeared, the northern region would be destroyed. Tu Bang looked ahead and replied, perplexed. How can this be happening? In the northern region, their numbers are even more numerous than insects. But there are only a few whose strength surpasses the nascent soul stage. But if each one of them could become an immortal, then the entire immortal realm would collapse. Just then, 3 satellites were about to converge. He thought, could it be due to the moonlight and starlight? What are these systems up to? Do they want to create a desperate situation to suppress them? Renhai, seeing the critical situation, urged them on. My young friend, how are we supposed to fight like this? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. At the same time, a voice echoed, Come out. I know you're hiding nearby. From nowhere, a golden object appeared high above. It flew straight down at the speed of light. It turned out to be golden energy released from the moon onto the verdant satellite, making it explode into smithereens. Even the evil spirits below stared in shock. Not long after, a foot with sharp claws emerged from the misty haze. It was none other than Big Black. The surrounding evil spirits also gradually vanished. Renhai walked to the bow of the ship and shouted loudly, What kind of evil beast is this? Tu Bang added from behind. It eliminated an evil spirit with one move. Its strength is definitely not below yours, Senior. Big Black slowly walked up to Yi Fan. It looked at him with affectionate eyes and spoke. You still managed to discover me. Big Black spun around. Transforming into a beautiful woman in a seductive red outfit, she softly called, My dear friend. Yi Fan was stunned and questioned. You're Big Black? He blushed and approached, whispering, Big Black. You. She lightly clasped her fingers together and bowed her head, complaining. My dear friend. I know it's my fault for hiding my tracks, but you're so agitated. Suddenly, Yi Fan's mouth dropped open and he shouted loudly. Hold on, where's your thing? Big Black raised a finger, gently reminding him. My friend. That's a bit rude, you know. I've always taken on a female form, though. She hugged him tightly, sighing. To be able to feel your warmth again, it's so good. Seeing this, Liang Liang teared up and whimpered. Why are there always other women around Senior? Other woman 1, other woman 2. The other men stood there together, staring blankly. The little girl thought to herself, I think I should be asking this on behalf of my master. Yi Fan suddenly turned around and asked, What are you doing in this world? Don't tell me you want me to go back. I'm telling you now, I'm not going back. Plus, I'm just a mortal, I can't gain anything. Big Black, unexpectedly pushed away, spoke up. My friend. Why would I force you? After I was the eternal night demon venerable for a few days in that world was destroyed by those Taoist disciples, your master. He turned and walked away, coldly saying, So it was destroyed, huh? Then it has nothing to do with me anymore. She felt extremely confused. Why is my friend's attitude so cold? Could it be influenced by something? Big Black had to put it aside and turned to talk to everyone. Are you ladies my friend's teammates? Let me fly you out of this space. Su Bing held the compass in her hand and asked, Senior, do you know how to get out? My compass. Suddenly, the compass pointed in a direction, making her exclaim, It's working again. The scene shifts to a strange mountain with several swirling holes. Hong Hong asked in a quiet, dejected voice. Still haven't found the host? The system, holding the compass in its hand, was sweating profusely as it replied, There's nothing we can do. The northern region has been too severely encroached upon. Hong Hong suggested, use luck points to exchange for a slightly more expensive radar. It shook its head and said, We're out of money. Just then, Yi Fan's spaceship appeared. Seeing that, the two of them shouted in unison. That's great. The host is out. Then, suddenly, sounds of beating echoed from inside the spaceship. Hong Hong and the system, each with a bump on their heads, smiled and said, Host. We're back again. The host, lying on the bed, questioned. Aren't you going to act anymore? The system put on a pitiful expression and acted. Act about what? But it immediately received a scolding from Yi Fan. You know perfectly well, why ask? You've repeatedly created danger and pushed those around me to their limits. I've tolerated you two for a long time. It yelled back in protest. Heartless. Host, I didn't set any traps. Nor did I harm anyone around you. Hong Hong defended it. Host. What he said is true. If we were to harm the host, our efficiency would turn negative. The system tried to convince him. If I'm lying, then let the main system delete my data 100 times, then throw me into a dark cave and completely destroy me. The host sat up, resigned, and said, All right, I'll believe you two this once. Tell me, what happened with you two disappearing? It quickly recounted. Host, it's like this. We were interfered with by the moon particles from the dimension fragments, which is why we couldn't find your existence. Yi Fan repeated the 3 words, puzzled. Moon particles. The system raised its hand and explained, it's something similar to a moon. He wondered, this thing can also block signals? That's useful. Hong Hong chimed in. That's right. If something happened to you, we wouldn't even know. Yi Fan pointed at the system and nodded in praise. This thing also has a blocking function, it's really useful. It raised both hands to form an X, saying secretly, That's right. If something happened to you, we wouldn't even know. Scene shifts to the back mountain of Tu Van sect. The true dragon with 3 sharp fangs appeared, lamenting, Today marks the 15th day since I became a human cultivator's spirit pet. Ever since I started following that human cultivator, every day has been incredibly boring. Every day, I either watch this fool cultivate, or he's just bragging and drinking. What kind of future does this foolish master have? But I have to admit, this kid's at mid-stage transcendent cultivation now, even higher than the sect master. That crazy dog lady outside wants to touch me but doesn't dare. Look how mad she is. I guess it's not so bad here, after all. He even plays games with illusions, saying, Come and kill me. Suddenly, the true dragon roared, clutching its head and wailing, No, Long Tik Chi, oh Long Tik Chi, how could you fall so low? As a noble true dragon, I should be soaring across the seas and skies, resting among mountains and rivers. How can I be like an ordinary spirit pet? Content to stay in a cramped little dragon's den, eating vegetable soup and radishes cooked by this foolish master every day. The true dragon, carrying a pile of things, had an idea. No, I'm leaving today. Anyway, I can unilaterally dissolve the contract. Then she won't be able to control me. As long as I run fast, that crazy woman won't find me. I have to escape. Just as it was about to leave, it heard people talking. It turned out Yi Fan had returned. He spoke up. Master, I'm back. Tu Van exclaimed with concern. It's good you're back, my dear disciple. Look at you, your stomach has gotten much thinner. The true dragon stared wide-eyed and muttered, a human respected by both the foolish master and that crazy woman. Suddenly, its pupils shrunk to tiny dots, and sweat poured down as it saw them. Wait, The person behind him is feathered immortal, and there's also a heavenly immortal. At that moment, she walked behind Yi Fan, looking around. The true dragon cried out in despair, "Damn, any one of them could cut me into skewers." He spoke up. "Master, let me introduce you. This is my good friend. Her name is Dai Hak." She laughed awkwardly and said, "Well, my name is Tom Lon." Tu Van wondered, "My dear disciple, where did you meet another woman, while it was hiding behind an ancient tree?" Dai Hak seemed to sense the true dragon's aura and glanced over there. It saw those bloodshot eyes, gasped, and exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of monster is that?" It scared the little darling to death. The true dragon frantically scurried into its cage, slamming the door shut and cowardly yelling, "Noble what? From now on, I'll stay here and be a worm." The scene shifted to a small courtyard. The sun was at its zenith, and a call echoed. "Old Ma, hey, old Ma." He was still hunched over, clutching the memorial tablet in his hand. The three great lords gathered around to console him. "Sect Master, don't be sad. Sect Master, please restrain your grief. Deputy Sect Master would certainly not want to see you like this." Deputy Sect Master Ma Fan dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the sect. With such a result, he must have anticipated it. Sect Master Ndu looked up, his eyes showing clear murderous intent. He held the memorial tablet in his hand and bellowed, "What are you consoling me for? That sissy is dead. I couldn't be happier." Hearing this, the three men each thought differently, so their relationship was that bad. So the position of Deputy Sect Master is vacant. Whose turn is it now? I am an elder of the Three Dynasty sect. I should rightfully be allowed to lead, shouldn't I? Sect Master Ngu threw the memorial tablet away and said loudly, "It seems you absolutely don't want to avenge Ma Fan. Ma Fan died, so he must die a worthy death. We can't defeat those scoundrels from the Myriad Beast sect, but what's the Tu Van sect? Just two soul-exiting stage cultivators dare to ride roughshod over me?" He scowled and ordered, "Pass on my command, go to Ta Tin Town and invite some assassins here. As long as Yi Fan's head is brought to me, I will give a high reward." They immediately responded, "Yes." On Yi Fan's side, he was happily stir-frying a fish, saying, "Today is a good day for cooking." Suddenly, the system appeared with a book, saying, "Host, today I helped you sign for a copy of the Pill Origin Secret Tome. Please accept it." Yi Fan frowned and scolded, "Don't you ever read the room? You just have to pop out at this moment and ruin my mood." The fish thought it had a chance to escape with its life, but the system hit it on the head with the book, then glanced over and reminded, "Host, this is actually a great treasure. As long as you master the alchemy techniques, you can be like Lady Xiao, relying on others wherever you go." Yi Fan asked naively, "But do I have spiritual power to practice alchemy?" It sighed and muttered, "Oh, right." He ordered, "Quickly throw it away. A book this thick, I'd even hate to use it to prop up a table corner." The system could only comply. "All right then, I'll throw it away." Hom Hom appeared and stopped it. "System, are you really that obedient, just throwing things away?" It sighed wearily, preparing to throw it into the recyclable bin, and replied, "What else can I do? Anyway, the host always throws things into the trash." Hom Hom whispered, "Then why don't we leave it for others in the sect? Although it can't directly benefit the host, we can earn some luck value." The system nodded, saying, "That's right, why didn't I think of that?" Just then, Yuan pushed the door open and called, "Junior brother Yi Fan, are you free? Can you test some medicine with me?" The two of them saw this, put on mischievous smiles, and exclaimed, "The right person has arrived. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Yi Fan felt uncomfortable and worriedly questioned, "Second elder, don't you have people in your alchemy department? Why are you asking me to test medicine?" Yuan retorted, "No, ever since my grandfather, I'm the only one in the alchemy department, from beginning to end." He sighed and lamented, "Then what's the point of building an alchemy department like this?" Yuan grabbed Yi Fan's hand and pleaded, "Yi Fan, I know you're the best to my grandfather, so please help me out a little." He hugged a pillar tightly and refused. There are so many disciples in the sect, go bother someone else. A tug-of-war ensued. They don't have your patience. The only one who wants to come and go is you. I'm just a mortal, I have the least patience. Seizing the opportunity, the system rushed over with the book, shouting, "Host, I'm here to help you." It slammed the book straight onto Yuan's head, simultaneously yelling, "Feel the grace of knowledge." Seconds later, Yi Fan looked down at her, lying unconscious on the ground, and mumbled, "Second Elder, she'll be all right, won't she?" The system smiled reassuringly, "Relax, it just theoretically caused a small tremor in her mind." Suddenly, Yuan's eyes widened, repeating two words, "Inspiration, so much inspiration. I know how to make pills." He was startled by this action and asked, "Second Elder, are you all right? She seems possessed by someone." In a robotic tone, "Do you have paper and a pen? Quickly give it to me. I'm afraid the inspiration will disappear." "It should be here, I'll find it for you." Soon after, papers were flying everywhere. Yi Fan looked at Yuan and exclaimed, "Second Elder, you write so fast." In less than an hour, she had written down the entire Forest Tomb book. She mumbled as she wrote, "That's right, I am, after all, the most talented alchemist in Purple Cloud Sect. Things like ancestral recipes are all readily available." Suddenly, Yuan looked up and asked, "Wait, what did you say? Forest Tomb?" He chuckled it off, "You misheard." Hong and the system whispered to each other behind him, "Did she write something even thicker than the pill origin secret tome?" Most likely, she included her own self-written part, too. So isn't that the end of it? In a flash, she held a stack of papers in her hand and called, "Junior Brother Yi Fan." Yuan covered her mouth and revealed, "I have hundreds of recipes that all need to be verified. Come with me to test them." Yi Fan, thinking he was free, said, "Second Elder, are you determined to tease me to death today?" Suddenly, an old man with a sword on his back and a scar on his bald head entered and spoke, "Excuse me, is this the room of Yi Fan from the Purple Cloud Sect?" The two turned to look, and he questioned, "Who are you?" The Great Perfection Realm out-of-body stage master, with eyes darting around, introduced himself, "I am Grand Master Jin Tai-Yin of the Evil Sect. Just call me Tai-Yin." After that, Yi Fan smiled and confirmed his identity, "That's me." He thought to himself, "Someone's here to rescue me, that's great. Finally, I don't have to test medicines anymore." Tai-Yin frowned, reached for his sword, and said in a harsh tone, "So you are Yi Fan, the 16th person. This time, I definitely won't make a mistake." The system clutched its head and warned, "Host, he's very dangerous. Run quickly." Hong grumbled, "Shouldn't we be reminding the host to use our power instead?" Suddenly, Yuan approached with a stack of papers and interjected, "Wait a moment, my junior brother Yi Fan still has to test medicines with me." The old man looked down and suggested, "Let me see." Tai-Yin read each word carefully and exclaimed, "Little girl, you are truly a genius." She humbly replied, "Oh no, not at all. It was just a sudden burst of inspiration." He marveled. To be able to transform ordinary elixirs into poisons, this paralyzing elixir, this strange formula. Is there anything that causes more pain than death? Yuan angrily warned, "Don't confuse me with you, okay?" Suddenly, Tai-Yin, full of enthusiasm, suggested, "Little girl, how about I test your medicines for you? My body feels uncomfortable if I don't get poisoned for a day." She put her hands on her hips and shooed him away, "Get lost. My elixirs aren't for practicing poison." Scene shifts to the mountain range outside. Ren Hai swung his hand and sent the group flying. He pondered, "Strange, why have so many assassins appeared around Ziyun's sect these past 2 days? But with such strong formidable strength, that young friend should be able to handle it." Not long after, in another small courtyard, a voice shouted, "Report." Sect Master Nyo looked at the person in front of him and burst out laughing, "What's wrong? Did Grandmaster Tai-Yin succeed?" He reported breathlessly, "Grandmaster Tai-Yin. He's joined the enemy." To their surprise, the old men stared wide-eyed, speechless. On this side, Tai Yin was soaking in an elixir, exclaiming, "This elixir is really strong, so comfortable." Sect Master Nyo held the command token in his hand and chastised in a low voice, "Jinta Sect, what on earth are you doing? Why did your Grandmaster Tai Yin choose to betray us?" A voice came from it, "Sect Master Nyo, these are all misunderstandings. He was originally a nominal elder of our Jinta sect, always acting on his impulses. I didn't expect this either." He gnashed his teeth and said, "In that case, I'll wait for our sect ancestor to emerge from seclusion and see how you explain yourself." The person quickly stopped him, "No, no, no, please don't tell your ancestor. I will immediately send the ruffian brothers of the extermination hall." Sect Master Nyo frowned and repeated, "Extermination hall?" The voice from it confirmed with certainty, "You also know that the extermination hall is our Eastern Wilderness's famous assassin team. It's our ace. As long as they act, I guarantee to deliver the heads of Tai Yin and Yi Fan to the Taengsing sect." He could only comply. "All right then, I'll await your good news." Behind Ziyun's sect, the demon beast, Bai Tao, trembled as he asked the person in front of him, "Is she also considered a spirit beast?" Dehe crossed his arms and chuckled, "I can't believe you also ran to Ziyun's sect, and you're in charge of taking care of spirit beasts. If you're capable, put this on her." Fei Yi held her up as a shield and exclaimed, "Little sister, I feel like you haven't had any scenes lately. Today should be your turn to train." Bai Tao held the rope and asked blankly, "You want me to tie a rope on her?" Fei Yi held up 2 spirit beasts, sweating profusely, and boasted, "Look, I've raised 2, and you're only helping with 1. Isn't that very easy?" She turned her head, pointing at Dehe, who was emitting an imposing aura, and worriedly said, "Easy. Her appearance makes me feel like she wants to." Her face darkened, carrying an oppressive aura. Fei Yi laughed awkwardly to reassure her, "Don't worry, she doesn't eat those with low cultivation." Bai Tao's jaw dropped as he said, "She really eats people." Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed. Fei Yi held her gun and turned around cautiously, "Who's there?" A few clanking sounds also came from the air, along with a sinister laugh, "The dead don't need to know that much." The masked individuals were powerful cultivators at the 5th level of the soul transformation stage and 4th level of the void moving stage, assassins from the extermination hall of Jinta sect. Bai Tao grabbed Fei Yi's arm and urged, "Sister, these people look really strong, let's run quickly." She still replied confidently, "No matter how strong they are, can they really have powerful magic treasures?" Seeing this, they shouted, "Attack!" The assassins began to swarm everywhere according to orders, completely erasing the 2 Van sect from the cultivation world. Just then, Min Bak, who was carrying a basket of food for the true dragon, also saw them. At On Dat's and Nam Hai's locations, a few individuals also appeared. At the same time, Hoa Yu was in her room, groaning dejectedly. "Water! Water! Does Master not need me anymore? If I don't get water, I'll die of thirst." Suddenly, a bowl of water was being brought over. It turned its head and wailed, "Master! Master! Save me, I'm about to die of thirst." Deep Fam looked around but couldn't recognize it. "Strange, am I hallucinating?" Hoa Yu struggled to stretch out a leaf and wave. "Master, I'm right here." Only then did he notice it was withered and shriveled, and he blamed himself. "Damn it, how long has it been since I watered this flower?" Deep Fam immediately poured the bowl of soup onto the base of the plant and said, "Use some cold soup to water it for now. Plus, it has nutrients, it shouldn't die from this." In an instant, Hoa Yu perked up again. It exclaimed in surprise, "It's demon beast soup again, I feel alive again." The system suddenly appeared with a warning. "Host, just a friendly reminder. Large numbers of assassins have been detected heading towards Tien Nok Peak. Please evaluate quickly." He calmly turned and said, "Again? It's not going to be like the Silver-Eyed Condor King last time, is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Evil Flame's body flew into the room, shattering the window. Deep Fam quickly unleashed his move, 100-layer silk shield, to prevent the old man from hitting him. Evil Flame's entire body, due to inertia, crashed everywhere in the room, breaking furniture wherever it hit. He walked over, lamenting regretfully. My window. The old man sat behind him and spoke. Yi Xiaoyu, you don't blame me for bringing you here, do you? Hall Master of Annihilation Hall. The boss sat on the rooftop, sneering. You still have the mind for the window? Worry about your own life first. And someone else. Evil Flame. I can't believe you betrayed the sect for a pill formula. You truly deserve to die. Evil Flame looked at him and cursed. You idiots only know how to fight and kill all day. What the hell do you know? I had an agreement with your sect master back then. If a certain day didn't arrive, he wouldn't be able to hinder me. The boss immediately grabbed the hilt and drew the sword from its sheath. He pointed forward and ordered. Don't just worry about Evil Flame, Yi Fan must also be killed. The subordinates shouted. With danger imminent, Renhai, Dehei, and Isekai'd appeared in time to save the day. They all shouted. The boss was scared to death by this scene. How are all of you here? Wait a minute, could it be that the hundreds of brothers who besieged Purple Cloud Sect are all dead? Isekai'd showed disdain on her face. You few nascent soul realm cultivators, even if there were thousands of you, you wouldn't be my match. Dehei frowned and charged forward. Damn it, leave these enemies to me. He gasped, suddenly realizing. This spiritual energy, could it be that all of you are tribulation transcending realm powerhouses? Renhai lightly touched his conical hat, smiling wryly. Tribulation transcending realm? Isn't that looking down on us too much? Before even fighting, the boss ran off at full speed, shouting. Brothers, retreat quickly. Isekai'd watched them, muttering. They immediately gave chase. Evil Flame also flew after them, calling out. Hey, 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 can the three of you give me a ride? Only Yi Fan was left, dejectedly looking at the large hole in front of him, lamenting. My house is ruined like this, how am I supposed to live? The system looked at him exaggerating and suggested. Host, I have a recovery flashlight here. Consider using it. Yi Fan frowned and pushed it aside. No, don't bother me. It still smiled brightly, stubbornly trying to persuade. Are you sure you don't need to use it? This has nothing to do with cultivation. He mimicked those phrases as he did it. No need, don't bother. The flower demon nearby didn't know the two were conversing and wondered to herself. Why is Master talking to himself? If only I could help him with something. It happily emitted a golden light, suddenly coming up with an idea. That's right. Let's spread some flower fragrance. Maybe Master's mood will improve a bit. Just then, Stinky Dog sniffed and exclaimed. Sister Fox, these flowers smell so good. The nine-tailed fox showed a dangerous expression and agreed. Yes, big brother. It looked at the flower demon in front of them and muttered. Put these flowers in the little bed, then the little bed won't stink. The flower demon quickly turned its body away. Tears welled up as it exclaimed. What do you want? Not long after, it was unclear what happened. Only cries of. Night had also fallen. The crescent moon had reached its peak. The people of the evil-suppressing sect outside still held their swords, trembling as they warned. I warn you, even if we are weak, we still have dignity. Renhai swaggered in. Less nonsense. Who wants to die? The four of us are still waiting to earn merit. They looked at the formidable army before them, crying out in fear. Is there no chance to atone for our sins by earning merit? No. Suddenly, a fragrance spread throughout the space, making everyone stop. Isekai'd wondered. What's that smell? Fragrant flowers. The smell of corpses. And the smell of earth. He was also puzzled. Why is there such spiritual energy? It seems to also carry a faint hint of understanding the heavenly Tao. It turns out Stinky Dog and Nine-Tailed Fox flew over on the coffin. He excitedly spoke up. Big sister, quickly look. We've brought the little one back. Fei Yi also said with a bit of surprise. What did you bring this time? Let me see. Stinky Dog slowly opened the coffin lid. That fragrance instantly spread out, growing thicker and thicker, as if wanting to overwhelm the entire space. Seeing a crowd of people around, Flower Demon could only hug its head in fear, thinking to itself. A bunch of grandmasters surrounding me. Everyone craned their necks to observe, then discussed it. It's a flower demon again. Plant spirits cultivating in the upper realm are almost extinct. It also seems to possess innate spiritual intelligence. If cultivated, its cultivation talent would be no less than a human's. Fei Yi immediately questioned. Where did you bring this flower from? Stinky Dog quickly replied. From Master's place. She exclaimed in surprise, this was also taken care of by Master? Renhai stepped forward, pondering. So it was little Yubao, the spiritual pet, who brought this flower here. Does that mean he wants us to cultivate this flower demon together? Xie Yan also had his eyes opened. I didn't expect him to be so young, yet possess such foresight. The people from Xiezong town urged their leader, waving their arms. Boss! They seem to want us to become fertilizer. They're not paying attention, let's sneak away. The cowardly boss immediately flew away, leaving his teammates still shouting. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. The two subordinates below called out in bewilderment, Boss! Suddenly, something brushed past him, making him panic and wonder. Huh? What is this thing? Boom! A blazing fire erupted from within the forest. The two subordinates could only cry as they witnessed this scene. It turns out Dehei had controlled her spiritual energy to arrive. When she was done, she blew on her fingertip. Scene shifts to Yifan's place. Ziyun looked at the ruins and wondered. My precious disciple. How could your house be so destroyed? He sighed and replied. There was nothing I could do. There were too many assassins then, and they destroyed the house. She raised a finger and offered another idea. My precious disciple, why don't you temporarily come with me to the main peak? We can put aside important matters for now. Yifan nodded and agreed, as there was no other choice. Then he hugged a box of belongings and mumbled, It seems my parents left this for me. Ziyun was a little surprised and questioned. Shao Kong and Yao Yao left it for you. Yifan looked at her and suddenly said, It's strange that you call them by such nicknames. He picked up a jade pendant and examined it. They actually brought it. I thought they would use the jade pendant as a family heirloom. She said skeptically. This jade pendant is. Yifan stroked his chin and recounted. According to them, I've had it since birth. A master who passed by calculated. Whoever holds this jade pendant will be my future wife. Ziyun exclaimed in panic. Future wife? He thought of the master presenting the two pieces of jade and sternly reminding them. This is a Mandarin duck jade. You must believe me. Then, Yifan pointed to it and whispered to her. This kind of monkey stone script might fool my parents. Master, you shouldn't blindly believe it either. He dejectedly put it into the wooden box and muttered to himself. In every life, I was born normally, and then the system appeared. But when was I born with this jade stone? Suddenly, Ziyun shouted one word. Stop. Yifan asked blankly, Master, what are you doing? She took the wooden box from his hand and gave an excuse. My precious disciple, it's better to believe it exists than not. This jade is very important to you. Let me watch over it for you. He doubted life itself, just like my family. She quickly hugged it to herself. Turning around, she instructed. Suit yourself. My precious disciple, when you find your Tao companion, I'll return it to you then. The next day, Sect Master Nyo unexpectedly received news. He shouted, "What? The Extermination Halls group has been wiped out." The person confirmed. Yes, they even fell from a high place. Smashed to pieces. Sect Master Nyo began to curse. A bunch of good-for-nothings, shamelessly calling themselves the Eastern Wild's #1 assassin organization. They couldn't even take down a third-rate minor sect. Go. Tell the sect master of Jinxia sect that I want him to act personally. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. He bowed his head and said softly, "It doesn't seem necessary." The pale-faced young man recounted again. The sect master of Jinxia sect said that Ziyun sect is a powerful hidden sect. They really can't be provoked. Currently, the entire mountain gate is deserted. It said that even the plaque was sold to the woodcutter at the foot of the mountain. Sect Master Nyo flew into a rage. His rage flared up as he roared, "Can't be provoked my ass. Go, bring me the portrait of Yi Fan, I want to act personally." That person could only weep and helplessly obey. Yes. Not long after, a subordinate happily opened the painting and announced, "Sect Master, the drawing of Yi Fan has been brought." Sect Master Nyo reached out his hand to take it. He praised in an evil tone. "Excellent." Suddenly, the painting flew around him, and thick smoke and dust rose up. Long, slender hands instantly formed. Yi Fan's hair and face also appeared. Sect Master Nyo coldly snorted and said, "It's done." Seeing this new form, the subordinate clasped his hands and flattered, "No wonder it's the sect master. You've transformed to look exactly like Yi Fan." In Yi Fan's appearance, he crossed his arms smugly, "Wait until the real Yi Fan comes out, then you'll see how I exterminate the Ziyun sect." According to the plan, Sect Master Nyo, in his new form, went to settle accounts with him. But before he even arrived, he was bitten by the stinky dog. Yelping, it hurt so much. It happily played around, "Meat. Master wants to eat meat." Fei Yi quickly pulled Stinky Dog aside to question it. "What the hell are you doing, you wretched dog?" Nine-tailed Fox also tried to dissuade it. "Brother, quickly let go." She lowered her face, acknowledging her mistake. "Senior Brother Yi. I'm so sorry, I didn't expect you to come to the back mountain." Fei Yi didn't notice the difference and said, "Next time, I'll definitely keep it in check. Let me treat your wound first." "It's nothing." Sect Master Nyo gently said, holding his knee, "It's just a small injury. I still have things to do, so I'll return to the peak first." Then the two people and two beasts departed. Nine-tailed Fox spoke up. "Sister Fei Yi, why does Master's scent feel so different today? It's like the smell of beef." She thought to herself. "Oh, scent?" At this moment, he walked with difficulty, leaning on his staff, and cursed. "Damn it, I'm unlucky as soon as I step out the door. I shouldn't have chosen the back mountain as my first stop. What cultivation realm is this dog in? With just one bite, it crushed the bones in my leg." Sect Master Nyo looked at the small courtyard before him, sighing and complaining. "First, I need to see if there's any medicine that can treat this." Suddenly, a hand was placed on his shoulder, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Xiao Yu, what are you doing?" Sect Master Nyo was startled. Sweating profusely, he thought to himself, "It's Xie Yan." Then he spoke up. "Nothing, I was just passing by and taking a look." Xie Yan didn't realize this was a fake and looked around, asking, "I see your leg is seriously injured. Haven't you treated it yet?" He hugged his leg, stopping him. "Master, you usually refine poisons. I wouldn't dare let you treat me." The old man laughed excitedly, praising him. "I didn't expect you'd understand me so well." Xie Yan pointed to Yuan Yuan, asserting, "I know you can't trust me, an outsider, but you can trust your second elder, right? I'll give her some advice, and I'll guarantee that within an hour, you'll be able to walk as if you're flying." Sect Master Nyo saw her approach and leaned back, terrified internally. "My 2 feet? Then I'd surely die, wouldn't I? Yuan held up the medicine bottle, coaxing him. Sec Master Nyo, don't worry, I've improved all the sex elixirs. This medicine is 3 or 4 times more effective than last time. He couldn't bear it and shouted loudly. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you I don't need treatment. She didn't listen to a single word and directly poured it into Sec Master Nyo's mouth, urging him. Why is a man being so wishy-washy? Just take it quickly. After that, his mouth exhaled only white smoke, and his entire body trembled uncontrollably. Sec Master Nyo passed out. After a while, he opened his eyes and saw several spiritual herbs dancing and greeting him. Dear guest, it's time for a lavish dinner. What would you like to eat? With bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth, they pointed to the pot next to them and said, right here. Braised beef soup. Seeing this, he couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, utterly terrified. Sec Master Nyo was being stewed in a scorching hot soup pot. He roared, don't kill me. He thought it was real, but no, he woke up with a start, shouting, don't kill me. Renhai leaned down and asked worriedly, little friend, are you all right? Sec Master Nyo turned his head, forced a smile, and happily said, you scared me to death. So it was a dream? You are Nyo Renhai. He heard that and was perplexed, lifting Sec Master Nyo up with both hands and looking around. Suddenly, he explained, I remember now, I was a bit dazed after taking the medicine last time. Renhai leaned in and whispered, I heard Fei Yi say that your leg was injured. Is it better now? Sec Master Nyo repeated the word, leg? He quickly checked his leg and exclaimed, I can't believe Xie Yan and the second elder's medicine actually worked. He thought to himself, it actually cured it? Renhai smiled and handed over a task, that's great then. Oh, little friend, this is your to-do list for today. I've already arranged it for you. Sec Master Nyo uttered an O in a serious tone, let me see it. The paper read, today's tasks, in the morning, prepare breakfast for Master and Senior Sister, go to town with Li Mingbai to buy things. At noon, prepare lunch for Senior Sister. Take a 2-hour nap. In the evening, prepare dinner for Senior Sister, then go fishing and release them into the pond. Note, Master has never eaten braised beef noodles, so you'll have to make that tonight. He glanced at it, gritting his teeth and probing, in fact, you all have seen through it, haven't you? Renhai frowned in confusion, seen through what? Unable to hold back any longer, Sec Master Nyo pulled out 2 daggers and exposed himself, I am Nyo Tu Ren. No sooner had he spoken than his body was sent flying, launching from the rooftop to the outside. Renhai, along with Dehei and Ingda, huddled around Sec Master Nyo, discussing, we thought Miss Fayer was just overthinking, but we didn't expect you to truly be an imposter. How dare you impersonate Senior's face? You truly deserve to die. Leave him 1 breath, then make him fertilizer for the flowers. He saw the 3 of them and was scared to death. 3 Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts? No, they're 3 immortals. No wonder the evil suppression sect disbanded in fear. What kind of monstrous sect is this? Renhai clenched his fist, swung it to create sparks, and shouted, take this punch. Sec Master Nyo sneered and swiftly took out a golden ring. Immediately, several green butterflies flew around him. In an instant, Sec Master Nyo disappeared. Renhai put his hands on his hips disdainfully, trying to run away. Ingda couldn't help but exclaim angrily, he's holding my butterfly illusion bracelet. At the same time, Ziyun was strolling, chatting with Yifan, I can't believe Sec Master Zhen's work is so busy. But she's really generous, spending 20 million high-grade spirit stones just like that, my precious disciple. From now on, you'll go out more often. Who knows, maybe you'll get to know some more generous fellow Taoists. Suddenly, a shout, stop, attracted the attention of the 2. It turned out to be a chase between the other 3 and Sec Master Nyo. Renhai shouted, don't run. Just as he flew past the 2, Ziyun pointed up and said, bewildered. Oh, there's someone exactly like my precious disciple. The boy squinted, looking after him, denying, how is he similar? He's clearly not similar at all. The shout still echoed through the space, imposter. Just then, Sect Master Nyo, in Yi Fan's appearance, reached out and called, don't even think about running away, Master, save me. She looked bewildered at the two in front of her, wondering, oh, my precious disciple, but he's clearly dressed like you. Even his face is sculpted to look exactly the same. The boy stood beside her, sighing, Master, it seems your eyes are hurting. Suddenly, he pushed Ziyun aside and grabbed Yi Fan's shoulder. Sect Master Nyo unleashed the shifting illusion technique. Immediately, several white circles appeared around the two, and the boy's body was also spun along with it. A few minutes later, Yi Fan's head was spinning, while she could only stare wide-eyed as her disciple was beaten to a pulp. He pressed on, once again toying with the boy in the same way. In the air, cries of ouch, ouch, rang out again. Renhai roared, damn it, turns out he's really playing with the young friend. A second later, Sect Master Nyo pointed at Yi Fan, falsely accusing, who exactly are you? Why are you impersonating me? The boy sat on the ground, innocently exclaiming, me? Dehei and Ingda were equally surprised. Oh, Fei Yi muttered from the side, this is troublesome. Should I let that dog out again? He took the opportunity to demand, Master, quickly deal with him. This person is definitely an enemy, sent by some sect. A series of questions made Ziyun dizzy. Hong Hong squinted and called, System, are they blind? The fake is clearly so ugly, how can they not recognize it? The system thought for a moment, then took out a long gun and said, come on, tell me which weapon here is the 98K. Hong Hong wondered, aren't these two the same? It raised the weapon high and asked back, now you know why you can't recognize it, don't you? Sect Master Nyo began to hug her leg, acting, Master, what are you still hesitating for? Don't you believe that this disciple is your precious disciple? Ziyun kicked him away and shouted, that's not right. My precious disciple wouldn't panic like this. Who exactly are you? He gritted his teeth, thinking, was I discovered? Sect Master Nyo's eyebrows furrowed tightly. He immediately transformed into his true form, reached out and grabbed her by the neck, disdainfully saying, but what if you did find out? You're just a nascent soul, that's all. Yi Fan stepped forward anxiously, calling, Master. Renhai saw this and added, oh no, the young friend's master has been captured. Sect Master Nyo squeezed her neck with one hand and raised the other towards the boy, warning, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her. Yi Fan shouted, flustered, what do you want? He lifted Ziyun up, thinking, he doesn't dare to act anymore, huh? It seems this woman, though weak, is quite important to him, then demanded. If you don't want her to die, then let me go. Otherwise, I'll strip her naked right now and play with her until she dies in front of you. Hong Hong and the system also spoke up for their master, this guy really deserves to die. His voice is unbearable. He dares to bully the host's companions. I'll hit him with a poison point so he can never touch anything again. Suddenly, strange objects emerged from within Sect Master Nyo. He couldn't bear it anymore and fell to the ground, clutching himself and crying, it hurts so much. What on earth happened? At the same time, Yuan Yuan opened the pot lid and asked, old man, have you seen my insect egg pill anywhere? Xie Yan clasped his hands behind his back and replied, oh, I almost forgot. I've already refined it into a blood ginseng pill. She stared wide-eyed, questioning, where is that blood ginseng pill? You told me to eat it. He smiled brightly and proudly recounted, an impostor tried to sneak into the sect, but unfortunately, I saw right through him. Just then, Sect Master Nyo, on the other side, looked at the grotesque thing growing from his belly and cursed, that damned Xie Yan, this damned Ziyun sect. At his wit's end, he had to take out his two magic treasures and plot, I will definitely not let you off easily. Ingde immediately recognized them and joyfully exclaimed, those are my magic treasures again. Fei Yi quipped, you've dropped your equipment quite a lot. Before he could do anything, Yi Fan reached out and retrieved the two items, saying at the same time, "These things should be returned to their rightful owner." Sect Master Nyo's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth and cursed silently. He actually managed to snatch a magic treasure, releasing immortal power with his bare hands? Hong Hong and the system, standing beside him, radiated purple spiritual energy and chuckled sinisterly. "You truly are foolish. This is the power of our system," he demanded. "Return my magic treasures immediately. I warn you, our Taiyang Shingsek's Grand Elder, who is at the peak of the Tribulation Crossing realm, is currently overseeing all actions. If I cannot contact him, he will surely kill all of you." Yi Fan, unafraid, challenged him. "Then go ahead and contact him for me." Sect Master Nyo picked up his jade token, sweating profusely but still boldly declared, "Just you wait. Your doomsday is coming." Suddenly, it shattered, accompanied by the last words, "Hello, the other party has destroyed the sound transmission jade token. Please use another method of contact." "Thank you." He wailed miserably. "You damned old man, I've served you for nearly 1,000 years, and this is how you treat me?" Dehei held his axe and growled menacingly, "Are you done talking? If you're done, come be fertilizer for the flowers." Then, a dark blob shot out, followed by Sect Master Nyo's echoing scream, "No!" The scene shifted to Bai Jia. She stood in a strange space, wondering, is this information from Yi Fan's 99 previous lives? Damn it, why is so much content locked? The red eye looked at Bai Jia and warned, "Warning 1, System Bai Jia, it is forbidden to view information about the Traverser." She complained, "The Great System doesn't dare control me, so why do you?" The Great System repeated, "Warning 2." Bai Jia could only agree, all right, quickly tell me the method to crack it." It immediately presented the method, "Upload your consciousness to the void. It will take approximately 4 minutes to crack." Upon hearing this, her eyes went blank, and she lamented, "Such a blessing." A second later, her consciousness began uploading. After a period of time, Bai Jia looked at the reports around her and muttered, "Finally, I'm in. So much data. Wait, what is this key? It's locked at 20%? Let's try to change it." Suddenly, a strange creature appeared behind her, extending its sharp teeth. The Great System immediately ordered, "Kill her." The red monstrous thing quickly enveloped Bai Jia's entire body. The scene shifted to Yi Fan. He lay stretched out on his bed, stretching to welcome the morning sun into his room. The system joyfully appeared and announced, "Ding. Today's contract was successfully signed." It presented a pill and said with a smile, "Host, I helped you sign today. The reward is a dragon origin pill. It can upgrade you from a mortal to the Tribulation Crossing realm, with a 5% chance of triggering a critical breakthrough to a celestial immortal." Hong Hong frowned and questioned, "System, why are you doing such useless things?" "At that time, the host will use." The system replied with a forced smile. "It's customary to let the host know what rewards there are. Who knows, maybe one day the host will finally come to his senses." Suddenly, Yi Fan spoke, "System, give me the dragon origin pill." Hong Hong's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Ah!" Thinking he would refuse again, the system sighed and lamented, "Rejected again. Luckily, the item doesn't take up inventory space." A second later, after thinking for a moment, both of them looked at him and shouted in unison, "Wait, what did the host say?" Yi Fan grinned and continued, "I agree to cultivate. It truly has been hard on you too, constantly going against you during this time." The system handed it to him, questioning, "Host, did you hit your head last night?" Hong Hong was half skeptical, "System, did we get the wrong host yesterday?" It glumly denied, "How could that be? Didn't all the fakes turn back into their original forms?" Hong Hong posed a question, "Then why has the host changed his personality?" It sighed, "How should I know?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan slowly put the pill into his mouth. The next second, he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate. Supercritical hit. Celestial Immortal Realm, 6th level. The system and Hong Hong saw bright golden spiritual energy emanating from him. Embracing each other, they muttered in disbelief, "This isn't really a dream, is it? The host is cultivating. System, you finally turned hardship into joy." At the Purple Cloud Sect's Grand Hall. Inside, Ziyun sat on a chair, scrutinizing elders. How should we get revenge for the Taiyang Star Sect's actions? Someone tried to stop it, saying such revenge isn't quite right. After all, the opponent has reached the peak of the movement realm. Ziyue suggested that revenge is a must, but she doesn't know Yi Fan's true strength. Otherwise, just make the Taiyang Star Sect compensate a little. Yuan disagreed, saying the opponent's sect master has already been dealt with by us. Why care about these things? We want everything. Suddenly Yi Fan walked in and said, "Master, don't worry about these matters. I've already arranged everything for you properly." She turned around in surprise and asked, "Is it done?" "My precious disciple, what have you done?" He stretched out his hand and generously replied, "I asked Qing Lan to kill all the cultivators and spirit beasts of the Taiyang Star Sect. I estimate she'll be back within an hour." Yi Fan reached out and touched Dehei's cheek, suggesting, "Friend, I asked a favor of you." Ziyun jumped up, startled, and yelled, "Huh? My precious disciple, do you know how many people there are in a great sect like the Taiyang Star Sect?" Ziyue interjected, "A super sect. In other words, the number of people is equivalent to a country." She yelled, "That number of people is just too terrifying." He resorted to provocation, "Master, do you really only have this much ambition?" Yi Fan crossed his arms and continued, "Master, I still have one principle. When facing obstacles, your heart must be ruthless enough. Your hesitation means you can't be in charge." Ziyun thought to herself, "I can't be a good sect master." Then she denied it, "That's not right." Ziyun walked towards him and reminded him, "My precious disciple, if you do this, your Tao heart will be consumed by inner demons." Yi Fan rubbed his chin and brushed it off, "So what? It's not like I'm doing it myself anyway." She advised, "My precious disciple, I don't agree. Call Qing Lan back now." He straightened his face, his tone cold, "Master, are you giving me orders?" Ziyun frowned and retorted, "My precious disciple, I'm trying to save you." Suddenly there was a tremor that shook everyone except Yi Fan. Hong Hong and the system hugged each other in panic, whispering, "System, what do we do now? The host doesn't want to kill his master, does he?" "I feel the same way, always sensing something big is about to happen." He reached out and pressed the button, "Ambition Value." In an instant, the aura from Yi Fan decreased, and the tremor also ceased. He scratched his head and turned away, regaining his former casual demeanor. He suddenly thought, there's really no need to work so hard. Isn't it just about living an upscale life? Now, just being a salted fish in the sect every day is enough for me. Why do I have to create pressure for myself when there's nothing to do? Everyone collapsed onto the ground, exclaiming in awe, "You scared me to death. I thought Yi Fan was going to turn against the sect master. Just now, I almost thought of everything. So I'll inform Qing Lan to cancel this massacre." "What is Yi Fan's cultivation level now? Why can't I see through him at all?" The two systems pressed their faces together, overjoyed and tearful. "This is great." The host gave up. "We almost became accomplices." Ziyun recalled Yi Fan's cold face from earlier and secretly praised, "Was that just my precious disciple's rebellious phase? He clearly got a bit stronger, so I gave in, but he still agreed with me. My precious disciple is so adorable." The scene shifts to Bai Jia. She was unharmed, her hand tightly gripping the main system, making it speechless. Operation, lost function, kill. Bai Jia glanced at the crimson object sprawled beside her and cursed, "You ordered it to bite my head, didn't you? To bite my body? So filthy, absolutely disgusting." She threatened, "How dare you lay hands on me? You're tired of living. Who ordered you? If you don't confess, you'll die." Even though the main system was damaged, it stubbornly announced, "You'll never know." Bai Jia said nothing, just displayed a dangerous expression with a murderous smile. A moment later, the space shattered, and tiny fragments flew everywhere. Her whole body radiated a surging purple energy. Knowing well that the monster couldn't kill her, it chose to self-destruct rather than reveal any information. Its purpose must be to buy time and erase all information about Yi Fan. It seems his hidden circumstances are even more complex than I thought. Bai Jia looked at the deep black hole before her, realizing it seemed necessary to tell them to be careful of other systems. The scene shifts to Yi Fan. He sat in his room, pondering, how strange, I clearly don't want to cultivate. Why did I suddenly develop the ambition to gain cultivation, unite the world, and even harbor murderous thoughts towards my master this morning? Yi Fan looked at the two bewildered kids in front of him and wondered, the system surely doesn't have this ability, otherwise, I would have cultivated long ago, it wouldn't have dragged on this long. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and called out, System. The two simultaneously shouted, Yes, what are your orders, host? I'm here too. Yi Fan sighed and commanded, Remove my cultivation. The two were startled and simultaneously exclaimed, Huh? The system clung to his leg and pleaded, Host, don't be impulsive, please reconsider. Hong Hong also pleaded, That's right, I've never heard the host say such a thing before. He shook his head, denying, I'm not being impulsive. I've said before, I don't intend to cultivate anymore in this life. Yi Fan began to curl his fingers, raising his hand in a threatening gesture, You won't help? Then I'll just abolish my own cultivation. The system and Hong Hong tried everything to stop him. Host, don't do anything foolish. If you injure your heavenly Tao physique, it'll be troublesome if you want to cultivate again later. That's right, host, if you revert to a mortal and are left with an illness, it'll be terrible. Suddenly, an energy shot straight into his chest. The two cried out in alarm, Host. The system stood by, worried, and asked, Host, are you all right? Yi Fan looked down at his body and replied, I'm fine. Hong Hong was skeptical, could it be a hidden injury? Bai Jia unexpectedly emerged from the hole and said, What are you thinking? I merely helped you seal the host's cultivation. The system turned to remind her, Bai Jia system, you're making too many decisions on your own. He's my host. Hong Hong agreed, I also feel your behavior is a bit out of line. He didn't understand and spoke up, Why seal my cultivation? I want to abolish it, to completely detach from cultivation. She smiled and explained, keeping this cultivation, to protect those around you at a crucial moment, isn't that good? Bai Jia hit Yi Fan's weak spot, I know what you're thinking. She imagined enemies arriving and continued, You're afraid of attracting powerful enemies. Then she thought of Yi Fan helping up his companion and recounted, afraid of bringing disaster to those around you, and also afraid of being sold out by the system. Finally, the scene of him flying into the evil god's mouth, becoming the evil god's sacrifice. Bai Jia chattered on, but you should also know the principle, don't fear an enemy bringing a knife to your home, only fear not having a gun in your hand. I suggest you think carefully. Yi Fan could only listen in silence. She turned and suggested, Come with me into the space, then we'll talk. The system warned, You're not allowed to wash over there. So, they once again stepped through the spatial gate. Inside appeared several large and small satellites along with a green lantern-shaped object, surrounded by continuously rotating spirit stone rings. The system looked around suspiciously, This place is. Hong Hong immediately declared, This place is the space I created, to prevent anyone from eavesdropping. The system frowned and repeated, Eavesdropping? Who are you guarding against? Bai Jia shook her head and replied, I don't know either. This is part of the materials I've collected. 6 of them are systems that follow Yi Fan. The two looked at the information panel and shouted. She explained. Only a fool like you would lend a hand. It cried sadly. Bai Jia frowned in thought. The system hastily asked. She confirmed again. It widened its eyes and said. Bai Jia nodded in confirmation. Hong Hong's eyes twinkled as it complained. The system questioned further. Is it really for these few points of luck? She replied. Earning some luck points is just for fun. The two sweat dropped and murmured. Bai Jia gritted her teeth and got to the point. I can't swallow this anger. I won't give up until I find the mastermind behind this. I'm definitely helping Yi Fan. She continued. Protect your hosts well, he is the key. The system waved its hand a few times and said. After finishing, the two returned to the fish pond where Yi Fan was. He had just caught a fish and, seeing them, asked. Hong Hong quickly spoke up. Before it could convey anything, the system covered its mouth to stop it. Just then, Yi Fan turned away, so he didn't know about it, only letting out an. The system cleared its throat and asked. Tell me, I'll destroy it for you. He rubbed his chin and muttered. Yi Fan teased. The system held its head, furious, and cried. He looked at the fish basket and casually replied. You suddenly appeared, suddenly bound me. No matter how I think about it, you seem suspicious. As if sensing something, Yi Fan turned his head back and murmured. The system was startled and blurted out. Could it be that the enemy has appeared so quickly? Hong Hong immediately announced. The system quickly grabbed the fishing net and pointed. I will definitely make him kneel. Hong Hong, full of vigor, followed with a hammer and declared. The two rushed forward together, shouting in unison. Not long after, Deep Fam stopped them. I don't need any gatekeeping slaves, and besides, don't catch the wrong person. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he softly called, Second Senior Sister. Deep Fam carefully poured tea and spoke, Second Senior Sister, please have some tea. Tutan looked at the delicious tea in front of her and sincerely replied, Thank you, Junior Brother. The system, hovering above his head, mumbled in surprise, So she's the host's second senior sister? How strange, why do I have no impression of her? Hong Hong honestly explained, There's a big difference between her and the others in Tu Van sect. Suddenly, Deep Fam asked second senior sister, Tell me, why are you here? She held the steaming teacup in her hand and coldly replied, All the ornamental fish in the rear mountain Immortal Jade Peak are raised by me. However, I saw that you, Junior Brother, enjoy fishing, so I had to catch some more fry and small fish. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, recalling the large, bountiful basket of grilled fish he had harvested. Everyone spoke up, So those fish were raised by second senior sister? We are truly sorry. Tutan gently reassured them, It's all right. I'm very happy to be noticed by you, Junior Brother, today. Deep Fam worriedly asked, Second Senior Sister, tell me, do you have some hidden illness? She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Junior Brother, you can see this? He seriously and honestly replied, I once discussed the Senior Sisters with Master. Since third Senior Sister joined the sect. I've never met you. The image of Tu Van hesitantly asking appeared, Tutan, what does that child look like? Deep Fam continued, when Master spoke about you, he couldn't remember your appearance, so I thought Master was getting old and confused. Upon hearing this, Tutan couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow, so, I misunderstood Master. Her eyes gleamed brightly, and she continued with deep disappointment, Junior Brother, your words are truly heartbreaking. He tilted his head and quietly asked, System. Do you know what happened to my second senior sister? It frowned in judgment. Host, your senior sister is definitely suffering from a type of deep latent syndrome. Or what I call NBC boundary disorder syndrome. The system held a pen, playing the role of a teacher, and began to explain. The specific cause is an excessively low sense of existence. On the other hand, even her appearance or name are absent. This leads to the target being unable to be observed and recorded by the heavenly Tao. As time passes, the target will gradually forget their own appearance until they forget their own existence. Deep Fam pursed his lips and hesitantly asked. So that means my name is really famous. Basically, it can be found in every aspect, right? He continued worriedly. If I've seen it, I can't pretend not to know. So, do you have any way to help my senior sister? It smiled faintly and replied. If it's an item, then the system doesn't have it. If I have time, I'll go to the market to look for it. Hom Hom raised an eyebrow, reminding them loudly. A market, huh? But you don't have any luck points to exchange. The system held a wallet in its hand, explaining with a mischievous smile. What era is this? Does someone still not know how to hide a secret stash? Hom Hom frowned and replied worriedly. Pray this won't be exposed and discovered by the system. Yi Fan constantly worried and wondered. If there aren't any items, is there any other method? The system considered it seriously. Your second senior sister's situation is a bit serious. It seems the only remaining path is to become famous throughout the world. He asked anxiously. How can I become famous throughout the world? It smiled brightly and replied innocently. Your second senior sister's cultivation has reached the level of an immortal emperor. Or she has become a child of fortune acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan spoke dejectedly. These words already sound unbelievable. The system cleared its throat and comforted him sincerely. Actually, it's not that difficult, right? Host, you are also a child of fortune. Perhaps you might be able to turn the situation around. He looked at Ziqing and spoke seriously. All right, I'll try. After all, she is my senior sister. Yi Fan placed his arm on the teapot and suggested. Senior sister, do you want to go out and make a name with me? Elsewhere, Hua Ling smiled with glee, delighted to be watered. Oh, so much spiritual nectar overflowing. More, more. Dat smiled brightly, touching it and praising. This flower seems to like you, doesn't it? If you could cultivate into a human, you'd be a cute child. She bowed her head, facing Hua Ling, lost in thought. However, this flower grows too slowly. Why don't I give it some immortal power? Thinking this, Dat immediately placed her hand on its forehead, transferring immortal power. At the same time, in an area full of towering, overlapping rocky mountains, two people were riding clouds, sightseeing in the sky. Great elderly Changxing of the divine dragon family frowned and spoke in confusion. The spiritual energy here is sparse, the mountain peaks cannot be seen. How could a true dragon stay in such a barren place? Third elderly Tam Dao of the divine dragon family smiled and replied. That's exactly right. Someone reported that there were once traces of immortals here. He spoke, surprised and seemingly delighted. Immortal traces? You actually believe such nonsense? It seems this trip was a waste of time. He gritted his teeth and replied in annoyance. If you don't believe it, no one forced you to come. Suddenly, a surge of green immortal power appeared ahead. Changxing exclaimed in surprise. Immortal power! It's actually immortal power! His eyes widened as he excitedly mused. If we find an immortal, even if we don't see the true dragon, it's still worth it. Tam Dao smiled brightly and asked. Do you believe my information this time? The two of them quickly flew forward. Changxing asked in surprise. The aura disappeared again. Did the immortal hide themselves? Tam Dao calmly replied. There's a small sect over there. Let's go ask them. Min Bak, who was pulling weeds, couldn't help but stare as the two of them descended from the clouds. Tam Dao smiled kindly and gently asked. Young man, have you seen any strange phenomena around here? He spoke up, surprised. Are you asking me? Changxing angrily pointed his staff at Min Bak and shouted. Nonsense! Is there anyone else here besides you? He grumbled in annoyance. What an attitude! Why should I tell you? The old man, still unrepentant, continued to speak arrogantly. Still daring to talk back? Do you know who I am? He lowered his head and spoke awkwardly. You're old enough, stop bothering the junior. Min Bak crossed his arms and coldly replied. I don't care who you are, with that attitude, I'm not telling you anything. Changxing gritted his teeth, angrily lunged forward, and shouted. You're asking for death. He couldn't help but gape in surprise at the old man's actions. Suddenly, a mysterious green light appeared right behind Min Bak. The true dragon appeared from behind. It growled angrily. How audacious! Just a divine dragon clan, yet you dare to injure my master? Changqing and Tam Dao gaped in surprise and exclaimed. Is that a true dragon? The true dragon's enormous body blocked out the sun. Changqing spoke, wide-eyed with surprise. A true dragon? Why is a true dragon inside him? We've caused big trouble. Suddenly, it stomped its foot heavily on the ground, heading towards the two. The true dragon transformed back to its original, enormous, and mighty form. It asked coldly, judging by your appearance, could it be that you are from the Divine Dragon clan? Changqing and Tam Dao couldn't help but be surprised by its body. Faces full of disappointment, they thought to themselves, is this fat worm really a true dragon? It's completely different from what I saw in the painting. Actually, it's because the true dragon has been eating well lately, having eaten all of the stewed turnip and meat from the guests. Changqing asked, puzzled. True dragon, why are you here? It replied irritably. He's my feeder, what do you think? Tam Dao frowned and exclaimed in surprise. What? Changqing couldn't help but ask, surprised and confused. True dragon, what exactly do you value in him? It glanced, thinking of Deep's terrifying appearance compared to. The true dragon slowly replied. Probably the sense of security. At the same time, Dai Hak, who was secretly observing, couldn't help but think in confusion. They. After a moment of mutual respect, Tam Dao reluctantly began to explain. According to the family rules, the one chosen by the true dragon will participate in the family head assessment. For now, we can only invite this young friend, the future master, to the Divine Dragon clan. Changqing replied, annoyed and displeased. No choice, it'll just have to be like this. Min Bok frowned, looking awkward and hesitant. The true dragon moved closer to him, eyes wide, urging him. He thought to himself, Master, just agree. The Divine Dragon clan reveres me greatly. Once there, you'll have any resources you want. Min Bok pursed his lips, pondering awkwardly. Go to some bird clan and become their patriarch? Just hearing it, it doesn't sound like a good deal. It's not as good as mooching off senior brother Yi every day. But if this is a great opportunity, wouldn't I be missing out if I don't go? As if he'd found a solution, he slapped his hand together, thinking happily to himself. That's right, I can find Senior Brother Yi. Senior Brother Yi can deduce heavenly secrets and is knowledgeable of the past and present. If he thinks it's okay, then I'll go. Min Bok turned to leave, suggesting. I'll go find someone to discuss it with first, you two wait here. Tam Dao asked in surprise. You're making us wait too? Truong Sin, ever so sensible, asked loudly. Discuss? Don't tell me it's his master he's going to see. At the same time, in the alchemy hall, a sky-shattering explosion suddenly rang out. The alchemy hall ceiling exploded, and cries of pain echoed. Inside, everything had fallen, scattered everywhere. Yi Fan walked over, looking at Ziqing, who was sprawled on the floor, and asked worriedly. Second senior sister, are you all right? She replied dejectedly. I'm fine, it's just that the alchemy failed. Yuan looked at the shattered wall in front of her, frowning, and asked worriedly. Yi Fan, what exactly are you using my alchemy room for? Tai Yan gritted her teeth, reminding him coldly. Young friend, even if your talent is outstanding, cultivating in a few months what normal cultivators take hundreds of years to achieve. She sincerely suggested. But after all, alchemy is a different matter. Desperately researching it is useless. If you want to learn, you can find me. I guarantee you'll learn what I teach you. Ziqing turned her back to them, embarrassed. Yi Fan coldly refused. Alchemy? No thanks, I'm not interested in alchemy. Behind them, he quickly held up the wall that was about to fall on Yuan. He held her, softly comforting her. Second senior sister. Perhaps you could try another way. If you can reach a realm no one has ever achieved before, then perhaps you could be remembered by others. Ziqing sadly thought of Zibing's extraordinary martial arts and dejectedly spoke. Junior brother, maybe forget it. I don't have the cultivation talent to get stronger with each battle like first senior sister. Thinking of Sui Yan's masterful techniques, she continued, even more disappointed. Nor do I have unique insights into swordsmanship like third junior sister. Ziqing sadly shed tears, blaming herself. Besides, you've seen it during this time, haven't you? Whether it's alchemy, fist techniques, mental cultivation methods, or incantation arts, not a single one meets the standard. Countless images from the past flashed through her mind. Renhai looked at Ziqing, who looked like a cockroach, and coldly asked, "Who do you want to teach? Did you get there?" Ondat stared at her in doubt and asked, "Senior, do you mean you want me to teach her mental cultivation methods?" Another time, Yi Fan took Ziqing to find a teacher. Big Black spoke with a troubled expression. "My friend, my cultivation method is only suitable for spirit beasts. Not for your senior sister." Recalling those sad memories made her complain uncontrollably. She vented her anger by knocking over the fish on the stove. The system appeared and reminded him. "Host, this kind of change in your senior sister makes it very difficult for the heavenly Tao to notice her." Hong Hong chuckled and continued. "I advise the host to adopt some more radical methods. They might be effective." He frowned in surprise and repeated, "Radical methods?" It laughed excitedly and eagerly replied, "Confess your feelings to your second senior sister, you are the son of heaven. After you confess, she can become the female lead." Yi Fan's eyes widened in surprise and he exclaimed, "Huh?" The system also chimed in. "I also support it. I once read a book. The female lead in the book was a rabbit girl with a low sense of presence. The protagonist confessed to the female lead in front of the whole school, saving her. An image appeared in his head of a pig boy kneeling and giving flowers to a rabbit girl, looking incredibly romantic. He closed his eyes and spoke. Denied, I have no such thoughts about second senior sister. Moreover, don't arbitrarily apply those novel tropes to this world." The system frowned and replied, "In that case, I also have no better solution for now." Hong Hong smiled mischievously and spoke. "Host, I still have a suggestion. Why don't you imprison her, then act domineeringly?" Yi Fan angrily shouted at them. "Shut up, eliminate all romantic inclinations." Ziqing spoke with a somber, ashen face. "Little junior brother, give up. Perhaps this is how my life will be, arriving vaguely. Leaving vaguely, just like many mortals in the world. Living an ordinary life, waiting for a coffin." She returned to her human form, dejectedly continuing. "Speaking of which, my sense of presence is too low. Perhaps no one will even make a coffin for me. Little junior brother, your cultivation is high. And you'll live a long time, so remember to bury me when the time comes." He clenched his teeth, looking at Ziqing worriedly. Countless images of Ziyun trying to persuade him appeared in Yi Fan's mind. "My dear disciple, cultivate for a bit. With your innate Tao body, you'll quickly enter the Qi refining stage." Yi Fan indifferently advised, "Master, don't waste your effort. I intend to lie down and wait for death my entire life. You should just prepare an urn for my ashes early." She angrily clenched her fists and spoke. "Bah, unlucky." He called out worriedly, "Second senior sister, you." Suddenly, Ming Bai ran over from a distance, excitedly speaking. "Senior brother Yi, I need your help." Yi Fan rubbed his chin thoughtfully and spoke. "Divine dragon lineage?" The system smiled mischievously and replied, "I've investigated and found that it's a lineage of cultivators often protected by true dragons. They possess supreme dragon bones. If your senior sister possessed them, perhaps her cultivation could skyrocket." He pursed his lips, thinking of the true dragon, and frowned in thought. Supreme dragon bones, whenever I think of my previous life, I feel pain. The feeling of having my bones gouged out by someone isn't pleasant at all. Mingbai asked anxiously and hastily. Senior Brother Yi, what do you think I should do? Yi Fan spoke coldly. With a true dragon protecting them, there probably won't be any problem. That's right, can we go with you guys? He happily walked towards the entrance and replied. Let me go ask. Having said that, Mingbai quickly ran back to his residence. Changxing saw him and angrily shouted. What? You're planning to bring some random outsider into our divine dragon clan? Absolutely not. Isekai'd smiled kindly and softly added. Young man, you must consider this carefully. This matter concerns your future. He crossed his arms and spoke coldly. No, if you don't let Senior Brother Yi come, then I won't go either. He tried to maintain a gentle demeanor, reassuring himself. Calm down. For the sake of the true dragon, what are family rules worth? He narrowed his eyes contemptuously and cursed to himself. This brat is truly foolish, daring to refuse the divine dragon clan for a mere mortal. Changxing couldn't hold back any longer and angrily shouted loudly. Go ahead and follow, but if your senior brother causes any trouble, don't blame us for turning hostile. Mingbai smiled cheerfully, looking at Yi Fan and thinking. Senior Brother Yi, I succeeded. He looked at him and secretly praised. Well done. He frowned angrily, looking at the two of them, secretly plotting. Taking advantage of the true dragon's autonomy, daring to gesture wildly at me, if I can't deal with you, I'll deal with your senior brother instead. The sun was about to set, and the fiery twilight illuminated the entire forest. They arrived at a large ship. Isekai'd spoke respectfully. Please, both of you, board the ship. Yi Fan slowly walked up the gangplank. Changxing, standing behind, glared menacingly. Just give this mortal a small lesson, to prevent that kid from turning against me. He extended his leg, preparing to act. Suddenly, something hit Changxing's outstretched foot. He pulled back his leg and jumped up in pain. Damn it! Su Qing, standing nearby, indifferently said. Huh? My apologies. Isekai'd narrowed his eyes awkwardly and asked. What trouble are you causing now? Changxing, holding his staff, angrily replied. It seems someone stepped on me. Suddenly, she stood behind him, opening her mouth, ready to strike. With a single blow, Changxing's body was gradually blown away. Everyone watched in astonishment as he was blown far away. Isekai'd called out worriedly. Grand Elder. A moment later, everything settled, and the ship began its journey through the sky. Isekai'd narrowed his eyes and said dejectedly. You're this old and still bickering with a junior, and not only bickering but also falling flat on your face. It's truly a disgrace to the divine dragon family. Changxing, covered in injuries, leaning on his staff, trembled as he replied. That kid, Yi, has a problem. I can sense two auras from him, he definitely has someone escorting him. He raised his eyebrows and grumpily speculated. Li Mingbai bringing this person along definitely has other intentions. For the divine dragon family, and to protect the patriarch's position from any mishaps. We must expel this Yi Fan. He pursed his lips, thinking awkwardly. Clearly, this is using public office for personal revenge. Changxing, filled with killing intent, ground his teeth fiercely. I've got it. I can poison the tea. All I need to do is place the tea in his room. Sooner or later he'll drink it. If he gets a stomachache, it will work. A month later, his meridians will rupture, and he'll become completely crippled. At the same time, in another cabin, Su Qing asked glumly. Little junior brother, that fat elder didn't pay any attention to me, he didn't arrange a room for me. Can I come to your place to meditate? Yi Fan looked up in surprise and replied. MHM. Second senior sister, why would you let yourself suffer a disadvantage? You can just stay in my room. Later, I'll find that thin elder who seems easier to talk to and ask him to get me a new room. She replied gleefully and excitedly. Junior brother, thank you very much. A few minutes later, Chuang-Sin walked into Yi Fan's room and asked with a fake smile. Little friend Yi, it's still a long journey, it'll take a few more days to arrive. Would you like a cup of tea? Holding the tea tray, he looked around perplexedly, wondering. How strange, where is he? Chuang-Sin pursed his lips, opened the lid of the teapot, and schemed wickedly. If that brat isn't here, then I'll just add some drug to his tea. But he didn't know that all his suspicious actions had been seen by Su Tan. She cursed under her breath in anger. How detestable, intentionally spoiling the tea. He doesn't think my junior brother was the one who stepped on his foot, does he? To squabble with my junior brother over such a trivial matter, it's a waste of his cultivation. After successfully putting the drug into the teapot, Chuang-Sin left, satisfied. Enjoy it. She stood behind, thinking to herself. Later, I'll switch the tea to his room and let him drink it himself. After the old man left, Su Tan immediately picked up the tea tray. At the same time, in Chuang-Sin's room, Min Bok stood outside and spoke. Fat elder, can you change my senior brother's room? He complains that the lighting in the room isn't good. The old man held the teacup in his hand and growled angrily. What fat elder? My name is Lai Chuang-Sin, you mere mortal, talking such nonsense. Tell him to choose his own room. Chuang-Sin looked up and drank all the tea in the cup, still muttering angrily. What is this? Do you think I'm your servant? Suddenly, his eyes widened as he looked at the familiar tea tray on the table, thinking in surprise. Wait, wasn't this teapot set specially for Yi Fan? Why is it here with me? Indeed, he who digs a pit for others falls into it himself. Chuang-Sin gritted his teeth, painfully falling to the floor, thinking. Damn, my stomach hurts so much, and I can't even use my spiritual power. Wait, change rooms? So he saw through me after all. He struggled to walk to the doorway, still cursing incessantly in his mind. Damn it, that kid named Yi got me good. No, I must find elderly Isekai'd to get the Tong Jit on, otherwise my cultivation will disappear. Chuang-Sin pushed the door with his hand, but it didn't budge. He stared in surprise. Can't open it. Outside in the hallway, the door was locked with a huge padlock. Chuang-Sin's angry voice echoed throughout the ship. Damn it, did that guy named Yi lock the door? You wicked brat, you're not done with me yet. At the same time, in another room full of dust and cobwebs, the system pursed its lips in fear, holding a broom to clean. Hong Hong behind him tightly closed her eyes in fear. Below, Yi Fan was grimacing, using a broom to clean. This spare room is too dirty, dust everywhere. Early in the morning at the Divine Dragon Clan, Provisional Patriarch Li Shintong said coldly. They've arrived. In front, a ship from elsewhere had just arrived. Chuang-Sin led the way, slowly disembarking. Isekai'd and Yi Fan followed behind. Min Bok raised an eyebrow, looking around curiously, and asked, Is this the Divine Dragon family? Shintong respectfully said, Welcome, true Dragon Lord, Li Shao Lord, the family's secret realm assessment has been open for a while. We've been waiting for you. After passing, you must also gain the approval of the heavenly immortal mirror to become the Patriarch. He walked over in surprise and asked, I just got here, and you're making me take the test already? He stared in surprise, stammering. Didn't you request it? Shintong frowned, annoyed in his heart. Li Chuang-Sin, what the hell is this pig doing now? He smirked slyly, plotting. Once the family's secret realm assessment is open, it cannot be reset. As things stand, the assessment must proceed. He regained his serious demeanor and said, My apologies, Lord Li Min Bok, my information was incorrect, causing the assessment to open too early. However, once this secret realm closes, we must wait over 100 years. Please bear with us and proceed with the assessment. Min Bok pursed his lips, thinking worriedly. Am I being tricked? Didn't even get a cup of tea. As soon as I arrived, there's an assessment. Maybe I should see what Senior Brother Yi says. He hesitantly spoke. Senior Brother Yi. Yi Fan, as if sensing his worry, immediately spoke to reassure him. Everything has been arranged now, you can go. Oh right, the assessment might be dangerous. Be a little careful. Min Bak replied with relief. With your words, Senior Brother Yi, I'm at ease. He said coldly. Shintong interrupted the conversation. Please come to the altar ahead. Min Bak replied cheerfully. Then take me there. He pursed his lips, thinking worriedly. I hope Junior Brotherly can pass the assessment. If he passes and helps second senior sister get a supreme dragon bone, they should agree, right? Ken then approached, bowing his head and speaking worriedly. Grand Elder, the hidden mechanisms within the secret realm have all been activated. We guarantee the temporary family head won't find any flaws. In that case, might we provoke Lord True Dragon? Truongsin replied irritably and coldly. So what if he gets angry? How can the divine dragon family fall into the hands of an outsider? He asked worriedly. Grand Elder, you look terrible. Could it be? The elder's face had turned pale as he angrily shouted. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Truongsin glared angrily at Yi Fan, who was standing in front, and thought to himself. Just you wait, I'll show you how I'll mess you up. By then, that Bradley will lose his trial qualification, and no one will be able to protect you. After a while, Min Bak arrived at the altar. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, clenching his fists in caution. In an instant, Min Bak was transported to the trial world. He looked up at the sky in surprise. Min Bak stood in the middle of the forest, suddenly thinking. Is this the trial realm? It's too dark, I can't even see what's inside. True Dragon, are you there? How should I go about this path? He pursed his lips and muttered to himself. It seems I can't contact the True Dragon, I can only rely on myself. Min Bak suddenly paused, thinking. The path split into two. He smiled happily, looking at the roadside grass and thinking delightedly. It's Bak Tam Tao, the whole path is covered with it, I'm rich. He looked up at the hovering object, pursing his lips in thought. By the way, that pitch-black fruit must be poisonous, right? The fruit is poisonous, the tree is poisonous, and the ground is also poisonous. I absolutely cannot take that path. 2 hours later. Outside the trial world. Truongsin looked at Kinnan in front of him, quietly exchanging words. 2 hours have passed. That brat Lai hasn't come out yet. It seems he's in more trouble than good. Do it. He clenched his fist, looked at the old man, and nodded. Immediately, Ken then pretended to be in a hurry and ran to the Nthong to report urgently. This is bad, the TNTN mirror has been stolen. He looked back in surprise and asked. What, stolen? Everyone, go take a look. Lie not, who did you see steal the TNTN mirror? He immediately answered loudly. Who else could it be? Of course, it's the person who came with Lord Lai Min Bak. Then Thang asked in surprise. That mortal, wasn't he still sitting here? Truongsin also stepped forward and added. He was sitting there, yes, but that doesn't mean he's a mortal. This kid is very strange, he's a spirit cultivator. He can control soul bodies to interfere with anything. Tam Dao maintained a calm expression and reminded him. Grand Elder, be careful. You can't just because you have a grudge against him. He looked at Deep Pham, wide-eyed, and firmly stated. I was on the airship, but this kid locked me in the room. You were the one who opened the door, have you forgotten? He bowed his head awkwardly and said. Actually, it's possible. The old man angrily shouted. I don't care, if we capture this kid now, we can definitely extract secrets from him. Then Thong frowned and coldly ordered. Then, as the Grand Elder said, take him away. Suddenly, Sutan, who was hiding somewhere, angrily spoke up. Before doubting my junior brother, prove your own innocence. I saw it, that mirror hidden in your sleeve. Changxing raised an eyebrow and asked in surprise. Who's there? She immediately appeared with a grim, angry expression. The three of them stared in shock at the appearance of this uninvited guest. Then Thang asked loudly, when did it get into our family? Changxing's jaw dropped in surprise as he spoke. I couldn't feel it at all, its strength is not simple. Look, I told you that kid is definitely hiding something. Sutan stated coldly. With that, the mirror on him, whether it's real or fake, we'll know once we check. Yi Fan walked over and said worriedly. Second senior sister, you've actually been noticed. The old man stammered in fear, refuting. No, I. Then Thang stepped forward and angrily questioned. You did all this just to be immortal? Changxing frowned irritably, wondering. Family head, do you really want to become my enemy for a mere mortal? He turned his face away and replied coldly. After all, he is senior brother Li Mingbai's. Changxing couldn't help but yell angrily. Li Thong, don't forget who brought you from the second elder to this position. If that outsider truly becomes the family head, what will you be? I'm helping you, but if you find the heavenly immortal mirror on me today, then await my wrath. Then Thong frowned awkwardly and ordered. Unbelievable, these two are spies sent by the enemy. Hiding beside Lord Li Mingbai, deal with them on the spot. The close subordinate standing nearby immediately replied. Yes. Yi Fan and Sutan stared with wide eyes in surprise at the dozens of swords pointed at them. He pursed his lips in deep thought, his face clearly showing anger. Dozens of sharp swords were pointed at them. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and thought. Surrounded again. The last time I went to Liang Nation was the same. Am I born with a cursed saint body or something? The system gritted its teeth and cursed angrily. This damn fat guy really talks nonsense. If I had known he was so troublesome, I would have just wished a bottle of fatal medicine upon him to drop dead. Hong Hong also spoke up indignantly. Before, when I heard him speculate that the host was a spirit cultivator, I thought he was talking about us. It turns out to be the host's second senior sister. Chuang Xin's lips curled in confusion as he thought to himself. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Tam Dao smiled gently and stepped forward to persuade, saying. Then Thang narrowed his eyes and replied coldly. Suddenly, Min Bak appeared out of nowhere, holding a few flower branches in his hands, and exclaimed in surprise. Chuang Xin, astonished, pointed his staff at him and angrily asked. Min Bak, confused, shouted angrily. Going back in time a bit, inside the trial world, he happily skipped around, pulling up flowers after reaching a medium to high level. Min Bak smiled happily, intently picking flowers and thinking to himself. This time, he chose to pass through the path with the beast path, high difficulty, high risk sign, and the mechanism path, high low difficulty. Chuang Xin frowned angrily, thinking. After the medicine took effect, Chuang Xin's jaw seemed to start, his mouth incessantly chattering despite his rather unfriendly expression. Because I told Lai not to activate the mechanisms in the mystic realm. I want you to die, not just you, but that kid named Yi must die too. Hearing all this, he couldn't help but point his finger angrily in question. You still want to kill me and senior brother Yi? That ridiculous patriarch position of yours, I don't want it. Chuang Xin stood to the side, dumbfounded, wondering. Then Thang hastily knelt down and regretfully said. Now I will cripple the Grand Elder's meridians and expel the culprit Lai Chuang Xin from the Divine Dragon clan. His eyes nearly popped out when he saw tens of thousands of swords pointing at him, and he angrily yelled. I am a Grand Elder who has made outstanding contributions to the clan. So what if this kid passed the clan's assessment? He hasn't been recognized by the heavenly immortal mirror, so he's still not the patriarch. Chuang Xin raised an eyebrow, scoffing. The result is that in terms of treatment, it's still not as good as some random kid who fell from the sky. Is that how you play? Then Thong frowned, sweating nervously, and asked in confusion. He smiled sinisterly, holding the immortal mirror in his hand, and declared, "Lie then Thong," you gasped in surprise and repeated. Chuang Sin raised it to the sky and earnestly requested. The immortal mirror announced coldly with a look of disdain. He gripped it tightly in his hand, thinking nervously. Suddenly, the immortal mirror flew out of Chuang Sin's hand and directly to Yi Fan. It smiled happily and said. He frowned unhappily and shooed it away. "I'm not an immortal." Then Thong's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed. The immortal mirror smiled happily, trying to curry favor. "Speaking of which, the scent on you. You must have interacted with my master, Hong Nu, right? Please take me with you, I miss my master so much." He frowned in confusion and asked. Min Bok rushed over and praised. Then Thang regretfully said. Chuang Sin sat miserably on the ground, thinking in fear. He and his retainers knelt down to apologize. "Immortal Lord Yi, please accept a bow from the Divine Dragon family." Yi Fam said in surprise and haste, get up, it's not what you think." Witnessing this scene, Tu Tan felt utterly despairing and extremely inferior. "I didn't expect junior brother to be so strong. In just a few short months, he has become an immortal beyond reach in the cultivation world. Compared to him, She sadly turned around. He looked back in surprise and quietly called, "Senior Sister Tuesday." Yi Fam now seemed like a saint. Then Thang knelt down, flattering him profusely. "Immortal Lord Yi, wait, don't go. This time you came to endorse your junior brotherly." The retainers also smiled brightly and agreed, that's right, choose junior brotherly." Min Bok was moved to tears, thinking, "Senior brother Yi treats me so well, elevating me from a chi-refining disciple to the decision-maker of a major family. I will definitely not let down your guidance." He approached the young man and sincerely said, "Congratulations, Lord Li Min Bok, on becoming the head of the Divine Dragon family." Tam Dao also smiled lightly and added, "The revival and glory of the Li family depend entirely on Lord Li Min Bok." Min Bok smiled happily and suggested, "Since you have accepted me as the family head, then you must not go against anything I say. First, you must create a really large statue for my senior brother Yi." The two of them quickly obeyed, "Yes." At the same time, in another place far from the Divine Dragon family, a sharp rocky outcrop stood majestically in the path. Yi Fam looked at Tu Tan, who was sitting on the outcrop, with concern and softly said, "Senior Sister Tu, why did you come here? That place is very dangerous." She sadly replied, "It's nothing, I just sit here to admire the scenery below the mountain, to observe all living things, and to know what it feels like to stand at such a high place." He walked over and genuinely comforted her. "Senior Sister Tu, if there's anything, just say it directly. Saying it might make you feel better." She leaned on Yi Fam's shoulder and dejectedly replied, "For now, yes, junior brother, you must not tell anyone about this." The system immediately appeared to eavesdrop. Here it comes, a classic male-female cliffside scene. Either death by love, or a love confession. What kind of nonsensical plot is this? Also, why is there a cliff here? Hong Hong replied arrogantly, "Don't ask, it's fate." Tu Tan lowered her head and sadly said, "Junior brother, you know, I'm actually very insecure. I looked very scary when I was little, everyone didn't want to adopt me. Only Master didn't dislike me, saying my eyes were beautiful." She gave a forced smile and expressed, "I have a secret in my heart that even Master doesn't know. I intended to suppress it. But after seeing you exposed by the heavenly immortal mirror, in front of your admirers. You looked so radiant, junior brother, you're like a prince or a general in a story, while I'm like a farmer's daughter without any melody." Tu Tan suddenly hesitated, finding it difficult to speak. "Junior brother, I want to." Hong Hong laughed delightedly and said, "I guessed right. It's a love confession after all." The system grumbled in disdain, "Damn, what kind of Cinderella plot is this? Give me some melon seeds." Suddenly, she frowned menacingly and said, "I want to become someone others fear, just like you." Teuton genuinely expressed, for a long time, I've always wanted to see the fearful expression of others when they see me, an expression of both terror and helplessness. Like tying a lamb to an iron pole, then cutting it slice by slice from bottom to top, then turning a toad into sauce and stuffing it into its brain. The system's face scrunched up as it awkwardly praised, Senior Sister 2's metaphor is truly unique. The host's Senior Sister 2 is terrifying. Hong Hong foolishly added, suddenly, I feel that it's also good that Senior Sister 2 has no sense of presence. The sky suddenly cleared from gray, dark clouds gradually dispersed, making way for the sunlight, which shone down on her like a ray of hope, opening a new beginning for herself. The system's eyes widened as it suddenly realized, Heavenly Tao Divine Might. Hong Hong next to it also asked, did her concept receive recognition from the Heavenly Tao? At this moment, Teuton raised her arms, and streams of demonic energy began to appear around her. This made the system even more frightened and say, how terrifying her spiritual power and intent are. The host's Senior Sister 2 is definitely not an ordinary person. Hong Hong also agreed with that feeling. It was certain of one thing, as a system, I also feel fear of her from the bottom of my heart. It's no wonder she's someone recognized by the Heavenly Tao. At this moment, fierce and brilliant rings of light shot out from Teuton, shining in the clear blue sky. The scene shifts to another place. 3 flickering red dots gradually appeared with the question, the bloodline of the king? A cockroach leg immediately emerged from the ground. Is she still alive? A second later, countless cockroaches of all sizes simultaneously broke through the ground, sharing a single thought, the king's bloodline. Our queen has returned. The scene shifts to inside the territory of the Great Lame Nation. In Jin Su's room, she was giving instructions to a disciple, next, you must assist the new emperor. Remember, don't let other enemies exploit the sect's weaknesses. Suddenly, a junior disciple rushed in, shouting, Sect Master, it's not good. She asked, what's wrong? Why are you so panicked? The junior disciple began to report in a panicked manner, the people in the city, and even the sect. Throughout the entire Eastern Barrens, black demonic creatures are swarming, crawling everywhere. They're like an army, all moving towards the northwest. Hearing the shocking news, she couldn't help but scream in horror, what? At the same time, in the system's space, it wondered aloud to Hong Hong, why is she so different from what I imagined? Moreover, her image is so strange. Hong Hong replied, confused, she's clearly disciple Ziyun Jin Ren's disciple, but she doesn't have purple hair. Outside, after a moment of silence, Teuton slowly spoke, finally. Yi Fan called out worriedly, second senior sister. Teuton spun her head around, her beauty capable of toppling kingdoms, and immediately told him something. Junior brother, quickly look. I've finally recovered my original appearance. Seeing her appearance, Yi Fan asked exasperatedly, second senior sister, why do you want to disguise yourself as a cockroach? Teuton looked at her body and asked back curiously, a cockroach? What's that? This is my natural appearance. Her words made Yi Fan even more bewildered, natural? Just then, a sharp pincer approached the two, joyfully calling out, Your Majesty, our Queen. We, your subjects, have finally found you. She wondered, who are you? Meanwhile, Yi Fan's face stiffened with the thought, the Cockroach Queen. At this moment, 3 figures in cockroach attire appeared before Teuton. The one in the middle began to introduce, Your Majesty, our Queen. We, your subjects, are the people of the Great Lame Empire in the western regions, and also your servants. That year, you accidentally got lost. On that day, a massive fire, with flames reaching high into the sky, caused extreme heat and even more ferocious destruction. A leader of the cockroach people clearly instructed, the princess is the only remaining bloodline of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor sealed all the imprints into the princess's body. We must protect her well. The cockroach people behind replied with a simple, understood. Knowing this, both systems simultaneously thought of the name, Shuren Clark. At that time, the cockroach leader instructed one of them, watch over the princess for me. I'll be back after I've killed the enemy army. So that one went and instructed another cockroach, watch over the princess for me. I'll be back after I've killed the enemy. And then that cockroach also repeated the same action with the familiar phrase, watch over the princess for me. I'm going to call them back. The message was relayed like this for so long that it made both Yi Fan and the two systems stiffen. Hong Hong indignantly said, is this what you call getting lost? Clearly, no one was watching her. That day, while Zi Yun was strolling in the forest, she coincidentally encountered Su Tan wrapped in a cockroach shell. She couldn't help but be disgusted by the girl. Someone abandoned a child? How immoral. Then she lovingly held the little girl in her arms, happily promising her, this child has purple eyes. It seems she has a great destiny with my Zi Yun sect. Be my disciple from now on. Knowing all this, Su Tan emotionally said, Master, you treated me so well. Yi Fan was speechless and exasperated. Master is truly casual. Just then, a cockroach knelt before Su Tan and made a plea to her, Your Majesty, our queen, you must avenge the immortal emperor. Make those old men of the Holy Robe sect pay. Yi Fan asked in confusion, Isn't this a fantasy world? Why does it still have ties to the West? The system explained in exasperation, the true planes are inherently like that, it's just that they usually don't get involved with the Western continents. Hong Hong pondered its judgment again. Finally, I know why I couldn't see through the host's second senior sister. It turns out she was hidden or omitted by the heavenly Tao. Just then, Zi Qing turned her head to look at Yi Fan, realizing with a hint of regret. So, junior brother and I have to part ways now? I won't be able to see the people of Zi Yun's sect again. The cockroach person immediately spoke up to reassure her. Going back is no different from handing yourself over to death. Hearing that, she replied with a hint of guilt. Afterwards, the cockroach person approached Zi Qing and desperately pleaded. She hesitated, saying. At this moment, Zi Qing's eyes stopped at a mountain, and she was slightly surprised when she realized something. Before her eyes, a large army of cockroaches had appeared somehow. Seeing them, Zi Qing said in confusion. The cockroach person questioned. At the same time, Yi Fan's face also showed a bewildered expression. He wondered to himself. From the pendant, Zi Yan urgently informed him of a shocking piece of news. Yi Fan couldn't help but ask anxiously. The system and Hong Hong, who were beside him, were also in a state of confusion. The scene shifts to Zi Yun's room, where she was trying to stay calm to explain to everyone. I'm telling you the truth, it was a 2-meter-tall black insect. Suddenly, it rushed out of my private room in a flash, and behind it, there were 10 smaller insects. Everyone, of course, didn't believe her. Ziyu even asked a question that made her furious. Zi Yun's voice rang out loudly right after. He hastily went inside and announced. Zi Qing immediately asked anxiously. Hearing Zi Qing's words, everyone's mouths fell open in surprise. Zi Bing asked in confusion. Could it be that you are Zi Qing? Zi Yan also wondered. At this moment, Zi Yun stared intently at her purple pupils, certain of one thing. A short while later, Zi Qing knelt before her, saying mournfully. Only today do I dare to reveal my true appearance. She gently replied. Zi Yun's eyes welled up with tears as she asked worriedly. At this moment, she took out a blue talisman from her chest and happily announced. It's all thanks to the protective talisman from my precious disciple. Seeing the talisman, Zi Qing asked in slight surprise. Her actions left everyone quite exasperated. Ziyu immediately cautioned. Outside the door, Yi Fan stood with his arms crossed, his eyes fixed on everything happening in the room. Suddenly, Zhensu appeared behind him and said. At this moment, Zi Yun eagerly approached and asked Yi Fan a barrage of questions. My precious disciple, did you too encounter any black demon beasts on the way? That demon beast has been causing a lot of trouble lately. It's said to have appeared in both the cultivation and mortal worlds. He simply replied, met it. As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Qing called in a manroach and asked, You mean it's him? That man roach even bowed and said, "Greetings, sir." The sudden appearance just now left Zi Yun completely stunned. She tried to scream, but her mouth was twisted with fear. Then Zi Yun frothed at the mouth and fell flat onto the floor. Zi Yu anxiously called out loudly, "This is bad. Master has fainted. Fellow Taoist Jin, please help quickly." That man roach felt a bit guilty and turned to ask Yi Fan, "Did I cause some trouble?" He tiredly replied, "You could say that." Scene shifts to somewhere else. At this moment, a person's foot is kicking away a stone blocking the path. This girl sucking on candy is Liang On, the direct disciple of the Myriad Beast sect. She asked, "It's too slow. I wonder what Master is doing." A few minutes ago, at the Liang Kingdom Imperial Palace, Zhen Su took Liang On's hand and said, "This child's talent isn't bad. She's definitely good material for cultivation. Why not let her become my disciple?" The other person immediately replied, "Then it shall be as Senior Immortal arranges." Then the man walked over and reminded Liang On, "Daughter, we are a branch of the Yu family. Currently, the Myriad Beast sect is supporting our Liang family to become the royal family of Great Liang. You must understand what this means, right?" She confidently affirmed, "Daughter understands. I will definitely perform well at the Myriad Beast sect." Right now, she was secretly complaining about her father, "Bad father, for the throne, you actually handed me over to the Myriad Beast sect as a hostage. Master is also something else. She said she wanted to take me to the Myriad Beast sect, but now she's dumped me at some strange sect." Suddenly, she broke into a sinister smile, an idea forming in her mind, "I don't want to be a chess piece controlled by you all. If I don't do something, do you really think I'm a little demon girl who's easy to control?" Scene shifts to the nine-tailed fox and Stinky Dog. They are currently digging in the dirt together. The nine-tailed fox asked, "Brother Hap, is there really a blood ginseng here?" The Stinky Dog insisted, "Sister Fox, I guarantee there's definitely a spiritual herb here." A short while later, a fragrant scent wafted into both their noses. The nine-tailed fox said delightedly, "It smells so good. Is it grilled chicken today?" The Stinky Dog immediately suggested, "Let's not dig anymore, Sister Fox, let's go eat first." So the dog and the fox ran together towards the chicken drumstick placed on the plate, excitedly yelling, "Time to eat." The two animals rushed straight for the chicken drumstick, mouths wide open. Just then, a preset trap was pulled taut. In an instant, the Stinky Dog and the nine-tailed fox were ensnared in that trap. The Stinky Dog looked longingly at the chicken drumstick below, whimpering, "Drumstick, drumstick." The nine-tailed fox said worriedly, "Brother Hap, we've fallen for a trick." Just then, a silhouette of a young woman approached, silencing them. A short while later, Liang brought back a basket filled with the fur of the nine-tailed fox and the Stinky Dog. She even said delightedly, "A full harvest. If the spiritual beast's owner finds out, they'll surely go crazy and cause trouble for Master." Suddenly, her eyes fixed on something. In front, the flower demon was enjoying the fresh air and sunbeams, contentedly exclaiming, "Today the sun is full." Suddenly, a large figure appeared behind the flower demon, completely blocking its precious sunlight. It turned out to be Liang plucking off each leaf, delightedly saying, "Run home, not run home, run home." Meanwhile, the flower demon secretly cried out in fear, "Help! I'm about to die." Just then, Fairy Ingde appeared in an extremely annoyed mood, asking, "What are you doing?" She quickly explained, "I saw this flower had some withered petals, so I thought I'd trim a few." However, the truth was that petals were scattered all over the ground, and the flower demon was motionless. Ingde flew into a rage, snarling, "This is the flower I painstakingly cared for with my immortal power. I'll definitely teach you a lesson." Liang scurried away, thinking, "Oh no, gotta run." As she was frantically rushing forward, her face unexpectedly crashed into someone's chest. Liang fell flat on the ground, and the person she bumped into was Yi Fan, standing there stunned. He gaped at the girl in front of him, stammering, "This is..." The sparkling jade pendant on her chest caught his eye. Yi Fan continued to stare at it, still wondering, this is. She immediately explained, this is my jade pendant, why? Yi Fan pictured the yellow jade pendant in his mind and replied, it's nothing. Internally, he murmured, it's quite similar. At this, Inkda angrily looked at Liang Ying and said, Senior, don't let her go. He asked back in confusion, what happened? She angrily explained. She plucked all the petals off the flowers you planted. At this moment, Liang Ying was shocked as she suddenly realized, oh no, the flower owner is here. However, Yi Fan calmly said, it's just a bunch of flowers. They're not that precious. But I remember you've been taking care of them for me during this time. I genuinely find it hard to say anything. Inkda firmly replied, Senior, taking care of your flowers is just my duty. Just then, Bai Tao appeared behind him and delivered news, Senior Brother Yi, it's not good. The tail feathers of both spiritual pets you're raising have been. Those words startled Liang Ying once again. Bai Tao pointed to the pile of fur in the basket, continuing miserably, plucked. Everyone is very upset about this. Without further ado, Fei Yi looked at Liang Ying and resolutely said, Senior Brother Yi, step aside, so the blood doesn't splash on you later. She hid behind Yi Fan, trying to explain, Senior, this is just a misunderstanding. I just saw they were about to shed, so I conveniently collected them. Fei Yi was furious upon hearing this and immediately scolded her, are you trying to trick a ghost? Do you think spiritual pets can't talk? In a nearby corner, Stinky Dog was utterly dejected from losing its tail fur, while the nine-tailed fox lay weeping because all 9 of its tails were stripped bare. 3 pairs of eyes, blazing with fire from Bai Tao, Inkda, and Fei Yi, all turned towards Liang Ying. Looking at the situation, she desperately asked herself, oh no, I've gone too far again. Before, it was just plucking petals. That girl in yellow was calling to hit and kill me. Now that Master isn't here, these 2 won't skin me alive, will they? Feeling that the situation was dire, she turned to beg Yi Fan, Senior, I was wrong, can you please forgive me? He was speechless with Liang Ying. He thought to himself, this girl's troublemaking ability is just too strong. Wait a minute, why does this feel a bit familiar? Then he took something out from his person and said to own Dat, Hong Nu, wait a moment. He took out the celestial mirror and began to explain, before, when I visited the divine dragon family, I heard this mirror say that you are its owner. She was a little surprised when she suddenly realized that item was the celestial mirror. Holding the celestial mirror tightly in her hand, Dat joyfully said, this is great. Every time I see Senior, I'm lucky enough to get my magic treasure back. Many thanks, Senior. Yi Fan smiled brightly and replied, if there's nothing else, you should go back and refine your magic treasure first. She eagerly left with excitement, having caught a big one. From behind, Hua Yao reached out and asked, what about me then? Having dealt with one person, Yi Fan turned to explain to the 2 sisters, well, you 2 shouldn't be too angry. As for the spirit pet's fur, I told her to pluck it. Bai Tao, of course, didn't believe it and immediately questioned him, Senior Brother Yi asked for it. Why? He looked seriously at the basket of spirit beast fur, then began to fabricate a story solemnly, because the spirit beast's fur is very soft, it's very suitable for making clothes or scarves. You've taken such great care of the spirit pets, so shouldn't the spirit beasts pay a little price for you? The 2 sisters were immediately manipulated after those words. Bai Tao happily said, Senior Brother Yi, you're actually so kind to us. Fei Yi smiled brightly and added, we misunderstood this young lady. When the 2 of them had left with the basket of fur, Liang Ying was still doubtful. He managed to persuade them with just a few words, they trust this senior too much, don't they? The system also appeared, proudly saying, as expected of the host, this Grand Master's skill is truly powerful. He managed to make these 3 women happy in an instant. Hong Hong, however, was a little confused. System, why did our host have to cover up for her? The system delightedly explained, the reason is most likely that jade pendant. Have you forgotten that our host also has a jade pendant? Hong Hong suddenly realized, it seems there was something like that. The system continued. According to the host's family, the person who holds the other half is the one arranged by the heavenly Tao. Hong Hong nodded at the information. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yi Fan gently reminded Liang Ying, in the future, you can't casually damage other people's things, okay? She enthusiastically replied immediately, I know I was wrong, but in her heart, she had a big question. Strange, this person looks to be about the same age as my brother. And I can't sense any cultivation from him, so why do those people call him senior and senior brother? As a newcomer like Liang Ying, she couldn't help but speculate, I get it, he must be a royal noble who was just brought up the mountain like me. And then taken as a personal disciple by the sect leader and elders. You share a similar unfortunate fate, this time for helping me out, I will definitely repay him well. Thinking this, she happily ran to declare to Yi Fan, Senior, when I break through the golden core, I will protect you and then lead you to rapid success. Senior, to thank you for saving me, I invite you to eat grilled fish. I saw many sharks behind the mountain. Hearing this, he delightedly said, I go fishing there every day. She immediately asked, Huh? It's not like this whole mountain belongs to you, is it? He hesitantly replied, in a way, that's not wrong. Yi Fan's pupils dilated unusually after that answer. Liang Ying's leaning posture made him think of his younger sister in the modern world. It was then that he suddenly realized, such an unusual personality, I finally figured out who she's like. Isn't this person just like my little sister? I've gone through so many reincarnations, I can't even remember. Now that I think about it, she really couldn't be my sister's reincarnation, could she? Some time ago, his younger sister would always jump onto Yi Fan's bed every morning and call, Brother, it's time to get up. He would lazily say, it's the weekend now. One time she searched through the bookshelf asking, Brother, where did you hide the forbidden books? Yi Fan irritably replied, there's no such thing. Another time, his sister burst into tears over the matter, Brother, my pudding fell on the floor. Recalling those mischievous traits, Yi Fan could only shake his head in exasperation. From behind, Zhen Su had secretly observed the two walking together, his curiosity prompting him to ask, what is this little disciple doing? How can she be so audacious? And even slapping Taoist Ye's back. Oh no, she isn't treating Taoist Ye as a weakling, an equal of hers, is she? If I had known, I would have sent her to the Myriad Beast sect earlier. Later, I must find an opportunity to call her back. The scene shifts to a nearby location, where Ziyun spoke first. Ziqing, you've barely learned any cultivation techniques from me all these years. This master is truly a bit ashamed. If you need anything, just tell this master. Ziqing immediately said, Master, that's not necessary. However, I do have a question I've always wanted to ask. She immediately replied, Ask away. Hearing this, Ziqing began to voice her doubt, Master, what do you think of junior brother? I heard from my senior and junior sisters. Your concern for junior brother seems a bit excessive. She asked back in confusion, What are you talking about? Your junior brother is a congenital Tao body, his cultivation speed is unmatched. If this master isn't good to him, what if he's tricked away by another sect? Ziqing, naturally disbelieving, asked a question that momentarily silenced Ziyun, is that so? Then what if junior brother wants to cultivate together in the future? Afterward, she hastily offered an explanation, wants what? Our precious junior brother is still young. It's too early for him to look for a Tao companion. Why are we thinking so much for him? As the two walked, they unexpectedly saw Zhen Su ahead. Ziyun then questioned, Taoist Zhen, what are you doing standing there? Did you also come to release small fish? Overcome with curiosity, she asked, Taoist Zhen, what are you looking at? She kept her eyes fixed forward and replied, nothing. I just feel that the little disciple I just took in seems a bit lively. Hearing this, Ziyun couldn't help but run over excitedly, you just took in a disciple too? Let me see. Ahead, a small flame was burning gently in rhythm. Yi Fan and Liang Ying were sitting together on a rock, talking, the atmosphere incredibly cozy. Unexpectedly, the flame dispersed, and sea creatures appeared. Liang Ying happily offered a burnt fish to Yi Fan and said, Senior, try this. He nervously asked himself, can this be eaten? Zi Yun's mood visibly sank. She was a bit surprised to realize, that is. She intently observed Liang Ying from head to toe, then silently concluded, she is the disciple and future partner of. Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted. Zi Yun tried to calm herself, no way. Seeing her strange attitude, Zi Qing couldn't help but speculate, no way, what senior and junior sisters said is true. Master has truly developed feelings for junior brother that go beyond the master-disciple relationship? A generation gap between the two of them appeared in Zi Qing's mind, which made her even more worried. Although it's said that the cultivation world doesn't forbid master-disciple relationships. Junior brother is too young, not even a tenth of master's age. To say so is truly a bit strange. Suddenly, Zi Yun tightly gripped her hand and said, Zi Qing, can you help me look at that jade pendant? Help me see if that jade pendant is fake. These words made Zi Qing extremely curious. How can a jade pendant be fake? Zhen Su then explained to her. That jade pendant belonged to my disciple since birth. I heard she had it in her mouth when she was born. Zi Yun's entire body trembled after that sentence. She stammered in panic, born with it. Then she turned sharply and said, it's nothing, I'm going to close the door. A short while later, Zi Yun returned to her dwelling. Her heart ached as if cut, asking, precious disciple. This is a heaven-sent destiny, I should bless them, but why do I feel so conflicted? She slowly sat down before the incense burner for alchemy. Her trembling hands rested, and despite her lack of resolve, she still managed to say, I should still focus on cultivating. Currently, all my disciples are stronger than me. If the sect master doesn't work hard, how can I lead the Zi Yun sect? Perhaps when I break through to nascent soul, I'll understand everything. At this moment, a deep voice rang out, do you seek power? She turned her head in alarm and asked, who's in my room? A sparkling blue circle suddenly appeared in the void, making her even more puzzled. Who are you? In an instant, sharp and winding details appeared around the circle. This was the dark system with the girl Yun Shuang in the center. She spoke, who I am is not important. You only need to know that I can help you. At Yi Fan's spot, he was rushing to turn and say, it's dinner time. It's probably time to cook for master. Liang Ying curiously asked, Senior, you still have to cook for master? He replied, yes, that's right. At first, I only made my own portion, but later, after they tried it, they started eating it more often. That information surprised her a bit. She didn't expect an immortal who practiced esoteric techniques to still have such a desire for food. Then Liang Ying brought out a few burnt-to-a-crisp seafood creatures she had grilled, excitedly saying, hey, more food for everyone. But everyone was terrified, as if it was a catastrophe for their sect. The system suddenly appeared with an urgent notification, Host, I need to tell you something very important. He immediately asked, what is it? It hurriedly reported, your master has entered seclusion, but I can't update her data. Yi Fan calmly replied, is that very serious? The system thought of Zi Yun's appearance, worriedly explaining, it's quite serious, this proves that your master, she has escaped the control of the heavenly Tao. As soon as the system finished speaking, Zi Yun, with her blood-red eyes and surging furious power, appeared before everyone. Seeing her appearance, Liang Ying couldn't help but ask suspiciously, Senior, is she really your master? Why does her aura feel so different from yours? At this moment, Zi Yun glared with her bright red eyes. She, along with her strengthened demonic energy, charged straight towards Yi Fan. The system immediately acted, Host, Danger, automatically activating the strengthened protective layer. Those fierce streams of energy stabbed straight towards him, and a dazzling circle of light immediately burst forth. In an instant, a pillar of light from Yi Fan pierced through the gloomy sky, emitting incredibly ferocious energy. Xie Yin, Ren Hai, Yingde, De He, and Fei Yi, all five of them, shared the same feeling, the oppression is too strong. In an instant, the ground around where everyone stood shattered, surrounded by suffocating streams of energy. Everyone looked at Zi Yun in panic. The system said fearfully, "The firepower is too strong. I'm trembling so much my ears are going numb." Hong Hong pursed her lips and asked, "Host, your master hasn't been corrupted, has she?" Jin Su, however, angrily yelled at Zi Yun, "Fellow Taoist Zi Yun, what are you doing? Did my junior disciple anger you?" As soon as she finished speaking, she thought of a possibility. Could it be that jade pendant? Then she immediately turned to Liang Ying and demanded, "Disciple, quickly hand the jade pendant to true person Zi Yun." Liang Ying immediately replied, "Huh? Yes." However, Yi Fan hurriedly objected to that idea. "Don't take it out. My master will get even angrier if she sees it." At this moment, a surge of dark red qi suddenly erupted powerfully. Zi Yun wrapped several layers of dark qi around her hand and charged forward, making everyone wonder, "Still not done yet?" The stream of qi flew over and tightly gripped Jin Su's brush. She exclaimed in shock, "My brush!" Then she immediately turned to ask Yi Fan, "Fellow Taoist Yi, is your master really a nascent soul cultivator? With my out-of-body stage cultivation, I completely can't see through her true strength right now." He also replied in confusion, "I don't know." Suddenly, Hong Hong announced a shocking piece of news. "System, host, I discovered that master also seems to have a system." Both the system and Yi Fan exclaimed in unison, "What?" A few minutes ago, Yun Shuang had told Zi Yun, "Who I am is not important, you only need to know that I can help you. Whether it's supreme cultivation, or a love that's hard to achieve, as long as you want it, I can help you achieve it." Hearing this, she pondered for a moment, a sense of hesitation stirring in her heart. But then she resolutely stated, "I am the head of the Zi Yun sect. All my thoughts and actions are related to the future of the Zi Yun sect. Even if I truly develop inappropriate feelings for my beloved disciple, I must restrain myself. The master-disciple relationship, I haven't fallen so low as to let evil thoughts disturb my life." The woman was a bit surprised to hear that. "Very good, someone only in the nascent soul stage, yet capable of such awareness. I truly underestimated you, but I didn't come here to ask for your opinion." As she finished speaking, demonic energy from within Zi Yun clung to the system mirror, and at the same time, dark qi radiated from it. The scene before her couldn't help but shock Zi Yun. Strands of demonic energy began to entwine around Zi Yun's fingers. In just an instant, her entire body was suspended in mid-air by the strong demonic energy strands. At this moment, she defiantly blurted out, "You are not an inner demon." Zi Yun's eyes were slowly closing, only the faint image of Yun Shuang remained, and her words, "You are too weak, even if you discover it, what good will it do?" Back to reality. Yi Fan anxiously asked the system, "Master has a system on her, what's going on?" It quickly explained, "This is just my speculation, I'm not entirely sure, because hosts can see each other's systems. But it seems the host's master can't see us." Hong Hong, standing nearby, agreed, "That's right, currently she only receives power from the system." The system gritted its teeth, angrily offering a solution, "Host, if you want to solve this problem, the only way is to find the person behind it. The one who is influencing your master." Yi Fan immediately asked, "So how do we find them?" It replied, "Give me some time, host, you pull your master back first." At this moment, Liang stared intently at the two faint silhouettes of your system above his head, wondering, what are those two blurry things in the sky? Suddenly, Zi Yun, in a state of frenzy, charged straight towards Yi Fan. A magic attack was also launched. Very quickly, a foot stomped hard on the ground. Daihak rushed like a storm, quickly seizing Tu Van's magic power. She froze in place, bewildered, looking at the magic power in her hand. Luckily, Phi Deep appeared just in time and unleashed a bolt of lightning forward. She shouted, "I'm here to help you." Then Phi Deep walked closer to Daihak, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" She smiled and replied, "It's just a small wound." Just then, Tu Tan, Tu Bang, and Tu Yan also appeared. Seeing the chaotic scene, the three couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Little brother, what happened? Why did Master end up like this?" Deep Fam told the senior sisters something that made them stare blankly. Three senior sisters, now isn't a good time to explain. Sisters, please take this junior sister next to me to a safe place first. Luamon heard that and murmured, "Junior sister." Just then, a magic vortex carrying immense destructive power appeared in midair. Tu Van raised both hands high, her lower body enveloped by the magic whirlwind. This is the first form of the Tu Van art, the burning brazier technique. Seeing the situation, Tu Bang couldn't help but question, this is a lost secret art of our Tu Van sect. How did Master learn it? At this moment, the magic vortex became even more intense. A strange flower appeared on Tu Van's upper body, formed by streams of green smoke. Realizing something was wrong, Nam Hai yelled out a warning, "Careful! Don't touch that smoke!" Without further delay, he slammed his hand on the ground, performing the overturning rivers and seas technique, and dazzling swirls of light began to appear. Just then, the flower on Tu Van's body moved upwards. In a flash, her body was wrapped by swirling beams of light. "Below," Ondat resolutely said, "Senior, I'm here to assist you." At this moment, unexpected bursts of magic power shot out from Tu Van's body. Ta Veem seized the opportunity, quickly hurled something at her and said, "Sedative powder." Ondat also called out. Taking advantage of the moment, Phi Deep lunged forward with a chain in her hand and said, "Sect Master, this is a chain used to bind spirit beasts. Sorry about this." Very quickly, the chains wrapped tightly around Tu Van, and at the same time, brilliant rays of light emanated from her body. The three senior sisters immediately rushed to embrace her, repeatedly calling, "Master, please calm down, Master." Meanwhile, Nam Hai, Deep Fam, and Ta Veen could only watch in silence. After a struggle, Tu Van finally opened her eyes and weakly called out, "Disciples." Immediately after, strange magic power emerged from her mouth. The dark system appeared with a crack on it. Van Swang, hidden within, spoke mockingly, "How weak. A few chains can already restrain her." As soon as he saw her, the system quickly reported to Deep Fam, "The mastermind has appeared." He gritted his teeth and said, "System, unlock the seal for me." Hom Hom inquired in surprise, wanting to confirm his decision, "The seal? Host, are you sure you want to?" The system hastily cut it off, sternly reminding it, "Don't say so much, what if the host regrets it?" "Ugh, remove the seal." "Host, go ahead." Deep Fam stood in the eye of the swirling, intense spiritual storm, forcefully breaking the seal. His face was cold, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone, his low, hoarse voice warning, "She's very strong. It's best if everyone doesn't interfere." From inside the mirror, Van Swang's feet slowly stepped out, immediately issuing a challenge, "Finally, I have to use my true abilities." In just a flash, her figure became clear, a cold smile gracing her lips, and blue spiritual energy swirled around her like a living entity. Van Swang then summoned iron chains. She controlled the chains to bind Tu Van. A painful groan escaped her throat, and Van Swang, growing more arrogant, mocked, "But you're no match for me." Witnessing that scene, he couldn't help but feel anxious, angrily shouting, "Release my master." The system quickly activated, automatically deploying time acceleration bullets. Yi Fam's figure shot away from his original spot, leaving a faint afterimage in the air. In that brief moment, he successfully approached her, his speed too fast for the opponent to react. The system simultaneously activated a skill, using a 100x piercing force increase. A decisive punch was thrown, blazing fiercely, spiritual energy gathering into a fist shadow. A shout echoed, "Overlord's fist." The move struck like lightning, the air exploding in shockwaves. She couldn't dodge in time, her entire body was sent flying, sustaining severe injuries. After the hit, Van Swang's body lost control, spinning sideways in midair, her limbs stiff, embers still flickering around her. In just a blink, her physical condition rapidly recovered. Van Swang smirked victoriously, teasing, "You really don't know how to cherish a beauty. After all, I'm a girl." Yi Fam stared coldly, replying bluntly, "If you've become my enemy, I don't care if you're male or female." As she uttered the cryptic remark, dark energy began to swirl around her, gathering into a vague form. Just as I thought, Yi Fam muttered, puzzled, still the same. Van Swang swung her scythe high. Countless purple-black energy vortices twisted tightly in midair, from which demonic energy surged out. Yi Fam used his bare hand to block the scythe's blade, a dangerous act that made the system restless. Oh no, the opposing system is in control. Host, quickly choose a weapon. Hom Hom hurriedly retorted, no way, even if we give the host a weapon, he doesn't have time to grab it right now. A few seconds later, a sword appeared before him, glowing with dazzling golden light. He was startled, immediately realizing, Isekai'd sword. The sword conveyed a warning, Master, please don't cut me off this time. Van Swang still maintained her usual arrogant and contemptuous demeanor. It's just a sentient sword, that's all. Yi Fam duplicated countless Isekai'd swords, preparing to launch them at his opponent. He roared furiously, this should be enough. Yi Fam decisively performed his technique, the cold flame art, Azure Dragon Unleashed. Then, he raised his hand high, shouting the command, sword slash. The swords then shot forth to attack. She merely sneered, nimbly dodging with ease. Van Swang immediately closed in, brandishing her sharp scythe, her eyes scornful, uttering a sarcastic remark, too bad, your power has significantly weakened compared to before. Just as the scythe swung before Yi Fam's face, he calmly asked, oh really? Just like that? The Isekai'd sword silently circled behind her, ambushing her with a fatal blow, giving her no chance to react. Van Swang clutched her stomach, groaning in pain, it hurts so much. Yi Fam threatened, if you don't want to die, then release my master. Amused by her own mockery, she laughed, replying, it's just a pretense. If I were human, I'd probably be dead too. Van Swang used her spiritual energy to pull the sword out of her body. She flung out a handful of golden dust directly into Yi Fam's eyes, blinding him instantly. Noticing the opportune moment, Van Swang hastily flew closer, good chance. In this critical situation, the system appeared just in time, activating added protection, 100 layers of instant silk, immediately blocking her attack. Yi Fam decisively summoned the cold flame art, heavenly frost and myriad snow. In the next second, countless blue-glowing swords appeared, hovering around his body, and bone-chilling cold spread. He furiously roared, if you're not grateful, don't blame me for being impolite. At this point, Van Swang could only threaten him with two Van, go ahead and kill me if you want your master to die too. Unfortunately, the person in her hand was merely an illusion, and it was actually the system's large firecracker fuse. The system immediately stood aside, smugly detonating the dummy, creating a large explosion. Receiving such an attack, Van Swang collapsed. Yi Fam, witnessing this, let out a sigh of relief. But before he could rejoice for long, Van Swang stood up with a wound on her hand, and she flashed an evil smile at Yi Fam. Seeing this, he immediately entered a state of high alert. The large wound on Van Swang's arm visibly recovered. She gave a faint smile, looking at Yi Fam with provocative eyes, what's wrong? Can't bring yourself to strike? Daihak couldn't hold back, angrily shouting, that Van Swang. He frowned, pressing his lips tightly, his face clearly showing indignation, remaining silent. A second later, Yi Fam tried to remain calm, gritting his teeth as he questioned, you are not my disciple, why are you impersonating her? Hearing this, the system couldn't help but be confused, host, you know her? A stream of dark energy secretly approached from behind, preparing to ambush him. Just then, Daihak rushed over in time, pushing Yi Fam aside, saving him from death in the nick of time, as she cried out in alarm, warning, my friend, be careful. Streams of dark energy twisted into a tornado column, swirling deep in midair, dispersing magic power. A voice then echoed, how heartless! Who kills their disciple upon reunion like this? It materialized into a human-like form with a bizarre appearance, known as one of the 4 great puppet system lieutenants. He grabbed Van Swang by the collar, lifting her up, and declared loudly, but right now, she is my most prized treasure. I can't let you ruin her. At first glance, Diehack was furious, suspiciously questioning, "You old geezer, you're not dead yet?" The puppet gave a sly smile, calmly replying, "I merely casually controlled a few people, lost a game, don't actually think I'm dead." The system at this point couldn't hold back its anger and snarled, "You old geezer. How dare you violate the rules and attack my host?" Hong Hong was indignant, cursing him profusely, "You old beast of a beast. You couldn't win, so you dared to attack the host's disciple." After hearing this, the puppet fell silent, then cursed back coldly, "You two low-level trash without even human forms, is it your turn to stick your noses in here?" Yi Fam gripped the cheetah sword tightly, roaring with rage, "You harmed my disciple, and also tried to harm my master. You defeated subordinate, do you truly think you haven't died enough times?" He seemed even more excited, flying up with Van Swang while bursting into joyful laughter, "Die!" From the puppet's palm, fine spiderweb-like threads poured out, twisting in the air. The threads shot straight into Liang On, Zhen Su, and Renhai's foreheads. She vaguely questioned, "What is this?" The puppet smirked mockingly, "It's truly laughable. Back then, I only controlled a few of the strongest cultivators in that space, and I could already force you to your death. Where do you get the power to fight me? If I were serious, I could instantly control everyone you know and chop off their heads." The system, visibly intimidated, no longer arrogant, thought, "Good thing I don't have a head." He reached out to caress Van Swang's face, uttering terrifying threats, "You obediently surrender. As long as you die, I will spare some people. By then, I will choose a few beauties to be puppets, and keep them in my treasure cabinet every day." A spatial portal suddenly opened behind the puppet, causing him to involuntarily freeze. After sensing it, the puppet fell into fear, pondering, "The breath of the superstar lord. I clearly blocked all communication signals here, yet she can still detect it." Having no other choice, he cast a spell, expanding the spatial portal, not forgetting to turn around and leave a message, "Today, I will spare you once. Wait until I finish refining the cold bones, then I will come for you." With that, he hurriedly left. The system then sighed in relief, "Host, we're saved. Prodigal system, you truly are my mother, coming to save me again." Stepping out from that spatial portal was, unexpectedly, Hong Hong. He was stunned, utterly bewildered. "Why is it you? Where's the prodigal?" Hong Hong proudly boasted of his achievement. "Don't you think I'm smart? I used the teleportation array provided by the prodigal system and scared him away." The system became flustered, breaking into a cold sweat, and retorted, "What are you talking about? As my subsystem, what's wrong with being a little smart?" Yi Fam turned around, anxiously asking about the situation. "Senior sister, how is master?" Tu Tan anxiously reported, "The situation is not good. Master's body temperature is very low, but I don't see any injuries." Tu Noyed looked up curiously and softly asked, "Little junior brother, what's their relationship with you?" He bent down, gently lifting Tu Van, requesting, "Senior sister, please move aside a little." Yi Fam transmitted a command, "System, help me check." The system confidently accepted the order, "Let me take a look, I guarantee I can find the problem." A moment later, it reported with concern, "Host, your master has lost the protection of the heavenly Tao." Yi Fam frowned upon hearing this. "Why is that?" The system quickly explained, "Because the opponent used an illegal method to block and control your master. Currently, your master is like a passenger thrown off a train, escaping the control of the heavenly Tao, and naturally will no longer receive the protection of the heavenly Tao. Just like Ziyun being left behind, chasing the train in extreme panic. I'm not on the train yet, I'm not on the train yet." Yi Fam continued to ask seriously, "This situation is a bit similar to second senior sisters, surely it can be saved, right?" However, the system's answer extinguished the last glimmer of hope. "Host, this isn't the same. Do you see anyone who can catch up to a train after getting off it?" Hong Hong excitedly cut in, "I know this one. In the movie, the famous Detective Conan." The system immediately covered its mouth and reminded it, "Don't discuss such things anymore, besides, we don't own the rights." After saying that, it turned back, going on at length to reassure Yi fam, host, don't be discouraged, it's not actually a complete dead end. Since it's a train, naturally there will be a destination or the possibility of buying an additional ticket. He eagerly said, tell me. The system immediately got to the point, offering two solutions when your strength reaches one of the space's limits. The heavenly Tao will send a train back to pick you up, or the host and master become husband and wife, becoming a single intertwined destiny. Upon hearing this, Yi fam flew into a rage, gritting his teeth and cursing, if you want to die, just say so directly. Moreover, your words are exactly like last time, just rephrased. Though a bit scared, it still boldly retorted, what other options do I have, host? Every time you don't cooperate with me, I don't earn any luck. Even if I had a better method, I wouldn't have enough capital to do it. At this point, he impatiently suggested, then just tell me the method and let's see. If it's not enough, I'll think of another way. At that moment, Liang stared at Yi fam, her heart full of questions, and unconsciously blurted out that. She didn't hesitate to approach and ask immediately, Senior, what are those two things next to you? They broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in fear, oh no, she can actually see us. Yi fam, puzzled, tilted his head slightly and asked, you see them? Liang replied, not completely, I only vaguely see two blurry, translucent things. The system breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, so, is the system waiting for someone to awaken? System. Hom cried out in confusion, but this world already has system owners, why are there still people waiting to awaken? The system stammered, only managing a sound and nothing more. After learning the truth, Hom yelled furiously at it, what do you mean you forgot to submit my subsystem appointment letter? That means I'm working for you. I'm still an unregistered worker? The system awkwardly defended itself, I really just forgot to submit it to the main system, but I actually wrote it. The more Hom listened, the angrier it became. It grabbed the opponent's neck and cursed, System, you bastard. The system frantically admitted its guilt. I was wrong, don't squeeze anymore. Yi fam spoke up, exasperated, to mediate, you two stop fighting. Right now, Master is still waiting to be saved. At that moment, the system suddenly came up with an idea. It hurriedly said, Host, I have a way. It pointed at Liang and presented an idea, just convert my subsystem to official, let the subsystem become her system, then you two will become sons of destiny. Thanks to the power of the two sons of destiny, you will be able to make the heavenly Tao pay attention to Master. She naively asked, I also have a system, but speaking of it, what are the benefits of a system? Yi fam crossed his arms and seriously explained, there are no benefits, in fact, there are many drawbacks. If it's more serious, it could even take your life. But it will give you cultivation techniques and cultivation level, helping you avoid detours in your training. Liang was very excited after hearing it, joyfully replying, it's that good? Then I want it too. Hom whimpered and quietly asked, you mean after using me, you're going to abandon me now? The system could only give an awkward laugh to reassure, you can't say it like that. Liang pointed at the system and shouted indignantly, what kind of messed up behavior is that? Hom tearfully said goodbye, let's break up, I want to officially transfer and become her system. The system turned to ask Yi fam for his opinion, host, since they've agreed, should I let the subsystem officially transfer? Hom, though angry, still cared and warned, you must be careful during this time, don't let that person exploit your weaknesses. He immediately agreed, I know, you go. In an instant, all three vanished into the void, leaving behind a pure white piece of cloth fluttering in the wind. Yi fam looked down and thought, I can't believe I could still meet her in this life. Going back to his past life, Yi fam was strictly training a young disciple in sword techniques. He frowned, recognizing the mistake, and sternly corrected, with such weak movements, how can you avenge the Xiang family? Do 20 more repetitions today. The little girl's eyes welled up with tears, and she obediently complied, disciple understands, master. Elsewhere, a large fire was smoldering and spreading, black smoke billowing and engulfing everything. Fresh blood dripped down. Yun Shuang, exhausted, fell amidst the raging inferno. The people there rudely cursed without reservation. You killed so many people in my clan, yet you still want to retreat safely? With such poor martial arts, you want to avenge the Siam family? Wait for your next life. This time, we must eliminate the root of the problem completely, so no one dares to offend our clan again. She gasped for breath, lying on the ground, secretly blaming herself for her foolish actions. If I had known, I would have listened to Master, studied hard, and only then descended the mountain to avenge my parents. I'm sorry, Master. Just then, Yi Fam appeared nonchalantly and angrily declared, You want to kill my disciple with just you lot? He struck decisively, and each one fell to their death. Yun Shuang struggled to get up, using her last bit of strength to shout 2 words, Master. Yi Fam calmly offered a temporary reason. You are the first disciple I accepted. If you just die like this, who would dare to take me as their master anymore? She whispered, her voice almost effortless, Master, I'm sorry, disciple was wrong. Yun Shuang was slightly startled, her eyes wide in astonishment. Yi Fam carried her into his arms, his eyes softened as he looked at Yun Shuang, and he said gently, I'll take you back to the sect to treat your injuries. Dai Hak grumbled annoyedly, Brother, I've already made it clear. If you want to carry her yourself, I'm not giving you a ride. He immediately chided, Brother, what are you acting up about again? Yun Shuang watched silently, her lips curving into a slight smile, her cheeks blushing without her realizing it. Time flew by in a flash. A few years later, the scene opened with furious curses from Yi Fam. That old Taoist truly has some nerve. This time, he actually managed to gather 3 million cultivators at the tribulation transcending stage to fight to the death with me. He sternly instructed, Disciple, quickly lead your junior brothers and sisters away. This sect ultimately cannot be protected. Yun Shuang smiled slightly and replied, I understand, Master. Upon hearing this, Yi Fam immediately spun around. His brow furrowed tightly, his voice full of doubt, What is it? Before he could understand what was happening, Yun Shuang daringly rushed forward and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. She tilted her head, her expression innocent and pure, and softly said, Master, please don't let those cultivators chase after us. Yi Fam confidently declared, Don't underestimate your master too much. She gently scolded him, but her eyes seemed to promise something, You philanderer, you must come back. Back to reality. After waking up, Yun Shuang was utterly confused, not understanding what was happening. From the ghost puppet's mouth came a deep, chilling voice. You're awake, my masterpiece. She was currently imprisoned in a chamber filled with opaque liquid, he acted, causing the solution to gush out. The ghost puppet watched Yun Shuang crawl out, then coldly asked, Well, did you find the weapon you're best at from your memories? She immediately replied, I found it. My sword's name is... Yun Shuang's gaze stopped at the blue sword, 2 red fabric strips tied to its hilt gently swaying on the ground. She cried out, Wang Jun. At that moment, after stepping through the spatial gate, the system immediately announced, We've arrived. The defeated system is nearby. Hong Hong was still angry, resentfully saying, I must report you to the defeated system. You are a cruel boss. Who exploits employees? They involuntarily froze, breaking out in cold sweat, their eyes filled with fright. 2 blue swords intersected, a flash of light erupted. A ferocious shadow emerged behind them, instantly making the air suffocating. Hong Hong nervously asked, System? Did we come to the wrong place? It timidly suggested, We've come at the wrong time, how about we slip away first? Just then, a sweet, clear voice echoed throughout the hall, It seems I'm late. All eyes turned to the defeated system, a beautiful girl, everyone cheered. Joy was clearly visible, Jingo. She's here. Ko Tuong, in a dazzling outfit and 2 adorable cat ears, stood in the middle of the stage with flashing lights, holding the mic, and said, Everyone. Gu Xiang's smile was sweet and alluring, both gentle and mischievously confident. Good evening. The fans below cheered wildly, jostling and pushing, everyone's heart melting at her captivating cuteness. Long live Guxiang! I love you. Star-Lord, if it weren't for you, how could I live? Star-Lord, please take me with you. She also interacted enthusiastically. I love you all so much. Today's love song is for the legendary super idol. Kitty Dance. The crowd grinned widely with delight, simultaneously standing up, swaying back and forth, cheering like true die-hard fans. I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. That's all for today then. Witnessing that scene, the system and Hong Hong gaped in horror. Stunned. This person is the defeated system? What the hell is a kitty dance? Isn't it supposed to be a pony dance? The system absolutely refused to believe what was happening before its eyes. I don't believe it. How could the defeated system do something like this? A mysterious shadow appeared behind them, a low voice echoing from the darkness. Are you two new fans? The system frowned in confusion. Fans? Van Tom approached, seizing the opportunity to ask, you two are systems, aren't you? Making a fan card now will only cost you 400,000 luck points. Hong Hong's eyes widened in surprise. That expensive? Upon hearing the exorbitant price, the system repeatedly refused. No, we're not doing it. We came to find the defeated system about something important. She cheerfully informed them, it's fine. After the performance ends, you two can just go backstage to find her. Hong Hong then asked, excuse me, why did the defeated system come here to be an idol? Van Tom answered without hesitation, because she doesn't have a host. And she was idle with nothing to do, so I advised her to become an idol, to give me inspiration for my character designs. After hearing that, the system was speechless. What kind of advice is that? She nonchalantly said, it's very simple. If she doesn't listen, I'll throw her to a planet full of tentacles and turn her into a cream cake. The two of them hugged each other in fear, thinking, how can this person say such horrific things with such a calm expression? How terrifying. She doesn't even treat the defeated system as a mere tool. Van Tom leaned closer to Hong Hong, habitually pushing up her glasses, her face full of focus. It shyly asked, what's wrong? She straightforwardly made an offer without any hesitation. I've never seen such innocent eyes, so innocent they're like a university student who has never experienced the shocks of society. So, are you interested in becoming an idol for me? Hong Hong panicked and quickly replied, I refuse. Several hours passed. When the show was over, Guxiang sat tiredly in the dressing room. She sighed, I'm so tired, I don't want to go to work at all. She looked at the system and asked, why are you looking for me? It quickly got to the main point, I'm here for two things. Hong Hong continued to explain, first, I want to be bound to someone else and become an official system. The system firmly stated the ultimate goal. Secondly, we've finally found the big boss who's against the host. Upon hearing that, Guxiang excitedly sprang to her feet, gnashing her teeth in anger. What? We finally found the villain who conspired to harm me. Just you wait, this time I'll tear him limb from limb. Van Tam unexpectedly appeared from behind, calmly declaring, whether you can tear him into 8 pieces or not, I don't know, but you will certainly be torn into 8 pieces by it. Guxiang turned around in a daze. Seeing Van Tam, she trembled in fear, her voice stammering, Leader, what's happening to me? Van Tam growled, your star of doom is shining. A blinding white beam of light shot out like a finishing laser. Both simultaneously received an urgent message, killed, can't get up anymore. Scene change, everyone was still diligently caring for and taking turns monitoring Ziyun's comatose condition. Yi Fan stood silently, his gaze fixed on her. Fei Yi entered with a box of food in hand, then anxiously spoke, Senior Brother Yi, eat some food. He turned back in surprise, She smiled, opened the food box, and curiously asked, Senior Brother Yi, what was the sword you used earlier? It felt very spiritual. Yi Fan reached out for a pastry, not forgetting to reply, Thank you, that sword is called Qi Di, it truly suits me well." His words made Fei Yi extremely happy. She chuckled, praising herself, mumbling, "I've been praised." The smile on her lips suddenly vanished at his next words, "But if I had a choice, I'd still prefer to use a long spear." Fei Yi was stunned. "What?" Dehei was speechless, gently pushing her, sighing helplessly, "Scrap metal, always looking for trouble for herself." She quietly asked, "Ji, why aren't you going in? Are you blaming yourself?" Yi Fan hesitated, "Something like that." Dehei continued, "Ji, is your disciple controlled by that filthy old Taoist? Otherwise, when we met her." He coldly dismissed it. "No, she is merely a shell wearing my disciple's name. Next time we meet, there's no need to hold back." She didn't press further. "Really? Is that so? Then I'll feel a bit better when I strike." Yi Fan suddenly spoke gravely, entrusting, "Dehei, I have something to ask of you. If that old Taoist or his puppet comes, I will go out to meet them in battle." He remembered the brutal image of the puppet, and a sense of worry welled up in his heart, so he changed his entrustment, "No matter what, do not leave my master. That old Taoist is cunning and very likely to harm my master. Within the sect, only your strength is the greatest, and only you possess the world-destroying fire that can fight the old Taoist without being controlled by him." Dehei agreed without hesitation, "Ji, I understand. Speaking of which, I was thinking about your master, why don't I write?" Suddenly, a swirling space-time portal unexpectedly appeared behind the two of them, emitting a dazzling light. Yun Shuang stepped out from within, still with that indifferent, cold voice, "Master, I'm back again. Last time I came in a hurry, I didn't bring anything. This time I remembered to bring a gift for Master." Yi Fan remained silent, questioning with skepticism, "A gift? What do you want to do this time?" Yun Shuang smiled sinisterly and arrogantly. Behind her, three controlled individuals, like wooden puppets, completely devoid of consciousness and under absolute control, were a gift sufficient to slaughter the entire cultivation world. Yi Fan stood frozen, pondering, slaughter the entire cultivation world? Is this meant for Zhiyu's tragedy to recur? Yun Shuang immediately ordered the spirits behind her, "Go." From the territory of Ziyun's sect, they flew erratically across the sky. Dehei worriedly asked, "Jiyu, should we stop them?" Helplessly, he could only say, "There are too many of them, we can't stop them at all." She shot a cold glance at Fei Yi, inexplicably scolding, "Useless, don't just stand there idly." Yi Fan didn't waste words, immediately shot forward, chasing after Yun Shuang, not forgetting to instruct carefully, "Dehei, protect Ziyun's sect well. Protect Master well." She quickly replied, "I understand." The sword hastily flew after them, calling out, "Master, wait for me." Before long, Yi Fan stood opposite Yun Shuang, watching her mock haughtily, "Master, it's been a long time since we fought. I wonder how much of your martial arts remains, you who have lived so long in this world." Without a word, he decisively unleashed a deadly move, Han Yin Ju, as your dragon emerges from the sea. Yun Shuang glided into the air, brandishing her sword to execute Han Yin Ju, scorching flowing fire. Ice waves crashed down as if to swallow heaven and earth, chilling to the bone. The two techniques collided simultaneously. Yun Shuang and Yi Fan clashed swords, their sword chi violently colliding, blue ice and silver light tearing through space, creating a breathtakingly intense battle. In an evenly matched fight, Yun Shuang sneered and uttered arrogantly, "Master, are you holding back? Why aren't you as aggressive as you were the first time?" Yi Fan calmly retorted, "I don't recall ever teaching a disciple to say such misleading words." She withdrew her sword and burst out laughing, "Your words are getting harder to listen to. Oh, Master, I like you so much. After I kill you, I will definitely refine you into the Wang Jun sword and carry you with me always." He frowned, glaring at Yun Shuang, "Then we'll have to see if you have the ability." She didn't hesitate to unleash her next move, Han Yin Ju, Scarlet Chimera spreads wings. A pair of illusory wings immediately grew from Yun Shuang's back. He quickly erected a defensive line of sharp ice blocks, which surged forward to block her magical power and explosive force. The two terrifying sources of power once again created a shocking collision, with shock waves rippling throughout the space. At that moment, Yi Fan slowly flew towards her and said in a deep voice, "It's still early." The corner of Yun Shuang's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold, triumphant smile, full of sinister calculations. "Master, you fell for it." A sudden surge of power approached, startling him slightly, his eyes vigilant. It decisively cut a line across Yi Fan's side, leaving him no time to react. Yun Shuang immediately summoned an additional dark scythe. Blood seeped from Yi Fan's wound, his hand clutching it, his gaze still firm as he looked up. In contrast, Yun Shuang floated in midair. Holding two weapons, her entire body enveloped by an overwhelming cold aura, she said, "Master, you're not as invincible as I thought, are you?" Scene shift. Behind Dehe, a demonic aura was quietly taking shape, but with her keen senses, she fully recognized its presence. "It's here." Dehe didn't think much, rushing over to everyone and breathlessly announcing, "Senior sister, all of you take Master Ziyu and leave first." Zi Bing immediately agreed, "All right." The puppet gradually materialized. Upon seeing them, he growled and snapped, looking down on everyone, "You beast, why aren't you helping your master, but instead guarding such a useless person here?" Dehe showed no fear or hesitation. On the contrary, she spoke firmly and resolutely, "Min Chi Hu can handle it, and I won't let you threaten the people by his side anymore." The puppet tensed, extending his arm forward to his chest. From his palm erupted a black, malevolent surge of power. "You want to stop me? Then come be my plaything too." She clenched her fist, flames took shape, and the sky-annihilating fire roared out, its momentum reaching sky-high. But when the attack struck, the flames caused no damage whatsoever, all the fiery energy dissipated in midair. It turned out that the puppet had cleverly used a precise shield to absorb the blow without any concern. Holding the upper hand, he arrogantly mocked, "It truly lives up to its name, the sky-annihilating fire. It is indeed tough. Even my shield couldn't hold out for long, but after all, it's just a tool I broke before. I still have ways to deal with it when I return." She tried to remain calm amidst the surging inferno, waiting for an opportunity to erupt, keep showing off. The puppet suddenly held a dual-form puppet, the spirit beast ring. Dehe frowned, realizing something was amiss. "This isn't good." Taking advantage of her lapse in vigilance, the spirit beast ring had already tightened around Dehe's neck, controlling her. She was flustered, trying to find a way to break free. He, however, was immensely satisfied with his creation. "This is just an item modified from a pet collar. It's a pity it can only be used on pets. I had stored it away in a corner, but today, unexpectedly, it's being used." Dehe didn't hold back, directly cursing the puppet, "Despicable." The puppet's eyes were extremely cold, his voice filled with scorn and venom. "If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being a beast." At this moment, in the desolate mountains, Yi Fan clutched his side, panting, his entire body floating in the sky as if chasing someone. That person stopped, her arm already shattered. She softly said, "Master, stop struggling. You can't defeat me." White cloth was wrapped around her eyes, her slender neck seemed about to break in half, yet she maintained her smile. "You are just a human, you will feel numbness and pain, but I won't. Now, master, please go to your death." Yi Fan frowned, remaining silent. A gruesome scene appeared in his mind, a woman with long white hair, her mouth stained with blood, lying in a large barrel. The girl's head was tilted sharply to one side, and above it, her severed hands hung suspended by silver threads. Before Yi Fan appeared a beast with a glowing red body. It glanced towards Yun Shuang and said, "Ziyu, don't look anymore, she's already dead. What we should do now is kill that stinking old Taoist to avenge your disciple." After hearing that, he closed his eyes and felt a thought echoing in his mind, "Revenge, revenge, revenge, revenge." Then Yi Fan's eyes snapped open, his pupils dilated, containing only the image of the girl in front of him, and he muttered to himself, "That's right. Why didn't I listen to the advice? My true disciple is dead, I must kill this bastard. How can I be soft-hearted towards a puppet he created?" The moment his thoughts ended, a circle of light appeared around Yi Fan, and something blue gradually emerged from his shoulder. Witnessing this, Yun Shuang was stunned speechless. Two wings of different colors sprouted from Yi Fan's back, one red representing fire and one blue representing ice. He calmly said to her, "Although I've taught you all my techniques, I still have one move I haven't taught you. It's a new technique I created myself." The sword swung through the air in a sharp arc, and immediately from the sword appeared two spiritual beasts, an ice dragon and a fire tiger. This was the technique Yi Fan had just mentioned, cold flame art, frost melts away. The two spiritual beasts simultaneously rushed to attack Yun Shuang, but she reacted quickly, raising her sword to block the blow. The green and red energy currents intertwined in midair, creating an explosion. And even though she blocked it in time, she couldn't withstand such a powerful technique. Yun Shuang's entire body fell hard to the ground, her arm broken off and shattered. Yi Fan quickly landed right after. Yun Shuang struggled to get up, using her remaining strength to say, "Now it's really over, my limbs are broken again. Next, should you cut off my head?" He frowned and questioned her, "Tell me, where is that Taoist?" She burst out laughing, "You should just act now, my master is about to turn your master into a puppet." Yi Fan coldly raised his flaming sword towards her shattered body. "I had no intention of sparing you anyway." Just then, another voice rang out, "Stop!" A deep, dark crack appeared in the space ahead. From within, a man with thick demonic energy stepped out. He sneered, "Don't ruin my things. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the life or death of this beast." One of his hands restrained Dai Hak's face, causing her pain. "Ji Yu, don't misjudge the situation." Seeing this, Yi Fan angrily shouted, "Are you threatening me?" The puppet master smirked and replied, "This isn't a threat. Even if you fought me privately, you wouldn't be a match for my puppet system." To ensure Dai Hak's safety, he lowered his sword in compromise. "All right." Dai Hak was stunned and tried to stop him. "Ji Yu, don't." The puppet master, however, was greatly pleased. "Now that's obedient." However, everything was within Yi Fan's expectations. He had no intention of compromising. The cold sword pierced through Yun Shuang's head. Her body disintegrated, shattered, and vanished into nothingness. He was suddenly shocked, crying out in agony, "How dare you? She was created with all my effort, my most perfect work. How dare you destroy her?" His pupils constricted as if he still couldn't believe his eyes. The puppet master used a string to tightly constrict Dai Hak's neck and shouted, "If you don't care about this beast, then I'll kill her, all right?" At this moment, a purple-haired girl appeared from behind Kui Loi. She kicked directly into the arm that was restraining Dai Hak, making him cry out. After unleashing her move, Luong unhappily exclaimed to the system, "Is this the system's power? It's so amazing." Hong Hong proudly replied, "Exactly, this is the system's compensation for me." Kui Loi angrily gritted his teeth and asked, "Who are you? Why do you have a system?" Luomon struck a pose and loudly introduced herself. "I am the destroyer of worlds, the protector of ponds and sandbanks, the explosive star magic maiden, going live." After saying that, she found it amusing and thought, "Why does this line feel a bit unsuitable for my identity as a witch?" Deep Fam's system returned and cheerfully told him, "Host, we're back." He showed a helpless expression and sighed in relief. "Oh, you're back just in time." Seeing this, Kui Loi scoffed, dark energy emanating dangerously around his body. "They're just two low-level systems. What can they do even if they come?" He smirked, his blood-colored pupils shining dangerously. "I've had enough fun. Now I'm very annoyed." Kui Loi used his power to create a surge of energy and commanded, "By now, those puppets must have massacred quite a few cultivators. It's time to return and level 2 Van Sect. Puppets, return to me." Deep Fam frowned unhappily, thinking, a human wave tactic again. 5, 10, then 15 seconds passed, and still nothing happened. Kui Loi flinched, looking around and thinking, what's going on? Why did the puppets I released silently cut off their connection? Who did this? Seeing him flustered, Deep Fam said, I don't know what's wrong, but it seems you've made a mistake. Kui Loi quickly retorted, "Don't get cocky. Did you forget I still have that move, ultimate area control?" Strings reappeared from around his body, extending in all directions. He cackled menacingly, "Go ahead and attack. If you dare to attack, just wait to clean up the corpses of your master and senior sisters." Without a word, Deep Fam instantly moved to directly above Kui Loi, his sword raised high. And then, a decisive slash came down, shattering the strings from Kui Loi's body. Kui Loi took a step back and shouted, "Deep Fam, you're crazy. Don't you really care if the people around you get killed by me?" He firmly refuted, "I'm not crazy, I just understand you. If your ultimate area control was an instant skill, you would have used it a long time ago." He was startled, thinking, did he figure it out? Deep Fam's system frowned and said, "Subsystem, let's eliminate him together." Hong Hong also spoke up, "Host, let us eliminate the evil demon together." Luomon enthusiastically agreed, "All right," while Deep Fam furiously yelled, "Go to hell." Kui Loi used his remaining strength to open another space in midair, telling himself, "No, I can't die here." Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed Kui Loi's clothes, accompanied by a familiar voice, "You." It was Van Swang, using her last bit of strength to crawl towards him, her mouth struggling to whisper, "Don't go." Kui Loi angrily gritted his teeth, "When did you get here, you bastard? Let go of me." He seemed to let his guard down, while Deep Fam seized the opportunity, preparing to charge forward. However, no. As he attacked, Kui Loi suddenly spun around, blocking his strike. He laughed triumphantly. "Didn't expect that, did you? I still have a trump card. My head, reformed by the body, is strong enough to defend against even immortal-level attacks. You definitely can't kill me." Hearing this, the system also angrily cursed, "Damn it, this guy is truly despicable." Before Kui Loi could revel in his triumph for long, Deep Fam's sword suddenly turned from green to red. A powerful surge of energy shot from the sword directly towards him, piercing through one of his eyes. Kui Loi trembled, agonizingly uttering broken words, "What's going on? How can your sword shoot bullets?" Deep Fam witnessed the scene, bewildered and not understanding what had just happened. The system immediately explained, "This power seems to be Little Yi's annihilation gun. Infinite bullets, never jammed." Fei Yi then, knowing the weapon he forged was successful, laughed smugly, "Didn't expect that, did you? I successfully forged this weapon." Meanwhile, Ghost Error was still stunned. He widened his eyes, covered his mouth, and cursed softly, "Damn it, my chip is damaged. Now not only can I not control the puppet, but even the most basic system functions are affected." Yun Shuang saw him defeated and couldn't help but smile sarcastically, "You rotten old Taoist, that's karma." Ghost Error's eyes clearly showed surprise at what was happening. The sword in Yi Fan's hand continued to emit a fiery red glow. He commanded in a deep voice, "Everything has come to an end. Imperial Shi Sword, finish him off." The sword silently responded, "Understood." They didn't notice a purple orb was about to fly towards them. 3 orbs rapidly shot forth, striking the ground with such force that 3 cracked holes appeared. Yi Fan also couldn't help but flinch back a step. He quickly turned around and was stunned to see 3 people standing on a nearby rooftop. Those 3 were, respectively, the Villain System, the Barren Platform System, and the Demonic Reform System. Ghost Error saw his system group appear late and angrily gritted his teeth, "Why are you only coming now? I almost died." As soon as they appeared, they were reprimanded. Villain grabbed a corner of Ghost Error's clothes and growled, "Don't be noisy. Aren't we here to clean up your mess? If you make any more noise, I'll smash your chip." He tried to stammer, "Help me, kill them." Demonic Reform chuckled and softly said, "We should retreat. The Super Star-Lord has locked onto our position. If we don't leave now, it'll be hard to escape." Villain, carrying Ghost Error, and Barren Platform entered the bottomless circle. Hong Hong angrily chased after them, saying, "Don't even think about running." The system tried to hold Hong Hong back and advised, "Don't be foolish. Those are 4 high-level humanoid systems over there. Demonic Reform glanced at Yi Fan, then smirked. We'll meet again. They had disappeared, but Hong Hong still watched after them, saying regretfully, they got away. The system sighed in relief and replied, it's a good thing they left. If we really fought, we'd definitely be the first to die. Yi Fan put the sword aside and slowly walked back towards Yin Shuang, who was lying on the ground. He gently stroked her hair and softly asked, when did you come back, child? The system saw Yi Fan approaching Yin Shuang and quickly stopped him. Host, what are you doing? Be careful, she might ambush you. He lifted her into his arms and gently replied, she wouldn't do that. Recalling how she had shattered when controlled by the dark system, Yin Shuang felt truly guilty. Master, I'm sorry. If I had died completely, he wouldn't have been able to use me. Yi Fan hugged her gently, comforting her, this isn't your fault. Yin Shuang whispered, goodbye, Master, finally. Her body continued to shatter. Hong Hong saw that scene and immediately teared up. System, is there any item that can save her? Although it also wanted to save her, it could only shake its head helplessly. There isn't. Zi Bing saw Yi Fan sitting there, using his remaining strength to make Yin Shuang's body more complete, and couldn't bear it, stepping forward to softly call, Junior brother. He said in a deep voice, help me bury her in the back mountain. Her name is Xian Yin Shuang. She immediately replied, okay, we know. Even though everything was over, Liang still felt a bit uneasy. Senior, will those people suddenly come back and attack? Yi Fan replied, who knows? Oh right, what's the casualty count for the Myriad Beast sect? Didn't that old Taoist send a lot of masters, saying he wanted to massacre the cultivation world? Holding the small talisman in her hand, Liang frowned and nodded, that's right, I must quickly ask my master who fell from the sky. Then she suddenly startled, her eyes wide as she looked forward, hearing the ethereal voice say, casualties? What casualties? I haven't heard any other sects asking for help. In a nearby courtyard, Yi Fei was using all her strength to pull the rope that the ghost puppet had left around De Hei's neck. She tugged and shouted, this collar won't break. De Hei just sat on the ground helplessly, I've tried, it's not something human strength can destroy. Beside the two were the judging gazes of Zi Bing, Zi Yin, and Zi Qing. She irritably touched her neck and said, this isn't an ordinary magic artifact. After putting it on, my cultivation and abilities are nullified. It's truly annoying. Yi Fei anxiously asked, so now you're just a normal mortal, aren't you? Or should I shoot it off for you with a gun? De Hei was startled, straining his neck to argue, are you so eager for me to die? My neck can't handle that. Yi Fei happily laughed and asked back, so, is there any other way? She replied, perhaps only my own master would know how. Thinking of Zi Yun snoring loudly on the bed, Yi Fei frowned, why bring up that person? Isn't she still in bed right now? De Hei frowned determinedly, they're not talking about the current person. Have you forgotten how we survived? As if realizing something, Yi Fei clapped her hands together and exclaimed, you mean that person? At this moment, in another place, Gu Xiang was sprawled on a chair with her bottom facing up, while Yun Xian sat beside her, writing something down. Yun Xian wrote and spoke, the feeling isn't bad, the softness is about 2.23. This setting can be transferred into the text. Gu Xiang struggled to sit up and questioned, Jin Yun Xian, you're being too much. Didn't I just break your thing? It's not like I can't compensate you. She gently pushed up her glasses a bit and declared, if you dare to call me by my full name again, I'll put you in the disaster idol group, then package you up, send you to a dimension, and have you play the ultimate humiliation. The faces of lewd men with flirtatious smiles appeared, startling Gu Xiang. She stammered in fear, sorry, old leader, I spoke too loudly. Then she asked again with an unamused look, but why do you keep wanting to drag me to be an idol, old leader? I clearly have a lot of things to do too. Yun Xian painfully flicked Gu Xiang's head, as an unemployed system, disturbing other dimensions, and even tearing apart two systems. You think no one dares to manage you? 3 or 4 systems are all helping Yi Fan. If the time-space scientist investigates, I won't be able to protect you. Gu Xiang's face was wrinkled, a large bump on her head, as she still tried to ask, for who else is there? Yun Xin calmly explained, that's a junior of mine. After her mission failed, she violated regulations, intervened in a dimension, and saved many people related to the host. According to the rules, she should have been executed, but the time-space scientist turned a blind eye, only expelling her but retaining some of her combat power. Gu Xiang then said, I think I saw her in Yi Fan's file. Her name seems to be the Disciple Recruitment System. The silhouette of a girl with a bow in her hand, surrounded by many people under attack, appeared in her mind. Moving to another scene, it seemed to be a research room because it contained many machines. Glass enclosures contained many incomplete body parts inside. Dai Huang shone a flashlight into the huge hole in the ghost puppet's face and tooted, severely damaged. Mo Guy stood beside her, smiling as he asked, how is it? She replied concisely, no chance of recovery. The ghost puppet gnashed his teeth in anger, muttering curses, Yi Fan, damn him. If it weren't for my subordinates losing contact, I definitely wouldn't have lost. The villain stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the ghost puppet's constantly trembling body, and said, who told you to be the weakest among us? You can't even defeat a cultivator. Only relying on puppets and props. Even the Dai Huang system is stronger than you. If I went into battle, I'd ensure Yi Fan dies without a burial place. Dai Huang tilted her head helplessly, villain system, when you're cursing, can you leave me out of it? Mo Guy stroked his chin, still maintaining a smiling expression as if nothing had happened. This Yi Fan guy has some skill. Villain system, you must not be careless. Dai Huang system, please help the villain system, don't let any more mistakes happen. Dai Huang whispered, boss, can I ask you for a favor? Ma Kai nodded, go on. Her face suddenly darkened with danger. I see the ghost system is already useless. Why not let me dismantle and absorb it? The ghost system was stunned, only able to utter a sound, G-U-H. Ma Kai looked pleased. He smirked dangerously and nodded in agreement, all right. Just waiting for that, Dai Huang lunged at the ghost system, ready to tear him apart. She spoke with satisfaction, this is great. He currently couldn't move, only able to try and gather a little strength to plead. Boss, I'm still useful. Violent woman, stop trying. Ma Kai seemed to pay no mind to what the ghost system said. The villain system, now excited, asked. Dai Huang system, can you take apart this divine steel brain? The ghost system's body parts were immediately torn apart, accompanied by Dai Huang's voice, it's quite simple. The system rolled up its sleeves, its face full of enthusiasm as it shouted, host, are you all ready? Yi Fan nodded, start now. Liang Ying grinned excitedly, I have no problem either. The person lying on the bed was Zi Yun, surrounded by dark mist. The system and Hong Hong flew closer to her. It said, 12 drops of essence blood onto the jade butterfly of creation. I will use the essence blood of the Son of Destiny to connect with the heavenly Tao, to summon the host's master back. Yi Fan and Liang Ying made a small cut on their fingertips and let their blood drip onto what was called the jade butterfly. The system watched, praying anxiously, this time, it must succeed. As the blood dripped, a black hole appeared in the sky above the house, and a golden light shone down into the room where they stood. However, that light quickly faded. The system frowned and let out a cry. Yi Fan's face fell. Looks like it failed again. Liang Ying rubbed her forehead, utterly dejected. This is the 29th attempt this time. The system yelled in frustration. No way, I've tried everything. Even bought items from the mall, how could it still fail? Hong Hong was equally sad. It said, System, perhaps your approach was wrong from the start. For example, my master, she died a long time ago. Seeing Hong Hong seemed disheartened, the system immediately flew over and hugged it, comforting it. Those are just nonsense words. Don't you see her soul is still in her body? Although the soul has weakened a little, there are no signs of it further weakening. Yi Fan looked at these two, so angry that his face darkened. Since the master was disheartened, the system also offered words of comfort. Host, don't worry too much. Given master's condition, protecting her for another year and a half won't be a problem. We'll definitely find a solution. He nodded and turned his face away. Let's go out and let master rest well. I'll go ask the Grand Elder and the others if they have any information. Liaomon quickly turned and called after him. Senior, do I need to accompany you? Yi Fan shook his head, declining. No need, just focus on your own work. He went to the Grand Elder's residence and found the person he was looking for. Yi Fan spoke up and asked, Grand Elder, have you gathered any clues? For example, alchemists, healers, or those with special methods, extraordinary individuals. Ziyu replied. None at all. I've already entrusted this matter to two powerful experts, Huang Ru and Yu Renhai, to go out and search. She recalled a scene of two people, one adult and one child, refining something with ingredients, and recounted it. The second elder, in order to treat the sect master, has also been refining pills day and night, asking Grand Master Xie Yin to test the medicine. She also recalled Zi Bing and Zi Yin going to the northern region together. Zi Bing easily gets lost, so I had her lead Zi Yin to the northern region. Perhaps they'll have some findings. Ziyu said, looking at Yi Fan with worry. His face, at this moment, was equally disappointed. As for Zi Qing, doesn't she have a group of insect demons under her command? The leading insect demon said that due to their secretive movements, they are suitable for infiltrating various forces to gather information, so they have extensive cooperation with the Langxian Pavilion Information Guild. Recalling how several insects, specifically cockroaches, suddenly appeared in the room, the person couldn't help but flinch. Ziyu gently said, if Langxian Pavilion assists, I think the probability of success is likely the highest. Just then, someone from outside spoke up. Grand Elder, Junior Brother, we're back. Seeing a strange man accompany Zi Qing. Yi Fan asked. Second Senior Sister, who is this person? She pointed to the man next to her and introduced, this is Tang Yi, a healer we observed and acknowledged after a long period of cooperation with the Langxian Pavilion. Don't be surprised that he's only at the golden core stage. You should know that last week, he hadn't even reached the Qi refining stage. Tang Yi smirked and greeted politely. I am Tang Yi. You must be Yi Fan, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. May I ask where the patient is? Yi Fan felt that something was a little off. The system seemed to share his thoughts, glancing at him suspiciously and saying, to reach the golden core stage in just 1 week. This, I'm afraid, can only be compared to someone with an innate Tao body. No, that's not right. How can there be someone with such heaven-defying luck in this world? Zi Qing somewhat understood Yi Fan's thoughts. She pulled him aside, Junior Disciple Brother. Do you really not trust this Junior Brother Tang Yi? He replied softly. Not exactly, but he's still someone that second Senior Sister brought back. She looked him straight in the eyes and persuaded him. Junior Disciple Brother, in Zi Yun sect, the only people I trust most are you and Master. If you're truly uneasy, just tell me. I'll listen to you. If it doesn't work, I'll go find other healers. The system heard that and also found it reasonable. That's right, host. Second Senior Sister is absolutely right. It's okay, we can find someone else to try. This person's problem is too big. Yi Fan glanced at Tang Yi. Although he agreed on the surface, he still held a certain level of wariness in his heart. Even if we refuse Tang Yi, it's hard to guarantee that the next person won't be sent by the other party. No matter what we choose, the initiative remains in their hands. Only by accepting can we possibly find a loophole. Turning back to him, he gently extended his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Tang Yi, please follow me. He smiled back and replied, please. A wisp of pleasant-smelling smoke from the censer wafted around Zi Yun's still body. Her face was contorted, seemingly in great discomfort. Tang Yi looked at the person lying on the bed and smirked. He thought to himself, oh, so this is true person Ziyun. She truly still possesses the grace of yesteryear. Speaking of which, her female disciples are indeed all stunning beauties. Seeing that he remained silent, Yi Fan anxiously asked, fellow Taoist Tang Yi, is there a way to treat her? Tang Yi picked up the jade bowl. He explained confidently, what's so difficult? This is merely a symptom of imbalanced heavenly luck. As long as I take a drop of essence blood from someone with great fortune, the problem will be solved immediately. The system crossed its arms and raised an eyebrow. Isn't this what I just tried this morning? It was fundamentally useless. Yi Fan furrowed his brows. Then take my essence blood. He waved his hand. No need, I have some. He took a sharp knife, made an incision on his index fingertip, and let a drop of blood fall into the jade cup. Immediately, a powerful aura appeared there. Tang Yi smirked triumphantly while the system was stunned. How is that possible? The source of power acted on Ziyun's body, and just a few short seconds later, she slowly opened her eyes. As if disbelieving its own eyes, it exclaimed, oh my God, she really woke up. Tang Yi calmly clasped his hands behind his back. See? This is my ability as a healer. As long as it's an illness, there's nothing I can't cure. Yi Fan quickly stepped forward to help Ziyun sit up. He asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? However, Ziyun suddenly retracted her hand, startling him, and he didn't understand why she did that. Her face turned pale. She stammered, You. Who are you? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes immediately widened in shock. He asked in a deep voice, Master, have you lost your memory? The system flew over to Yi Fan. It scanned Ziyun's condition and then quietly said to him, Host, I don't think Master is pretending, but I feel she's very. Before the system could finish its sentence, Ziyun interrupted, I'm sorry. I don't know who you are, and I don't know what happened. As she spoke, she seemed to be avoiding him, which made him reluctantly think. Is Master looking down on me? While he didn't know what to do next, Tang Yi approached Ziyun. He bowed his head and examined her for a moment, then said, Oh dear. Yi Fan, your master's soul seems to be damaged, leading to memory loss. It seems that a practitioner of medicine like me. My skills are still lacking. I wonder if I could stay at Ziyun's sect for a few more days to observe, and also to help your master recuperate. Yi Fan frowned, looking displeased, but had no choice but to agree. In that case, I apologize for the trouble. Ziyun still didn't understand what was happening, but a vague sense of confusion troubled her, making her feel somewhat afraid. You call me master. So, are you my disciples? Can you please step outside for a moment? I'd like to be alone to process this information. Yi Fan glanced at Ziyun and wondered to himself. Process information? Didn't she lose her memory? He opened the door and stepped outside. Outside, Ziyu and Zitan were already waiting. Zitan saw him come out inside, asking with little expectation. Junior brother, you two came out so quickly. How's Master's condition? Is it still the same as before? Yi Fan pointed at Tang Yi and replied. Master is awake, brother Tang Yi healed her. She happily exclaimed, That's great. Finally, Master has regained consciousness. Tang Yi shook his head. She's not fully recovered yet. Your master has memory loss, and I still need to observe her for a few more days. Ziqing's face clearly showed worry. Master has memory loss? Yi Fan said softly, second senior sister. Master is a woman, it's not appropriate for us to go inside. Please take care of Master. If Brother Tang Yi needs to treat her, please stay by her side to assist. She replied firmly, Okay. Ziyu spoke up at this moment. Fellow Taoist Tang Yi, rooms have been prepared for you. For the next few days, please trouble yourself to stay at Ziyun sect. He immediately agreed, okay. As if remembering something, Yi Fan turned and said to Ziyu, "Oh, and First Elder, arrange for a few more disciples to serve Brother Tang Yi. That way, we'll easily know if he has any requests." Tang Yi rolled his eyes. He frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, I just glanced at their master a few times, and they're already so wary of me. If I wasn't in such a hurry and couldn't leave Ziyun's sect, I'd definitely make you regret your actions today. The system appeared behind him at some point. It shone a light on his body and frowned, investigating. How strange. He truly doesn't have a system, but his luck is unusually dense. Could it be that the heavenly Tao is starting to nurture a new favored child? Approximately a few hours later, Tang Yi sat cross-legged on a wooden chair. He smirked sinisterly, thinking to himself, now that I've successfully infiltrated Ziyun's sect, what should I do next to gain control of the sect? Those elders in Yi Fan are quite cautious. Just then, 2 disciples were also sent over. One of them entered and smiled, introducing himself. "Greetings, Senior Tang, we are the miscellaneous disciples sent to look after you." The other one also happily said, "If you need anything, just let us know." Tang Yi looked at the 2 disciples and smiled faintly. "Excellent, you 2 came at just the right time." The 2 disciples asked in unison, with puzzled voices, "Senior Tang?" He conjured a few pills. "These are marrow-cleansing pills that I've improved. They can improve a cultivator's physical constitution. I was worried I had no one to test them on, and then you 2 arrived." The fatter disciple took it but still couldn't believe his eyes. Marrow-cleansing pills? These are extremely rare rank 4 pills. The thinner one was equally surprised. "I can't believe we also get a chance to take them." Both of them, without thinking twice, simultaneously ate that marrow-cleansing pill. After eating, their whole bodies felt imbued with strength, and each of them felt their physical strength increase by several tens of %. The 2 disciples shouted, "This is so comfortable. I feel my whole body is being purified. Before, I thought following Senior Brother Yi Fan could bring benefits, but it turns out it's not as fast as serving Senior Tang." Tang Yi immediately noticed the key point in what one of the 2 disciples said. Yi Fan never gave the disciples any benefits? Sure enough, this is the approach. He thought so and then took the opportunity to butter them up with some sweet words. If the marrow-cleansing pill is effective, then I'll refine some more. How about this? I'll be a good person for once and refine elixirs for everyone in the sect. The thinner disciple exclaimed when he heard this. Senior Tang is truly noble. The other one, whose eyes were brighter than stars, said, "From now on, we will definitely follow you." Tang Yi smirked, thinking to himself, I was able to meet these 2 guys right from the start. What luck! Suddenly, he recalled the days when he had to scurry around like a beggar. At that time, he risked stealing a goose from a roasted goose shop. Unfortunately, he was discovered by the owner, who then gave him a severe beating. While beating him, the owner cursed, "Here's for stealing roasted goose. Here's for stealing roasted goose." After the beating, he dusted his hands and left, not forgetting to spit at him before going, "You have hands and feet, yet you pretend to be a beggar. Next time I see you, I'll beat you every time." Tang Yi trembled with anger, grinding his teeth, thinking, wasn't it just stealing a goose? Yet he humiliated me like that. When I rise in power later, I'll definitely take your dog's head. Suddenly, a question echoed from somewhere, startling him. Rise in power, huh? He wondered. Who is it? Appearing from behind a wisp of green smoke were 2 people, none other than the villain system and the great desolate system. Tang Yi prostrated himself on the ground, his dusty face looking up, begging, "My lord, please take pity and grant me some money for food." Great Desolate didn't understand what the villain system was thinking. She wondered, do you even need this kind of person? He smirked and said, "Be quiet, you just need to watch." Great Desolate sighed, shrugging indifferently, "All right, then I'll relax and ignore everything." The villain system approached Tang Yi arrogantly, "You are Tang Yi, aren't you?" Hearing this, he asked in fear, "How do you know my name?" The villain system had clearly read Tang Yi's thoughts and knew exactly what he wanted. He conjured a book in his hand and smiled dangerously. Do you want to become a proud person, respected by all? The scene shifts to another location. In the large courtyard of a house, 3 disciples were standing and talking to each other. The blonde-haired youth quickly told the other 2. Haven't you heard? Senior Tang Yi's cultivation has reached the golden core stage. The purple-haired youth replied, that fast? When he first arrived at Violet Cloud Sect, he was only at Qi Refining, or was it Foundation Establishment? The fat youth nodded in admiration. Of course, this speed is on par with Senior Brother Yi. Hearing someone mention Yi Fan, the purple-haired youth immediately frowned and retorted. How can his unwillingness to work hard even compare to Senior Tang's? The fat youth also agreed. Otherwise, he would have reached nascent soul a long time ago. The blonde youth sighed regretfully. At the same time, elsewhere in the sect, the system's clear voice rang out. I see this as disadvantageous to the host. Yi Fan quickly stirred the food in the large wok. He spoke as if he knew Tang Yi inside out. If I were to be distracted by this, I would have fallen into his trap. It continued. Yi Fan's pupils flashed sharply. The wooden food box was placed on the table. Yi Fan said in a deep voice. Zi Yun sat up awkwardly. Holding the steaming plate of food in front of her, he gently smiled. Zi Yun still looked wary. Yi Fan arranged the food on the table, a stir-fried meat dish and a delicious pudding. He confidently raised his voice. Her spirits lifted at the sight, and saliva dripped from her mouth with anticipation. Taking a bite, Zi Yun exclaimed happily. Seeing her so happy, Yi Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Before leaving the room, he subtly glanced at her, his eyes complex and unreadable. The door opened and closed. Waiting outside was Zi Qing. Seeing him emerge, she spoke up. Yi Fan took the opportunity to ask Zi Qing. How's the investigation coming along? Her eyes narrowed as she replied. I instructed the first elder to investigate Tang Yi's hometown. We discovered that over a month ago. The town where Tang Yi lived was engulfed in a massive fire. At that time, everything was consumed by the flames. Tang Yi was also caught in that fire and sustained quite a few injuries. Her voice deepened as she continued. Without exception. From the charred corpses, we deduced that the cause of their death was being drained while still alive. Yi Fan frowned in contemplation. But even so, Tang Yi's cultivation shouldn't have increased so rapidly. Moreover, after Tang Yi arrived, he never left the sect, and no one has died here. So what exactly did he drain? Zi Qing seemed to remember something she hadn't told him yet. She spoke up. Recently, her sect also has a new prodigious genius with exceptionally high beast affinity, named Xiao Chen. Yi Fan was immediately stunned. He seemed to realize something. Yi Fan immediately said to Zi Qing. She transformed back into the shape of a giant cockroach, her eyes gleaming with danger. Tang Yi was currently in his room. Sitting in the middle of the room, he began to circulate his internal energy. Streams of primal qi continuously surged and emanated from his body. Tang Yi looked down at his hands and smirked. Profound heaven creation art, it truly didn't deceive me. I've finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. It seems my previous method of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs was a huge loss. I should train a group of loyal fools and then absorb their karmic luck. He thought sinisterly, now that I've cultivated to nascent soul, my strength is greater than ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It's time to go meet her alone. At this moment, Zi Yun was still happy because she had just eaten delicious food. Tang Yi used a teleportation spell and vanished. He muttered, Revered Master, it seems you live quite recklessly, don't you? In a flash, he appeared in Zi Yun's room. Seeing him, she panicked, Tang Yi, why did you enter here without permission? Tang Yi proudly said, Revered Master, I came today to request the position of a direct disciple, or an elder. Her face darkened with fear, a position? But you've only been at Zi Yun's sect for less than a month and you already want to climb to a high position. How will you make everyone believe in you? He raised an eyebrow and said confidently, whether I can make everyone believe in me or not, you'll know if you go outside and see. Based on my strength alone, I can assume the position of sect master. If you give me 1 month, I guarantee this sect will change its surname to Tang. Ziyun yelled, so what do you want? Even if I give you this position or not, can't you just rely on your own abilities to climb to a high position anyway? He burst out laughing after hearing that, but then his face immediately darkened. Tang Yi growled arrogantly, I want you to cooperate with me. Don't forget who saved your life. And don't forget, the soul mending still lacks one final step. Ziyun was startled and shocked. She had completely not expected to face this bizarre situation. The news spread quickly. After hearing this information, the disciples cheered happily. What? Revered Master Ziyun wants to accept Tang Yi as her direct disciple? Another person excitedly added, can information personally announced by revered Master Ziyun be false? The other person laughed so hard he couldn't open his eyes, saying, in that case, Senior Tang Yi is about to become the 5th senior brother. Yi Fan and the system also quickly grasped the information. It didn't even believe these things and asked skeptically, Tang Yi? The host and master didn't even exchange many words, so why would she want to accept a disciple? Impossible. He crossed his arms and pondered. It seems there's some kind of connection between them. The system anxiously said, tomorrow, Master will officially accept Tang Yi as a disciple. Does the host have a plan? Yi Fan clenched his fists and said in a resolute voice, don't worry, tomorrow I won't let Tang Yi successfully become a disciple. The sect was surrounded by rolling mountains. At this moment, Ziyun and Tang Yi were walking side by side. She looked at him and said, I've done as you asked and given you the identity of a direct disciple. Tang Yi nodded excitedly, very good, next, I will gradually take control of Ziyun's sect. Suddenly, he put his arm around Ziyun's waist, making her flinch. After I eliminate Yi Fan, you can be my woman then. Ziyun's eyes sharpened. She swung her hand and slapped him, then yelled, sorry, that was just my body's conditioned reflex. Tang Yi roared and lunged forward, you. Ziyun quickly retreated. She pointed at his face angrily, we only have a cooperative relationship. If you dare to lay hands on me, see if you can leave Ziyun's sect. Tang Yi turned his back and snorted, you don't know what's good for you. Ziyun's sect has so many beautiful female disciples, do you really think I'm interested in your old face? Wait until I become the overlord of the Eastern Barons, even if you kneel down and beg to sleep with me. I wouldn't bother. She frowned and thought, become the overlord of the Eastern Barons? We'll see if you're lucky enough to live that long. Afterward, at the Great Hall of Ziyun's sect, Yi Fan stood leaning against a pillar, listening to the situation. A disciple exclaimed, look, Tang Yi is here. He turned to look at the door, where he had just pushed it open and entered. Tang Yi walked towards Ziyun, who was sitting, then cupped his fists and bowed his head, saying, Tang Yi pays his respects to true immortal Ziyun. She nodded and said, serve the tea. The disciples continued to stir. This time it was even grander than for the senior sisters and Yi Fan. Another one replied, that's right, ever since accepting senior brother Yi Fan. Our Ziyun sect has indeed faced many hardships. Another chimed in, don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for senior brother Yi Fan, the 7 great sects would have annihilated us long ago. Yi Fan stepped forward to stop a young woman who was about to bring a cup of tea closer, hold on. Ziyun was stunned, Yi Fan, what are you doing? He said firmly, I object to Tang Yi becoming Master's disciple. She stood up and walked over to intervene, Yi Fan, stop causing trouble. This is an official disciple acceptance ceremony. You just need to watch in silence. Yi Fan turned around and said seriously, Tang Yi. He's not worthy. A disciple immediately retorted, he saved the sect leader, how is he not worthy? He gave him a cold glance, because he's not qualified. These words instantly startled the disciple. Tang Yi laughed heartily and said loudly, "Senior brother Yi Fan, in your eyes, I might not truly be qualified, but I, your junior brother, reached the golden core stage in less than a month. I've already surpassed third senior sister. Are you perhaps mocking everyone present here?" Yi Fan turned his face away and replied, "It has nothing to do with cultivation. I'm talking about your character." Tang Yi gritted his teeth, "My character? Senior brother Yi Fan, what should I do to be considered worthy?" He said in a sharp tone, "Fight me." He smirked and replied, "Senior brother Yi Fan, how could I be a match for you?" A displeased disciple spoke up, "Senior brother Yi Fan really has no shame. The difference in strength is so vast. This is clearly bullying a junior brother." Another disciple chimed in, "What can winning prove? It's really sickening." At this moment, Ziyun spoke up, "I permit it." Yi Fan's face was cold, and his sharp gaze pierced into Tang Yi's face. "This is an ordinary iron sword that I bought for a few taels of silver at the foot of the mountain. I won't use spiritual energy. If you can defeat me, then I'll acknowledge you." Tang Yi pretended to be forced and nodded in acceptance. "If senior brother Yi Fan is being so unreasonable, then I can only fight." Though outwardly reluctant, in his heart, he smiled sinisterly, "He's truly a fool. I have divine power in my hands. You're not using spiritual energy, so what will you use to fight me? If I win as a junior, I can establish my prestige in the Ziyun sect, and even if I lose, I won't lose face." Tang Yi respectfully said, "Senior brother Yi Fan, you go first." Yi Fan replied, "All right," and immediately moved. His movement instantly made Tang Yi wary, who secretly exclaimed, "So fast." Yi Fan, sword ready in hand, charged forward like a flash of lightning. Tang Yi reacted in time, using fire to block his advance. Yi Fan landed gently, though he was not lightly injured. Blood dripped onto the floor, and the arm he had used to block the attack was still trembling. He secretly sighed in relief, that was too dangerous. If that sword strike had pierced my head, I would surely be dead. The constant pain from his arm made Tang Yi clench his teeth. This isn't good. Does he want to kill me? His pupils were sharp and bright, not wavering at all, as if still waiting to see what he would do next. Knowing he couldn't just take the hits, Tang Yi got into position and channeled his inner energy, gritting his teeth and yelling, "Senior brother Yi, you're forcing my hand. Profound heaven creation art. Open for me." A dark aura enveloped his body, making him float in the air, as if it was draining the life force from those around him. The disciples all trembled, unable to stand firm. One clutched his chest and stammered, "Why do I feel a bit weaker?" Another, leaning against a pillar, replied with no less pain, "Me too." That aura wrapped around Yi Fan's body. Tang Yi said arrogantly, "Senior brother Yi, you certainly have a lot of luck, but I'll immediately show you what a child of destiny is." He swung his sword and said impatiently, "Too much talk." As the sword came down, two powerful beams of light shot rapidly towards Tang Yi. Seeing him launch a quick attack, the system immediately appeared beside him and warned, "Host, be careful, don't let him drain your luck. Strong enough that even in a certain death situation, he can turn the tide right then and there. When your luck is too low, even if you just crush an ant, you could break a bone and die." He frowned resolutely and yelled, "Then let's see whose attack is stronger, or if he can drain luck faster." In a flash, Yi Fan appeared above Tang Yi's head, swinging his sword and lunging as swift as lightning. Fatal sword strikes slashed across his arms, cutting them and making them bleed. Tang Yi trembled, thinking to himself, "Wolf Wind steps." He then yelled loudly, "Still resisting?" He was attacked to the point where he couldn't retaliate. He gritted his teeth in anger, "Damn it, when using the profound heaven creation art, I can't use other skills simultaneously. How can I block Yi Fan? My luck recovery isn't as fast as Yi Fan's attacks. Just attack at this frequency." Tang Yi swayed as if about to fall. He surrendered, "Senior brother Yi, I give up." However, it seemed he had no intention of sparing him. He charged forward and punched him straight in the face, sending his entire body flying to hit the wall. Blood gushed from his nose and mouth. Tang Yi trembled and yelled, "Yi Fan, you don't understand words." Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly fell silent because he was already standing in front of him, looking down with sharp eyes. Drops of fresh blood splattered on the floor. Tang Yi stammered in fear. "Help me." His entire body was now devoid of strength. Tang Yi lay still, taking the blows, his arms still trembling. Seeing that he wasn't holding back, the disciples angrily spoke up, "Senior Brother Yi is too brutal." Another frowned in displeasure. "Is this really Senior Brother Yi?" Ziyu gently interjected, "Yi Fan, that's enough. This is a competition, you must know when to stop." He turned his face away and asked Ziyu, "Elder, when did I say this was a competition?" She hesitated. "Well, there wasn't, really." Unable to bear it any longer, Ziyun slammed her hand on the chair and shouted, "Yi Fan, this is enough. This is my disciple accepting ceremony, and he is your disciple." He said coldly, "He will never be a disciple of true Master Ziyun. Junior brothers, come help me escort this Tang Dike into the sect's great prison." She was startled to hear that. "Yi Fan, what do you mean? Is this Ziyun sect mine to command, or yours?" Yi Fan remained silent. He turned and walked towards where she was sitting. Ziyun flinched slightly. "Yi Fan, what do you want? Do you intend to harm me?" He raised a sharp sword to her neck and shouted, "You impostor, you don't deserve to say such words." The senior elder holding the scepter said, "You're crazy. That's your master." The senior sister beside them also interjected, "Don't let him do anything foolish." Ziyun trembled with fear but still tried to argue, "You say I'm an impostor? What's your proof? Is it because I lost my memory, or because my habits and behavior are no longer the same as before?" Yi Fan asked in a deep voice, "Do you remember the dishes I cooked for you these past few days?" She said with a trembling voice, "Is it because my palate isn't the same as before?" He said sternly, "Those dishes don't belong to this world." At this, Qi Yun suddenly realized, Wait a minute, are you also?" It turned out that the one residing in Ziyun's body was Qi Yun's soul. With the cold sword still on her shoulder, Yi Fan shouted, "Leave my master's body, or don't blame me for being merciless." Qi Yun strained her neck and threatened, "This is your master's body. Are you really not afraid of hurting your master?" He stepped closer and looked directly into Qi Yun's eyes, his voice deepening with menace, "If I kill you, my master will still be my master. At least I won't have to watch an impostor, wearing my master's face, do such immoral things." Qi Yun's whole body immediately went limp, and she started sobbing in fear. In her head, she thought, "I'm dead, I'm definitely dead. He's a madman. He's really going to kill both me and his master. Why am I so unlucky? Why does this buggy system keep putting me into this woman's body?" She screamed desperately in her head, "Buggy system, where is it anyway? I barely got to live another life, I don't want to die." Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, the soul residing in Ziyun's body immediately admitted, "I admit, I am not the real true Master Ziyun. Please, don't kill me." Ziyu exclaimed in shock, "The sect master is an impostor?" Qi Yun meekly knelt on the ground, pleading, "I was forced to, it was all arranged by the buggy system. I also want to leave this body, but no one told me how to leave it." Yi Fan asked, "You've taken over my master's body, so where has my master's soul gone?" Qi Yun cried and said, "When I entered this body, her soul was only a tiny bit left, it seems she has vanished from this world." Those words struck Yi Fan like lightning, his face changed, becoming terrifyingly cold. In the underworld, a cold place thick with ghostly energy, departed souls boarded a ferry to the place of reincarnation. Inside the mansion, White Impermanence, with a haggard face, looked in from outside and said, "Elder, you're finally awake. Do you have any instructions today?" Hao Vu, annoyed, put on his clothes, adjusted his hair, and replied, "What's the rush? Can't you see I just woke up? Starting today, you don't need to work anymore." After hearing that, White Impermanence not only wasn't sad but grinned from ear to ear. I'm fired? Does that mean I can go reincarnate? He waved his hand. Get lost. That guy immediately threw off the hat on his head. He happily skipped away, shouting joyfully as he went, "This is great, no need to work in the underworld anymore. I'm free." He unhurriedly raised his teacup and took a sip. Haovu clicked his tongue and sighed. It's just letting him reincarnate, yet he's this excited. The life of an underworld manager is both humble and whimsical like that. But then suddenly, that white impermanence guy came back, shouting, "Elder, this is bad. There's a child of destiny who's self-destructed for love. He said he wants to come to the underworld to find someone." The mouthful of tea he hadn't even swallowed immediately shot out of his mouth. Haovu wiped his mouth and asked, "Who is it? He's not trying to go be a sea god, is he?" That guy rolled his eyes in thought, then reported, "No. It's Yifan." Haovu wondered. "Which Yifan?" White Impermanence replied dejectedly, "I don't know." Before that, in the sect, Ziyun was still kneeling on the ground, saying, "Don't kill me, I've told you everything I know." The system next to him also advised, "Host, keep her for now. After all, this body is your real master's. Moreover, with her here, perhaps we can find clues about Master." Yifan turned to Ziyue and said, "Great Elder, lock her up. This body belongs to Master, so please take good care of it. Don't let her escape." She replied, "Yes, yes." After everything was settled, Yifan and the system left the great hall. He walked and asked, "Master, did she really disappear from this world?" It rubbed its forehead and replied, "If the host's master really died, then her soul would surely go to the underworld to report, but there's no way the heavenly Tao wouldn't notify me." Yifan wondered, "The underworld? This world also has an underworld?" The system then explained, "Of course. It's just that we are directly responsible for all system users. Normally, they wouldn't go to the underworld." Hearing this, Yifan immediately asked, "Then do you have a way for me to go to the underworld?" Thinking he was planning something reckless, the system panicked, "Host, you're not trying to seek death, are you?" He showed a helpless expression, "How could I?" Hearing that, it finally relaxed. It conjured a knife and said, "So you're planning to visit the underworld for a short time, then? I have a fake death knife here. Stab it into your heart, and you can enter a state of death for 7 days and 7 nights. However, if it's not removed within that time, you will truly die." Without much thought, Yifan snatched the knife and directly stabbed himself in the heart, startling everyone around him. He calmly said, "That's enough." Seeing him act like that, the system immediately cried out, "Damn, host, don't do that in public, you'll scare people." Back in the gloomy underworld, Haoyu had changed into neat clothes and was walking along the deserted corridor. Glancing, he saw someone standing in the middle of his grand hall. He hid behind a pillar, looking at Yifan's back, and frowned, thinking, "Why him? He's not dead again, is he? No, wait. His life and death have never been governed by the underworld. Who is he looking for?" He cleared his throat softly, and Haoyu smirked as he asked, "Are you Yifan?" He respectfully cupped his fist, "First time meeting. Judging by your demeanor, you must be the master of the underworld, right?" Haoyu nodded, "That's right." Hearing that, he directly asked, "I'm here to find my master, true person Ziyun." After learning the reason for his appearance, Haoyu frowned in annoyance, "Looking for someone? What do you take my underworld for, a place where you can just come and go as you please? Are you going to snatch them away after you find them?" Yifan naively replied, "Yes." He snapped irritably, "Don't think that just because you're a child of destiny, you can act so brazenly." The system whispered into Yifan's ear, "It seems this method isn't very effective. How about we take a stroll around the underworld and check the reincarnation well?" Now it was Haoyu's turn to be annoyed with it. He grabbed the system and growled, "System, you don't think I can't see you, do you?" It was so surprised its eyes bulged as it asked, "You can see me?" He pointed at it and shouted, "Otherwise, where do you think your systems arrange hosts? My place is one of the underworlds, a transit station between life and death. Thinking that negotiating with Hao was impossible, Yi Fan ordered, "It seems there's no way to get past him. System, prepare to act." The system also retorted, "Then today, I'll just have to accompany my host to the bitter end." Hao sighed and waved his hand. "Don't cause a scene here. There are still many ghost souls to register. If there's a delay because of you, the order of the underworld will be in chaos." He lowered his voice to negotiate. "Fine then, I don't want to get involved with children of destiny like you. I'll use the Book of Life and Death to check for you. If the person you're looking for hasn't reached the end of their lifespan, then you can take them." Yi Fan smiled brightly. "Thank you." The system was equally surprised. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be so reasonable." How you conjured an electronic ledger. Seeing that, Yi Fan wondered, "Hey, why is your Book of Life and Death an electronic version?" He asked him back, "You guess why we don't use a paper version?" All three suddenly fell silent. They all thought of a certain character, but no one spoke a word for a moment. Ignoring the strange atmosphere, Hao Yu asked, "What's the name of the person you're looking for? Is it a male or female?" Yi Fan replied, "My master, female, named True Person Ziyun." He shook his head. "That's just your master's title. What about her real name?" He froze and replied concisely, "I don't know." Hao Yu angrily turned back to criticize, "You don't know? Then what are you looking for in my underworld?" Yi Fan's eyes widened. "Can't you find her?" He frowned and said in a deep voice, "Based on the title, it would only take a little time to find her, but I don't feel it's necessary to save her for a whimsical person like you. Moreover, you can't take her away." Yi Fan stammered, "Whimsical? Can't take her away?" Hao Yu crossed his arms, his gaze distant, and his voice deepened slightly. "Children of destiny come to me to save people, it's not just you. Some save their relatives, some save their confidants, or save a master whose kindness is as vast as a mountain. But without exception, all must use emotion as a tether to pull the dead back to the mortal realm. As for you, you're not afraid to sacrifice your life to come to the underworld to find someone. Demanding someone, but you don't even know her name. Tell me, is she some world-saving saint, or does she owe you a debt of rebirth?" He glanced at him. "Do you have any compelling reason to save her? Is she really that important to you?" Yi Fan's face darkened, momentarily speechless. "Ah." Hao Yu waved his hand. "Think carefully. When you've thought it through, then come ask me to act. Otherwise, the rules of the underworld. No one can interfere." With that, he turned and left, leaving Yi Fan alone with tangled thoughts swirling in his head. Later, at the dungeon of the Purple Cloud sect, Tang Yi, covered in blood, sat in the prison cell, clutching his injured arm and muttering curses. "Yi Fan, damn him, to dare cut off my tendons. What now? If that person knows, won't they blame me for not completing the mission?" Suddenly, a voice echoed, "What are you thinking?" The villain suddenly appeared from a cloud of dark smoke. Tang Yi was startled and shouted loudly, "Why are you here, sir?" The villain sneered, "What, not happy I came to save you?" As if grasping a lifeline, Tang Yi quickly replied, "No, I'm very happy. It's just that I haven't completed the mission to seize the Purple Cloud sect, and I was defeated by Yi Fan." He interrupted in a deep voice, "How could I blame you? Even if your mission succeeds or not, I would still come for you." Tang Yi excitedly laughed, "For me? Where do you want to take me?" In a blink, the villain's image changed instantly, his pupils glowing in the night. Sharp teeth with long fangs appeared, accompanied by a roar. "Into my belly, of course." Tang Yi shrieked in terror, "Help me!" But it was too late. The villain swallowed his head whole, blood splattering everywhere and dripping onto the cold floor. After eating, he let out a loud laugh, his cold hand still wiping the blood from his lips. He said gleefully, "Been in this dimension for so long, and finally, I've filled my belly with destiny once." In the cold, desolate underworld, Ziyun wandered aimlessly in a void, lost in thought, having drifted for a very long time. Unexpectedly, this is the end. Not sleepy, not tired, unable to use spiritual energy, and seeing no one. Her eyes gradually grew anxious. And then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in shock. Am I dead? The Purple Cloud sect is located in the north of Donghuang, far from Jianghai. The last time I saw the sea was when my masters and I went on a mission. Zi Yun closed her eyes, remembering. The scene that appeared was of a young Zi Yun. The girl with purple hair tied high was none other than true person Zi Yun. Her real name was Zi Huan. Sitting beside her was Zi Gua, the Grand Elder at the time. Zi Huan held a book in her hand and softly uttered, "Wow, the disciple in this story is so powerful." He ascended the immortal ladder in one step, overshadowed 3 great sects, and finally, he spent money like water and married his master. Zi Gua excitedly asked, "Then what happened? Then what?" Her face became incredibly mischievous and she said, "Then, the disciple carried his master into the room." The girl next to her also made a very deviant face after hearing that. Right after that, a smack landed on Zi Huan's head. The one who just snatched the book from the 2 girls' hands was the former true person. She frowned and admonished them. "Zi Huan, you brought these recreational books again. As the future sect leader, what kind of behavior is this?" Zi Huan rubbed her head and quietly asked, "Master, didn't you go to join forces with other sects to suppress the sea demons?" The true person looked into the distance and said, "With the top sect of Donghuang making a move, why would we be needed? After they succeed, we just need to stand by and congratulate them, that's enough." The water surface in front suddenly shook violently, and a true dragon and its master emerged from below the water. Zi Gua excitedly cheered, "The great elders have returned victorious." The true person sternly reminded her, "Zi Gua, it's good to know, but don't shout." Zi Huan looked at the person who had just appeared, then turned to ask her, "Master, which sect leader is he? Why is he so young?" She softly replied, "He's not a sect leader, but the prized disciple of the Tianquan sect leader." Zi Huan looked at the affectionate scene between the two in front of her and secretly made up her mind. Having a good disciple is truly great. As long as the disciple is strong enough, they can lead the entire sect to surpass others. In the future, I must find a disciple even more powerful than him. Returning to reality, Zi Yun clutched her head and knelt on the ground. She shyly shook her head, thinking to herself, how embarrassing. I can't believe I developed improper thoughts towards my precious disciple due to my desire for the plot in the story. And even generated inner demons. If my precious disciple finds out, how can I live with him? Then she thought of her disciples, and her mood sank accordingly. But I'm already dead, and my disciples also have their partners. A useless master like me would only get in the way there. Even so, I still want to experience love. I truly am worthless. Zi Yun remained kneeling in the sand, as the ocean waves crashed gently on the shore with peaceful sounds. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance. "Oh dear, why is there someone in this godforsaken place?" Zi Yun looked up and saw a person with their face covered, approaching in a small boat, so she quietly asked, "Who are you?" Hao Feng revealed half his face from beneath his hood, his voice echoing, blending with the sound of the ocean waves. "I have a date to drink with a friend. Passing through this desolate land, I saw you crying alone here. It's hard not to be curious. Do you need any help?" Zi Yun's eyes widened as she asked, "Didn't I die?" He gently explained, "Almost, but reaching this place proves that your body still has a lingering breath. It can still be saved." She immediately said cheerfully, "So I can live again?" "Senior, please help me." He said, "Come up here." Zi Yun quickly stepped onto the boat. Hao Feng looked at her innocent face, which was gradually filling with hope, and thought to himself, "This girl is truly foolish. If I hadn't intentionally come here to find her, who would be free enough to pass by this cursed place?" He smirked and snapped his fingers. "So, I'm about to set off now, sit tight." The boat began to move along the choppy water. Suddenly, there was a great change on the water's surface. A monster emerged from under the water with 5 blood-red eyes, its mouth open, revealing sharp teeth. Ziyun was so scared she wanted to scream. She cried out and asked, "Senior, what is that?" Hao Feng chuckled and replied, "It's just a water demon trying to replace a living soul." His eyes lit up, and he mumbled a spell. Divine Destruction Gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, the skill fired a projectile straight at the water demon. Hit by the projectile, it immediately vanished, returning tranquility to the silent sea. Ziyun asked in surprise, "Killed instantly?" Hao Feng crossed his arms and said with a smile, "How's that? Your big brother is very strong." Deep beneath the sea, the water demon's bright eyes still appeared, but that was no longer a problem. It was at this moment that she wondered, "That's right, Senior, where is our destination?" He merely replied, "The underworld." Hearing that, Ziyun's mouth dropped open and she screamed loudly. "What?" Meanwhile, in the underworld, Yi Fan looked into the distance without saying a word. This made the system beside him feel endlessly anxious. "Host, it's already been 6 days. If you can't think of a reason to ask for his help, let's go back first. There must be another way to find Master." How you appeared right behind him, a smirk on his lips. "It seems you're very confused about emotions, or perhaps you're too indifferent, to the point of not wanting to lie." He looked at him and replied softly, his eyes revealing clear worry. "Both are a little true. I do have a romantic affection for Master, but primarily it's remorse." The smile on Hao Yu's lips grew wider as he raised his hand, which glowed with electric currents. "It seems you still don't fully understand, so let me help you this one time." As soon as he finished speaking, the powerful surge of electricity rushed forward and enveloped Yi Fan, causing the system to exclaim worriedly, "Host!" The electric current swallowed his body, and then he disappeared. When he regained his bearings, Yi Fan found himself standing on a rocky outcrop near a beach. He looked around and thought to himself, "Where is this?" Then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind Yi Fan. "My dearest disciple." The boat carrying Ziyun slowly approached the rocky outcrop where he stood, and the voice calling out was clearly Ziyun's calling him. After a period of separation, the master and disciple were reunited. Yi Fan called out in surprise, "Master." Ziyun was equally surprised, "Disciple, why are you here?" Meanwhile, on another side, 2 older brothers were eating watermelon and watching this romantic reunion scene. The master of the underworld excitedly said, "It's starting, the classic plot of a lovesick man and a resentful woman." Hao Feng next to him asked, "You're quite fond of plots like this, aren't you?" This King Yama turned, his face beaming with joy. "Many thanks, Brother Feng, for rescuing the person from the void for me." Hao Feng nodded slightly, "It's nothing. Hey, how about we make a bet today?" Hearing that, Hao Yu asked in surprise, "A bet? Shall I decide again?" The other person agreed, "Whatever. It's just that if I don't lose or win something every day, it gets boring." The master of the underworld immediately shouted, "Then I'll bet with the merchandise of my favorite disaster idol group." Hao Feng finalized it, "All right. If I lose, I'll help you sponsor a concert." Returning to Yi Fan's side, Ziyun was now filled with doubt. "Only my precious disciple and I are left here. Could all of this be an illusion? If it's false, then no one will know if I speak my true feelings, right?" Even he couldn't help but worry, "That guy threw me here, the system is nowhere to be found, is that person master or an illusion?" Standing on the boat, Ziyun asked, "My precious disciple, are you willing to cook for me your whole life, and call me master your whole life?" Yi Fan knelt on one knee and replied, "You are my master, of course I'm willing to cook for you." This line delighted Hao Yu immensely. Excellent, with just one line, he promised a lifetime, and it succeeded. The advantage is on my side, how can I lose? Ziyun continued to probe, this time she seemed a little shy. "Disciple, will you leave Ziyun's sect, will you leave me?" He replied without hesitation, "Ziyun's sect is great. I don't have that plan for now. Hao Feng, while chewing watermelon, wondered, what is this mature woman saying? Is this something a normal person would ask? Ziyun continued to ask. My precious disciple, what kind of woman do you like? Have you ever thought about your future partner? Yi Fan was a little nervous, thinking, here it comes, it's a trap. Her answer must be. After thinking, he replied, if I consider a partner, I probably like someone lively, mischievous, mature, intelligent, cute, and a bit grown-up and beautiful. Both of them thought of Liang An. Ziyun's face suddenly showed a hint of disappointment. My precious disciple, do you also feel that child is your future partner? Yi Fan quickly explained, who? Liang An? No, to me, she's just like a younger sister. These words made Hao Feng gloat, and he kept singing to tease them. She's just my younger sister. My younger sister said purple is very interesting. She's just my younger sister. I'm worried you might misunderstand. She's just my younger sister. Are you okay with this explanation? How you couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, old brother, stop singing. At this moment, Ziyun couldn't stay still anymore. She flew towards Yi Fan. This voice, no, please, my dear disciple, don't get married or anything. At least wait until after I ascend, okay? However, he asked coldly. Master, if you want to ascend, what year and month will that be? This dialogue made Hao Feng outside question life itself. Do these master and disciple really have hope? Why does this girl feel like such a failure? However, how you said, but in a self-deprecating manner, it's okay. As long as this matter is clarified, everything will be fine. Ziyun embraced Yi Fan tightly, her words a bit agitated. My dear disciple, I beg you, please wait until after I pass away to become a Tao companion with her. I can do anything, but he remained very indifferent. Master, why do you only think of yourself? Not getting his wish, Hao Yu grumbled dejectedly, the sky is falling from the start. Hao Feng agreed, it's not just the sky falling, this is a dead end. As the two master and disciple were being affectionate, a dark water monster suddenly emerged from the water to disrupt them. It used its tentacles to wrap around Ziyun and drag her away. Yi Fan tried to pull her back, shouting loudly, Master. Even the two gossips on this side were surprised and worried by this unexpected turn of events. Damn it, there's a monster hiding under the sea. How unlucky. I can't use spiritual power in this void, I have to go save them. Yi Fan tried his best not to let go. Master, hold on tight. Only then did Ziyun notice her body was gradually becoming transparent. This is. A thought arose in her mind, I almost forgot, I'm already dead. She had many obsessions in her heart, whether it's a Tao companion, a confidant, or a fated romance, it's not something I can stop. This so-called affection is a love that I desired and yearned for on my own. If I disappear completely, taking all my wishes into the void, I'm truly unwilling to accept it. Thinking this, Ziyun took out a jade piece from her chest and confessed, Yi Fan, I love you. If there's a next life, I want to be your wife too. This scene made Hao Feng change his attitude. Turns out this little girl is carrying a life-protecting jade. Suddenly, I don't want to save her anymore. Even Hao Yu scoffed, isn't that Yi Fan's birth jade? How silly. Who would hide jade in a cleavage like that? Back to the main couple, Yi Fan also expressed his feelings at this moment. Master, my life in this world has been nothing but trouble. The more I want to escape, the more I hurt those around me. If I could live an ordinary life, I would also want to be with you, as husband and wife. These romantic words made Hao Yu quite happy as he praised the water monster. This isn't an ordinary monster. It's a monster with a purpose. Hao Feng nodded in agreement. If that monster had an IQ, I'd introduce it to work as a matchmaker. Then he shouted loudly to remind them, you two, quickly throw the birth jade into the sea. That thing can lead you back to the mortal world. Hearing this, Ziyun asked in confusion, isn't this my dear disciple's fated love jade? Hao Yu angrily replied, what idiot told you that was a fated love jade? That's a jade for preserving life and dispelling misfortune. Ziyun smiled, utterly unhappy. What? So my disciple doesn't have a partner yet. Yi Fan was no less happy. Master, quickly throw the jade. Let's return to the mortal world together. So the jade piece was dropped into the cold seawater. Back at the Ziyun sect's main hall. White cloths hung everywhere here, and mournful cries echoed from morning till night. My dear friend, why did you suddenly despair like that? Everyone gathered around the coffin, weeping. Seeing this, Ziyu offered comfort. The deceased is gone, everyone, don't grieve too much. Yi Fan's body lay motionless in the coffin with the knife still lodged in his chest. Everyone, young and old, in the Ziyun sect mourned his sudden passing. Suddenly, he sat up, causing the knife on his chest to fall off. This scared everyone senseless. Is the dead Yi Fan rising? Seeing everyone gathered around and himself sitting in a wooden box, he was very surprised. Why did you put me in a coffin? Everyone joyfully called out Yi Fan's everyday affectionate names. Then everyone rushed to hug him, making Yi Fan yell, "Don't be so agitated." After the display of affection with everyone, Yi Fan went outside, thinking, logically speaking, since I've returned to the mortal world, Master's soul should have returned by now. His mind was extremely confused. However, according to the Grand Elder and others, Tang Yi had escaped from prison. Perhaps he's currently hiding in the Ziyun sect. And that impostor, is he still occupying Master's body right now? Just as he thought of Ziyun, she appeared, running in from outside, overjoyed. Yi Fan asked with some surprise, "Is that Master?" Ziyun ran over, her emotions uncontrollable, tears welling up in her eyes. My precious disciple. Your companion Jade in the mortal realm even shattered. Deep down, he secretly sighed in relief. This personality, it's truly Master. Yi Fan replied warmly, there's no other way. After all, the purpose of the jade is to avert disaster. However, Ziyun still felt a bit regretful. I still wanted to keep it as a memento. Later, I'll find a craftsman from down the mountain to try and repair it. While they were talking happily, a voice suddenly echoed from behind them, "You too, so young and displaying affection without knowing the time or place." Ziyun, startled, turned around, and seeing the tiny Hao Feng, she unconsciously asked, "Little friend?" Yi Fan immediately recognized him. "Wait, you're that person from the underworld, aren't you?" He replied huffily, "Nonsense, if it's not me, then who else would it be? You also forgot your system over there." Then, while speaking, he took out the small system. It cried mournfully, "Host, I'm finally back." Then it flew over and clung to Yi Fan. He curiously asked, "You only came to return the system?" Hao Feng replied, "Of course, I came to replace and retrieve the soul of that transmigrator. How you cannot leave the underworld, so he could only let me do it." However, he noticed the look in Yi Fan's eyes and asked, "It's a bit embarrassing to say, but why do you keep looking at me with such a strange gaze?" Yi Fan smiled and replied, "So you're a child?" These words angered Hao Feng, who retorted, "If your eyes aren't good, throw them away. I already have 2 children. How dare you call me a child?" Hearing this, Ziyun asked in surprise, "You really have 2 children?" It was at this moment that he truly noticed something unusual. My body. Sensing something was amiss, Yi Fan turned to Ziyun and said, "Master, please step aside first." She didn't ask many questions and nodded in agreement. Hao Feng, meanwhile, seemed to realize something. "I understand now, so that's how it is." Then he said to Yi Fan, "Someone is changing your perception, and perhaps even the perception of this entire universe." Both Yi Fan and the system were extremely confused. Changing perception? Hao Feng nodded and replied, "That's right, even I was affected without feeling anything wrong. This kind of ability can only be done by a system." The little system immediately asked, "When did they act against my host?" Hao Feng shook his head helplessly, "I don't know, and I can't control it. Little brother, I can only tell you to be careful with everything." After saying that, he turned and left immediately. "Time's almost up. I have to go too." Yi Fan replied respectfully, "It's nothing, little brother, I wish you well." Then, full of doubt, he suddenly thought of those who disliked him, altering perception. Whose ability among them is this, after all? The scene shifts to a quiet lake nestled among the mountains. Under the moonlight, a group of people gathered here. Suddenly, one person asked, "Who are you? Why have you come here?" Another person also wondered, "Why are your cultivation techniques so similar to mine? Could it be that you are my senior or junior brothers?" Another person spoke up, saying, "I was summoned by that person." The person next to him agreed, "That's right, me too." While everyone was debating, the villain appeared on the rock ledge above, with Tai Hong beside him. He looked down and loudly addressed everyone, "Has everyone arrived?" All of them were astonished. One person asked, "My lord, may I ask why you have summoned us?" He leaped up and shouted, "The white feather chickens have been released from their coop." Everyone below was utterly shocked to hear those 3 words, "White feather chickens?" He bared his sharp teeth and explained, "They are a breed of fast-growing chickens. There's no need to wait for them to fully mature, they can be prepared in just over 40 days. And I have been waiting for this day, patiently, for far too long." At this moment, everyone began to panic. "This is bad. He wants to kill us." However, before they could do anything, the villain landed, grabbed one of them by the neck, and said, "You're quite clever, aren't you?" The remaining people quickly shouted at each other, "We can't let him succeed. Let's resist him together. Although we are weak, you are ultimately just one person. Brothers, attack." However, he seemed unconcerned and became even more smug. "Go ahead and attack. Meat in a state of panic becomes firmer, and the flavor will be even better." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened his mouth, bit into a chunk of human flesh, chewing noisily. In an instant, half of that person's head was gone. The remaining people were terrified, only able to scream 2 words, "Monster." Without another thought, they turned and fled. But he wouldn't easily let his food escape. He moved like a whirlwind, chasing right after them. "You can't escape." Overwhelmed with fear, one person shrieked, begging, "No, please spare me." Despite that, he was still caught by the villain. "Excellent. Got another one." Suddenly, an arrow carrying divine power soared through the air. Then it plunged directly into the head of the young man in the villain's hand. He gnashed his teeth furiously, turned his head, and roared, "Who dares to interrupt my fun and kill my food?" A pair of small feet gently stepped onto the calm lake surface, creating ripples. A great beauty, wearing a black dress with a thigh-high slit, holding an ice bow, walked forward and spoke, "It is I." The villain was somewhat surprised. "You? The disciple receiving system? I didn't expect you to actually be in this universe." Tai Hong spoke up from the side. "Do you need my help?" He glared directly at Jun Jiao and yelled, "No need. Without the system's power, you're just trash. Dealing with you is easy." Feeling superfluous, Tai Hong didn't bother anymore and turned his back, walking aside. "All right, if you need help, just call me." The villain said with a smug expression, "Since you lost your artifact, I will use your flesh and blood to compensate." Jun Jiao showed no sign of fear, simply drew her bow, ready to fight. Jun Jiao lightly leaped up, causing the water's surface to ripple more intensely. Suddenly, a pair of large feet stomped down, sending water splashing everywhere. The villain rode the waves, charging quickly and shouting, "Don't even think about running." Jun Jiao was extremely vigilant. She glanced behind her to determine the direction of her opponent's attack. Jun Jiao turned around and aimed her bow at the villain. He quickly tilted his head to the side to dodge it. The arrow continued to fly towards the martial artists who were frantically fleeing. Then it pierced directly into one person's back, killing him instantly. Coincidentally, Dai Hong was also leisurely standing there, eating an apple. The villain's face turned bitter, gnashing his teeth. "Despicable scoundrel. Do you only know how to mess with my food?" He lunged forward with lightning speed, closing in on Jun Jiao. Then this villain created an extremely powerful impact force in his right hand. A wave column of vital energy was unleashed. Jun Jiao leaped up and flew far away to dodge it, but it pursued her wherever she went. Very quickly, Jun Jiao pulled out a talisman, called the 1,000-Mile Escape Talisman. Very quickly, a galaxy-like vortex of light appeared in the sky, and she vanished in an instant. The villain was furious, stomping hard on the water and shouting, "Dai Hong, she ran away. Chase her quickly." The opportunistic woman immediately set a condition, "Same old rules, if you need to pay me a reward." He was already frustrated with his opponent, and now his own person was acting up, making the villain even more enraged as he shouted, "Go now." Although Dai Hong complied, her attitude was far from pleased. As she flew, she grumbled, "All day long, he only knows how to get others drunk, and as a result, he can't even catch someone who has lost their system power." After searching for a while, she spotted a blurry black shadow hovering in the air. "So, you were hiding here, huh?" Dai Hong gripped her weapon tightly and said with a triumphant smile, "Come out now, or I'll make sure you die a very ugly death." However, that black shadow did not seem to be the person she was looking for. Dai Huang's face turned pale, and she exclaimed in fear, "How could it be you?" Early in the morning at Purple Cloud Sect, Yi Fan woke up after a good night's sleep. Suddenly, he felt something wet on his body. Startled, Yi Fan sat up and discovered something in his blanket. A little suspicion and worry suddenly arose in his heart. What's going on? When he opened the blanket, he saw that Ziyun was hugging Yi Fan tightly, sound asleep. He sighed in relief, "Fortunately, it's just drool." Ziyun woke up with a start and said affectionately, "My precious disciple, good morning." Yi Fan suddenly flinched and shouted, "No, master, why are you in my bed?" Ziyun explained, "I noticed lately that my precious disciple seems very tired. I am your master, I want to take care of you. As a result, I accidentally overslept," you retorted, "but aren't you awake now?" She replied with an embarrassed smile, her hand touching little Yi Fan in that spot, waking him up, and he was startled, his heart stirred. Ziyun snuggled into his arms and softly said, "My precious disciple, can you forgive me?" Yi Fan couldn't bear to blame his master, so he replied, "Master, don't do that again next time." She sweetly said, "My precious disciple, you're really good to me." The little system, somewhat worried, leaned into his ear and asked, "Host, ever since returning, your master has been acting a lot like a pervert, hasn't she been affected by something again?" "Host, what exactly did you two go through in the underworld?" Yi Fan calmly said, "No, this is just master's natural disposition." After a while of conversing in bed, the two of them got up and changed into tidy clothes. Ziyun, while getting dressed, said, "My precious disciple, let's go out together." The door slowly opened, and outside, a crowd of curious onlookers was already waiting. The two of them stepped out under everyone's gaze. After creating an awkward atmosphere, the crowd began to disperse, not forgetting to tease the young couple, "All right, what are you looking at? Go back to cultivating, it's not interesting at all. Not even a night, not even a process. Little Yi Fan, I am transparent." These words made Ziyun angrily shout, "You guys, come back here." Yi Fan suddenly felt a restless anxiety in his heart. It seems my reputation in the sect can't be good anymore. At this moment, no one knew that in the territory of Ziyun's sect, a limping stranger was approaching the back mountain of Ziyun's sect. Big Black, in human form, was worried about the thorns on her neck. "Little you, is there any way to deal with this thing on my neck?" Yi Fan approached and tried to physically interact with it, then asked, "Do you feel anything?" She honestly replied, "It's a bit itchy, and I can't use my magic, it's very frustrating." Fei Yi, standing beside them, added, "It's been over a month, we've tried every method, but there's just no way to remove it." Yi Fan turned and asked, "System, is there no way to remove this thing?" It immediately replied, "The system's puppet item is of a very high rank. Based on calculations, I need time to analyze it." At this moment, Fei Yi added, "Oh right, senior brother Yi, she's also hiding something else. After wearing this collar, her body became very sensitive," she said as she poked Big Black's waist, making her groan a few times. Big Black angrily retorted, "How dare you?" Fei Yi fearlessly replied, "Anyway, you can't beat me now, so what do I have to be afraid of?" Yi Fan, standing nearby, was speechless. "All right, stop fooling around." Suddenly, Renhai entered from outside and hastily said, "Little you, there's a woman outside looking for you." "I've already brought her in." He asked in surprise, "Looking for me?" It was Jun Yao, who walked in with a smile on her face. Yi Fan was extremely surprised to see her there. "Why are you here? Are you injured?" The little system was equally surprised. "It's the disciple recruitment system." Big Black and Fei Yi were also stunned. "This is the master of the supreme, the master of the owner." Jun Yao said nothing and simply walked over, extending her arms as if to hug Yi Fan. Renhai looked at this scene with displeasure. "What's the situation between little you and her?" He also awkwardly said, "Is this how our first reunion has to be? Oh well." Yi Fan opened his arms to embrace the beauty, but as he got close, Jun Yao stomped her foot to get a running start and leaped high. She opened her mouth wide and bit Yi Fan's head, making everyone stare in horror. The system asked worriedly when it saw blood spraying from his head, "Host, your head is bleeding." Yi Fan forced a smile and replied, "It's fine, it's just a small wound." I thought it would be a tearful reunion between master and disciple, but who knew one bite completely ruined the mood. After a while, he helped Jun Yao down and softly asked, "Master, you've bitten me for so long, shouldn't your anger have subsided by now?" She was still very resentful. "Stupid brat." Yi Fan asked with concern, "Master, what about the wound on your body?" However, Jun Yao was still angry and replied irritably, "It's nothing." In his heart, he recalled the past. "That year, I fell into the sea and refused her help, making her 3 years of effort go to waste. But she only bit me for revenge. My former master is just like a cat." Renhai asked curiously, "Little you, who is this?" Yi Fan introduced, "She is my former master, named Jun Yao." Renhai bowed respectfully, "So it's Senior Jun Yao." He secretly thought, "No wonder her strength is unfathomable. So she's Little Yu's master. Her strength would be among the top in the immortal realm too. Who exactly could injure Senior Jun Yao?" Thinking this, Renhai excused himself immediately. "Little Yu, I won't disturb your catching up anymore." Jun Yao was about to secretly approach Yi Fan when she was embraced by the two girls. Big Black pleaded, "Demon Venerable." Fei Yi continued, "With you acting, it will definitely succeed." Jun Yao was still a little confused when Big Black pointed to the thing wrapped around her neck and said, "Can you help me take off this collar?" Jun Yao drew her weapon, and at the same time kicked Yi Fan, saying disdainfully, "Useless trash, even the system realizes it." "Host, did your master just snort?" In just 3 beats, the thorny strands on Big Black's neck were cut. She cheered excitedly, "I'm free. This is truly wonderful." Suddenly, Big Black's face darkened, a dangerous aura spreading around her. Her eyes fixed on Fei Yi. "That's right. I almost forgot to thank you for taking care of me all those days, and for irritating me so happily, right?" As a result, Fei Yi was dragged out by Big Black for a beating. By now, it was too late for her to be scared. Tanlon Thursday, you can't hold grudges without remembering kindness. After all, I'm your companion. Fei Yi screamed in vain, "Master, Senior Brother Yi, save me." Jun Yao leaned against Yi Fan, hazy and comfortable. He asked worriedly, "Master, how are you? Is your wound really all right?" She only replied with 2 words, "Tired." Yi Fan smiled gently and said, "Then go rest for a bit to recover." The scene shifted to an ethereal place with mist and many golden rock formations floating in midair. Aspar emitted a voice, "You all, are you still not going to act?" A person lightly placed a chess piece on the table and calmly replied, "Don't worry." Ma Kai leaned back comfortably in his chair, propping his chin with his hand and smiling charmingly, asserting, "Everything is within my grasp. Even if he has a high-level system as a backing, he's no match for me." Hearing this, the spar seemed satisfied. "That's for the best." Makai resumed his calculating tone, saying, "Speaking of which, it can't just be me. You and I both serve that supreme being. When will you act? When will you send your heavenly soldiers and generals, Lord Immortal Emperor?" At this moment, on the crystal block, a faint figure became clearer. That person replied in a deep voice, "I am also waiting for an opportunity sufficient to end this cycle." The scene shifts to an outdoor bathing pool, where Immortal Fairy-owned Dad is playfully enjoying the water. But what's noteworthy here is the mysterious symbol on her slender waist. Back at Purple Cloud Sect, Junyao was comfortably sleeping in Yifan's arms. After scanning her body's status, her personal system immediately gave the results: external body damage level 26%. Internal body damage level 78%. Estimated remaining operational time, unknown days. System weapon function has become ineffective. Item function has been suspended, detection function has been suspended. Memory fluid is being used for repair. Do you want to check the memory content? An old memory fragment appeared in Junyao's mind. She saw herself slowly walking towards a beggar by the roadside. The beggar asked coldly, "Another one? Who are you?" She said she was the system. Those two words drove the beggar furious, and that person was none other than Yifan. He loudly yelled, "You've harmed me for 80 lifetimes, isn't that enough? Must you make me endure all 81 tribulations? Get out, don't appear before me again." This reaction surprised Junyao somewhat, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, she remembered what Yun Xian once said: "Men, when they're angry, are easy to appease. Just give them what they like, and they'll be ecstatic." Moreover, the more disadvantaged and stimulating the situation, the better the effect. Applying that knowledge, Junyao carefully looked around. This secretive attitude made Yifan suspicious. "Hey, what are you doing?" She replied succinctly, comforting, then her hand slipped under her skirt and pulled something down. Then a slip was pulled out, accompanied by a firm declaration, "For you." Yifan was stunned by this situation, but he still took it and asked suspiciously, "Are you perhaps a promiscuous woman?" Not getting the expected reaction, Junyao immediately took action. She leaped up and bit Yifan's head, making him scream in pain. "It hurts, let go." Hearing the loud noise, two nosy young men came to watch. "What are they doing?" One guy, trying to sound smart, said, "I've seen this with my parents. They're mating." And from that day on, wherever Yifan went, Junyao followed him. From spring to summer, and from summer to autumn, she always trailed behind him. However, the two never had any close contact. Until one cold, snowy winter day, Yifan saw Junyao shivering, her eyes fixed on a steaming pot of broth. So he quickly called out, "Boss, 2 bowls of hot soup." Then he barked at her, "Hey, come here." While Junyao was slurping her soup, Yifan said, "According to system rules, if the host doesn't cooperate for over a year, you can request a host change. Yet, you've been sticking with me for 7 years. You're really patient." She merely nodded in agreement. He sighed and continued, "You knew I wouldn't cooperate, yet you still protected me for 7 years, just because I'm your first host? You're too rigid." So she showed Yifan a memory fragment of her fighting with a group of other men, which left him momentarily stunned. Finally, Yifan softened and accepted, "All right, there's no way around you. This will be the last time I cooperate with your system. If it fails this time, don't ever disturb my life again." Junyao immediately brightened up. "Thank you." Speaking of which, he pulled a teddy bear from his shirt. On it was a pink bow on a slip. Blushing, he said, "Right, there's something I've always wanted to find an opportunity to return to you." Seeing the teddy bear, Junyao's face darkened, her eyes showing clear anger. Without another word, she lunged and bit Yifan's head, causing brain fluid to splatter. He screamed in terror. "Stop biting! My brains are about to spill out." To make matters worse, the owner of the stall chimed in, "Don't worry, the ingredients can be pre-processed for you, sir." Time flew by, another 6 years passed. On the high mountain behind, Jun Yao silently looked down at the martial artists practicing swordsmanship. Suddenly, Yi Fan appeared and spoke, "Master, are you still watching your disciples practice?" She nodded and replied, "That's right." He took out a comb and said, "Master, this is a gift I'm giving you." Jun Yao took it and cherished it in her hand. Inspired by the moment, 2 lines of poetry were uttered: "The Lord combs the beauty's hair, the husband dreams of white hair. The wife embroiders the scholar's robe, pulling the thread, longing for his return." She pushed the comb back towards Yi Fan and shyly turned her face away, making him misunderstand. "Master, don't you like it? If you don't like it, don't bite me. At most, I'll just give this comb to the other disciples." Hearing this, Jun Yao loudly scolded him, "No." Yi Fan gave a wry smile and softly asked, "So what exactly do you want me to do?" She returned to her shy expression from before and gently said, "Help me." Yi Fan quickly understood. "Oh, so you don't like combing your hair yourself, huh? Then I'll help you." This emotional scene made both of them share a single thought: system and host, master and disciple. Can it really be? The main system was executing the command but failed to delete memory stream. Selecting another memory fluid to repair. An unrecorded memory stream has been detected. Would you like to check the content? In response to the main system, Yun Tam replied, "Yes," then remarked, "Moving the human race across dimensions, causing such a big trouble, yet the time scientist only punished you by losing your body's pain. You're really lucky." Jun Yao was also there. Seeing her say nothing, Yun Tam comforted her, "Just try to perform well, you can reapply to the system in a few more days." Jun Yao then noticed a girl tied up from head to toe, writhing on the ground, and grew curious. "She is." Yun Tam answered, "She's the successor I found. Look how happily she's dancing." Suddenly, Yun Tam turned to ask, "Are you worried about your host?" Jun Yao nodded slightly. Yun Tam continued, "Judging by the current situation, it's quite tragic indeed. Failing and dying repeatedly through 80 lives, having to start over from scratch each time. If it were a normal host, they would have collapsed long ago." At this, Jun Yao's voice grew sad. "I heard that this life, which you were in charge of, was the closest to success. But in the end, the disciple died tragically. The sect was destroyed, and even the dimension perished. He probably doesn't intend to live anymore, does he?" Hearing this, Yun Tam glanced at her with some contemplation, unsure what to say. Next, she took out a black card. This was an authority card for something. Then she said some vague, disjointed sentences like, "I accidentally lost it. What if someone wants to use it for something? I don't know, and I can't control it." Jun Yao took the card, her mind deep in thought. Even with the card, Jun Yao was still somewhat doubtful. So, can this really change the disciple's emotions? Something suddenly appeared in front of her, startling her. "This is..." The system immediately began to read that thing. Then a dark shadow crept along the ground, slowly growing larger, and a chilling voice echoed as if from the underworld. "You, alone, dare to covet this seat's possession? Don't think you can escape just because you're dead." A pair of blood-red eyes opened wide, looking around. He loudly asked, "Who's there?" In the space, 2 large mouths with sharp jaws opened wide. The grand system also appeared right in front of Jun Yao. Those jaws seemed poised to devour her. Jun Yao screamed in terror. It turned out it was all just a nightmare. She woke up to find herself in Purple Cloud Sect and sighed in relief, "Thank goodness." Suddenly, a rustling sound behind the bushes caught Jun Yao's attention. It turned out to be 2 Vans group whispering. Tu Noyet wondered, "Sect Master, if you want to see her, just see her. Why do you need to be so secretive?" She answered decisively, "No, after all, she's my precious disciple's former master. I need to know the distance between us." "That." Jun Yao suddenly spoke up, startling all 3 of them so much they almost jumped out of their skins. The 2 sides faced each other, and Tu Van immediately said, "You old hag, what are you doing appearing in front of my precious disciple?" What are your intentions? Seeing her flustered, Tu Noyet reminded, Sect Master, get to the point. Tu Van complied by yelling, you sneaky cat, don't think you can steal my future husband. Veen Veen, standing next to her, awkwardly whispered, Sect Master, you're being too blunt. Jun Yao asked again, puzzled, and you are? Tu Van boldly replied, I am the master, and also Deep Fam's future wife, destined to be together for life. Her words left Tu Noyet dumbfounded. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. Has it really come to this? Veen Veen doubted humanity. What destined to be together for life? Did we miss something? Jun Yao pondered, her heart recalling the small comb Deep Fam had once given her. Then she turned and asked again, wife? Tu Noyet worriedly said, why do I feel the Sect Master's momentum is so weak? She hasn't even started and she's already lost. Veen Veen looked at Tu Van sitting on the ground and comforted her, you can't say that. At least in terms of figure, the Sect Master definitely wins. So these two women cheered her on, Sect Master, don't be afraid. Your conditions are not bad at all. We support you, go for it. Tu Van, looking bewildered, asked, am I facing her alone? Her own people retorted, nonsense. Deep Fam is your disciple, not ours. Provoked, Tu Van shouted loudly, come at me. I won't lose to you. Tu Noyet and Veen Veen excitedly cheered, almost there. But immediately after, her voice dropped several tones, blushing shyly, it's just, could you reveal a few things about my precious disciple from before? The two women were utterly disappointed, too weak. Her personal rating is worse than char siu pork. And when she heard Jun Yao say yes, Tu Van joyfully ran and hugged her arm, really? Jun Yao nodded, confirming again to reassure her. Tu Van looked at Jun Yao with sparkling eyes, full of gratitude, thank you. As for her, there's nothing special to tell, so a little bit won't hurt. At this moment, Tu Noyet noticed a small shout from the bushes nearby, you stupid dog, what are you running out for? This made her pay attention, there were people on that side too. Seeing that nothing dramatic was happening, the group decided to leave. Phi Deep waved her hand in annoyance, boring. What I want to see is blood flowing like rivers. Shu Kao wondered, so when will they fight? Dai Hak asserted, there won't be. Let's disband. Not just on that side, there was another group here. Veen Veen asked in surprise, so many people? It seems like the entire Tu Van sect came out to eavesdrop. Even second sister Tu Tan brought her subordinates, but with things turning out like this, she didn't dare show her face. John No asked, Your Majesty, shouldn't we go out too? Tu Tan said dejectedly, never mind. Let's save some face for our master. On another side, headless corpses were thrown aside, accompanied by an angry shout, not enough, not nearly enough. After eating half of the martial artists he had captured, the villain's hunger was still not satisfied, still not enough. Dai Hong, standing nearby, wondered, didn't only a few people die? Is there a need to be so angry? The villain, his face dark with rage, cursed back. What do you understand? Those people were all my luck value. These words made her even more curious, speaking of which, why are you so obsessed with luck? Isn't the luck accumulated over tens of thousands of years still enough? Clearly, if you just convert luck into magical artifacts and treasures, with Deep Fam's strength, he's basically no match for you. Suddenly, a cold gust of air blew down the villain's neck, making him widen his eyes in terror, blood dripping from his body onto the ground, creating small puddles. One of the villain's arms was severed by that resolve, and the image of a mysterious woman appeared. Every word she spoke was as sharp as a cleaver. Do you think just because you're attached to the system, you can do whatever you want, that you can torture people to death? Coincidentally, I also really enjoy that. She looked at the villain with those cold eyes and warned him, don't let me catch you, or I have 10,000 ways to torture you to death. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his current pain and anger, not daring to say much. Then his severed arm healed, and the villain roared in fury, my goal isn't just Deep Fam, what I want is revenge, a revenge you wouldn't dare to dream of in your entire lives. Saying this, he pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Dai Hong, instructing, "Right, help me find this item. I need to recover these next few days, so don't disturb me anymore." She didn't know what was written on that paper, but it made her break out in a cold sweat when she saw it. This is your true objective." The villain licked his lips sinisterly, thinking to himself, "Once I recover, I'll devour that little girl overflowing with luck, making them regret it for their entire lives." At Van Thursday sect, dark clouds now covered the entire sky. Luonon rushed to Luong Luong's room, calling out loudly, "Senior sister, quickly come to the main hall, master is still waiting for us." From inside, she replied, "I'll be right there." As the two walked through the corridor, Luong Luong suddenly noticed the sky today. "It's so dark, is it going to rain?" Luonon looked up and replied, "It seems so." No sooner had she finished speaking than a stream of black energy shot from behind the mountain towards the two girls. Hong Hong screamed in fear, "This isn't good, host, there's danger. Quick, get out of here." Luong On, heeding the little system's warning, quickly grabbed Luong Luong's hand and pulled her away. "Senior sister, run." However, that thing moved too fast. It lunged to attack the two, but due to their agility, they were still able to dodge. The villain then fully revealed himself and showered them with praise. "Pretty quick reactions, huh?" Luonon found him very familiar when she saw him. "I remember you, I do, but who are you again?" He laughed and replied, "Hak Hoa. But anyway, I don't need that name anymore." At the same time, the Van Thursday sect master and the elders also arrived. Chan Hu furiously shouted, "Who dares to attack my Van Thursday sect? This person is extremely dangerous, must not be kept. Attack now." Everyone simultaneously unleashed their attacks. Luong Luong saw everyone and cheered excitedly, "It's Master and Elder Lu Nuyen. Elder Kui Bac Dat." Hong Hong also ran over and told Luong On, "I've contacted Deep Fam's group and the system, they'll surely arrive soon." Facing the powerful attacks from the Grand Elders, the villain showed no concern, mockingly saying, "A bunch of worms." Luonon saw him gathering energy in his hand, her face darkened, and she screamed in fear, "Elders, everyone, run." That dark power was unleashed, rapidly shooting out to block the attacks from the two incoming elders. And then, boom! The two elders were blown apart by that power, leaving nothing but blood splattered everywhere. Everyone who witnessed it was terrified. Although Chan Hu couldn't accept the elders' deaths, she still managed to shout, "Disciples, let's go." The villain gathered energy in his hand once more, contemptuously asking, "Do you think you can escape?" Sensing danger, Luonon yelled, "System, protect Master." Hong Hong emitted a bright energy light that enveloped all three. "All right, I'll do my best." The two lights clashed, creating a shocking explosion. Chan, who seemed significantly affected, her clothes torn, unable even to stand. Luonon worriedly ran to support her. "Master, are you all right?" Luong Luong also ran over and reminded her, "Junior sister, you should also care for yourself." Quick as lightning, the villain darted forward and grabbed the small Luong Luong. He lifted her up and squeezed her tightly, causing Luong Luong pain. Luonon couldn't just stand there and watch. She immediately charged forward with Hong Hong, full of fighting spirit. "Let go of my senior sister." Hong Hong instantly activated an energy boost, 1 million tons of power reinforced. Strength amplified beyond limits. Go! Despite this, she couldn't even touch a single strand of his hair. Luonon was extremely frustrated, unable to land a single hit. How could this be? Suddenly, the villain's clean freak nature flared up. "Don't you dare dirty my clothes," he said, and unceremoniously threw Luong Luong at Luong On. The force of the throw was so strong that both girls crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The two of them lay on the cracked ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. "He's too strong." The villain sneered disdainfully, "You two, such a deep bond of fellow disciples. What a pity, I don't enjoy watching it." Just as his attack was launched, a flash of light suddenly appeared, and a green sword emerged, cutting through the attack. Highest accord, ultimate swiftness. Deep Pham appeared just in time, saving the three of them. Luongshan slowly sat up, her voice breathless as she called out Senior. Having achieved his goal, the villain chuckled, "You arrived quickly." The system angrily rushed forward and yelled at him, "To prevent you from resorting to insidious tricks. During this time, I've been keeping an eye on all the major happenings in the cultivation world on behalf of the host." He scoffed with a loud laugh, "Insidious tricks? To deal with you lot, I don't need to use insidious tricks." He didn't hesitate to state his objective directly, "I want to devour everyone you protect right before your eyes." Deep Pham retorted through gritted teeth, "Devour? The number of people devoured by you lot is not small. Destroying my life and disturbing my peaceful existence is one thing, but you repeatedly harm those around me. At this, he yelled, "I won't let tragedy repeat itself. This life, I will put a complete end to you all." At this moment, the system flew over to warn, "Host, this is bad. He's about to attack again." Deep Pham quickly turned to Luongshan and instructed, "Junior sister, take your master and Luongshan away first. Don't distract me." She nodded and immediately left, "I understand." The power emanating from the villain's attack was incredibly strong this time. He was using even more energy than the previous 2 times combined. In this situation, the system seemed to pull out everything it had: Aura Overdrive, Talent Thief, Sevenfold Orb, Moza X, and even Father's Grace Shield. Whatever, use them all. But it still didn't seem to be enough. It screamed for help and fear. "Host, save me. I can't hold on much longer." Deep Pham yelled back, "Hold on a little longer. Wait for them to leave." The villain seemed quite amused, so he didn't appear to be in a hurry. "You insignificant low-level system, you have quite a few life-saving items, don't you? What other moves do you have? Just bring them out." However, this hesitation from the villain made Deep Pham suspicious. What is he looking at? What is he still waiting for? Suddenly, he was startled and grew vigilant. "That's not right. Master once told me he feeds on destiny. His arrival at the Myriad Beasts sect surely isn't just to kill people." Just as things were getting intense, the Myriad Beasts sect welcomed another uninvited guest. Dai Hong, holding something glowing in his hand, joyfully exclaimed, "Finally found it. Dug it out from the dragon's vein, I'm absolutely obsessed with it." The villain's face lit up with joy. He turned back and urged loudly, "Quick, give me that item." He turned back and ordered, "Give me that thing." Immediately, the glowing iron bar flew towards him. Having obtained the precious item, the villain happily muttered to himself, "After searching through so many places, finally, I've caught you." Even though he's been dead for a very long time, his destiny is still incredibly rich. Deep Pham anxiously asked the system, "What's in his hand?" It replied nervously, "I don't know either." Both of them focused on the piece of metal in the villain's hand. Suddenly, he took it and gleefully stabbed it right into his chest. This scene made both Deep Pham and the system gasp in horror. Does he want to end his own life? At this moment, from the dark sky, a column of swirling, bright pink-purple light poured down, and the villain roared, "Dragon breath remains, serve me." His body had now changed. With the first beat of the dragon drum, eyes opened. Dragon Emperor remains, 40% fusion. Second beat of the drum, clouds and thunder. Dragon Emperor remains, 50% fusion. Third beat of the drum, clouds cover the sea. Dragon Emperor remains, 60% fusion. Deep Pham exclaimed in shock, "Star-Lord level strength. Isn't this on par with the Heavenly Tao? The system also knows how to evolve?" The little system couldn't stop wondering. No, that's not right. His strength is still increasing. What exactly is he using? Even Dai Hong couldn't believe her eyes anymore. She yelled, "Villain system, didn't you say you'd withdraw after completing the third Dragon Emperor remains?" He laughed loudly. "You trash picker, let me remind you of your place. You were sent here to assist me. I am now the Dragon Emperor." No longer a limited replica of the third Dragon Emperor. I need your full support. Open all your props. Dai Hong didn't even bother to argue back. She pulled out a large bag and said, "All right, Primordial Armory, open." Countless props flew out from inside that bag. Deep Pham marveled. That's Panga's axe. The Qiankuan Cauldron, the God-slaying spear, the Creation Jade Disc, and even the Juxian Sword Formation, the 24-grade Creation Green Lotus, the 5 directional banners, and the 3 books of Heaven, Earth, and Man. The system added, from that pile, just picking one item, is enough to instantly kill a group of Grand Luo Golden Immortals. He quietly confirmed, it seems he's really well prepared. The villain glared down at where Deep Pham stood and yelled, "Open!" A supergigantic axe fell from the sky. The system immediately prepared and reported. "Host, the subsystems have been transferred." He quickly replied, "Good, cover me." However, the little system was extremely worried and warned, "Host, do you want to clash head-on with him? Don't be reckless. If this divine weapon touches you, getting hit means certain death. We should just run away." Deep Pham agreed, "Okay, I should just run away." The system flew behind him, sighing, "There's no other way." Super speed, physical virtualization technique activated once. The villain excitedly said, "Keep running, and we'll just take our time with this." Sky Emperor's sword. With that, a giant sword that covered the sky descended, blocking both their retreat paths. The system began to panic. "We're done for, Supreme Divine Blade. The sword chi is really powerful, how can we block it now?" "We can't block it, host, we should still retreat." Yi Fan bluntly replied, "Retreat? Where can we retreat to?" He began to think. Master and the others are still here. If we run away, no one will protect them. We have no other choice. Yi Fan yelled, "Even if we can't block it, we have to." He then used the 4 directions sword technique to counterattack. A beam of light shot up, meeting the sword tip. However, the sword chi was too strong, and as soon as it touched his technique, it shattered completely. Yi Fan was not lightly injured, spitting blood like rain. The villain mockingly jeered, "Kid, don't die too soon. I haven't even tried all my magic weapons yet." Suddenly, a golden ray of light shot out from somewhere, kicking straight into the great sword. In a flash, his supreme divine blade collapsed right before the villain's eyes. That was Jun Dao. She appeared, surrounded by a radiant aura. The villain scoffed at her, "I thought that after I beat you up, you wouldn't dare show your face again. And you've already exhausted all your life force just by making one move? Are you really not afraid of death?" System takes on disciples. Jun Dao didn't say much, only uttering the 2 words, "extremely deep," then mumbled. He was confident that he was now a divine dragon and feared no one. He said dismissively, "A low-level system, a host, plus a short-lived ghost." After that, the villain continued to upgrade to a higher level. Quang Jiao Mountain, fusion degree 70%. 5 ringing drums, Moon Dragon Emperor's remains, fusion degree 80%. He grew stronger and stronger. His arrogance increased even further. "You should be happy, because I want to play a little more, so I won't activate all the magic weapons at once. I will let you live until you witness the moment I become the true Dragon Emperor." The system warned in fear. This is bad, his power has increased again. He's now close to a Frost Star Lord. Yi Fan asked uneasily, "Is there any way to interrupt him?" The system immediately poured cold water on him. "We don't even have the power to get close to him, so how can we interrupt him?" Suddenly, Quan Dao shouted, "Just leave it to me." Yi Fan thought to himself, "Master's bow, its power is truly astonishing. But the opponent must be on guard, and this move, as he said, will consume life." Seeing him stunned, she turned to look at him with affectionate eyes. Quan Dao flew closer and expressed herself. "Don't worry about me, just try it. Perhaps, this is the last time we'll journey together." Yi Fan, though unhappy, still replied, "I know." The special move was unleashed. Cold flame art, frost and snow everywhere. Yi Fan rushed forward, shouting loudly, armor-piercing enhancement, super powerful armor penetration, critical hit increased 100 times. Sharp ice shards were launched in response. This made the villain a little worried. What is this? So he planned to deliver a decisive blow. Ridiculous, you think you can injure me? First, see if you can break my supreme treasure, then talk. As soon as he finished speaking, his Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Spirit Dragon Treasure Pagoda was activated. The system was startled and exclaimed, "It's actually the strongest defensive magic weapon in Heaven and Earth." Yi Fan worriedly reminded, "Master, don't act rashly yet." However, it seemed she had already made up her mind. That's right, just blocking is enough. Suddenly, a cold, deep voice echoed in Quan Dao's system space, "If you want to save your disciple, then do as I say. Once he obtains the remains, he won't be far from death." She asked the person in surprise, "Why is that?" The mysterious woman slowly replied, "Because of heavenly punishment." At this moment, an urgent warning sounded, "Warning! The mecha's reactor is collapsing. Estimated operational time is over 2.32 system time." Quan Dao forcefully pulled the bowstring taut and activated the divine artifact. Central Mist 6 Styles Exterminating Bow, Absolute Light Extremization. Life-sacrificing combat mode, unleash full power. Ultimate penetration enhancement, System Protocol 4 destroyed. Yi Fan held his sword and flew forward, shouting loudly, "System, give me some more enhancement." The little system wasn't scared and went all out. "All right, today I'll risk my life with my host." "Host, you must be prepared to not get out of bed for a year and a half." Overload enhancement mode. The villain had just achieved the 6 penetrations of the ancient earth flowing heaven, Dragon Emperor's remains, 90% fusion. He laughed arrogantly, "Even if you risk your lives, you can only break through my defenses. Furthermore, what if you do break through? Even with my physical body, I can recover as if nothing happened." Ignoring his babbling, Quan Dao had already drawn her bow and was concentrating her power. The villain also spread his hand and summoned the power of the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Spirit Dragon Treasure Pagoda. Unexpectedly, in just a blink of an eye, it was snatched from his hand. It turns out the one who took it was Baijia. Her face stern, she said, "Such powerful strength, yet you still rely on a magic artifact to save your life. You really have some nerve." The villain gnashed his teeth and cried out, "Give it back." From behind, Deep Pham had raised his sword and charged with mighty power. He turned around angrily and said, "It's all useless." Suddenly, Baijia charged forward, striking down with the spirit pagoda in her hand. "Let me see how much tougher you are than a defensive magic artifact." She struck down a blow while simultaneously shouting "Open," just as Deep Pham also thrust a sword. These two combined blows caused the villain to spit blood and suffer quite severe injuries. He continuously shook his hand, pushing Deep Pham far away, yelling, "Get lost." The little system immediately flew over to support him with its ultimate move, the 70% damage reduction shield. Baijia then stuck out her tongue and teased, "I thought your physical body was truly invincible in the world." The villain resentfully raised his hand to touch his injury, grumbling, "What kind of skill is 4 against 1? Don't think I don't have helpers. Wasteland system, quickly get out and help." However, the surrounding space was silent. The wasteland had disappeared at some point. This made him extremely confused. "Wasteland, what's going on? Where's the artifact?" Only then did he see the wasteland lying on the ground, twitching and pretending to be dead. This made the villain extremely enraged, continuously cursing, "Useless thing." Baijia flew over again, launching an attack, and playfully asked, "Where are you going?" Fearlessly, the villain sneered, "What's so great about a Master Star-Lord? In a moment, you won't be my match anymore." Baijia laughed and said, "Of course I know that." And so, she, Deep Pham, and Quan Dao rushed from all 4 directions to corner the villain. Baijia said, "It's your turn. Enhanced penetration, resource burning plunder, what she used was the 500 million immortal star enhancement skill. Immediately, the villain was hit, his face turned pale, and he spat out a horrifying blob of black blood. It seemed like everything had angered the villain. He lowered his head and said, "So what if I have the Baijia system protecting me?" Then he looked up and roared, "I am also a Super Star-Lord now. I will kill you all." The villain let his body transform into the 7-aperture ancient Dragon Star Spirit. The current state is Dragon Star Bones, 100% fusion. Deep Fam said gravely, "His fusion speed is too fast." Quan Dao, however, said, "Still a bit slow." The little system also spoke up. "The darkening system has become stronger again. Baijia system, what should we do?" Quan Dao nervously turned to ask, "Can we defeat him?" Baijia laughed and replied, "He's not a real Dragon Emperor either. We can still fight, but on the premise that I arrived early. Now, though, it will only be a lose-lose situation. He gets 5 wounds, I get 9. The little system clutched its head and shrieked, "Doesn't that mean we're doomed?" The villain then concentrated all his firepower. "Everyone, just die." Suddenly, a sword flew in, making him stop. "It's not over yet." The villain recognized that sword. "It's the parting needle sword, I'm done for." He widened his eyes and screamed in fear, "Don't come here." The parting needle sword rushed forward with tearing speed, piercing directly into the villain, who immediately turned to dust. After completing its mission, the sword also turned into a gust of wind and vanished into thin air. The villain staggered up from the rubble, mumbling, "Why is it like this? It took so much effort for me to become the Dragon Emperor. If there hadn't been external interference, I wouldn't have lost." A blurry figure, vaguely visible in the smoke, scoffed, "Isn't it because you're foolish, arrogant, and reckless?" The villain looked at that figure and asked, "Is that you?" The cool old leader, difficult to imagine disappearing, appeared and said to him, "How about it? Are the bones of my great-grand ancestor easy to use?" The villain trembled with rage, "You schemed against me. The Dragon Emperor's remains were a trap you set." The leader walked over, gently raised her hand, and pulled on the strings of life, making him unable to move. She sneered, "Aren't you very smart?" It was then that the villain realized, dumbfounded, this is the puppet system's ability. "How do you know how to use it?" The boss looked over at Dai Hong, who was standing nearby, and praised, "That child is very sensible. If she wants to live, of course I'll give her a chance." She smiled brightly and replied, "You're absolutely right, my lord. How dare I be a bad person?" As for the villain, he gritted his teeth, stared at Dai Hong, and cursed, "So you're the traitor." The leader didn't care. She turned and walked away, entrusting, "I'm leaving him for you to deal with." Dai Hong replied excitedly, "I guarantee the mission will be completed." The villain growled under his breath, "You're a scumbag." Meanwhile, Quan Dao excitedly asked, "Heaven's punishment, is this how it's resolved?" Baijia calmly replied, "Helped out, job's done." The leader also affirmed, with the threat from the Time Saintess, they surely won't dare to be so blatant anymore. Deep Fam raised an eyebrow and asked, "Who are you?" Baijia then introduced the old leader. The little system exclaimed, "It's that woman." Then she turned and said, "Come with me for a trip, and I will tell you the whole truth." The leader explained, "Outside the plains, there's a type of crystal monster called Truong Hang. Their strength cannot be judged by weakness, and few dare to provoke them. However, they have one weakness, they can crumble over time. To continue living, they will stop at nothing to get to Vin Sin. However, a cultivator, after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, broke through the shackles of the plains and reached something called Vin Sin. The consequences of doing so are, of course, self-evident. The cultivator died, but he also took a part of Vin Sin with him. An incomplete Vin Sin is not very useful to them." Deep Fam asked, perplexed, "Also, do you consider the cultivator who took Vin Sin to be dead? And am I the one who possesses Vin Sin? Finally, I know why they are against me. The enemy that the host has to face is terrifying. The leader sighed, to be tormented for 100 generations without going insane. I'm quite impressed by you. Do you want to escape the torment of 100 cycles of reincarnation? Deep Fam asked with suspicion and frankness, why are you helping me? We've never interacted before, have we? The leader tilted her head and replied, my reason for helping you is very simple. Firstly, it's for the system's achievements. After all, you've occupied too many of our resources. Secondly, it's also for the innocent people you've implicated. As soon as the sun rose, a loud scream echoed throughout the mountain. Chan, who was bandaged from head to toe, as if being prepared for mummification. Luongshan, standing nearby, softly said, Master, I'm resetting your bones. Don't move, or they'll go out of place. The painful screams continued steadily, and occasionally, Luongshan's shouts could be heard, Master. I accidentally misaligned the bone. Quan Dao, outside, leaned against a tree and muttered, it seems I no longer have time to bid farewell to my disciples. Bai Jia suddenly appeared next to her and asked, don't just wait here to die. Quan Dao was startled and asked, this is? Bai Jia then replied, the old leader told me to use it to prolong your life. She's waiting for you to return to your post later. Underneath the underworld hall, a female ghost sweeping asked King Yamahaoyu, why do all my patriarchs win their first battle of reincarnation? Haoyu laughed loudly and instructed, perform well to secure your reincarnation. The female ghost immediately objected, I'm not going, I want to stay here and wait for my master. On this side, Yi Fan asked the leader again, if you already know the cause and effect of this matter, is there any way to help me escape this predicament? She calmly replied, it's not that there isn't a way. Firstly, I seize your eternal life and give it to them. Of course, they will let you go, but if you lose eternal life, besides your body from the first life, there will be no trace of your existence left. The second way, you become my follower. If they want to act, they will have to consider the price to pay. Leave this plane, and before ensuring your strength, you can never return. He frowned and thought to himself, leave this plane? On another side, Zi Yun was gesticulating and saying, this is really dangerous. A giant dragon bigger than the sky. And it's in the direction of the myriad beast sect. Do you guys think our precious disciple will be all right? Ziyu and Yuan shook their heads and replied, I don't know, it's hard to say. There's no trace of Renhai either. We can't contact Xiaoyu on our side. Huang Ru was extremely worried and muttered to herself, the giant dragon disappeared. Maybe they've already resolved the danger. On this side, Zi Bing furiously yelled to put down the memorial tablet. Zi Qing angrily said, how could Junior Marshall Brother be dead? Zi Yin held the saber tightly in her hand and said, I'll chop it now. And Ming Bai was hugging the memorial tablet tightly, crying out, Senior Marshall Brother. Big Black worriedly said, that power sword left with Ji Gu for battle, how come there's no news? Could it be? Nine-tailed Fox hesitantly asked, Sister Big Black, Master will be fine, right? Ugly Dog immediately reassured her, Little Sister Fox, what are you saying? Master will definitely be fine. From the sound transmission Jade, Feiye's voice rang out, hello, are you there? Big Black joyfully exclaimed, we got a reply. Zi Yun ran over from afar, quick, quick, give it to me. And overjoyed, it's good that he's safe and sound. On this side, the leader asked again, how is it? Have you considered it? The little system firmly said, I follow the host's decision. Yi Fan replied, I've considered it. The leader continued, actually, there's nothing to consider. After all, no one wants to die. Unexpectedly, his answer was, I want to stay here. She turned back in surprise and asked for clarification, what did you say? Yi Fan, unwavering, spoke each sentence, eternal life was my choice in my previous life. At that time, I had gone through 99 lives and still didn't give it up. I believe that my past self did so for a reason. My current self will not surrender eternal life, regardless of what my past life didn't care about. In this life, I also have true friends who care about me, and someone I love. If I leave, I can indeed protect them from harm, but I would have to be gone for several years. To make them wait for hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of years until they're worn out. By the time I return, everything might be the same, but the people would have changed. Whether they're still alive or not is a whole other problem. What meaning would a world where everyone is left hold for me? I already said I want to live an ordinary life, but I don't want to live in hiding. I don't just want to stay here, but I also want to cut down every enemy in my path. If my abilities aren't enough, I'll cultivate until they are. The leader closed their eyes slightly and sighed. Indeed, you're completely different from others. No wonder they all say you're a tough nut to crack. He asked in surprise, them? Have you met them? She suddenly raised her hand to cast a spell, opening a spatial gate, but your attitude alone isn't enough. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Dai Hong, proceed. Yi Fan was sucked into the spatial gate, and it slowly closed behind him. He returned to reality, immediately startling awake and asking in confusion, is this reality? Dai Hong, in the guise of a hot nurse, walked over with a clock and asked, you're back? May I ask when you started having hallucinations of entering another world? She leaned close to Yi Fan's face, her eyes emitting spiritual energy. Welcome back, Mr. Yi Fan. Although it's sudden, I will be your primary treating physician from now on. Let's get along well.